Wan Yi jolted awake to an old ringtone, groaning about his aching back and assuming he had just overdone another all-night gaming session. The caller from Amping City's South Street management office calmly told him his pet green sparrow had been detained for flying without a license, and Wan Yi was too stunned to answer. Certain this had to be a dream, he slapped himself hard and instantly regretted it when the pain proved he was awake. As he looked around the room, the evidence piled up fast. This was not his old life but a poor stranger's rented room full of trash, medicine, and bizarre pet books. One open book made the whole scene even more absurd, with a title about turning a pet into a bastard girl that left him speechless. Then he noticed the bird nest by the messy bed, with a few feathers and leftover rice, and finally accepted that the call about a pet had not been random. He ended the call, went to the bathroom, and the mirror confirmed a harsh new reality. He now wore the face of a pale but striking 18-year-old boy. Wan Yi dryly admitted he at least looked like a proper transmigrator, then immediately cursed his luck for getting dragged here before he could even clear his game. Before leaving, he skimmed the first technique in that shady book, found an instruction to shout transform at a pet every morning, and dismissed it as pure scam material. When he stepped outside, the world itself drove the point home with narrow mossy alleys, rust in the air, and a gloomy sky that felt far more dangerous than home. Golden lightning occasionally flashed across the clouds and landed at distant windows like delivery birds, making Wan Yi realize this really was a world built around familiars. Following the body's memories through Anping's remote district, he headed for the South Street office and quietly admitted this transmigration had started in a very bad place. At the management office door, a loud argument about a rocket eagle causing an air traffic accident gave Wan Yi a nervous first look at how seriously this world policed pets. A traffic soldier pulled Wan Yi aside and sharply scolded him for letting an untrained green sparrow try food delivery without a city flying license. The soldier's warning made Wan Yi even more confused, because the original owner's memories never included ordering the little bird to deliver anything. Soon he finally met the detained green sparrow, a tiny intelligent little bird with dull feathers that still looked genuinely adorable. When Wan Yi held out his hand and told it to come over, the green sparrow paused for a beat and then dropped trustingly into his palm. At the front desk, Wan Yi learned the fine had already been paid by Captain Tang, because everyone assumed a broke kid like him could never afford 200 gold coins. He thanked the office sincerely, but the unexpected kindness left him wondering what connection Captain Tang had to this body's past. After Wan Yi left, a soldier asked why Captain Tang had helped him, and the answer quietly reframed the whole boy's life. Captain Tang revealed that Wan Yi was an orphan whose parents died serving in the Huiwu Investigation Corps during the Star Ocean demonic disaster near Anping City. Back in the rented room, Wan Yi set the exhausted green sparrow on the table and finally asked the question bothering him. Why had it gone out to deliver food at all? The green sparrow answered in its own way by spitting out a paper-wrapped bead, and Wan Yi recognized it as a cheap mind-clearing pill meant to help him recover. That pill triggered the missing memory. The original owner had collapsed last night from anxiety and constant sleeplessness, and Wan Yi realized he had likely transmigrated into a body that had just died. Piece by piece, he understood the whole mess. The little bird had seen its master collapse, needed medicine fast, and copied the only money-making job it knew from watching him order takeout. Wan Yi went quiet in front of that clumsy loyalty, because the sparrow had not even known how to call for help and still tried to save him anyway. The green sparrow kept pecking his hand to make him eat the pill, and Wan Yi could only mutter that this pet was somehow more sensible than he was. He swallowed the pill under the bird's watchful stare, and the medicine cleared his head in an instant. Relieved that he was better, the green sparrow chirped softly and went back to pecking at the last few grains of rice in its nest. At that exact moment, a strange light screen appeared in Wan Ye's vision with two huge words that changed everything: Pet Simulator. The system explained that his mental state was restored, a pet life had been detected, and for now he could only use script simulation after setting the pet's final evolution form. Wan Yi stared at the screen in shock and relief, because in a world this harsh, a cheat like this felt like the first real chance he had to survive. Once the shock passed, he quickly grasped the simulator's basics. Reality simulation was locked, but script simulation could push a pet toward any final evolution he dared to set. Greedy hope immediately kicked in, and Wan Yi decided to test the cheat by aiming absurdly high and setting the green sparrow's target evolution as the divine phoenix heavenly beast. He coaxed the confused little bird into his hand, and the simulator immediately accepted the setting, while also warning that the scripted world would now be brutally difficult. The green sparrow suddenly went limp as the simulation loaded, and Wan Yi could only watch as a whole fake life began unfolding in text before his eyes. In the scripted life, the sparrow was born on a cliff, crashed in the wind while learning to fly, kept struggling upward for years, and finally learned an advanced skill called skydance. Then the whole run ended in one ridiculous line, because after mastering flight the fearless little bird tried to learn swimming and promptly drowned in a spring. The simulator offered Wan Yi 3 rewards from that 5-year life, and he stared at the options in total disbelief. When the green sparrow snapped out of the simulation, Wan Yi could not help scolding it for being brave enough to try becoming an amphibious bird the moment it learned to fly. The little bird answered his lecture with a stubborn puffed-up face, making it very clear that it understood nothing and regretted nothing. After thinking it through, Won Yi ignored the risky fearless trait and the nearly useless stat growth, and chose the one reward that actually mattered, the skill Skydance. The skill description stunned him all over again, because Skydance was not some beginner trick but an advanced sky skill that boosted cultivation and battle agility. The moment he accepted it, the green sparrow started trembling again and abruptly took flight with a grace it had never shown before. As it danced through the air, spiritual energy rushed into its body, a cocoon of light formed around it, and the little room filled with the force of a real breakthrough. Half an hour later the cocoon burst, the room was hit by a violent gust, and Won Yi was knocked to the floor by his own pet's sudden power-up. When Won Yi checked the result, the once worthless green sparrow had reached 1-star level 1 with a full 100 spiritual energy and the new Skydance skill. That instant success made Won Yi almost giddy, because the sparrow had surpassed months of failed training in just one simulation and one skill transfer. But the simulator's cost hit right after the excitement, and Won Yi suddenly blacked out from the mental drain. When he woke up on the bed, he felt just as wrecked as after an all-nighter, and quickly realized the simulator burned through his mental strength. The simulator was now inactive, and Won Yi grimly connected the dots. If he wanted to keep using it, he would need more medicine and therefore a reliable way to make money. The green sparrow heard him worrying about money and immediately chirped that it could go deliver takeout again, which made Won Yi both touched and exasperated. He shut that idea down at once, because even as a newly promoted 1-star pet, a little delivery bird would never earn enough to support this cheat. So Won Yi forced himself to think bigger and decided the fastest real path forward was joining the Investigation Corps Reserve, because a normal job would waste both his time and the cheat he had just gained. Won Yi thinks through this brutal world and remembers why beastmasters matter. Dark fog swallowed the old age of technology, evil gods devastated nations, and only awakened divine beast totems kept humanity alive. Dongli country never awakened a divine beast totem, so it survives by sacrificing lives, and its investigation corps exists to probe the fog and the wild before the country is swallowed too. That danger is exactly why Won Yi targets the reserve investigators. The pay is huge, the work is safer than entering the dark fog, and good performance could open a path into Beastmaster University. He knows he has no easy future otherwise, because the original Won Yi already failed the exam and a normal job would never keep up with the cost of his cheat. After settling on that plan, Won Yi lets the green sparrow rest for the night and heads out the next morning to apply. He arrives at the South City Investigation Corps headquarters, an ordinary 3-story building that hides a very dangerous job. A staff member in a dark green uniform greets him in the first floor hall, and Won Yi states plainly that he made an online appointment to become a reserve investigator. After the paperwork on his personal and pet information, Won Yi is taken into a bare testing room to wait for the real evaluation. The examiner finally walks in, Tang Xiong, a stern middle-aged instructor, with a floating mechanical pet called Gem Pupil beside him. Gem Pupil's silver skin washes over Won Yi and the green sparrow, and the pressure is so heavy that Won Yi breaks out in cold sweat just standing there. When the skin ends, Tang Xiong confirms the result. Won Yi has the talent deep memory, unusually strong spiritual power, and a 1-star level 1 pet, so he meets the reserve investigator standard. Tang Xiong still asks the key question anyway, and Won Yi answers without a pause that he wants in because he has no money. The answer catches Tang Xiong off guard, but Gem Pupil's reaction shows Won Yi is telling the truth, and that honesty makes Tang Xiong laugh and approve him on the spot. Tang Xiong admits most applicants also come for the money but hide behind noble speeches, so Won Yi's shameless honesty actually leaves a better impression. Then the real bait drops. Won Yi is told to collect a huge life allowance and a monthly pet allowance of 10,000 gold coins. Won Yi instantly understands why the money is so high. Joining the corps means being expected to die if the dark fog ever reaches him. And before he can relax, Tang Xiong adds that a miniature secret realm has appeared north of Anping County, so Won Yi will be joining an investigation team in 1 week. Won Yi can only swallow it, reminding himself that a miniature secret realm should be manageable even if secret realms are full of fierce beasts and strange deadly dangers. Outside, his phone buzzes with proof that the corps moves fast. 500,000 yuan has already hit his account. He immediately turns back toward home without wasting a word, already planning how to turn that money into power. Up on the second floor, Tang Xiong watches him leave and realizes something strange. The green sparrow's spiritual energy jumped from yesterday's 70 or 80 to over 100 in a single day. That sudden growth, combined with Won Yi's deep memory talent, makes Tang Xiong quietly wonder if the kid has been enlightened. Back home, Won Yi spends hard and fast, ordering mind-clearing pills, spirit tassel rice for the green sparrow, and a full batch of spiritual energy stones. He starts swallowing mind-clearing pills right away, and after more than 10 of them his drained spirit finally recovers enough to use the cheat again. With his strength back, Won Yi calls the green sparrow over and lays down one strict rule for the next simulation. No wandering off and no swimming, just practice skydance. The scenario simulation opens again, and this time the green sparrow survives years on the cliff by practicing skydance, though it still gets distracted, injured by a current, and even blinded for 2 years after glimpsing a mysterious bird beast. Even so, years of training finally deepen its skill, and the green sparrow reaches the point where Skydance feels truly familiar. Then the whole run ends in humiliating fashion when the green sparrow pounces on an ordinary little green caterpillar for a meat meal and gets smashed to death by one tail strike. The simulation spits out a ridiculous achievement called weak, and both Wan Yi and the green sparrow are left staring at the result in disbelief. Given the reward choices, Wan Yi thinks it through and decides the only worthwhile option is Skydance proficiency, because the weak trade is trash and 10 years of raw growth feels too slow. As soon as he chooses, the green sparrow jolts like it has been shocked and suddenly receives years of Skydance experience all at once. The little bird is so baffled that it stares at Wan Yi like he just did something impossible, and Wan Yi can only dodge the question by calling it a game. The green sparrow is still upset about being killed by an insect, but Wan Yi flicks its forehead and tells it to forget the shame because one day it will be the one eating bugs. The bird immediately wants another round, but Wan Yi is already feeling weak after one simulation and cuts it off until tomorrow. When Wan Yi checks the result, Skydance has only risen to the practice realm, and he is stunned that 10 simulated years still barely moved in advanced skill. He can only blame the green sparrow's weak E-class soul growth and remind himself that advanced skills are much harder to train than ordinary beginner ones. Still, practice is good enough for now, so Wan Yi has the green sparrow train for real while he rests and watches. This time the move is visibly better, elegant enough to surprise Wan Yi, and he immediately places spiritual energy stones around the dancing bird to push the gain even harder. The effect is immediate. The practiced Skydance pulls in spiritual energy far faster than before, proving the skill can boost cultivation as well as movement. After several exhausting hours and 10 consumed stones, the green sparrow's spiritual energy breaks past 200, and it jumps straight into 2-star level 1. That rapid jump makes Wan Yi imagine just how far the bird could go, even if he knows the higher levels will only get harder from here. He decides the next step is obvious. Soon the green sparrow will need real offensive and defensive skills instead of just movement and growth. The next morning, just as Wan Yi is about to recover his spiritual power again, a phone call interrupts him. The caller is Xiongyin, the original Wan Yi's best friend from the orphanage, asking him to meet before leaving Anping County for university. Wan Yi agrees at once, puts the green sparrow into pet space, and heads out to see him. By the Lin River path, Xiongyin waits by the fence, a skinny short boy who grew up in the same orphanage but drew a much better fate after awakening his talent. Wan Yi slips up beside him so quietly that Xiongyin jumps and laughs, and the easy scolding instantly shows how close they are. Asked what he is thinking about, Xiongyin lights up and starts dreaming out loud about university life, powerful beastmasters, better resources, and his future with Sumo. Wan Yi notes that Xiongyin has become much more cheerful since awakening heroic soul, and the story explains why that matters so much in this world. Human talents are split into 9 sequences, and among them spatial, spiritual, and heroic soul are the ace lines so valuable that awakening one can carry a student into Beastmaster University almost by itself. Xiongyin is one of the lucky few, because his awakened talent is Heroic Soul Sequence 75, Ancient Overlord Heroic Soul. When Wan Yi asks about Sumo, Xiongyin smiles like an idiot in love and says she already left early for Qixing City to wait for him. Then Xiongyin tells Wan Yi to come join him in Qixing City someday once he gets settled there. Before Wan Yi can answer, Xiongyin pulls out a thick stack of cash and says Qixing University just gave him a 300,000 yuan scholarship. He explains that he already gave Sumo 100,000, and because Wan Yi is his brother, he wants to split the remaining 200,000 with him. By the Lin River, Wan Yi quietly weighs his mixed feelings toward Xiongyin, the brother he grew up with in the orphanage, even if those memories are not truly his own. Wan Yi refuses the money at first and tells Xiongyin he has already joined the investigation corps as a reserve investigator. Xiongyin is instantly rattled and blurts out that Wan Yi has done something reckless, because the investigation corps has a brutal death rate and is hard to leave. Seeing that worry, Wan Yi realizes Xiongyin truly cares, and he understands why the original owner never asked his friend for help even when he was desperate. Wan Yi smiles and shuts the topic down, saying there is no turning back now before steering the conversation toward university admissions. Once the mood settles, Xiongyin talks about Qixing University, elite schools in other provinces, and the absurd gap between ordinary students and true Beastmaster prodigies. Their talk stretches on until the sun climbs high and dark clouds roll in, and Wan Yi quietly files away everything he learned from Xiongyan's bragging. Before they part, Wan Yi almost mentions Sumo, then swallows it and simply tells Xiongyin to keep an eye on his beautiful girlfriend once university starts. Xiongyin answers with easy confidence, then stubbornly pushes the 100,000 yuan on Wan Yi and even threatens to jump into the river if he refuses again. Wan Yi finally accepts the money, and the gesture leaves him more moved than he expected. At the small Lin River, they say goodbye and head off in opposite directions, and after a while Wan Yi finally turns away too as the clouds begin to clear. Back in his rented room, Wan Yi says nothing and immediately swallows recovery pills so he can start simulating again. The green sparrow bursts out of pet space full of energy, and Wan Yi bluntly tells it their new strategy is simple: stay cowardly and keep training Skydance. Wan Yi opens the simulation, determined to keep the little bird alive in that deadly world long enough to grow stronger. The new run begins well, and for years the Green Sparrow does exactly what Wan Yi wanted by focusing on Skydance instead of picking fights. At 8 years old, the Green Sparrow encounters the same green caterpillar again and for once smartly circles around it instead of attacking. At 12, the mysterious bird beast appears again, and one casual glance from it knocks the Green Sparrow unconscious on the spot. After 3 years of recovery, the Green Sparrow wakes tougher than before and finally comprehends a new skill, Feather Coat. Decades pass, and the once tiny bird grows into a powerful cliff-dwelling beast that can stir the air itself with Skydance. At 60 years old, the overconfident Green Sparrow dives into a strange pool to learn swimming, only to be crushed by terrifying pressure and caught in a collapsing cliff. The sparrow dies in the storm of air currents, but Wan Yi is thrilled because this cowardly route finally pushed the simulation all the way to 60 years. Studying the reward screen, Wan Yi decides the key picks are Feather Coat, 60 years of 6-dimensional growth, and the 3 reality simulations instead of the blue longevity trait or Skydance proficiency. He also figures out that 60 years may be a fatal wall in that cliff world, where a special airflow disaster wipes everything out if the sparrow cannot survive it. The breakthrough feels huge, but the moment he finishes choosing rewards, Wan Yi suddenly blacks out from spiritual overload. Wan Yi wakes up 2 days later and realizes the simulator seems to burn spiritual power like a talent ability, which explains why that long run knocked him out. The Green Sparrow stays unconscious even longer and only wakes on the 3rd day, but when it opens its eyes, Wan Yi can see the improvement all over its body. Wan Yi checks the status and realizes the 60 years of simulated life directly raised the bird's 6-dimensional growth by 2 small levels, enough to push it into transcendent class territory. That realization makes Wan Yi briefly giddy, because the simulator might let him skip years of natural growth and cheat Xiao Jiu's future upward. A second later he cools down, because even this huge 60-year leap only raised the sparrow a little, so dreaming about top-tier growth is still wildly unrealistic for now. After waking from the long coma, Wan Yi finally focuses on food and devours takeout while the Green Sparrow stays perfectly fine, like pets are built for this. The bird has changed in more ways than one, because instead of pecking politely, it grabs the rice box with its wings and dumps food straight into its mouth. Right in the middle of lunch, Wan Yi gets a call from Tang Xiong ordering him to report to the North Gate in 2 days for a dangerous miniature secret realm mission. Once the call ends, Wan Yi accepts that he has already taken the money, so backing out is not an option, and his 3 reality simulations suddenly look extremely valuable. 2 days race by as Wan Yi burns through pills to restore himself, and he realizes the medicine feels weaker now because his own spiritual power has grown. The cost stings, but Wan Yi keeps simulating once a day, because every bit of progress might matter before the secret realm trip. In one short run, the Green Sparrow survives to 15 before a 100-meter snake on the cliff swallows it whole, though Skydance finally reaches the proficient realm first. In the next run, the bird trains Feather Coat until it is 1 step from proficiency at 20, then ruins everything by attacking that tiny insect again and getting smashed into a meat patty. Even with those ugly deaths, the training works, and after piles of spiritual energy stones the Green Sparrow's power climbs to 3-star level 1. Wan Yi keeps petting the bird and drilling the same lesson into it. Decades of training still mean nothing if it gets reckless in that scripted world. He also confirms a hard limit for himself now. 1 simulation a day is manageable, but too many will overload him again. With the mission close, Wan Yi suddenly decides the Green Sparrow deserves a real name. His first idea, Xiao Keier, gets an immediate unimpressed stare, so he changes course. Wan Yi settles on Xiao Jiu, hoping the name will carry the bird toward level 9 and top growth, and the Green Sparrow clearly loves it. That night, Wan Yi prepares for a different kind of run and tells Xiao Jiu that in the reality simulation it can stop playing coward and start scouting for useful information. He starts the reality simulation and notices the counter showing 3 precious chances, which makes every decision feel heavier. Inside the simulated future, Xiao Jiu scouts ahead on the road to the Bison's secret realm and spots 3 fierce beasts guarding a red spirit herb that is almost ripe. Tempted to claim credit, Xiao Jiu charges the fierce beasts, barely escapes the beating, and ends up crying weakly in Wan Yi's arms. Then the real shock hits at noon, when the group reaches the secret realm entrance, and Wan Yi's 2 companions suddenly turn on him and kill him. The simulation turns even bleaker after that, because Xiao Jiu goes half mad, buries Wan Yi, and ends its own life in despair. When the vision ends with no rewards, Wan Yi is left staring at the result in disbelief because he died before the mission even truly began. He tears through the original owner's memories for an explanation, but finds nothing that explains why his companions would suddenly want him dead. He considers every possibility from old enemies to Tang Xiong himself, but none of them feel right and he has no proof anyone would believe anyway. With no clean answer, Wan Yi decides he will meet those companions tomorrow, strike first if he has to, and rely on his remaining 2 reality simulations to survive. He also marks that red spirit herb as a prize worth seizing tomorrow if the chance appears, and starts thinking about how to raise Xiao Jiu's attack power fast. By morning, Wan Yi packs survival gear, tucks Xiao Jiu into his backpack with its head poking out, and prepares to leave the city. With the old pills gone, Wan Yi spends even more money on stronger mind-waking pills for the trip and feels how fast his funds are shrinking. At exactly 8 o'clock, Wan Yi reaches Anping County's city gate and meets Tang Xiong with the 2 investigators who will be going with him. At Anping County's north gate, Tang Xiong formally places Wan Yi under veteran investigator Su Hu and pairs him with another rookie, Cheng Ji, before sending them toward the Bison's secret realm. Su Hu immediately puts the rookies at ease, thumping his chest and promising that a miniature secret realm is nothing for someone used to leading new investigators. Cheng Ji gives her own simple introduction, and Wan Ye's first read on both teammates is that they seem genuinely friendly instead of dangerous. The 3 head south on foot, and during the long march Wan Yi learns that Cheng Ji joined after failing the exam for years while Su Hu travels with a stronger fierce flame tiger. As the air grows gloomier near the dark fog, Su Hu lays down the survival plan. Cheng Ji can try digging for resources, and Wan Yi must send Xiao Jiu up to scout for trouble. While Cheng Ji hurries off to test her rock rats digging, Wan Yi slips into his tent and decides to use the break for another quick simulation. Instead of more defense drills, Wan Yi pushes Xiao Jiu to turn Feather Coat into an attack by firing hardened feathers like blades, and the little bird gets excited by how cool that sounds. The scripted training pays off fast, and over 15 simulated years the glowing simulator shows Xiao Jiu mastering more and more feather control until it finally unlocks Skyfall of Feathers. The price of that new power is absurd, because the simulator shows Xiao Jiu much stronger but hilariously bald after throwing so many feathers. Then the simulation turns ugly when Xiao Jiu picks a fight with the same terrifying green insect again, and the rebounding feather storm cuts the bald bird down instantly. Staring at the results in stunned silence, Wan Yi ignores the offered growth and characteristic reward and grabs the new attack skill without hesitation. When Wan Yi realizes Skyfall of Feathers is actually a soul-type skill, he knows he just landed something far stronger and rarer than a normal beginner attack. The simulation drains him hard, so Wan Yi pops mind-waking pills, steadies himself, and heads back out just as the rest break ends. Su Hu takes one look at Wan Ye's weak face and, with a knowing grin, teasingly assumes the young man wore himself out in a very different way. Before Wan Yi can defend himself, Su Hu waves it off, and Cheng Ji happily cuts in with a real success story from her digging. She reveals a strange black bone her rock rat dug up, and Su Hu judges it as valuable remains from at least a level 2 fierce beast, leaving Cheng Ji thrilled that the trip might already pay off. The team sets out again, and Su Hu keeps Xiao Jiu close while reminding Wan Yi that even weak-looking fierce beasts become deadly in numbers. For hours, Su Hu carefully detours around every beast pack he spots, and uses the journey itself as a field lesson for the 2 rookies. As evening closes in near the secret realm, Wan Yi suddenly feels through their bond that Xiao Jiu has gotten into a real fight. Xiao Jiu soon returns with only a subtle loss of feathers, and Wan Yi immediately realizes the bird's new attack may have changed the outcome he saw before. When Su Hu asks what happened, Wan Yi smoothly claims Xiao Jiu only spotted dangerous battle traces ahead and fled back to warn them. Su Hu treats the warning seriously, orders the rookies to set up camp, and rides off on his fierce flame tiger to inspect the scene himself. The moment they are alone, Xiao Jiu quietly spits out a fiery red lotus-like treasure, and Wan Yi is stunned that the little bird actually brought the prize back. After checking it online, Wan Yi confirms the item is an infant sacred flame nether lotus, an extremely valuable flame treasure that can attract fierce beasts, and later sell for a fortune. Knowing exactly how much trouble that treasure could cause, Wan Yi wraps it up fast, hides it in his backpack, and praises Xiao Jiu for the huge contribution. When Su Hu returns, his face is much grimmer, and that alone tells the camp the battle site was no small matter. Su Hu reports that 3 6-star level 1 fierce beasts were all killed almost instantly by what looks like a soul-type move from some unknown professional beast master. Hearing Su Hu mistake Xiao Jiu's work for some passing expert, Wan Yi is secretly shaken by just how absurdly strong Skyfall of Feathers turned out to be. Su Hu follows that with a sober briefing. They are only here to investigate the newly opened secret realm, and even though it should not exceed level 2 danger, any special treasure inside could still be worth millions. Wan Yi keeps the Nether Lotus secret, and, remembering that these same companions once killed him in simulation, decides to test the future again before stepping inside. He orders Xiao Jiu into a second reality simulation, this time planning to roam more boldly so he can squeeze out real information instead of a safe but useless path. The new simulation opens brutally, because the moment they enter the Bison secret realm, an evil cry drives Su Hu and Cheng Ji out of control and they attack Wan Yi together. Because Wan Yi went in prepared this time, the simulation shows Xiao Jiu striking first and killing both companions before the ambush can succeed. After that bloody opening, the simulation sends Wan Yi and Xiao Jiu deeper alone, where it becomes obvious that something unseen is already watching them. The risky simulated search pays off with 2 clues at once, a shimmering golden fruit at the bottom of a pond and a moonlit strange leaf high in a dark green tree. With Xiao Jiu now strong enough to tear through fierce beasts in the simulation, Wan Yi keeps mapping the realm and quietly feels proud of how fast the little bird has grown. At the simulated core of the secret realm, the pair finally finds the strangest sight yet, a white silkworm sealed inside a glowing blood-colored cocoon. Before simulated Wan Yi can make sense of the cocoon, overwhelming darkness drops over the whole screen image and wipes them out instantly. Back in reality, Wan Yi gets no reward for the short survival, but the simulation still hands him exactly what he wanted, proof that the Bison secret realm is far more dangerous and complicated than it looks. Xiao Jiao jolted awake furious and panicked, still traumatized by dying to the same bug over and over in Wan Yi's simulations. Wan Yi awkwardly soothed the little bird, promising that real insects were weak and he would let Xiao Jiao peck some later, which finally calmed it down. Once Xiao Jiao settled, Wan Yi focused on the real danger from the simulation, a strange cry inside the Bison secret realm that drove people bloodthirsty, and likely explained why Su Hu and Qing Ji attacked him before. He also locked in a second lesson from the simulation. The secret realm was packed with treasures, so this mission could be far bigger than simple scouting. After resting with medicine for an hour, Wan Yi packed up his tent and faced a night that looked strangely bright under an unnaturally brilliant moon. Ahead of them, a hazy white forest glowed in the distance as Su Hu explained that this moonlit place was the Bison secret realm, a dangerous miniature realm they were only supposed to survey. Wan Yi casually asked who would own any treasure they found, and Su Hu said finds belonged to the finder, but warned that miniature secret realms usually hid treasure too well for ordinary investigators to spot. Su Hu backed that up with experience, saying he had entered nearly 8 miniature secret realms and only once struck it rich, which made Wan Yi quietly trust his own simulation advantage even more. Then Wan Yi steered the conversation to a more urgent point and asked whether entering a secret realm could affect them directly. Su Hu praised Wan Yi's caution and listed the usual dangers of secret realms, from spiritual drain and mental disturbance to broken consciousness and warped perception. When Wan Yi pressed him about hearing strange sounds, Su Hu turned solemn and explained that it usually meant a low-level strange god called a song demon was nearby. Su Hu warned that a song demon hid in darkness, and used its cry to make both beast masters and pets lose themselves and turn bloodthirsty without even realizing what happened. Qing Ji nervously asked if something like that could really be inside this realm, but Su Hu said miniature realms almost never produced one. Wan Yi kept digging and asked what song demons feared, and Su Hu shut down any brave ideas by saying normal elemental attacks were useless against them. According to Su Hu, only soul-type skills could threaten a song demon, and even then a pet usually needed to be around level 4 before it had a real chance. That answer made the pieces click for Wan Yi. Whatever killed him near the white insect in the simulated core was probably this hidden song demon. Before they crossed over, Su Hu handed both juniors expensive evil-dispelling pills so they could resist any strange influence long enough to react and retreat. Qing Ji hesitated over the price, and Su Hu first teased them about paying him back before admitting he only wanted to bring them home safely because Captain Tang would skin him alive otherwise. Wan Yi accepted the pill but quietly kept it in his mouth instead of swallowing, still testing the strange immunity he had noticed in simulation. The moment the three stepped through the white light, a bizarre sound crashed over them from every direction. Su Hu snapped out of it first, realized Wan Yi had been right about the hidden danger, and shouted for everyone to retreat before this mission got them killed. Qing Ji escaped with Su Hu, but once they were back outside he suddenly realized Wan Yi was missing. Shaken, Qing Ji said she thought she saw Wan Yi shout kill and run deeper inside, as if the song had already taken him. Su Hu grimly concluded that even the pill had not protected Wan Yi, likely because Wan Yi himself was too weak to withstand the song demon's voice. When Qing Ji asked what to do now, Su Hu decided to go back in alone and try to drag Wan Yi out while his own full spirit talent still gave him some resistance. But inside the realm, Wan Yi was not crazed at all. He was rubbing his hands together in excitement because his fake breakdown had bought him a private treasure hunt. He confirmed the truth by taking out the sacred flame nether lotus, and realized this high-level treasure was probably shielding him from the secret realm's filth and the song demon's influence. With that protection in mind, he put the lotus away, told Xiao Jiao to stay close, and set out to collect the 2 treasures he had already marked from simulation. Inside, the Bison secret realm looked less like a nightmare and more like a silent primeval forest of gray-white trees that glowed softly in the near distance while deeper darkness waited farther out. The peaceful light still did not fool Wan Yi, especially since there was no phone signal in here and any information check would have to wait until he got out alive. Before they even reached the treasure, a giant red devil flame snake coiled around a huge tree and stared them down with a far more savage secret realm aura than the wild version. Xiao Jiao answered instantly with Skyful of Feathers, launching a green-lit barrage that chopped the 10-meter snake into bloody pieces in one clean strike. Seeing the attack work so brutally well, Wan Yi was pleased with their training but also immediately noticed the funny drawback. Every feather barrage seemed to cost Xiao Jiao a lot of real feathers. The moment Wan Yi joked that Xiao Jiao might turn into a bald bird, the little sparrow panicked and rushed to pick up every lost feather. Wan Yi laughed and told it to wait until the skill improved enough for feather retrieval, then pushed on with the search. As they moved deeper, Wan Yi felt a clear hostile gaze from the dark and guessed the hidden watcher was the song demon itself. He deliberately pretended not to notice, deciding that treasure came first and any clash with a low-level strange god would have to wait until Xiaojio's soul attack and star rank improved further. They cut down dozens of fierce beasts along the way, and even while doing his investigator duty by memorizing details, Wan Yi could only grit his teeth at all the valuable monster materials he had no room to carry. After 4 or 5 hours of searching, Wan Yi finally reached the pool and saw a faint golden light shining from its bottom. Trusting all the swimming practice Xiaojio had done in simulation, Wan Yi sent the little bird down to fetch the prize. Xiaojio did not hesitate for even a second and dove straight in, which honestly stunned Wan Yi with how fearless this little bird had become. Moments later, Xiaojio burst back out dripping wet with a golden fruit in its beak. That success immediately woke the pool's guardian, and a furious water demon crocodile surged up after them. One look at its aura told Wan Yi the 7-star level 1 beast was too much for them, so he yelled for Xiaojio to run. Instead of fleeing cleanly, Xiaojio hovered above the pool and cheekily taunted the beast, fully aware that the crocodile could not fly. The crocodile spat water attacks, but Xiaojio's skydance made it nimble enough to dodge everything and leave the furious guardian behind. Once they were safe, Xiaojio handed over the fruit, and Wan Yi could tell from one look and one sniff that this patterned golden treasure was extremely valuable. He packed the fruit away and warned Xiaojio that the second treasure, a moonlit leaf high in a tree, would probably be guarded by an even more dangerous flying beast. This time the search went quickly, and within a little over an hour they found the dark green tree from the simulation. Wan Yi recognized the sleeping burning blood eagle at the top and quickly laid out a one-strike plan built on stealth, skydance, and a full-power feather barrage. Xiaojio followed the plan perfectly and shredded the burning blood eagle in its sleep before it could react at all. At the top of the tree, Xiaojio recovered the shining palm-sized leaf, and Wan Yi guessed from its silver patterns that it might be an attributed secret treasure. With 2 treasures in hand, Wan Yi weighed the safe option of leaving against the risky push into the core where the song demon and that white insect were waiting. Xiaojio answered without fear and chose the first option, eager to push deeper and peck that insect if it showed up again. Wan Yi approved the reckless courage and decided to rest under a large tree, refill his spiritual power with medicine, and use the simulator to strengthen Xiaojio before facing the core. He burned through mind-waking pills all night until only 30 were left, waiting until the next day finally arrived inside the strange forest. The moment his spiritual power was ready, Wan Yi launched the simulation again, gambling everything on one more round of preparation before he went deeper. In another simulation run, Xiaojio spends years grinding Skyfall of Feathers until it finally understands the real trick behind the move. By 18, Xiaojio can control every feather with spiritual energy, but when it challenges the green insect again at 20, it still gets pierced to death after only lasting 2 moves longer. The run ends with a rare purple trait called Flying Feather Spiritual Bird, and Wan Yi hesitates because both rewards look genuinely valuable. After weighing a rare trait against raw power, Wan Yi picks 20 years of Skyfall of Feathers training because a soul skill reaching proficient realm is a huge jump right now. Wan Yi swallows recovery medicine and feeds Xiaojio's spirit stones so the bird can absorb the upgrade instead of losing control of its new power. A few hours later, Wan Yi is recovered, Xiaojio breaks through to 4-star level 1, and the occasional beasts rushing and get cleaned up with ease. The skill screen confirms Skyfall of Feathers is now proficient, which means Xiaojio can control every feather freely without going bald anymore. Wan Yi winces at how fast 200,000 disappeared, then realizes this stronger reality simulation burns far more spiritual power than the scripted ones. Because Xiaojio is much stronger now, Wan Yi decides to risk one last reality simulation before heading into the secret realm's core for real. The new simulation shows them reaching the core, surviving a fight in the darkness, spotting a mysterious white silkworm, and leaving after collecting treasures instead of attacking it. Then the future jumps forward. Wan Yi rises fast inside the investigation core, Xiaojio reaches 9-star level 1, and their wins against low-level strange gods make them famous in Anping County. But 5 months later, the simulation turns brutal when dark fog erupts inside Anping County itself and the entire city is swallowed by strange demons. Captain Tang buys them a chance to escape at the city gate, but a black shadow flashes in and kills Wan Yi and Xiaojio on the spot anyway. The run ends with another purple reward, Strange God Nemesis, and Wan Yi is left staring at a future where his whole county falls. Shaken by the thought of a dark fog disaster after 10 peaceful years, Wan Yi grabs the trait immediately because anything that helps kill strange gods matters more than slow growth. Even with that warning hanging over him, Wan Yi forces himself to focus and decides to clear the secret realm first by finding the core and killing the song demon. With proficient Skyfall of Feathers, Xiaojio bulldozes through the secret realm's beast so hard that Wan Yi even lets it go back and butcher the water demon crocodile for revenge. About an hour later, the forest shifts from pale gray-white trees to dense dark green, and Wan Yi knows they have finally reached the core area. The moment he steps in, Wan Yi feels invisible eyes all over him, so he clutches the sacred flame nether lotus like a lifeline just to steady his nerves. Then he finally sees the white silkworm from the simulation, except up close the thing is a huge 5-meter monster with dragon-like horns and an icy glow. Before he can study it any longer, the The surroundings plunge into darkness, and the song demon lunges out exactly like the simulation warned. For the first time, Wang Yi sees a real strange god clearly, and its harp-headed, meat-strung face is so hideous it almost makes him dizzy. Xiao Jiao does not flinch, and with strange god nemesis boosting it, the little bird explodes into a full feather barrage boosted again by Skydance. The attack shreds the song demon instantly, and Wang Yi remembers Su Hu's warning that strange gods can rebuild themselves even after being torn apart. The dark chunks start pulling themselves back together, but Wang Yi barks for minced meat, and Xiao Jiao cuts the thing apart again and again until it finally dissolves. When the last shadow mist clears, only a bead-like strange core remains, and Wang Yi carefully wraps it in a lotus leaf instead of touching it barehanded. Wang Yi grins that all those simulation deaths finally paid off, but the joke hides a problem because Xiao Jiao has nearly emptied its spiritual energy with that all-out burst. With the song demon gone, the feeling of being watched disappears, and Wang Yi turns back to the giant white cocoon to figure out what it really is. He guesses the cocoon may be the reason this secret realm formed at all, and starts wondering if the song demon was lurking nearby to devour whatever hatches from it. Since the cocoon is far too big to carry and he has no spare simulation run to waste, Wang Yi settles for searching nearby and leaving the rest for other investigators later. After half an hour, they only find decent materials, and compared to the fruit and strange leaf, Wang Yi judges the haul useful but nothing special. Just as Wang Yi decides it is time to leave, Xiao Jiao's old grudge flares up and the bird flies over to peck the cocoon out of pure irritation. The cocoon reacts at once, spitting out silver-white threads that trap Xiao Jiao and drag the bird straight toward a huge abyss-like mouth opening in its front. Even Xiao Jiao's deadly feather blades pass straight through those threads, which tells Wang Yi this thing is far stranger than the monsters they have fought so far. Thinking fast, Wang Yi gambles that the cocoon is simply hungry and hurls the precious golden patterned fruit into its mouth. The cocoon gulps down the fruit, the pull stops, and Xiao Jiao finally breaks free and flies back furious while Wang Yi mourns the treasure he just burned to save it. Instead of leaving, Wang Yi realizes he has triggered something the simulation never showed and decides to trust his own judgment rather than backing off blindly. He tests the cocoon's appetite with the song demon's strange core, but the thing immediately spits it back out like disgusting leftovers. So Wang Yi starts feeding it everything else they just collected, and the cocoon swallows some materials, rejects others, and gradually sheds the bloody light around its body. When Wang Yi finally throws in the moonlit silver pattern leaf, the change becomes immediate and dramatic. The bloody aura vanishes, the giant cocoon collapses inward, and what remains is a moonlit white silkworm shrinking fast into a tiny slender form. A moment later the awakened little silkworm opens its tiny black eyes, floats over to Wang Yi, and lets out a soft cry like it has chosen him. Wang Yi stared at the tiny white creature in disbelief, because after all those treasures it still looked more like a weird little worm than any proper pet. His heart hurt even more when he remembered that the golden fruit and strange leaf worth a fortune had both been eaten by this thing. Xiao Jiao dropped down at once and chirped angrily at the newcomer, clearly trying to chase it away from Wang Yi. The little white silkworm crawled up Wang Yi's arm and immediately went for the sacred flame nether lotus, so he snapped the priceless flower back into his bag. As Wang Yi frowned at it, his deep memory talent nagged at him that he had seen this kind of pet somewhere long ago, though he could not place when. Once the lotus was hidden again, the little creature floated there with its eyes closed like its whole reason for living had vanished. Wang Yi sighed that he had basically traded piles of treasure for a worm, but he also guessed anything that could eat that much treasure had to be extraordinary. He decided to keep it anyway, reasoning that with the pet simulator he might still be able to afford raising a second pet. Xiao Jiao protested at once, but Wang Yi shamelessly sold the idea as a new sparring partner it could bully. That argument worked a little too well, and Xiao Jiao tilted its head as if deciding this helpless white thing did look beatable. Wang Yi tore off one lotus petal as bait, and the white silkworm instantly woke up and bit down on it. He smoothly pulled back and dropped both the petal and the greedy little creature into his backpack, then zipped it shut before it could escape. With the strange little captive secured, Wang Yi decided he had learned enough about the bison's secret realm, and it was time to leave with his prize first, and questions later. By dawn outside the secret realm, Tang Xiong arrived to find Su Hu battered, bloodshot, and ashamed after failing to bring Wang Yi back. Su Hu admitted that a low-level strange god had appeared inside, and said Wang Yi's earlier caution had probably saved both him and Xing Ji from dying there too. Tang Xiong blamed himself for sending Wang Yi into a secret realm too early, while the investigators worried that the appearance of a strange god might mean something worse was coming. Their discussion stopped cold when ripples spread across the secret realm entrance like something was about to come out. Everyone braced for danger when a huge fire dragon-shaped presence appeared first, and for one sharp second they thought a monster had emerged. Then the impossible happened. Wang Yi strolled out yawning, very much alive, with Xiao Jiao on his shoulder casually eating spirit tassel rice. Su Hu was so shaken he joked that if Wang Yi was dead, this had to be his ghost coming back before the 7th day. Tang Xiong marched over to confirm Wang Yi was real, and Wang Yi weakly explained that he had survived thanks to a fortuitous encounter inside. Wang Yi fed them a half-true story. He found a sacred flame nether lotus, resisted the song demon, and arrived just in time for Xiao Jiu to finish off the strange god after it fought the giant white silkworm. He added that the giant silkworm had exhausted itself, shrunk into this tiny form, and was likely the reason the secret realm had appeared in the first place. When Wang Yi also produced the song Demon's Strange Core, the investigator's doubt disappeared on the spot. Privately, Wang Yi chose not to show more of his real ability, because the dark fog disaster he had seen made him suspect Anping County was hiding a far bigger problem. Instead of pressing him, Tang Xiong praised Wang Ye's caution, nerve, and especially his luck, calling those the qualities an investigator needs most. Then Tang Xiong corrected the biggest misunderstanding of all. The so-called white silkworm was not a worm at all, but a baby snake-type pet. He explained that it was a rare hornless white python with dragon bloodline, weak as a baby but capable of evolving toward the powerful hornless shadow dragon. Tang Xiong also warned that such pets were expensive nightmares to raise, especially one this weekend after fighting a low-level strange god. Wang Yi nodded obediently on the outside, but inside he was already thrilled that the simulator might let him find a better evolution route anyway. Back at the investigation core headquarters, Tang Xiong formally offered Wang Yi a badge, an official investigator rank, and a 200,000 yuan reward for his work in the Bison secret realm. Wang Yi immediately accepted the money but tried to refuse the promotion, insisting he was still too young and inexperienced for an official post. When Tang Xiong pressed him for the real reason, Wang Yi dropped the polite act and admitted it plainly. He was scared of dying. Tang Xiong actually liked the honesty and explained that rookie official investigators were not sent into the dark fog, only into miniature secret realms and other lower-risk work. The real temptation was the privilege that came with the badge, priority access to miniature secret realms and first crack at whatever treasure might be hidden inside. That was enough to win him over, and Wang Yi took the badge with a fast, shameless change of attitude. Tang Xiong then warned him that in 4 months trainee investigators would be assessed in Yaoguang City's sealed demon sword tomb, so he needed to push Xiao Jiu toward level 2 and a tier 2 evolution route. That timeline hit Wang Yi hard, because the simulation had shown Anping County being swallowed by dark fog 5 months later, which meant leaving for the assessment could become his escape route. After leaving headquarters, Wang Yi walked through Anping County in silence, torn between saving himself and the nightmare of abandoning a city full of people to die. In the end he admitted he was too weak to change anything yet, so his only practical choice was to keep running simulations and learn as much as he could before disaster struck. He gathered all the cash he had, including Tang Xiong's reward and the money from Xiong Yin, and spent the full 400,000 yuan on resources for the future. Then he looked up the fruit and leaf the white python had eaten, and the prices nearly made his soul leave his body. The golden fruit turned out to be a water-attributed secret treasure worth millions, used in the evolution of Emperor-class pets. The leaf was even worse, a wood-attributed secret treasure called the Life King leaf that was needed for Overlord-class evolution and started at 5 million. Wang Yi could only stand there in pure regret, realizing he had just fed lottery-level treasures to what he still thought should at least become a monster pet in return. He forced himself to calm down by betting that after eating so many treasures, the white python's starting stats had to be incredible. Because an unsigned pet's information could not be sensed directly, Wang Yi headed to the city pet center to test the white python properly. The test result hit like a hammer. The hornless white python was 0-star level 0, had all 6 growth dimensions at E-, and even its spiritual energy value was 0. Wang Yi refused to believe it, because after everything that creature had eaten, these stats were somehow even worse than Xiao Jiu's old starting point. Even the pet center staff found it bizarre, saying a rare hornless white python should not test this badly, though maybe the local system just could not read such a young unusual pet properly. Wang Yi left the pet center in a daze, unable to reconcile these miserable numbers with the powerful silk cocoon monster he had seen back in the secret realm. Back in his rented room, he stared at the white python wrapped around his finger, and tried very hard to remind himself that pet owners were supposed to stay calm. The white python looked up blankly, opened its mouth, and made one simple demand. It was hungry again. That was the final straw, and Wang Yi exploded in tears, roaring at the little thief to spit out his secret treasures. Back home, Wang Yi grudgingly feeds the newborn white python an expensive snake spirit fruit, because this fragile little thing cannot live on ordinary food. He tries to start the white python's first simulation, but the simulator flatly rejects it because the pet's life force is still too weak and it might die in infancy. Wang Yi can only accept that the white python is basically a newborn child right now, so sending it into a simulation would just waste the chance. After the white python eats and falls asleep, Wang Yi turns to Xiao Jiu instead and decides today's training chance belongs to the green sparrow. In the new simulation, Xiao Jiu spends years practicing skydance, hits a wall, and sinks into repeated frustration when its sole talent cannot push the skill any higher. When a mysterious flaming bird beast appears over the cliff, Xiao Jiu hides in the pool below and trembles, but the terrifying sight leaves it with a hint of inspiration. Unable to advance skydance, Xiao Jiu changes course and throws itself into training feather coat instead. Decades of brutal practice turn Xiao Jiu's feathers diamond hard, but another bottleneck drives it into a strange detour where it even tries and fails to learn fire breathing. Later, a giant snake attacks on the cliff, and Xiao Jiu barely escapes alive only because Feather Coat is tough enough to keep it from being torn apart. After years of recovery, that near-death fight becomes the push Xiao Jiu needed, and Feather Coat suddenly starts improving at a shocking speed. By the end of the simulation, Xiao Jiu's Feather Coat turns pale gold and reaches a higher realm, but the 60-year hurricane still grinds it into dust. The simulation ends with a choice, and Wang Yi quickly realizes the real problem is not time but Xiao Jiu's low soul growth, which keeps Skydance stuck below great success. He takes the Feather Coat reward, betting that a direct skill breakthrough matters more right now than a trait or raw growth. The reward hits immediately, and Xiao Jiu's whole body flashes as its feather coat settles into the proficient realm. When the transformation finishes, Xiao Jiu's feathers shine faint gold like metal, and even Wang Yi is impressed by how solid and powerful it now feels. Wang Yi ends the day satisfied, but he also pinpoints the next goal. If he can raise Xiao Jiu's soul growth, Skydance might finally break through too. Over the next week, Wang Yi keeps forcing 60-year simulation runs, because only the full life path reward can slowly reshape Xiao Jiu's 6 dimensions. On the 5th day, the plan finally pays off when another 60-year run lets Wang Yi choose 6-dimensional growth again. As the growth reward settles in, Xiao Jiu's 6 dimensions shift for real, and Wang Yi is thrilled to see that even constitution and soul can be nudged upward this way. Once he confirms the numbers can fluctuate based on what Xiao Jiu experiences, Wang Yi spends the next month digging into the simulation like a researcher obsessed. He maps out the cliff world one rule at a time. Leaving the cliff means instant death, and the pool is a brutal but valuable place to train constitution and resistance. He also learns the key events that shape growth. Seeing the mysterious bird helps soul growth, surviving the snake changes the build, and dying to the green insect drags everything down. At the end of that month, Wang Yi finally squeezes out Xiao Jiu's best result yet, with all 6 dimensions at D grade or better and soul pushed to D+. That result comes from a very specific life path, where Xiao Jiu spends 60 years training its body, surviving the pool, enduring the snake, and observing the mysterious bird twice before dying in the hurricane. Wang Yi judges that D+ soul is probably the ceiling for now, but it should finally give Skydance a real chance to break into the great success realm. Even after all that work, Skyful of Feathers is still stuck just short of another breakthrough, reminding Wang Yi how punishing intermediate soul skills really are. While reviewing the bird beast clues, Wang Yi realizes Xiao Jiu kept reaching toward a fire skill it could never learn, because a low-level sky pet cannot cultivate another attribute yet. Then reality hits hard. The endless 60-year simulations are burning through medicine and cash, and Wang Yi is close to having to sell the sacred flame nether lotus just to keep going. The white python only makes the problem worse, because it spends every day eating, sleeping, and demanding more food without giving Wang Yi anything back yet. Even so, Wang Yi decides to push a little longer, because surviving the cliff's 60-year hurricane might be the milestone that unlocks a new kind of simulation reward. After a month together, Xiao Jiu now understands that look on Wang Yi's face and chirps back eagerly, practically demanding another run. The white python briefly wakes at the noise, gives Xiao Jiu a lazy glance, and immediately goes back to sleep like none of this concerns it. Wang Yi starts the next simulation with one clear order: forget everything else and focus on Feather Coat hard enough to survive the hurricane. Inside the run, Xiao Jiu's training goes well at first, and by age 9 every feather already shines gold with a hint of deeper understanding. Then the giant snake ambushes it at 16, and Wang Yi watching from outside thinks the run might be over right there. Xiao Jiu survives the ambush barely alive, and that brush with death turns its anger into a desperate training frenzy. That fury pays off, and by 25 Xiao Jiu's feather coat breaks through again into dark golden armor wrapped in a thin, moving airflow. At 35, the mysterious bird beast appears again, and this time one burning green feather drops from it, and nearly kills Xiao Jiu on contact. Hovering on the edge of death, Xiao Jiu finally comprehends a brand new skill called Feathery Habitat. It spends years recovering and training again in the pool, slowly dragging that half-dead body back into fighting shape. When the 60-year hurricane arrives, Xiao Jiu comes out of it shredded and bleeding, but this time it refuses to break and actually survives. The victory costs everything, and 1 year later Xiao Jiu dies from those severe injuries after finally crossing the cliff's first true wall. Back in reality, the reward screen explodes with a huge first clear haul, including a new skill, a stronger feather coat reward, 6-dimensional growth, an orange characteristic, and even 5 reality simulations. Wang Yi is left staring in shock, because he expected another failure at 16 and instead got a breakthrough that smashed straight through the limit. After one brutal month of simulations, Wang Yi calmly takes the rewards that matter most: the new skill, the orange genetic trait, and the reality simulation result. The moment the rewards settle in, Xiao Jiu's feathers glow green as the orange trait Hurricane God Wings awakens for real. Wang Yi quickly realizes how absurdly strong the trait is, because every wing-based skill Xiao Jiu already uses will hit harder even if the spiritual cost rises. He also checks the new skill Feathery Habitat, and is delighted to find a rare Sky-type recovery move that lets Xiao Jiu rest and heal inside its own feathers. Proud of how far Xiao Jiu has come, Wang Yi strokes its hardened wings and feels like the bird now has attack, defense, recovery, and training all in one package. That satisfaction lasts about 1 second before Wan Yi remembers he has burned through a shocking amount of pet food and is now painfully short on money. Even after swallowing most of his remaining pills, Wan Yi still feels drained, which tells him the longer simulations are pushing his own spiritual power higher too. Then Captain Tang calls and, after a bit of teasing, tells Wan Yi it is time for his first trainee investigator mission. Tang explains that a Mingguang Enterprise flying eagle crashed into the Bison secret realm, scattering resources and losing several beast masters across nearby secret realms. Wan Yi first tries to dodge the assignment, but the second he hears the rich company is offering extra payment, he instantly volunteers himself. As Tang fills in the details, Wan Yi learns the missing targets include Mingguang Enterprise's heirs, Ming Kai and Ming Zhu, which turns the search into a very high-stakes job. He also hears how dangerous the wild really is, since even a 7-star level 3 flying eagle was smashed down by a low-altitude hurricane and lightning. Knowing dozens of investigators have already been mobilized, Wan Yi decides not to rush in blindly and starts preparing with information first. The next day, instead of leaving immediately, Wan Yi opens a fresh reality simulation to test the mission before risking his real life. In the simulation, he notices right away that even reserve investigators are being pulled in, which makes the whole mission smell wrong. At the Bison Secret Realm wreck site, he finds the crashed eagle but no people or cargo, only fresh blood from investigation core pets. The search spreads to other realms, and in Donghu he finds 2 level 2 pet corpses with obvious battle wounds, turning his suspicion into cold certainty. In the Fonlin Secret Realm, Wan Yi briefly runs into Su Hu while Su Hu's tyrant Flame Tiger stays beside him, and the 2 investigators split up to keep searching. That night, phantom-like beasts attack, and even though Xiao Jiu beats them back, the fight leaves it badly injured and unable to continue. Once Wan Yi studies the scene, he realizes those so-called fierce beasts were really pets in disguise, so he immediately pulls out and heads back to the county. A few days later in the simulation, news breaks that Ming Kai and Ming Zhu died in Fonglin, supposedly to fierce beasts and dark fog strange gods. The simulation gets even uglier when Wan Yi and Xiao Jiu later die during the Seal Demon Sword Tomb assessment, which feels far too deliberate to be an accident. When the simulation ends, Wan Yi is stunned because the reward list has changed completely, and now offers temporary gains for himself instead of permanent upgrades for Xiao Jiu. He pieces it together fast. Script simulations strengthen the pet, but reality simulations can start strengthening the Beastmaster too, especially now that Xiao Jiu has leveled up. To stop being dead weight, Wan Yi chooses to temporarily obtain Skydance so he can finally cultivate his own body. The borrowed skill floods into him like instinct, and for a bizarre second Xiao Jiu looks thrilled because its Beastmaster suddenly feels like another bird. After 3 full hours of cultivation, Wan Yi comes out physically stronger and far less frail, even if his spiritual power still has not fully recovered. With a clearer head, he reconstructs the trap. Someone in the shadows wants Ming Kai and Ming Zhu kept hidden, and once Wan Yi interferes, that same force arranges his later death too. He knows he could simply avoid the mess, but the reward for saving the Ming siblings is too huge to ignore, so he starts thinking about how to move without exposing himself. That thought turns into a plan, and Wan Yi buys plain white clothes and a bird mask so he can enter Fonglin without looking like an investigator. He even disguises Xiao Jiu with decorations, painted patterns, and a grass hoop until the little bird barely looks like a green sparrow anymore. By evening, the disguised pair reaches the Fonglin secret realm, a dead forest full of wind and old danger, and Wan Yi starts searching without drawing attention. Not long after, Xiao Jiu spots something from the air and leads Wan Yi deeper into the withered woods. On the way, Wan Yi passes 2 dying Beastmasters from Mingguang Enterprise and realizes he is very close to the real disaster. Then he finally sees it. Ming Kai and Ming Zhu, filthy and exhausted, are cornered behind 2 scarred pets while 4 enemy Beastmasters close in, and Wan Yi watches hidden at the edge. The enemy leader coldly offers a final choice: hand over the hidden information for a quick death, or refuse and watch Ming Zhu suffer first. Ming Zhu whispers that they should destroy the information and die, but Ming Kai refuses because he believes destroying it could trigger a future disaster for the whole province. Just as Ming Kai is about to answer the ultimatum, Wan Yi deliberately steps out in his white disguise like a random passerby and tells everyone to ignore him. Ming Zhu desperately tries to hire him on the spot, but Wan Yi keeps up the act and starts walking away so he does not expose himself too early. The enemy side relaxes for a second and mocks Xiao Jiu as a stupid bird, assuming the masked man is just some rookie they can kill casually. That insult flips Wan Yi from indifferent to icy, and he warns them that they can curse him all they want, but not his pet. When the black-clothed Beastmaster demands his name, Wan Yi answers with pure contempt that a dead man has no right to ask. Then Wan Yi gives the signal, and Xiao Jiu explodes into the sky in a flash of azure light. Under Hurricane Godwings, Xiao Jiu's near-great success Skyfall of Feathers turns into a silent storm of light blades that tears through the ambushers before they can react. Ming Kai and Ming Zhu freeze in shock as Wan Ye's tiny green sparrow instantly wipes out the enemy pets that had just exhausted them. Ming Kai recognizes the terrifying combo at once: Skydance and the soul-type skill Skyfall of Feathers, both trained to a frighteningly high realm. Ming Zhu studies the bird and realizes it looks like a green sparrow, but its power is so absurd that she can barely believe it. When Ming Kai notices the feather angles and Xiao Jio's weak level 1 aura, he gets even more confused by how this low-level pet just erased level 2 opponents. Ming Zhu spots the real answer on Xiao Jio's wings and identifies the rare orange characteristic hurricane god wings. The siblings quietly conclude that Wan Ye's pet must be some ancient high-class sky beast, because a normal green sparrow should never be this monstrous. Even Wan Yi is stunned by Xiao Jio's burst, because hurricane god wings boosted both of its core skills into a ridiculous one-shot combo. He quickly figures out why it looked even stronger than in the simulation. This time the enemy had already been worn down by Ming Kai and Ming Zhu before Xiao Jio struck. But the win exposes a problem too, because one big burst nearly empties all of Xiao Jio's spiritual energy. Wan Yi decides Xiao Jio urgently needs low-cost beginner skills, because advanced moves alone will leave it spent after one exchange. As soon as Wan Yi starts to walk off, Ming Kai hurriedly thanks his masked savior and promises the Mingguang Enterprise will repay him. Wan Yi answers in the laziest possible way and bluntly asks for a few million as a casual thank you gift. When the siblings go speechless, Wan Yi dryly mocks their so-called repayment and acts like he is about to leave for real. Pressed for time, Ming Kai offers something much more tempting, a rare spatial sphere from Mingguang Enterprise's Ruins Hall. Ming Kai explains that the sphere holds about 30 cubic meters and a stash of spiritual energy stones, making it worth at least 3 million by itself. That offer hits exactly where it matters, because Wan Yi instantly realizes spatial equipment is the kind of treasure money alone cannot easily buy. He scans the sphere with his spiritual power, confirms the 5 boxes of spiritual energy stones inside, and accepts the trade on the spot. Before leaving, Wan Yi finally gives them a name, but it is the obviously fake alias Wang Aotian. After he disappears, the siblings can only guess that this masked stranger is some hidden genius from a deep background, and Ming Kai quietly hopes he is not a bad man. Wan Yi does not head home right away and instead wanders through a few other small secret realms to shake off attention. In one quiet realm, he changes clothes and destroys the white robe and bird mask that hid his identity during the rescue. Now safely anonymous, Wan Yi happily counts the real profit from the trip, the spatial sphere and enough spiritual energy stones to push Xiao Jio toward level 2. On the road back to Anping County, Wan Yi passes weary investigators hauling scraps and Beastmaster remains, and the job looks even harsher than before. That evening, Tang Xiong calls to confirm the mission is over and the Mingguang heirs made it back safely. Then Tang Xiong gives him a much better surprise. The Corps Commander is coming back tomorrow with a sky pet that can help young bird pets learn their race skills. Wan Yi immediately latches onto the chance, because the Fenglin fight already taught him that Xiao Jio's current skill set is too top-heavy for its level. He knows Xiao Jio grew this fast only because Skydance supercharged its training, but now its advanced moves and rare trait are outrunning its spiritual energy reserves. So before tomorrow's lesson, Wan Yi lays out spiritual energy stones and plans to push both Xiao Jio's growth and its missing beginner skill foundation. When Wan Yi lets out the hornless white python, the little glutton immediately locks onto the spatial sphere like it wants to eat the whole thing. Wan Yi stops the bite with cold sweat on his face, because one careless chomp would destroy his brand new fortune. He hurriedly distracts the white python with snake spirit fruits instead, and the overeating little thing finally settles down again. Watching it eat and instantly get sleepy again, Wan Yi can tell the white python's life force is improving, but its lazy habits are still a disaster. Then Wan Yi notices the perfect contrast nearby. Xiao Jio is still darting around the room full of restless energy, and that gives him an idea. He grabs Xiao Jio and cheerfully announces a game called Eagle Catches the Chicks, which gets the little bird excited at once. Xiao Jio clearly assumes it gets to be the eagle, right up until Wan Yi calmly assigns it the role of the chick instead. Wan Yi wakes the white python, points at Xiao Jio like a fresh meal, and tells the greedy snake it can eat the bird if it catches it. The result is instant chaos as the furious bird and the hungry python tear across the room like sworn enemies. Watching the disaster he created, Wan Yi feels absurdly proud of his own pet-raising genius. The next day at the Investigation Corps headquarters, more than a dozen trainees and reserves gather on the training ground and immediately start bickering about talent and pet potential. As the argument drags on, Wan Yi just tunes it out, already annoyed by how noisy this mixed group is. Then the training field darkens as a giant bird beast descends from the sky like a living helicopter. Wan Yi looks up in focused awe as the Emperor-class blazing sky falcon lands, and its sheer pressure makes it obvious this sky predator is far beyond everyone here. Xiao Jio actually gets fired up and wants to challenge it, which leaves Wan Yi speechless for a second. One wave of the falcon's real aura fixes that immediately, and Xiao Jio decides staying low on Wan Yi's shoulder is the wiser path. A towering woman drops from the giant bird's back, hits the ground with brute force, and instantly silences the whole training field. Wan Yi sizes her up and realizes Commander Lin Ro is basically a human-shaped battle pet in her own right. Lin Ro introduces herself in a hard, no-nonsense tone and says her blazing sky falcon will teach the Group 3 beginner sky skills today. Then she raises the stakes. Anyone who learns all 3 skills in one day gets a reward, but anyone who cannot learn even one should stop wasting the Corps' resources. At the Investigation Corps training ground, Lin Ro lays out the 3 beginner skills for the young flying pets, wind for ranged attacks, feather cut for close combat, and the hard but valuable support skill sky breath. When someone protests that learning 3 skills in one day is impossible, Linro coolly lowers the target and says each pet only needs to master at least one. She explains the key advantage here. A high-level pet can pass skill knowledge directly to lower-level pets of the same attribute, making beginner training much easier. Wan Yi sends Xiaojio forward and notices that Linro is being unusually responsible, because this kind of teaching puts real strain on her blazing sky falcon. With one commanding cry, Linro's blazing sky falcon lines up the young birds and whips up a hurricane so they can feel the force of wind for themselves. Wan Yi can only watch the birds chirp back and forth, because this lesson is really a spiritual transfer of skill methods, not something humans can follow by ear. Half an hour later, the lesson ends. Linro feeds her tired falcon a pill and tells the trainees to work with their pets and see whether they can cast even one skill. Off to the side, Wan Yi asks Xiaojio what it understood, and the little bird admits it only grasped wind and feather cut, not sky breath. Instead of grinding it out normally, Wan Yi grins and decides to cheat the system by running a simulation so Xiaojio can learn all 3 skills there first. Wan Yi's twisted logic somehow wins Xiaojio over, and the proud little sparrow decides that if its simulated self works hard, that still counts as its own effort. Inside the simulation, Xiaojio quickly masters sky breath and keeps training for decades on the deadly cliff until its growth finally slams into a hard wall. At 30 years old in the simulation, Xiaojio finally challenges the giant snake, lasts for dozens of rounds, and still dies from exhaustion. The result gives Wan Yi sky breath and a grim gray trait called innate bottleneck, proving Xiaojio can now grow far stronger but still cannot break past its limit. Wan Yi realizes the old instant deaths are over, but Xiaojio's real weakness is now endurance, and it may need to leave the cliff area or trigger hidden events to break through. By noon, the mood on the field turns awkward as Lin Rose starts calling trainees up one by one to make their pets perform in public. Most of them fail badly, and even the few who manage a cast can barely squeeze out weak versions of wind or feather cut. Then Lin Rose pauses, looks straight at Wan Yi, and calls him out next. Wan Yi walks out calmly, but Lin Rose's blazing sky falcon takes one look at Xiaojio and seems to dismiss the tiny sparrow on sight. Xiaojio bristles at that look, and when Wan Yi asks what move they should show, Lin Rose casually tells him to use anything the bird actually knows. Wan Yi immediately raises the stakes by telling Xiaojio to use all 3. First, Xiaojio slips into the rhythm of sky breath, its breathing syncing with the air until its whole aura merges with the wind above the field. Then it rolls straight into wind, gathering green light on its wings and whipping up a powerful current far smoother than a first-time cast should look. Before anyone can process that, Xiaojio turns its wings silver and fires off feather cut, carving a clean several-meter gully into the ground. After the clean combo, Xiaojio lands on Wan Ye's shoulder and stares at the blazing sky falcon with smug little bird pride. The whole training ground goes dead quiet, because Xiaojio did not just cast the skills, it used them with a fluency that should have taken real training. The other investigators can barely believe a green sparrow learned this fast, and some start wondering if the real monster here is Wan Yi rather than the pet. Lin Rose finally smiles and openly praises Wan Yi as an outstanding trainee investigator for Amping County. Wan Yi immediately ruins the mood by asking for the reward, and Lin Rose, amused, offers either an intermediate skill scroll or cash. Because he is short on money, Wan Yi instantly picks cash, only to learn a second too late that Lin Rose had meant to give him both. Still, Lin Rose takes him seriously and says she is counting on him in the coming demon sealing test to finally bring some glory back to Amping County. Then her casual pat nearly wrecks him, and Wan Yi learns the hard way that a fighter path beast master's physical strength is terrifying. Lin Rose bluntly tells him he is too weak and needs to train his body, and the embarrassment makes Wan Yi swear to work on himself after he gets home. Before leaving, Lin Rose warns everyone that in another month she will bring real fierce beasts for combat practice, because weak investigators will only die in secret realms. She jumps lightly onto the blazing sky falcon and leaves in style, and the trainees watch her go with open respect. After a brief exchange with the others, Wan Yi heads home, already thinking ahead to the coming combat training. At home, a transfer message lands on his card, and Lin Rose has really paid him 500,000. The sudden windfall takes pressure off his finances, but Wan Yi decides the money's real value is buying him room to use this simulator aggressively for the next month. Then he comes up with a new idea: use reality simulation to investigate Amping County's dark fog problem and maybe even learn Xiaojio's abilities for himself. Looking straight at the little bird, Wan Yi shamelessly announces, "Xiaojio, I want you to help me cultivate." He starts the reality simulation, and the future it shows is bleak. A month of investigation turns up nothing before Lin Rose returns with fierce beasts and a woman named Ming Zhu. In that same projected future, Wan Yi and Xiaojio kill several fierce beasts, impressing Lin Rose but also drawing Ming Zhu's suspicion. 2 more quiet months pass in the simulation. Wan Yi gives up the sealed demon sword tomb assessment to stay and investigate the dark fog, and still finds nothing. At the end of the 4th month, Wan Yi finally uncovers ancient leather scrolls hidden under spent spiritual stones inside the spatial sphere, and he instantly realizes something terrible. But the reality simulation ends on a brutal warning. By the time Wang Yi understands the clue, it is already too late, and a few days later both he and Xiao Jiao die in Anping County. The simulation clue points Wang Yi back to the 5 boxes of spiritual energy stones inside his spatial sphere. He searches box after box until the 5th one reveals a hidden compartment in the bottom. Inside, Wang Yi finds an ancient leather scroll and immediately suspects Ming Kai hid it there on purpose. Remembering how Beast Masters chased Ming Kai in the secret realm, Wang Yi realizes this gift may be a dangerous trap, not a favor. Even so, Wang Yi decides that since the scroll is already in his hands, he has to read it. The first page turns out to be a diary from Beastmaster calendar year 660, written during the old Dark Fog disaster. Wang Yi is startled when the writer says he joined the newly formed investigation corps more than 200 years ago. As he reads on, the diary follows the writer's rise and the desperate war against endless strange gods. Then Wang Yi reaches the wildest part yet. The writer ignored orders and led 3 brothers into the Dark Fog itself. Half a year later in the diary, the man writes that he survived, but 2 companions died and only Xiao Tao still protects him. The pages after that are packed with hard data on more than a dozen strange gods, including their powers, levels, and traits. One entry says strange gods are not invincible and could be countered with the right equipment, if only someone could make it. Another entry rattles him harder when the writer claims a high-level strange god he already killed somehow appeared again. The record identifies it as the Mirror Demon Phantom, a monster that devours victims and steals both their appearance and abilities. The next day's correction is even creepier. The writer says he was wrong, meaning there were at least 2 of them. Months later, the diary turns desperate as the writer admits normal equipment failed and his own mind is almost gone. Then he writes the forbidden breakthrough. He embedded a strange core into his arm and consumed a strange god's corpse. When Xiao Jin tries the same method, it evolves successfully and becomes powerful enough to butcher strange gods with ease. The writer names the method Strange Evolution, a way to fuse the power of strange gods into humans and pets and mutate their growth. The diary's ending turns grim. Xiao Jin is buried, Ming Tianxiu's body becomes half monstrous, and he admits strange evolution cannot truly succeed. In his final entry, Ming Tianxiu sends Xiao Tao away with the information and accepts that he can no longer return. After reading everything, Wang Yi sits stunned by how valuable and dangerous the diary really is. He quickly guesses that if this method fell into the wrong hands, it could throw the whole world into chaos. Then one thought catches on a hidden hook in his mind. This strange evolution might connect to Anping County's Dark Fog explosion. Before he can chase that lead further, Xiao Jiao lands on his shoulder and impatiently reminds him to cultivate. Wang Yi follows through and starts cultivating with the temporary skydance skill he copied from Xiao Jiao. The practice works, and spiritual energy pours into his body, though nowhere near as efficiently as it does for a real pet. That success gives Wang Yi a new idea. If skills can be shared temporarily, permanent sharing might exist too. He sets a practical plan for the next month. Stop chasing flashy moves, train Xiao Jiao's beginner skills hard, strengthen Sky Breath, and push for level 2. Once his spiritual power recovers the next day, Wang Yi uses the simulator again because he thinks the diary still hides more clues. Inside the new simulation, Wang Yi keeps obsessing over the diary until he and Xiao Jiao even miss Commander Lin's training. Tang Xiong comes over in person, and Wang Yi uses the chance to ask him about strange gods. What Wang Yi learns is unsettling. Even the investigation corps seems to be missing some of the strange god data from the diary. 2 months later in the simulation, Wang Yi and Xiao Jiao head toward Yaoguang City for the Sealed Demon Sword Tomb assessment. Instead of a normal trip, strange gods attack on the way, and Tang Xiong throws himself into the fight to protect them. Tang Xiong dies buying them time, but before Wang Yi can even reach Yaoguang City, a second strange god attack kills him and Xiao Jiao too. Back in reality, Wang Yi breaks out in a cold sweat because this death route makes no sense compared to his earlier simulations. He suspects the dark fog may be erupting earlier than before, which means the timeline itself is shifting. He also starts wondering why Tang Xiong keeps dying to protect him, as if there is some hidden connection to his parents. After another short cultivation session, Wang Yi notices his own talent seems to have grown a little stronger. That sharpened memory suddenly locks onto the white python, and Wang Yi becomes convinced he has seen this creature somewhere before. He still cannot remember where, so with 2 simulations left, Wang Yi changes tactics completely. For the next run, he tells Xiao Jiao to forget the Anping mystery and survive by leaving early like a coward if needed. The new simulation starts with Wang Yi and Xiao Jiao staying home, cultivating quietly, and later heading to the assessment anyway. This safer path keeps them alive, but Wang Yi only performs mediocrely and soon accepts an invitation from Mingguang Enterprise instead. Not long after he leaves the investigation corps, dark fog erupts in Anping County and wipes the place into a land of death. Half a year later, Wang Yi spends heavily to evolve Xiao Jiao into a supreme-class lustrous bluebird and starts collecting more talented pets. As Wang Yi's pet lineup grows, Xiao Jiao feels pushed aside and quietly miserable. A year later, Wang Yi gets together with Ming Zhu, and the time he spends with Xiao Jiao drops even more. 2 years later, Xiao Jiao reaches level 4 through sheer effort, but Wang Yi already has an Emperor-class cub and barely notices the bird anymore. At the end of the 3rd year, Xiao Jiao wants to return to Anping County, But a terrifying strange god appears there, and the dark fog rolls across all of Qinghai province. Mingguang Enterprise collapses overnight, and only Wan Yi, Ming Zhu, and the Green Sparrow escape Yaoguang City. For the next half year, their life becomes poor and rough, but Xiao Jiao is strangely happy because Wan Yi is close again. A year later, Wan Yi marries Ming Zhu, and for a moment their wandering life still looks peaceful. Then Wan Yi suddenly tries to break his contract with Xiao Jiao, acting cold enough to drive the bird away in tears. Years later, Xiao Jiao comes back and discovers a little boy who looks just like Wan Yi. Following, the child reveals the truth that he is Wan Ye's orphan descendant. When Xiao Jiao digs deeper, it learns Wan Yi and Ming Zhu were assassinated not long after forcing that contract break. Only then does Xiao Jiao understand the cruelty of it. Wan Yi drove the bird away because he knew a mysterious force was about to kill him and wanted Xiao Jiao to survive. Devastated, Xiao Jiao starts investigating that hidden force too, and it gets the bird killed in a single blow. The simulation ends after 7 years, and the result screen offers Wan Yi a reward while Xiao Jiao is left shocked by that heartbreaking future. Back in the room after the grim simulation, Xiao Jiao spins around Wan Yi, flapping and chirping in teary outrage at the way he treated it in that future. Wan Yi can only soothe it and insist that it was just a simulation, even if the future version of him really did make those cold choices. Once the sulking settles a little, Wan Yi admits the peaceful route in the simulation only bought a few extra years and still ended in disaster. He grimly realizes that avoiding Anping County did not save anyone for long, because the darkness still spread until even Qinghai province vanished. That leaves him with one clear lesson: cowardice can delay death in the simulator, but it cannot stop what is coming. He turns from the future's tragedy to the rewards, realizing that if the bond change is strong enough, this run can give him a permanent gain. Skydance tempts him, but Wan Yi quickly decides that Xiao Jiao's D+ soul growth is the real prize because it would directly strengthen his own spiritual power. He chooses the second option aloud, asking for Xiao Jiao's current soul growth. The moment the choice lands, a strange bond flares between man and bird, and Wan Yi takes a sharp hit straight to the soul. The pain passes almost instantly, and what follows is a wave of relief so clean and refreshing that his whole mind seems to wake up. When he opens his eyes again, the world feels sharper, and even from the window he can sense tiny details and the breathing of people nearby. Wan Yi is stunned by how much D+ soul growth changes him, because this invisible boost is far more efficient than slowly training with Skydance. With his spirit restored instead of drained, he immediately remembers the diary and decides to read it again while his mind is this clear. This time, his stronger mind catches a key detail he almost missed before: the diary's record of a terrifying high-level strange god called the Mirror Demon Phantom. What makes that creature so dangerous is not brute force, but that it can imitate a human so perfectly that even Ning Tianxu failed to catch it for months. That clue snaps everything into place for Wan Yi, and he realizes Anping County may already be hiding a high-level strange god in plain sight. The possibility leaves him covered in goosebumps, because every failed simulation may have started with a monster that was already hiding inside the county all along. He puts the diary back, looks out at the same monstrous dark clouds, and feels the crisis closing in for real. With no time to waste, Wan Yi grabs Xiao Jiao and decides to run another simulation immediately. Before he can start, the white python slithers over and wraps around his hand, clearly trying to get his attention too. Wan Yi first misreads the move as the python wanting a turn in the simulator, but the little glutton opens its mouth and makes it obvious that it is just hungry. He refuses to feed it first and insists that if it wants anything, it can try entering the simulation instead. Since the python's best normal future is only an overlord-class hornless shadow dragon, Wan Yi immediately starts dreaming much bigger than normal evolution rules allow. He pulls up images online, dismisses the beautiful hornless shadow dragon as not impactful enough, and starts talking like only a supreme divine beast is worthy. Wan Yi gives the python 2 absurd final targets instead: the sky divine dragon or the heaven devouring python. The white python hesitates, obviously tempted by both, and finally chooses one form with its tail and the other with its head. Wan Yi gives in and lets the simulator build a path that starts with one ultimate python form and aims even higher toward the sky divine dragon. The simulator warns him that this final form is far too powerful, so the scripted world will be brutally difficult from the start. Contact begins. The white python goes limp on Wan Yi's hand, and its first simulation opens in a strange cave where it decides the outside world is too dangerous to face. Instead of exploring, the simulated python spends its early years doing nothing but brutal body training inside the cave. Even when a bat monster finally attacks years later, the python kills it and still pulverizes the corpse for half a day just to make absolutely sure it is safe. Decades pass, and the python still refuses to leave, only pushing its cave training further until ordinary rocks and metal stop being useful. When its body changes during shedding, the python unexpectedly awakens a new cutting skill called Shadowless Line and happily uses it to improve the cave even faster. By 50, it has turned the cave into a deadly fortress, using traps and terrain to kill intruders while still treating the outside world like certain death. Then the simulation abruptly reveals the real scale of danger, as a red glowing flying sword drops from the sky and wipes out the entire cave in one strike. The sword cuts the python in half, yet it still drags its ruined body away for a staggering distance before the flying blade finally catches and kills it. When the simulation ends at age 60, the rewards are absurdly strong for a first run: a skill, 2 characteristics, 60 years of growth, and reality simulation chances. Wan Yi can only stare and curse, because this cautious little snake survived to 60 on its very first attempt and completely crushed his expectations. His careless inner comparison immediately offends Xiaojio, which chirps furiously the instant it senses he just ranked it below the white python. Looking over the details again, Wan Yi realizes the white python's real weapon is not luck but an almost ridiculous personality built entirely around survival. The more he thinks about it, the stranger it feels, because the python behaves less like a baby pet and more like some hidden veteran calmly grinding out a perfect defense route. Even so, he decides not to overcomplicate it and picks the most practical rewards: shadowless line, never rest until death, and 3 reality simulation chances. As soon as the choice is made, the white python jolts awake with fresh information flooding its mind, and it stares at Wan Yi like he just did something impossible again. The white python suddenly snapped out of its daze and realized something inside it had changed. Wan Yi quickly figured out it had awakened shadowless line early and cheerfully knotted the little snake up to test whether it felt stronger now. As Wan Yi checked the reward, he was especially impressed by the orange trait never rest until death, which would let the white python keep fighting even after its stamina was gone. He also guessed the python had some hidden racial trait linked to evolution, and the stubborn survival effect matched the personality he had seen in the simulator. The white python got angry, and Xiaojio swooped in to tug its tail free from Wan Yi's knot. The instant it was freed, the white python spat out an almost invisible shadowless line that flashed across the room. That one attack cleanly split Wan Yi's bed in half and even carved a mark into the room, leaving him completely stunned. Xiaojio was instantly impressed, because the white python's new thread attack looked even deadlier and more precise than its own feather blades. The white python realized it had caused trouble and immediately hid in Xiaojio's nest and went to sleep like nothing happened. Wan Yi could only sigh that raising pets was expensive and exhausting, especially now that his bed was gone. Even while complaining, he was pleased, because Shadowless Line looked like a strong beginner space-type skill and the white python had real potential. He decided not to push the white python yet since it had little spiritual energy after forcing out the new move, and turned his focus back to training Xiaojio. Over the next month, Wan Yi calmly ran 1 simulation a day for Xiaojio and first pushed Skydance to the Great Success realm. After that, Feather Coat and Skyful of Feathers also reached great success, because Xiaojio's improved soul growth finally let those almost finished skills break through. Great Success Skydance made cultivation much more efficient, but it also burned stamina faster. Great Success Feather Coat wrapped Xiaojio in dark gold feather armor, and Xiaojio loved it purely because it looked cool. Great Success Skyful of Feathers became so lethal that Wan Yi judged it could one-shot many level 2 pets, so he treated it as a trump card and told Xiaojio not to spam it. Once the big moves were settled, Wan Yi shifted to the 4 beginner skills, with Sky Breath taking priority because it mattered too much to delay. After several difficult simulations, Xiaojio finally dragged Sky Breath all the way to great success. The first day of that training had looked amazing, because even without special insight, Xiaojio brute forced the skill up to proficient through decades of simulated practice. But Xiaojio's personality kept sabotaging clean progress, because it sometimes got carried away, picked fights it did not need, and died in ridiculous ways. Its favorite bad habit was provoking the deadly green little insect again and again, because to Xiaojio the simulator felt more like a game than real death. Still, that same recklessness occasionally paid off, and one run led Xiaojio to learn swimming and discover a mysterious crimson herb at the bottom of the pool. The first time it swallowed the herb, the energy was too violent, and it died within days, proving the place was a real hidden opportunity. In the next run, Xiaojio deliberately ate it again after years of training, grew several meters larger with red-tinted feathers, and still died from the overload. Wan Yi could only marvel that the novice village really hit a fortuitous encounter, and that Xiaojio's impulsive nature had found what the white python never would. By the end of the month, Xiaojio had improved sharply, and Sky Breath stood at the peak of great success as its strongest cultivated skill. The other 3 beginner skills had also climbed to peak proficient, but Wan Yi could see Xiaojio hitting the same old wall again. Its growth grade was slowing everything down. Even so, the effect of Great Success Sky Breath completely exceeded Wan Yi's expectations. Wan Yi realized Sky Breath at Great Success almost erased the extra energy drain from Hurricane God Wings and even sped up recovery a little, which made the beginner skill absurdly practical. At the same time, Wind and Feather Cut proved much easier to train, though Wan Yi knew beginner skills always slowed down sharply after proficient, and even more after Great Success. Wan Yi also slipped in a few simulations for the white python, but at first the cautious little thing resisted his strange power outright. It only started to accept him after one run where Wan Yi chose 6-dimensional growth as the reward and let the python feel the benefit directly. Because the white python's fundamentals were so poor, Wan Yi spent the next runs focusing almost entirely on raising its 6 dimensions first. That plan worked surprisingly well, since the white python's talent for avoiding danger let it survive to age 60 almost every time and improve with steady discipline. After only a few more runs, Wan Yi had already raised the white python's 6-dimensional growth to 60+, which made its progress look far steadier than Xiao Jiu's wild roller coaster. One night, Wan Yi looked at both pets getting stronger and admitted that while they had improved a lot, his own investigation had run into a dead end. For a whole month he had investigated the hidden high-level strange god in Anping County, but every lead came back empty. The worst part was that 2 reality simulations ended the same way. Whenever he dug into the mirror demon phantom, he died without warning. That pattern convinced him the coming dark fog eruption in Anping County was probably tied to that same hidden monster, so he no longer dared act recklessly in real life. He knew Commander Lin would return the next day with Ming Zhu, and because he could not avoid that future or his money problems, he decided to run one more daily simulation with Xiao Jiu. Wan Yi expected almost nothing from the run, because if reckless Xiao Jiu ever left the novice village too early it usually died faster than lightning. In the new simulation, Xiao Jiu trained hard from the start and by age 29 it was already dominating the cliffside novice village with growing confidence. At 32, it faced the big snake again and still lost by a narrow margin, proving its old rival was not finished yet. Xiao Jiu kept cultivating until it grew past 20 meters, but by age 40 it could feel a bottleneck closing in. At 55, eager to break through, it did the most Xiao Jiu thing possible and challenged the deadly green little insect again. This time it dodged the insect's familiar thread and tail attacks, closed the distance for the first time, and got so excited it missed the real danger. The insect suddenly spat scarlet flames into its face, and the burning Xiao Jiu panicked and fell off the cliff. When the flames would not go out in the pool below, Xiao Jiu sank to the bottom in agony and swallowed the mysterious herb as a desperate gamble. The 2 scorching powers clashed inside its body, but instead of dying, Xiao Jiu finally felt the pain start to ease. Years later, it woke from the bottom of the pool with golden light flowing over multicolored wings, clearly transformed by what it had survived. At age 60, Xiao Jiu flew back up into the hurricane, met the big snake again, and this time barely won. Proud after finally killing its old enemy, Xiao Jiu left the cliff at last and was immediately swallowed by a sky-covering giant beast. Even with that ugly ending, the simulation finally produced a huge breakthrough, an orange trait called Golden Flame Spiritual Bird and a 62-year growth reward. Wan Yi was so shocked he compared it to pulling a free SSR, because Xiao Jiu had finally beaten the novice village boss after all those failed runs. He immediately chose the orange trait and the 6-dimensional growth, since more Skydance years would not change nearly as much as those 2 rewards. Golden Flame Spiritual Bird thrilled him, because it broke Xiao Jiu free from its racial limits and even gave it a chance to learn beginner abilities beyond what its species should allow. The growth reward was just as wild, pushing all 6 dimensions to at least D+, while spiritual energy jumped to C and soul rose to C-. When he realized an unevolved Xiao Jiu already had C-grade spiritual energy growth, Wan Yi fell asleep excited for what its future evolution might become. The next day at the Investigation Corps headquarters, a savage roar rolled across the training ground and reminded every investigator that today's opponents were real fierce beasts, not safe pet battle matches. But when they stepped inside and saw Commander Lin standing there with several fierce beasts, the whole training ground atmosphere sharpened at once. The reason was simple. Beside Commander Lin, an extremely beautiful girl had appeared, instantly stealing the whole field's attention. At the training ground, Wan Yi walks in and sees 3 fierce beasts locked inside giant holy light rings, clearly set up for a real combat test. His sharper soul senses pick out trouble right away, especially the devil skeleton ghost, whose body already carries a strange godlike aura. Wan Yi quickly judges that Xiao Jiu should have no problem with this challenge and starts treating the whole thing as easy work. But the other investigators are barely looking at the beasts, because Ming Zhu is standing beside Lin Ro and drawing everyone's attention. Seeing Ming Zhu cleaned up and composed, Wan Yi finally realizes just how beautiful she is compared to the filthy, desperate version he met in the secret realm. That sight also reminds Wan Yi of the future simulation where he leaned on Mingguang Enterprise, ended up with Ming Zhu, and even had a child with her. Xiao Jiu does not share that nostalgia at all, and glares at Ming Zhu like a tiny grudge-filled guard bird. Ming Zhu suddenly feels that hostility, turns around, and ends up confused by a cute little bird staring at her like an enemy. She brushes it off as her own nerves from the recent chase and gets back to business, asking Lin Ro what she thinks of Mingguang Enterprise's new ominous stopping ring. Lin Ro praises the device as useful against low-level fierce beasts, and says that if it can restrain strange gods too, Mingguang Enterprise could rise far beyond the province. Ming Zhu immediately hears the subtext in that praise, and calls out Lin Ro for obviously wanting a favor. Lin Ro admits it and bluntly asks for sponsorship, saying the County Investigation Corps is dangerous, underfunded, and struggling to keep promising trainees. Tang Xiong backs her up and adds more pressure, pointing out that these trainees will face a city assessment in less than a month and could lose even their trainee status if they perform badly. Ming Zhu keeps a polite smile, but inside she is unconvinced that a small county corps can really have trainees worth heavy investment. Even so, she gives them a chance, and says she will judge for herself after watching the trainees perform. After a brief bit of teasing about her younger self, Lin-Ro moves things along and Tang Xiong announces that it is time to begin the training. Lin-Ro gathers the trainees and reminds them that after a month of skill training, today they finally have to face real fierce beasts in actual combat. She lays down the rule clearly: pick one beast, survive 5 minutes to pass, and kill one to earn a reward. Ming Zhu is startled by that standard, because she knows the devil skeleton ghost is already close to a strange god and far from easy prey. One trainee rushes out first for the sake of face, choosing the Shadow Loach as the least terrifying option. The confidence dies fast when his pet burns through its power, lands no real damage, and nearly gets smashed by the Loach's tail in under 3 minutes. That ugly loss crushes the whole group's courage, and suddenly no one wants to volunteer anymore. Watching the mood collapse, Wan Yi calmly judges that these wild beasts are simply too seasoned for pets with shallow skill mastery and no real battle experience. Lin-Ro loses patience with the hesitation and directly calls Wan Ye's name. The whole group perks up at once, because they all remember that Wan Ye's pet was the only one to master all 3 taught skills almost immediately. Ming Zhu looks over too, and Tang Xiong casually tells her that Wan Yi is the most talented trainee they have. Ming Zhu's first comment is not about talent at all, but that she did not expect to find such a handsome boy in Anping County. Called out in front of everyone, Wan Yi hesitates for a beat, then says his only concern is that if he kills all 3 beasts, the others will lose their chance to train. The training ground goes dead silent, and then Ming Zhu bursts out laughing at how outrageously confident he sounds. Tang Xiong, however, says Wan Ye's special talent is his honesty, which makes Ming Zhu wonder if the veteran is actually serious. Lin-Ro plays along and raises the stakes, promising triple rewards and extra conditions if Wan Yi can really kill all 3 beasts. Wan Yi accepts immediately, pats Xiao Jiao, and walks straight into the first light ring to start the show. Against the Shadow Loach, Xiao Jiao does not bother with flashy old methods and instead dives with silverlit wings like paired blades. One feather cut later, the several-meter loach is chopped into pieces so fast that the crowd barely processes what they just saw. Before anyone can react, Wan Yi moves directly to the bloodthirsty rhinoceros, knowing this tougher body needs a different answer. At Wan Ye's cue, Xiao Jiao whips its wings into a violent green hurricane packed with cutting wind. The rhinoceros is shredded from every side and drops in seconds under a high-level wind attack that looks simple but hits brutally hard. Then Wan Yi turns to the hardest target, the devil skeleton ghost, a half-strange monster that ordinary attacks should barely faze. He orders a combined attack, trusting Xiao Jiao's anti-strangeness edge to turn wind and feather cut into a real execution move. Xiao Jiao traps the devil skeleton ghost in swirling wind, dives into the airflow, and slashes through it with a boosted feather cut. The devil skeleton ghost crashes down with its head severed, making Wan Ye's absurd boast suddenly look like plain fact. Wan Yi steps out in front of the speechless crowd and calmly asks Lin-Ro if that performance was enough. On the training ground, the investigators were still stunned because Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao had wiped out all 3 fierce beasts so fast it barely looked like a real fight. As the crowd started blurting out guesses, the main shock was obvious. Xiao Jiao looked absurdly strong for a green sparrow, and even the demon skeleton ghost had been erased in one move. Lin-Ro narrowed her eyes and quietly judged the truth behind that performance. Both wind and feather cut had already reached the proficient realm. Tang Xiong was even more shaken when he realized the trash potential green sparrow had jumped from level 0 to level 2 in less than 3 months. And he could only blame Wan Ye's awakened memories. That timeline made Ming Zhu glance at her own white moon fox and teasingly wonder if its class had been fake all along. When Ming Zhu teased that even Xiao Jiao had reached level 2 in 3 months, the white moon fox angrily wrapped its tail around her leg in protest. Ming Zhu quickly caught the bigger miracle. If those 2 skills were only learned a month ago, Xiao Jiao had reached the proficient realm in just 1 month. Lin-Ro confirmed it with clear satisfaction and praised Wan Yi as the best seedling Anping County's investigation corps had produced in years. Ming Zhu kept digging and realized skill and level alone should not have been enough, so Xiao Jiao's growth and hidden traits had to be unusual too. Lin-Ro smiled and confirmed the last piece outright. Ming Zhu was right, because Xiao Jiao had characteristics. That answer only made Ming Zhu more impressed, because for an otherworldly class pet to have characteristics meant Xiao Jiao had extraordinary potential. Wan Yi finally walked over, dryly calling for Commander Lin, more interested in what came next than in everyone else's amazement. Lin-Ro praised him and casually slapped his shoulder, then noticed with surprise that Wan Ye's own body had gotten much tougher too. She was most impressed by the battle experience between Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao, the kind of calm coordination that looked far beyond a rookie pair. Then Lin-Ro turned the result into a lesson, explaining that Wan Yi had chosen each skill for each beast's weakness instead of attacking blindly. She broke down the key finish in detail too, showing how wind and feather cut could fuse into a combination attack when a pet had enough control and mobility. Her point was simple and brutal. Real investigator combat starts with understanding fierce beasts so well that every hit is fast, accurate, and lethal. Once the lesson ended, Wan Yi immediately asked about the reward, making it very obvious what he actually cared about. Lin-Ro smiled and said that before the reward, she wanted to introduce Wan Yi to someone, then waved Ming Zhu over. Wang Yi instantly went on guard when Ming Zhu approached, because he recognized her but could not afford to show it. So Wang Yi bluntly tried to shut it down, saying he was not interested in meeting anyone and only wanted the reward. Lin Rose stared at him in disbelief and joked that a young man acting uninterested in pretty girls must have lived through something strange. Ming Zhu lifted her chin with obvious confidence, only for Wang Yi to answer with a deadpan claim that he was face-blind. That one sentence left both women speechless, and Ming Zhu looked ready to explode from pure irritation. Then Lin Ro revealed the real bait, saying Ming Zhu was the rich eldest daughter of Mingguang Enterprise and that her company often sponsored promising new beast masters. The moment money entered the conversation, Wang Yi strode over, grabbed Ming Zhu's hand, and solemnly declared that looks did not matter because he was definitely going to befriend her. Ming Zhu was completely dumbfounded by how brazenly fast Wang Yi had changed his attitude. Xiao Jiu was not amused at all, and the little bird started chirping angrily the moment Wang Yi got too friendly with Ming Zhu. Ming Zhu noticed the hostility for real now and asked why Wang Yi's pet bird seemed to dislike her so much. Wang Yi paused for half a beat and then made up a ridiculous explanation, claiming Xiao Jiu reacted more strongly the more beautiful a person was. Ming Zhu was baffled, so Wang Yi immediately tried to prove his nonsense with a live demonstration. He pointed Xiao Jiu toward Captain Tang first, and the bird gave almost no reaction, which made the poor captain instantly realize he had been used as the ugly control sample. Then Wang Yi aimed Xiao Jiu at himself, and the bird immediately shrieked in protest, which he shamelessly treated as proof that he was handsome too. The whole group went silent again, but this time Ming Zhu could not help laughing because Wang Yi was too strangely entertaining to ignore. Once she warmed up to him, Ming Zhu offered a serious reward of her own, rare evolution knowledge and materials for Xiao Jiu instead of a normal prize from Lin Ro. Wang Yi's eyes lit up on the spot, and he told Ming Zhu to explain everything in detail. Lin Ro approved the arrangement, and had Captain Tang lead Wang Yi and Ming Zhu to the pantry so she could return to training the others. In the pantry at headquarters, Ming Zhu immediately switched into teacher mode and started with the basics. The green sparrow's two mainstream paths both end as ordinary pure sky-type pets. She reminded Wang Yi that evolution research is a national core secret, because a pet's final form directly affects a country's strength. She also laid out the usual pattern that pets evolve once around level 2, then again around level 4 and level 6, though actual growth can still shift the timing. Then Ming Zhu opened the first rare route on her phone and introduced the announced path that led to the Azure Flame Dragon Sparrow. This path fused fire power with part of an Earth Dragon bloodline, creating a hard-to-reach combat form with strong offense and broad coverage but weaker soul growth. Ming Zhu even showed the harsh requirements, including strong base stats, proficient feather cut, and rare fire materials for the route. Wang Yi looked over the route and quietly lost interest, because even if it was strong, it did not match the end form he had in mind for Xiao Jiu. Seeing that reaction, Ming Zhu moved on and brought up the second unreleased path, whose final form was the Overlord's second-class Divine Great Rock. She described it as a colossal sky overlord that could grow to 100 meters, but warned that raising a weak green sparrow that far was almost absurdly difficult. The route spanned 3 whole classes and demanded insane prerequisites, including making a green sparrow learn an advanced sky skill and push it to proficient realm just for the first evolution. Ming Zhu added that the Divine Great Rock also carried a rare dark secondary attribute, which helped it resist the power of strangeness from strange gods. Finally, she revealed the third route, the Soul Sonic Sparrow, a sky pet with a soul secondary attribute that was just as rare and difficult as the rock. She explained that this form could produce beautiful soul sounds that buff beast masters and pets while still keeping real offensive power. Because she genuinely recognized Xiao Jiu's talent, Ming Zhu told Wang Yi he could consider those last 2 routes, but warned that a failed level 2 evolution would delay everything until level 4. Wang Yi fell into deep thought, because those last 2 paths were clearly extraordinary enough that ordinary beast masters would never even hear about them. Then Wang Yi asked the question that had been bothering him the whole time: if 1 secondary attribute was possible, why not 2? When Wang Yi gave light and fire as an example, Ming Zhu was startled and immediately said that would be nearly impossible. She explained that even adding 1 new attribute already caused heavy conflict, and before the beast vein opened, different materials could clash so badly a pet could not absorb them at all. She pushed the point further by saying light was the purest attribute, so for normal sky pets, fusing it with anything else was almost impossible unless they were born that way. That answer should have closed the door, but it instead gave Wang Yi a final realization: Xiao Jiu's golden flame spiritual bird characteristic might make the impossible possible. At the investigation core, Ming Zhu seriously recommends the Azure Flame Dragon Sparrow route, warning that the stronger options are far riskier and a failed evolution could cripple a pet for a long time. Wang Yi awkwardly asks if she can just hand over the materials first so he can think about the evolution himself, and Ming Zhu immediately looks baffled. Ming Zhu patiently explains that an evolution path is not something you guess by feeding random materials, because every route needs heavy research, energy calculation, and long clinical testing. Wang Yi quickly clarifies that he is not trying to invent a new route himself, He only wants to stockpile materials now and decide after Xiao Jiu gets stronger. When Mingzhu asks what he wants, Wan Yi admits he is still aiming for fire or light materials, and she teasingly points out that he still has not given up on the light attribute. She brings up next month's Sealed Demon Sword Tomb assessment and says it contains rare light materials, but the real prize is bigger. Passing the test would let Wan Yi attend the 100 Birds meeting in Yihuang Forest. Mingzhu says that if Xiao Jiu can receive a true phoenix blessing there, it might fuse 2 secondary attributes and trigger a unique mutation evolution, and even she sounds tempted by the chance. Wan Yi admits he has never even heard of that meeting, and Mingzhu bluntly reminds him that people in Anping County simply do not know much about opportunities on that level. She warns that other assessment candidates from Yaoguang City will likely already have Tier 2 pets, so if Xiao Jiu does not evolve first, Wan Yi will be walking into the test at a clear disadvantage. After a few more questions about Xiao Jiu, Mingzhu suddenly transfers 1.5 million yuan, including Lin Ro's reward and extra support from Mingguang Enterprise. She tells him to go think over the evolution paths first, and once he chooses one, the company will provide the materials. Seeing the money hit his account, Wan Yi can barely hide his relief, while Xiao Jiu sulks a little and Mingzhu casually adds his contact before he leaves. After Wan Yi leaves, Mingzhu's white moon fox cries out from behind her, and she quietly realizes it thinks Wan Yi might be Wang Outyan from that earlier incident. Mingzhu laughs off the suspicion, arguing that Wan Yi and Wang Outyan were far too different, and she insists Wang Outyan's bird should have been some ancient divine sparrow, not an ordinary green sparrow. Back at his shabby rental house, Wan Yi replays the whole meeting and decides he probably did not expose himself after all. He figures the only overlap was that the birds look somewhat alike, and because he had disguised Xiao Jiu so messily back then, that should not be enough to truly connect the two identities. What still bothers Wan Yi is how he got exposed inside the reality simulation at all, but he pushes that mystery aside and turns to the more urgent problem of Xiao Jiu's evolution. Wan Yi tells Xiao Jiu that the next month's mission is to simulate its evolution, because he may not be able to research a route himself, but the pet simulator can test one for him. He spends the day gathering every bit of information he can find on attribute materials, especially light element ones, and uses his strengthened spiritual power to memorize and sort it all. Once he has the data, Wan Yi gives Xiao Jiu a simple but bold plan: search the scripted world for similar materials, absorb them there, and see what kind of evolved form appears. If the simulated evolution matches Xiao Jiu's final form settings, Wan Yi plans to confirm it with a reality simulation too, giving them a double safety check before trying it for real. Xiao Jiu answers with a fierce chirp and flapping wings, and Wan Yi finally starts the first true evolution simulation. Inside the scripted world, Xiao Jiu spends years flying farther and farther from the original cliff, searching for materials and eventually gathering the fiery plants it needs. At 35 years in the simulation, Xiao Jiu eats the materials, gets flooded with fire energy, and successfully evolves in front of a stream. The triumph lasts only a heartbeat, because a gigantic divine crocodile bursts out of the stream and lunges at the newly evolved bird in a lethal ambush. Even though the run ends in death, the simulator now unlocks evolution compatibility data, which is exactly the breakthrough Wan Yi needed. He checks the result and confirms this path reproduces the green flame sparrow, the same fire evolution route Ming Shu had described earlier. The result screen lays out the whole route clearly: green flame sparrow, a skyfire pet with new fire skills, a requirement for proficient feather cut, and materials of 1 Yahello fruit plus 3 Qingyan herbs. Wan Yi realizes the real prize is not just one route, but the ability to evolve Xiao Jiu in simulation first and preview the 6 dimensions, skills, and traits before choosing anything in reality. That insight turns him almost giddy, because now he can test many evolution paths and keep only the one with the best compatibility for Xiao Jiu's final form. He sets a clear goal for the coming month: simulate until they find the most suitable Tier 2 evolution form for Xiao Jiu. Wan Yi doubles down on light as the target attribute, because light pets are rare, highly effective against strange gods, and far more useful for an investigator facing dark fog in the future. His decision is also personal, because every reality simulation ends with him dying to the hidden high-level strange god in Anping County, and he hopes a light secondary attribute might finally change that outcome. He tells Xiao Jiu that this evolution may decide whether they can keep moving forward in Anping County, or whether they will have no choice but to run. Xiao Jiu thumps its chest in confidence, and the little white python immediately chimes in from the side for a much simpler reason: it is hungry again. Now that he finally has money, Wan Yi feeds the little white python a costly snake spirit fruit and grumbles that raising this glutton is harder than it looks. Watching it eat, Wan Yi cannot shake the feeling that the little white python seems strangely dull in reality, nothing like the cautious veteran it became in simulation. His imagination runs wild enough to wonder if the little white python is some reincarnated boss with a split personality that only wakes up inside the simulator. The little white python shyly offers him a fruit from its own mouth, and Wan Yi can only rub his temples at the absurd little gesture. Even so, Wan Yi knows the little white python's spiritual energy is still rising, and as he looks around the rundown room, he decides it is finally time to upgrade their training environment too. With the plan set, Wan Yi dives into a brutal month of research and simulations, sometimes forcing out 2 evolution runs a day thanks to his money and improved spiritual power. The work is exhausting because unlike the known green flame sparrow route, every new form takes endless trial and error, and Xiaojio dies over and over in the scripted world trying to force breakthroughs. One after another, new forms appear from the simulations, but Wan Yi can preview their stats at once and calmly throws out the ordinary ones instead of getting distracted. He even tests the last 2 routes Ming Zhu mentioned, and the more he experiments, the more he realizes Xiaojio's golden flame spiritual bird trait is what lets them survive reckless mixed attribute trials that would normally be fatal. On the 5th day of the 4th week, after nearly 100 simulations and hundreds of in-world evolution attempts, the breakthrough finally arrives. The simulator reveals a newly named Brilliant Light Sparrow, an Emperor First-Class Fire and Light Sky pet with far stronger stats than the earlier routes. Its projected package is outrageous: Advanced Divine Light Flame Strike, Advanced Shine Upon the World, the Emperor Skill King's Prestige, and an orange genetic trait called Flame-like Light Blade. The route is demanding, requiring peak feather cut, peak feather coat, great success intimidation, rare materials, and even a special spiritual fire called Scalding Bright Flame. Staring at the final result with a huge surge of pride, Wan Yi declares that this is the Green Sparrow's strongest Tier 2 evolution form. Wan Yi stares at Xiaojio's new projected evolution and nearly tears up, because this Emperor First Class form is the best route he has seen out of hundreds of attempts. The numbers make him even more excited, with A-grade spiritual energy, 2 advanced skills, 1 Emperor skill, and an orange attribute that makes the route look absurdly strong. He thinks back on the brutal month behind this result, when he kept forcing Xiaojio through trial after trial as materials failed, partial evolution stalled, and the simulator slowly exposed hidden requirements. Once he calms down, Wan Yi sees the good news clearly. Xiaojio's Tier 2 compatibility has risen to 25%, so this route is no longer a fantasy if he can gather the materials and finish the training. Some ingredients are manageable, but the plan hits a wall when Wan Yi reviews the last 2 materials and realizes the real bottlenecks are Qinglei Peachwood and the Scalding Bright Flame. He studies the Qinglei Peachwood first and learns it is a sacred Emperor-grade lightning-bathed peachwood so rare that only a few secret realms ever produce it. The Scalding Bright Flame looks even worse, because all Wan Yi can find is a picture of a unique light aspect spiritual fire with no clear origin at all. Without that flame, Xiaojio cannot become dual attributed, so Wan Yi is forced to admit that the hardest piece of the route may not even exist in the real world anymore. Still, he does not give up, because the simulator has already proven Xiaojio can find similar materials in the second map and can grind skill realms high enough with enough runs. He decides to call Ming Zhu for help, hoping her family knowledge can tell him whether the missing flame is obtainable at all. Ming Zhu quickly tells him the Scalding Bright Flame is effectively extinct, and Wan Yi can only stare at the message as the route suddenly looks much harsher. Her follow-up message makes it sink in even harder. The flame cannot be replicated, and the market only has old information about a holy light fire that can purify and burn evil. Wan Yi's heart sinks, but he hides his real target when Ming Zhu asks about his route and simply tells her he is aiming for the Divine Great Rock instead. Ming Zhu encourages him anyway, warning that the route is difficult and reminding him to evolve Xiaojio before the assessment starts in less than 2 days. That afternoon, a delivery drops off a big batch of materials, and Wan Yi sees that at least the ordinary ingredients might be covered if he sells what he has. But even with those supplies in hand, the 2 missing treasures still block the route, so Wan Yi turns his attention to the only tool left that might expose their real-world source: a reality simulation. He knows chances are limited, because a month of poor evolution results has left him with only 2 reality simulations remaining. After a brief hesitation, he commits and tells Xiaojio that this run will focus on finding material sources in reality, starting with the coming Sealed Demon Sword Tomb assessment. The reality simulation begins, and 2 days later Wan Yi and Xiaojio enter the Sealed Demon Sword Tomb while secretly searching the assessment grounds for useful materials. They fight hard and perform well against the powerful beasts inside, but the secret realm gives them no sign of the ingredients they came for. Then the run ends badly in the second stage, when a dark bolt of lightning strikes them in a special minefield and knocks them out of the assessment. After being eliminated, Wan Yi hears that another investigator reached much deeper into the sword tomb before failing, and the missed clue starts bothering him immediately. The simulation pushes further ahead by weeks, and through Mingguang Enterprise Wan Yi finally buys a piece of Qinglei Peachwood at a painful price. There he learns the seller was Lin Lei, the same investigator who had joined the sword tomb assessment, and Wan Yi instantly suspects the wood came from inside that secret realm. That realization stings, because the material was there all along, and now Wan Yi has only found it by burying himself in debt after missing the chance firsthand. In the same simulated future, Wan Yi and Xiaojio delay returning to Umping County, and that detour accidentally saves them from being trapped when dark fog erupts there. Because they are still too weak, the pair get transferred with the investigation corps and spend the next years fighting on the frontlines while still searching for news of the missing flame. By the 3rd year, Xiaojio still has not evolved, and their missions become increasingly dangerous as the dark fog keeps swallowing more of Shanghai province. Then, while escorting civilians out of the province, Wan Yi sees a huge light flame erupt deep inside the dark fog and suddenly suspects he is looking at the very fire Xiao Jiao needs. The familiar location of that eruption leaves a final clue behind before the simulation cuts off with Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao dying in a dark fog relic during the 4th year. Back in reality, Wan Yi comes away with 2 crucial answers. The Qinglei Peachwood should be in the sealed demon sword tomb, and the light flame may still exist somewhere in Shanghai province. That clue about Ming Zhu's ancestor starts bothering him too, and he wonders if the old owner of the flame might be someone from Ming Tianxi's generation. He reopens the diary to search for support, but all it gives him is one small connection. Xiao Tao was born from the Qinglei Peachwood. The detail is interesting but not enough, and Wan Yi has to admit that the diary still says far more about dark fog gods and twisted evolution experiments than about the flame he actually needs. He also cannot ignore how suspicious the sword tomb result was, because Xiao Jiao should not have been dropped so easily by lightning when Feather Coat is already this strong. That pushes Wan Yi into a new plan for the final 2 days. He will force Xiao Jiao to sharpen its weaker skills first so they can survive the sealed demon sword tomb properly. His priority is clear: Feather Cut, Wind, and especially Feathery Habitat must reach great success, and if possible Xiao Jiao should also awaken Intimidation before the assessment. 1 day before the assessment, 2 parts of the plan work, and Feather Cut and Wind both break through to the Great Success realm. But Feathery Habitat still refuses to advance, leaving Wan Yi with one last scripted run to force a breakthrough before tomorrow. Wan Yi comes up with a ruthless method and tells Xiao Jiao to use the deadly green little insect on the cliff as a training target, because repeated severe injuries should harden Feathery Habitat faster. Xiao Jiao immediately refuses, clearly not eager to throw itself at that hidden monster again. Wan Yi keeps pressing, arguing that Xiao Jiao can retreat when hurt, and should even try brushing against the mysterious bird beast too, just in case either hidden threat triggers a major gain. Under his stubborn persuasion, Xiao Jiao finally gives in, and the new scripted simulation starts. In the simulation, young Xiao Jiao finds the green little insect after months of searching, attacks it, and barely escapes with heavy injuries. Those injuries become the start of the training, and Feathery Habitat slowly learns to keep Xiao Jiao alive through recovery after recovery. Years pass in repeated defeats, but the constant punishment steadily sharpens Feathery Habitat until even the green little insect starts to look at Xiao Jiao with surprise. Xiao Jiao keeps coming back so fiercely that broken feathers, damaged wings, and even twisted injuries stop breaking its spirit, and its will turns frighteningly tough. Then the insect reveals a glimpse of its true terror, because one cold look from it makes Xiao Jiao feel as if it is staring at a divine dragon and freezes it on the spot. That single look haunts Xiao Jiao for decades, and even after the insect disappears, the memory keeps grinding against its mind until understanding slowly starts to form. By 112 years old, Feathery Habitat reaches a terrifying level where even fatal damage can barely preserve a last breath, though Xiao Jiao still cannot break its natural limits. At 119 years old, all those memories finally click, and Xiao Jiao lets out a sharp cry as intimidation is born from the pressure of that impossible gaze. A year later the run still ends in disaster, when a giant bloody mouth opens from underground in the mountain range and swallows Xiao Jiao whole. The simulation rewards are worth it, though, because surviving 120 years earns Xiao Jiao the new steel will characteristic, intimidation, and 3 fresh reality simulations. Wan Yi immediately locks in those 3 rewards, deciding he can delay Feathery Habitat's final push and use the newly restored reality simulation chances later inside the sword tomb if needed. With Xiao Jiao's skills finally in place and tomorrow's assessment almost here, Wan Yi ends the night feeling that all the real preparation is finally done. After the exhausting simulation, Wan Yi finally wakes up refreshed and in unusually good spirits. He starts the day by carefully grooming Xiao Jiao, treating the little bird like an athlete before a big match. Then he cleans up the white python too and feeds both pets before heading out. Xiao Jiao flutters in front of him like it wants to carry him, but Wan Yi can only laugh at the tiny bird's confidence. In reality, Xiao Jiao has grown a little, but it is still far too small to carry a person. The team heads to the Investigation Corps headquarters and flies toward the sealed demon sword tomb on Lin Ro's blazing sky falcon. High above the clouds, the falcon's energy barrier shields them from violent wind and freezing air on the way to the assessment site. During the flight, Tang Xiong warns the trainees that official investigators regularly face fierce beasts, strangeness, and missions inside dark fog, so anyone wavering can still back out now. No one quits, and Tang Xiong approves their nerve before reminding them that investigator work is dangerous but can also change an ordinary person's limits. He makes the trade-off clear: if they want those rare chances, they also have to carry the duty that comes with the badge. By the time Tang Xiong finishes the briefing, the desolate secret realm is already close. He explains that this assessment gathers trainees from several surrounding counties, and just passing the first stage is enough to become an official investigator. But because the venue is the sealed demon sword tomb, he expects the washout rate to jump to around 70%. Tang Xiong only bothers explaining the first stage, which says everything about his expectations: survive that much first. The first stage takes place in the God Burial Mausoleum, where they must search the graveyard for specific materials and kill enough fierce beasts to qualify. He adds one more incentive: any extra materials they find after meeting the test requirements are theirs to sell for money. The group lands at the assessment camp outside the secret realm, where heavy security and powerful pets make it clear this is no routine exam. After registering with their investigator badges, Wang Yi spots a familiar face waiting inside the camp, Ming Zhu. When Wang Yi asks why Ming Zhu is here, Tang Xiong reveals that she is not a candidate at all but one of the assessment's sponsors. Tang Xiong explains that opening a medium secret realm costs a fortune, so Mingguang Enterprise helps fund the guards, escorts, rewards, and even buys leftover materials at better than market prices. One trainee blurts out that Mingguang sounds too rich to be called a small company. Lin Ro steps in and says Mingguang is state-supported, with huge revenue and huge expenses, so its modest profit numbers do not mean it lacks power. She goes further and says foreign capital undervalues Mingguang because the pet equipment industry is resource-limited and dominated from abroad, while Mingguang chose not to sell out. In Qinghai province, though, Mingguang is basically unmatched and simply chooses not to squeeze ordinary people for money. That finally makes Ming Kai's earlier comments click for Wang Yi, and he realizes he judged Mingguang too quickly. With that cleared up, Wang Yi goes over and greets Ming Zhu much more warmly. Ming Zhu immediately notices Xiao Jiu still has not evolved, and Wang Yi admits the evolution ran into a problem. Even so, Wang Yi promises her the expensive evolution materials were not wasted and that he will not let her support go to nothing. Ming Zhu does not press the issue, because she never really expected a green sparrow to become the divine great rock so easily. Instead, she gives practical advice. Wang Yi should be able to clear the first stage, but the second stage will likely be rough for a bird-type pet like Xiao Jiu. She tells him that if he passes stage 1, he would be smarter to keep searching that area for valuables, because breaking into the top 10 rewards will be hard if he cannot clear stage 2. Wang Yi casually asks whether he can just skip straight to passing the third stage, and his deadpan confidence catches Ming Zhu completely off guard. Even Ming Zhu's white moon fox lets out a quiet laugh at that one. Ming Zhu can only laugh and send him off as the assessment begins. Wang Yi steps through the spatial membrane and enters the sealed demon sword tomb alone. The moment he gets inside, he stows his luggage in the spatial sphere to move more lightly. Then he finally takes in the God Burial Mausoleum, a dark cemetery of worn stone markers under a lifeless sky. The deeper problem hits him right away. The air is full of mixed energy, and his spiritual perception feels noticeably suppressed. Not knowing the secret realm well enough to trust guesswork, Wang Yi decides to scout it the safest way he knows, with a reality simulation first. He tells Xiao Jiu they also need another chance later to improve feathery habitat, while the little bird fidgets uneasily in the hostile environment. Since the first stage should already be manageable for them, Wang Yi uses the simulation for what he really wants here: treasure hunting. In the simulated run, Xiao Jiu wastes the first day wandering around and only finds worthless scraps, which leaves Wang Yi thoroughly unimpressed. 2 days later, they reach a purple graveyard in the west, kill several strong beasts, and dig up a glowing bone that Xiao Jiu proudly calls treasure but Wang Yi dismisses as junk. Xiao Jiu gets so offended by that judgment that it sulks at Wang Yi for 2 full days. 4 days later, they find something Wang Yi actually agrees is valuable: an eyeball-like gem hidden in a huge tombstone. But by the 6th day, the treasure hunt turns ugly when they realize they can no longer leave the cemetery at all. The God Burial Mausoleum traps them inside a spatial loop, and the simulation ends with both of them starving to death in the endless graveyard. That result jolts Wang Yi, and he immediately understands why the assessment only lasts 3 days. He decides one simulation is enough and focuses on the 2 promising finds it revealed instead of gambling any more time. The assessment itself only needs 3 materials, so Wang Yi heads toward the purple graveyard in the west and plans to gather the required items on the way. Even after hours of walking, he still does not run into another trainee, which shows just how huge and empty the mausoleum really is. What he does run into is beast after beast, most of them strong level 1 enemies, but Xiao Jiu cuts through them almost effortlessly. With wind and feather cut, Xiao Jiu tears through the first stage so cleanly that Wang Yi starts wondering why the failure rate is supposed to be so high. For Xiao Jiu, though, this easy slaughter feels like proof that all the brutal training in the simulation was worth it. Within a few hours, Wang Yi has gathered almost every material required for the assessment except one last drop from a rare monster, a demon skeleton ghost. After another hour, he finally finds one standing in front of a tall tombstone, and this version is far worse than the sample Lin Ro once showed them. The thing reeks of decay and strangeness, but Wang Yi only sees the final missing material and tells Xiao Jiu to bring it down. Xiao Jiu flies in to provoke it, only to freeze when the demon skeleton ghost does absolutely nothing and just stares into the distance like it is lost in a trance. In the graveyard, Wang Yi stares at the motionless demon skeleton ghost and realizes something is off, because it still has not reacted at all. Since the monster is not moving, Wang Yi decides to play it safe and has Xiao Jiu attack from long range instead of risking close combat. Already annoyed at being ignored, Xiao Jiu lashes out with a full-force wind attack and wraps the ghost in a roaring green hurricane. The wind shreds the demon skeleton ghost with wound after wound, but the thing still refuses to move, which makes the whole scene feel even more wrong. Wang Yi keeps Xiaojiu from rushing in, because this demon skeleton ghost feels stranger than the one he heard about before and gives off a foul, dangerous aura. A moment later the ghost finally collapses, and its body turns into black mist and blood foam, leaving behind only a weathered skeleton. Wang Yi steps up to the tombstone, brushes away the weeds and dirt, and decides to see who was buried here. The inscription hits hard. Li He swore that even in death or as a ghost, he would keep guarding this place and never let the devil's sword leave. Wang Yi falls silent, realizing this grave belongs to a dead senior from the same investigation corps as the original owner's parents. He suddenly wonders if the demon skeleton ghost was formed from Li He himself, and that thought leaves him deeply unsettled. Then the tombstone suddenly shakes, and Wang Yi jumps back in a panic, hurriedly apologizing to the dead senior. The stone sinks back into the earth and goes still, so Wang Yi finally exhales and bows toward the grave in relief. As he puts away the skeleton material, Wang Yi wonders how many investigators died in this secret realm trying to keep the devil's sword sealed. He pushes the thought aside and keeps moving with Xiaojiu until they finally reach a strange graveyard where the soil itself is light purple. Wang Yi recognizes the place from the simulation and guesses the glowing bone should be somewhere nearby, but several level 2 beasts are still wandering around it. Because reality has moved much faster than the old simulation route, Wang Yi suspects this special area might still be hiding elite monsters they never met before. He has Xiaojiu clear out the nearby level 2 beasts first, making the area safe enough to search. Once the monsters are down, Wang Yi starts digging through the purple soil for the hidden treasure. In less than half an hour, he finally digs up the glowing bone, but it looks more strange than valuable at first glance. The giant bone feels old, light for its size, and shaped almost like a machete, but Wang Yi still cannot tell what makes it special. When Xiaojiu chirps proudly for finding treasure, Wang Yi quickly praises it instead of ruining the mood by calling the thing worthless. Satisfied, Xiaojiu accepts the compliment, and Wang Yi decides to move on because half a day has already passed. By now Wang Yi's backpack is crammed with assessment materials, beast remains, and everything else worth keeping from the mausoleum. He pats the packed bag and immediately decides it is still not enough, because he has a spatial sphere to fill and no reason to leave good loot behind. Wang Yi plans to sell one batch of materials to Mingguang Enterprise, save the deeper secret realm loot for later, and head toward the next stage before this place traps him. As they go deeper, Wang Yi still feels one small regret. For a place this strange, the God Burial Mausoleum never gave him a real boss fight. That wish backfires almost instantly when the ground splits open and a huge 7-section demonic centipede bursts out in front of them. Wang Yi quickly identifies it as a 5-star level 2 7-section demonic centipede, but after one look he decides it still is not much of a threat to Xiaojiu. He casually tells Xiaojiu to end it fast, treating the sudden boss like just another cleanup job. Xiaojiu explodes into motion, stacking Skydance with wind before rushing in under the Hurricane Godwing's buff. Its feather cut lands like a pair of spinning blades, and the centipede is sliced cleanly into 7 pieces in an instant. Watching the monster die that easily, Wang Yi can only shake his head and admit it was too weak to be worth the fight. The dead centipede dissolves into black mist and leaves behind only a tentacle and some rotten bones, proving even this boss is mostly just material now. Wang Yi picks up the material and finally leaves the God Burial Mausoleum with Xiaojiu, heading for the second stage. As soon as they step out, the weather changes and ghostly lightning begins crawling through the dark sky over the valley ahead. Wang Yi recognizes the second stage as Thunder Devil Valley and immediately understands why Xiaojiu failed here before, because flying pets fear lightning by instinct. At the valley entrance, other investigators are already hesitating there, openly admitting that many pets cannot get through this lightning-filled stage at all. One investigator stubbornly sends his rocket eagle in anyway, hoping brute force can beat the valley. The valley crushes that idea immediately, and the rocket eagle comes back charred and helpless before dropping into the canyon. After seeing that, Xiaojiu freezes and clings tightly to Wang Yi's shoulder, refusing to go anywhere near the thunder. Wang Yi leans in and reminds Xiaojiu of the far worse terror it survived before, the green little insect, and uses that memory to force its courage back out. That reminder hits the right nerve, and Xiaojiu's steel will kicks in as fear flips into a fierce, almost reckless determination. Satisfied that the trait was worth taking, Wang Yi gives the order and sends Xiaojiu charging straight into Thunder Devil Valley. The other investigators can barely believe a mere green sparrow actually dares to fly into the Thunder Zone at all. Xiaojiu keeps flying steady under the dark clouds, proving Wang Yi was right to choose steel will over a simple skill upgrade. Seeing Xiaojiu hold its nerve, Wang Yi decides this is the right moment to search for the Qinglei Peachwood before anyone else can take it. To save time, Wang Yi immediately starts a simulation to scout the valley and find the Qinglei Peachwood in advance. In the simulation, they search for a full day before finally reaching a purple forest with a huge peachwood-like tree and several dead investigators around it. Wang Yi realizes the giant tree is likely the key, but it looks like a dying plant beast covered in battle scars and already half robbed. At the broken top of the tree, he finds the clearest clue yet. The Qinglei Peachwood was probably there, but someone already took it first. The simulation ends even worse when Wan Yi and Xiao Jiu leave the valley and are suddenly cut in half by pitch-black sword energy from nowhere. Back in reality, Wan Yi ignores the unexplained death for now and locks onto the one useful lead. The Qinglei Peachwood is in a purple forest, and he has to reach it first. He and Xiao Jiu rush through the valley and finally spot the purple forest near the edge before a full half-day can pass. At the center of the forest, the huge purple-gray tree stands out at once, and Wan Yi realizes he might have beaten the other claimant here this time. But as soon as he walks in, Wan Yi notices he is not alone, because several investigators are already gathered near the tree. At the front of that group, Wan Yi spots a striking young man with long violet hair and a violet cloud dragon beside him, and immediately guesses he must be Lin Lei. Looking at the violet-haired rival's calm smile and perfect timing, Wan Yi can only think with dry disbelief that this guy feels like the main character of someone else's lucky break. Wan Yi reached a dark clearing and froze, because the so-called Qinglei Peachwood looked nothing like a holy green sacred tree. Instead of rushing in, Wan Yi stayed hidden and watched the group first, especially because in his earlier simulation only Lin Lei had made it this far alive. Out in front, Lin Lei stirred up the whole group by calling the tree a surviving descendant of the old demonic disaster, and a target they had a duty to kill. The speech worked, and the investigators charged with their pets while Wan Yi quietly decided Lin Lei was far too good at controlling people. The giant tree suddenly erupted, and Wan Yi noticed something odd at once. Its lightning branches were lunging straight at Lin Lei. Lin Lei dodged straight toward a nearby investigator and shouted for teamwork, using that person as cover when the lightning branches closed in. Then Lin Lei turned on his own side, ordering around the chaos while his cloud dragon and sword strike targeted the investigator and pet beside him instead of the tree. When the branches flung that investigator away, Lin Lei instantly twisted it into a rescue cry and pushed the confused group to keep attacking. The group wore the tree down in a brutal exchange, but Wan Yi kept watching the real pattern and became sure that the tree was trying to hit Lin Lei, not the others. As the tree's light faded and the others begged for a finishing blow, Lin Lei stepped forward and coldly declared that these beasts were finally paying for their sins. Right before the end, a hoarse voice came from the trunk and denied Lin Lei's story, insisting that Xiao Tao was not what he claimed. That single name hit Wan Yi like a shock, because Xiao Tao matched the clue from Ming Tianxiu's diary, and suddenly made this whole scene feel connected. Wan Yi walked into the open, and Lin Lei frowned at the newcomer just as the others assumed he was simply another late-arriving assessment candidate. When Lin Lei accused him of coming to steal the spoils, Wan Yi answered that he was actually there to save everyone. He kept everyone off balance by mocking their inexperience, and warning that boss beasts could fake death right before a deadly second form. Then Wan Yi pointed everyone upward and, in that distracted instant, flicked a black strange core into the tree. Lin Lei thought Wan Yi was bluffing, but Wan Yi calmly doubled down and claimed he could handle the beast himself if they wanted to survive. A second later the tree really transformed, rising upright in ghostly mist as its aura surged hard enough to terrify the whole group. The investigators broke first and ran, and even Lin Lei had to retreat, though he kept staring at Wan Yi like he had just ruined something important. Wan Yi stayed put despite Xiao Jiu's anxiety, because this was the only chance to get the truth directly from the tree. Instead of attacking him, the giant tree raised walls of branches and sealed the area, cutting Wan Yi and itself off from everyone outside. Inside that barrier, the tree spoke clearly at last and asked the question that mattered most. Who was Wan Yi, and how did he know about strange evolution? Wan Yi brushed off his own identity and got to the point, while the tree weakly admitted it was not a fierce beast and was already losing memories. When Wan Yi asked about Xiao Tao, the tree revealed that Xiao Tao was a peachwood sword it called Big Sister, one that once saved them from dark fog and helped some of them undergo strange evolution. The tree insisted Xiao Tao was no demonic sword at all, but a protector that killed strange gods until it lost its soul and ended up here under false blame. That answer clicked with Ming Tianxiu's forbidden diary, and Wan Yi realized the tree's current strength was only a brief surge from a low-level strange core forcing a temporary strange evolution. He pressed one more point from what he had seen outside. If the tree refused to attack humans, why had it targeted Lin Lei so fiercely? The tree answered with a chilling line. They were not beasts because beasts attack humans, and as for Lin Lei, it did not know what he was. Its final explanation was even stranger. Lin Lei's slander about Xiao Tao had awakened it from sleep, and that was why it could not let him go. Inside the tree, Wan Yi pieces together a troubling clue. Ming Tianxiu once sent Xiao Tao back to human society with his diary, but that diary somehow reached Ming Kai much later through a chain that no longer makes sense. The timeline bothers him even more when he remembers Ming Tianxiu lived 200 years ago, which means the diary must have passed through other hands and likely pulled in the same mysterious force that hunted Ming Kai. He abruptly asks whether the jacaranda has really slept in confusion all this time, and the tree's voice admits it only vaguely sensed humans harvesting branches, flowers, and fruit without ever fully waking. That answer makes Wan Yi realize the tree survived because humans kept harvesting it as a resource instead of destroying it outright. He presses his suspicion out loud. If Lin Lei alone knew the exact words to rouse this tree, then Lin Lei may also know Xiao Tao and what really happened in that old disaster. The tree can only say it has never seen Lin Lei before, leaving Wan Yi with suspicion but still no proof. Wan Yi sets Lin Lei aside for the moment, and directly asks the tree about the Qinglei peachwood. The tree admits a piece of sacred Qinglei peachwood is hidden inside its trunk because Xiao Tao once placed it there to keep the dying jacaranda alive. That confirms Wang Ye's guess, because a corrupted tree should not have been able to form Qinglei peachwood on its own. When Wang Yi asks what it plans to do next, the awakened tree answers without hesitation that it wants to find Xiao Tao. Wang Yi wants the same answer for himself, but first he decides to use the tree and force Lin Lei to show his true colors. He quietly lays out the act step by step, and the tree's unseen reply leaves him with one dry verdict: humans are truly cunning. Outside the cocoon of branches, the surviving investigators hover in anxious silence, and can only guess Wang Yi is probably dead inside. Lin Lei waits off to the side with narrowed eyes, watching everyone else more than the tree itself. Then the branch cocoon suddenly erupts from within, as bright slashes rip through the wood and blast it apart. The colossal jacaranda shows itself for a final instant, then crashes down with its light fading, exactly like a beast that has been beaten to death. A green blur shoots out next, and Xiao Jiu carries Wang Yi into the open before both of them hit the ground hard. The investigators stare in open shock when Wang Yi actually makes it out, and with the fallen giant tree behind him it really looks like he won alone. Wang Yi plays it up with a cocky line about the tree being easy, then immediately coughs up blood in front of everyone. To sell the trap, Xiao Jiu lands on his shoulder, thinks for a beat, and spits blood too before sagging as if it is barely holding on. Lin Lei comes closer with a smile, sounding friendly while testing whether Wang Yi and his pet are truly spent. Wang Yi sweetens the bait by calling the fallen tree a pile of treasure and inviting the others to split the gains like future comrades. The promise draws Lin Lei straight to the giant tree, and his satisfaction grows the moment he confirms it really looks finished. Then he turns back, pulls out a dagger, and asks the whole group for one last favor: to die for him. Before anyone can process it, Lin Lei lunges straight at Wang Yi while his cloud dragon lashes out at the rest of the stunned team and their pets. Lin Lei's blade is already at Wang Ye's throat when he notices the weak shock on Wang Ye's face has vanished into eerie calm. At the same instant, Xiao Jiu opens its eyes from Wang Ye's shoulder and pins Lin Lei with such fierce intent that his movement stutters for one fatal beat. Xiao Jiu explodes into motion, bats the dagger away, and sends Lin Lei flying backward with one brutal hit. Without slowing down, Xiao Jiu streaks toward Lin Lei's cloud dragon as the dragon roars and throws off draconic pressure to suppress it. Xiao Jiu ignores the dragon's racial pressure completely and commits to the charge with absolute will. Its great success feather cut lands in a hurricane burst, and the cloud dragon drops after a single devastating strike. Reeling on his feet, Lin Lei blurts out the real shock. Only a serious beast master should have a bird strong enough to reach great success feather cut, so why is someone like Wang Yi in the investigation corps at all? The other investigators finally understand the setup, and they stare at Wang Yi in fresh shock when they realize he was never truly helpless. Wang Yi answers Lin Lei coldly and walks toward him, reminding everyone that attacking investigators during the assessment is already a grave crime, and trying to murder them is worse. He stops in front of Lin Lei and demands the real reason he wanted them dead. Lin Lei tries the simplest excuse first, claiming greed got the better of him because the resources on that giant tree are worth millions. One investigator immediately calls out what that means. Lin Lei used the whole team as disposable tools. Lin Lei does not deny it, and coolly says they would have just counted as comrades who accidentally died in battle. Even after they tie him up, Lin Lei stays strangely calm, and that unnatural composure puts the whole group on edge. When asked why he is not afraid, Lin Lei shrugs that once they leave this place he is dead anyway, so there is no reason to beg. Then Lin Lei drops the excuse and starts preaching his real belief. Weak beast masters like the others only waste scarce resources and will die as cannon fodder anyway. He pushes it further by boasting about his own top-tier lightning control talent and future overlord class path, insisting that resources spent on him are worth far more than resources spent on ordinary people. He pushes the argument even further, claiming that with the dark fog spreading, people like the others are not useful enough to matter, so being sacrificed for an elite like him is only rational. The investigators burn with anger and humiliation, but his argument lands close enough to leave the clearing in a bitter, speechless pause. Wang Yi cuts off the speech and asks the only thing that matters now: does Lin Lei think they would not dare kill him? Lin Lei warns them not to kill him, because if he dies they still will not be able to leave this forest alive. That threat stops the group cold, and an investigator demands to know what he means. Lin Lei says he knows a hidden detail about the third stage. They are supposed to leave this purple forest, head to the sword catacomb, and kill a sword skeleton soldier there. Then he delivers the real hook with a smile. If they try to leave now, or even turn back, they will only walk into a miserable death. After Lin Lei is beaten, Wang Yi sends the three shaken investigators away so he can question the traitor alone. Wang Yi plants his foot on Lin Lei's arm, but Lin Lei still tries to bargain with him using the giant tree's resources and a promise to get out alive. Wang Yi coldly exposes the hidden rule first: anyone leaving after this can be cut down by invisible sword energy. When Lin Lei freezes in disbelief, Wang Yi drives the dagger through his palm and demands the truth about who sent him. Lin Lei still pretends to be an ordinary beast master, so Wang Yi changes tactics and threatens to cripple his prized lightning control talent instead of killing him. That threat works immediately, and Lin Lei begs to talk rather than be reduced to the kind of trash he used to sneer at. Lin Lei finally admits that before the assessment, a mysterious black-robed man approached him with promises of huge rewards inside the sealed demon sword tomb. The job was simple and vicious: find the purple giant tree, wait for others to help kill it if needed, then murder them too and take everything for himself. The black-robed man even told Lin Lei a Qinglei peachwood might be hidden inside the tree, and that rare wood alone was worth millions. Asked why he was chosen, Lin Lei gives a darkly honest answer. That man probably just knew exactly what kind of person he was. Wan Yi studies him and decides Lin Lei is probably not a disguised strange god, just a useful pawn holding dangerous information. He also admits to himself that not all of that intimidation was bluff, because he really did weaken himself by improving Xiao Jiu's feathery habitat in the middle of all this. After deciding Lin Lei is more useful alive, Wan Yi knocks him out with one punch and ends the interrogation. He tells the 3 investigators to drag Lin Lei back and hand him to the investigator core, where spiritual perception will expose everything he did here. When Yun Xiaobei asks about him, Wan Yi casually says he is still going deeper and plans to see the 3rd stage for himself. He even jokes that someone as strong as him obviously cannot stop at the 2nd stage, and the exhausted group finally laughs in relief. When Yun Xiaobei asks how he saw Lin Lei's betrayal coming, Wan Yi explains that he arrived early enough to catch Lin Lei sneaking behind them for the kill. He says that is why he held back instead of exposing Lin Lei on the spot, so the whole setup would make sense when he stepped in. One investigator still worries that leaving might trigger the hidden sword energy, but Wan Yi calmly assures the group they will be fine. Once the 3 investigators are safely gone, Wan Yi turns back to the giant tree and quietly says the coast is clear. The giant tree finally rises and reveals itself openly, and Wan Yi asks it to lead him into the 3rd stage sword catacomb to find Xiao Tao. The tree answers with certainty that it can sense Xiao Tao's aura, then carries Wan Yi forward on one of its branches. The 3rd stage turns out to be the core area called the sword catacomb, where dangerous level 2 sword skeleton soldiers roam among old blades. Seeing that wasteland, the giant tree grieves that the little swords which once followed Xiao Tao have all been twisted into fierce beasts. Wan Yi quietly says the Qinglei peachwood inside the tree may be the only reason it never ended up the same way. When the sword skeleton soldiers rush them, the giant tree decides to let them rest and slams its branches into the ground to bind them all at once. With the enemies locked down like targets on a rack, Wan Yi has Xiao Jiu finish them off quickly and safely. They keep advancing through the catacomb, gathering the dropped materials until the road seems to end at a lonely fort. At first Wan Yi sees nothing useful there, but the giant tree suddenly insists Xiao Tao is below them, not ahead. The tree says the Qinglei peachwood in its body can wake Xiao Tao up, but warns Wan Yi not to step outside its protection or Xiao Tao's sword energy might kill him instantly. That warning makes everything click for Wan Yi. In the simulation, the dead tree and stolen peachwood must have awakened Xiao Tao and unleashed the random sword energy that killed him. He also realizes that is why Lin Lei stayed so confident earlier, because he thought only he knew the way to leave safely after taking the peachwood. But now the tree is still alive, so the investigators who just left should be safe after all. Then the giant tree splits open its own body and slowly pulls out a radiant section of divine Qinglei peachwood hidden inside. Even before it moves, Wan Yi can feel the sacred wood's pure power, and the giant tree visibly starts burning through its own life to use it. With no hesitation, the giant tree drives the Qinglei peachwood into the ground before the fort, and the sealed earth begins to split apart in blinding light. Light suddenly bursts out of the cracked ground, and the dead wasteland flips into a terrifying blood-red world. As the realm fully opens, huge corpses hang in the air and gray-brown sword energy swarms everywhere like a battlefield frozen in another world. The giant tree realizes this is Xiao Tao's infinite sword realm, but it is far weaker than it should be and Xiao Tao still is not showing itself. Wan Yi guesses Xiao Tao may be sealed, and that answer instantly enrages the giant tree. At the brightest point of the light map, a giant broken wooden blade rises, glowing scarlet and radiating pure killing intent. The broken blade flies straight into the Qinglei peachwood, and its murderous aura finally starts to calm down. The giant tree excitedly calls out to Xiao Tao, and the blade comes over to communicate with it through spiritual waves. Wan Yi tries to ask Xiao Jiu if pets can understand this kind of exchange, but Xiao Jiu has no idea and gets offended when he jokes that it might be a fake pet. When Wan Yi asks what Xiao Tao said, the blade suddenly points at him and Xiao Jiu instantly jumps in front to protect him. The giant tree explains the bad news. This is only one broken section of Xiao Tao's blade, and the missing scabbard tail holds its memories. That leaves Wan Yi with a bleak answer. Xiao Tao was split into sealed pieces long ago, and even this surviving fragment barely knows what happened. Then the giant tree drops a surprise. Xiao Tao wants to speak to Wan Yi directly. The blade starts speaking in a crisp female voice and immediately questions Wan Yi about the strange evolution diary in his hands. Wan Yi says the diary came from a descendant of the Ming family, and Xiao Tao flatly tells him that cannot be true. Xiao Tao reveals an even bigger shock. Its master's surname was Jiang, and his name was Jiang Tianxiu. Xiao Tao remembers carrying the diary away, charging into a city swallowed by dark fog, killing strange gods until it lost its mind, and waking up later already broken like this. The story leaves Wan Yi rattled, because the diary worked, but the family history tied to it may have been false or tampered with. Xiao Tao says the diary is so important that it would normally kill anyone suspicious, but Wan Yi is spared because he helped it recover some awareness. When Xiao Tao says it cannot help much in its current state, Wan Yi quickly cuts in and asks for a piece of Qinglei peachwood for Xiao Jiu's evolution. Xiao Tao agrees without much fuss and tosses him the peachwood section attached to its body, saying it no longer needs that trace of aura. Now that he has the main material he came for, Wan Yi presses his luck and asks about the missing scalding bright flame too. Xiao Tao admits it knows where the flame is, but refuses to tell him because that information is far too valuable. Its price is brutal. Wan Yi would have to find Xiao Tao's missing sword head and sword case in other sealed realms and bring them back. Wan Yi argues that this is far too much for one clue, but Xiao Tao stays unmoved and insists that if he learns the flame's location, he will definitely chase it. Still unwilling to quit, Wan Yi points to Xiao Jiu and asks Xiao Tao to at least judge the green sparrow's potential before dismissing them. After the giant tree also speaks up for them, Xiao Tao finally offers a trial instead of a flat refusal. Xiao Tao lays out the test: defeat its phantom sword and strange god projections, then survive one direct strike from it. The giant tree thinks the conditions are outrageous, but Wan Yi accepts anyway and decides to try. Before the fight starts, Xiao Tao sends Wan Yi a panel of its own combat data, and the numbers are absurdly strong for a weakened sealed fragment. Even after seeing that terrifying status, Wan Yi tells Xiao Jiu to go all out and end the first round fast. Xiao Jiu opens with Skydance, and its body surges with a smooth rhythm that even makes Xiao Tao notice something is off. Then Xiao Jiu stacks Skyful of feathers on top of it, unleashing a dense storm of sharp feather blades with boosted speed and power. The phantom sword is shredded from every direction and blown apart on the spot, ending the first part of the trial in an instant kill. The giant tree blurts out that Xiao Tao just got insta-killed, and even Xiao Tao can only admit Xiao Jiu is much stronger than expected. Because Xiao Jiu's attack power clearly passes, Xiao Tao skips the strange god projections and reduces the test to one last condition: survive a sword strike. Xiao Tao casually claims it will use only a normal sword attack, but the slash it releases is a giant blade of light that looks able to split heaven and earth. The massive slash swallows Xiao Jiu whole and smashes the ground in a roaring explosion, making it look like the sparrow has finally gone down. Xiao Tao starts declaring Xiao Jiu's defense too weak, while the giant tree argues that even many level 3 or 4 pets would not survive that attack either. But Wan Yi points into the dust with a small smile, because Xiao Jiu is still standing. When the dust clears, Xiao Jiu is revealed bracing itself with steel-like wings and a cracked dark golden feather coat, battered but not beaten. The giant tree is stunned that Xiao Jiu has even trained the difficult feather coat to great success at such a young age, and Wan Yi waits for Xiao Tao's answer. The broken blade falls silent, completely thrown by how absurdly strong Wan Yi's level 2 green sparrow has become. The giant tree quickly reassures Xiao Tao that this is not normal pet strength and gives Wan Yi the credit as an unusually capable beastmaster. When the tree talks about how exhausting it is to train a young sparrow, Wan Yi dryly agrees from experience. Xiao Tao gets suspicious about Feather Coat and bluntly asks if Wan Yi has been torturing the bird to force that level of training. Wan Yi denies it on the spot and insists all of Xiao Jiu's training was voluntary. Xiao Jiu eagerly chirps and poses like a model student, which only makes the whole exchange more awkward. Seeing the trial is over, Wan Yi pushes the conversation back to what really matters and asks about the scalding bright flame. Xiao Tao stuns him by saying the scalding bright flame is not somewhere else at all, but hidden inside its own body. Wan Yi immediately asks if Xiao Tao can hand it over early and swears he will help recover the blade's missing parts later. Xiao Tao refuses for now because the flame is only a seed, and it still needs a pure fire-type material to mature. That condition flips the situation, because Wan Yi instantly pulls out the sacred flame nether lotus and asks if this treasure will work. Even the giant tree is startled by the lotus, and Xiao Tao can only mutter that this must be heaven's will. Then Xiao Tao finally reveals the prize itself, drawing out a thumb-sized platinum flame seed that radiates frightening power. Xiao Tao warns Wan Yi to keep the flame secret, feed it lotus petals over the next week, and fuse it quickly once it matures or it will return to nature. Wan Yi accepts the scalding bright flame seed with obvious excitement, knowing he has finally secured another key material for Xiao Jiu's evolution. After a brief talk about the past, Wan Yi quietly decides he cannot trust the old diary at face value anymore, and will keep this entire meeting to himself. Before he leaves, the giant tree drops a pile of flowers and branches so Wan Yi will not return empty-handed and make his earlier cover story suspicious. Wan Yi accepts the materials, packs everything up, and says goodbye to the two ancient pets before leaving the underground place. Once Wan Yi is gone, the giant tree asks why Xiao Tao fed him altered information about Ming Tianxiu instead of the full truth. Xiao Tao explains that if Ming Tianxiu's descendants really knew the truth, they should never have left them sealed here or let Xiao Tao be branded a demonic sword. So Xiao Tao deliberately planted doubt in Wan Yi, hoping he will stay wary of any story he hears from the outside world. As the chamber returns to silence, Xiao Tao can only wonder whether Dongli Country and Ming Tianxiu's old choice were doomed from the start. 3 days later outside the secret realm, Ming Zhu checks the assessment progress while Lin Ro admits most investigators have struggled badly. Their talk turns to Lin Lei, and Lin Ro reveals his bleak past and the suspicion that he was planted by the Dark Fog cult as a hidden piece inside the core. Lin Ro also says she sealed the news that Wan Yi exposed Lin Lei, because making that public would paint a target on him. When Ming Zhu asks about Wan Ye's results, Lin Ro guesses he is probably exhausted after the second and third stage fights and can only hope he still places well. Ming Zhu admits she has already poured a lot of resources into Wan Yi, only to get scolded because Xiao Jiao still has not evolved. Then the call finally comes that Wan Yi has returned, and everyone moves out to meet him. Wan Yi steps out of the secret realm carrying a huge bag and is immediately stopped by the burly Yaoguang commander He Xiong, who arrives with a giant panda pet. The burly commander warmly thanks Wan Yi for helping the investigation corps and immediately starts trying to recruit him before Wan Yi even knows what he is talking about. Lin Ro marches over and flatly shuts the recruitment down, refusing to let Yaoguang poach Wan Yi in front of her. After the brief turf war, Lin Ro asks Wan Yi how he did, and he casually says it went alright. She brings him into the assessment room, where senior investigators and Mingguang's staff are sorting materials and pricing everyone's gains. Su Hu greets Wan Yi and starts with the standard materials, expecting a normal count of flowers, herbs, and demon skeleton ghost skeletons. Instead of naming a number, Wan Yi says he brought a whole bag, and the room instantly knows something strange is coming. He flips the bag over and pours out a literal waterfall of materials until the entire room goes dead quiet. When the count comes in, even Su Hu is rattled, because Wan Yi somehow brought back over 100 flowers and herbs and more than 30 demon skeleton ghost skeletons. Wan Yi brushes it off as luck, but no one in the room remotely believes his luck is that simple. Then Wan Yi adds the giant tree's gift to the table, and Su Hu nearly jumps when he recognizes the rare purple lightning jacaranda flowers from the second stage. When Su Hu asks about the third stage, Wan Yi casually says he only got some sword skeletons, and the whole room immediately takes it as obvious bragging. A burly commander watching from the side calls Wan Yi out, saying even Yaoguang's best investigators only brought back 1 or 2 sword skeletons, so his words sounds ridiculous. Wan Yi answers by dumping out a pouch full of sword-shaped skeletons, and the room erupts in stunned gasps. Wan Yi walked out of the assessment smiling because, even after turning in what he had to, the leftover materials in hand were worth 4 million. Since he had also kept extra loot inside his spatial sphere, Wan Yi knew this trip had turned into a huge profit on top of his exam result. His results had clearly put him in first place, and when people questioned how he got so many materials, he casually blamed it on luck. That excuse held because in secret realms, absurd luck still counted as fair as long as no crime could be proven. First place also came with a big reward, 1 million gold coins and 5 million worth of Mingguang pet equipment. Wan Yi immediately felt relieved, because with money and materials secured, he could finally focus on simulations and evolution once he got home. Then Ming Zhu cheerfully called him over and said his performance was so good that she wanted to give him a treasure. Wan Yi misunderstood her badly enough to cough and ask if that was really necessary, and Ming Zhu just pulled out a tiny pair of wings. She introduced it as the Kongmi wingsuit, a special wing-type equipment made for sky pets by Mingguang Enterprise. At first glance Wan Yi thought it looked like a toy, so Ming Zhu explained that Kongmi-san let it shrink and expand to match the pet after binding. She added that the wingsuit could strengthen and protect a pet's wings, and long-term use would even improve agility and strength. Wan Yi liked the sound of it, but he still asked the key question, what was the catch? Ming Zhu admitted the early months would be miserable, because the wingsuit was heavy and restrictive even though it was worth enduring. The moment Xiao Jiao understood, it exploded in protest and refused to be strapped into that kind of restraint. Wan Yi instantly clamped Xiao Jiao's wings shut and lied smoothly that it was only excited and grateful. After that, Wan Yi asked about Lin Lei and learned he had been locked up, which was exactly the outcome Wan Yi had hoped for. He had spared Lin Lei on purpose so the investigation corps could dig into the black-robed man behind him and possibly uncover the dark fog threat in Anping County. Just as that settled, Ming Zhu suddenly asked the question everyone nearby cared about. Where was the missing Qing Lei Peachwood Lin Lei mentioned? Wan Yi answered after a beat of silence that he had kept it because he needed it, and he pulled out one more pouch to prove it. The peachwood inside was visibly smaller now, and the others could only wonder how many hidden pouches this guy still had. Ming Zhu accepted that answer, then reminded Wan Yi to sign up for the 100 Birds meeting and evolve Xiao Jiao as soon as possible once he got back. She also warned him to keep quiet about Lin Lei's case, boxed up the Kongmi wingsuit for him, and headed off. Next came the simple oath ceremony where Wan Yi officially joined the Dongli General Investigation Corps as a trainee investigator. That mattered to Wan Yi because the Investigation Corps was one of the few places that did not reject people over family background. Before leaving, Wan Yi honored his promise and handed part of the giant tree's materials to Yun Xiaobei and the other investigators. Then he rode back through the sky on Lin Ro's blazing sky falcon, finally breathing easy now that Xiao Jiao's evolution problem had a real path forward. In midair, Wan Yi suddenly asked Tang Xiong if he had known Wan Ye's parents. Tang Xiong admitted they had been in the same investigation corps and had later fought side by side in a dark fog disaster before Wan Ye's parents died. He went on to say he only discovered Wan Yi existed after rescuing a soaked, clumsy green sparrow trying to deliver food in heavy rain. That story made Wang Yi realize Xiao Jiu's obsession with learning to swim probably came from nearly drowning back then. Tang Xiong told him to do his best, because even if his parents had only been ordinary investigators, they died as real heroes fighting strange gods in the dark fog. Wang Yi nodded, but the more he thought about Tang Xiong's answer, the less he believed they had really been just ordinary acquaintances. After returning to Anping County, Lin Ro handed Wang Yi keys to an official apartment, one of the solid benefits of becoming a real investigator. The new place was a single apartment in a greener, better-equipped district with a lake, bamboo grove, flying field, training grounds, and pet services close by. Once inside the dusty apartment, Wang Yi's first move was to start buying what he needed for the pressure coming next, not worry about comfort. He quickly judged the real problem. Xiao Jiu had the evolution materials now, but with less than a month before the dark fog eruption, its skills still were not ready. For evolution, Feather Cut and Feather Coat had to reach peak mastery, while Intimidation had to hit great success, and that was a much nastier bottleneck than gathering materials. The hardest part was that Xiao Jiu had already trained for decades in simulations, yet its intermediate and advanced skills had clearly hit a wall. Wang Yi concluded that without either stronger soul growth or a lucky breakthrough inside a script world, Xiao Jiu might stay stuck. He also knew from repeated reality simulations that if Xiao Jiu failed to evolve, the ending in Anping County would not change. So he decided to save his last 2 reality simulations until after evolution, hoping that was when the future would finally shift. There was also Xiao Tao's unfinished promise, but Wang Yi pushed that burden to later because recovering the sword's other parts meant digging through the old Xinghai demonic disaster first. For now, he drew a line and chose to handle Xiao Tao only after the crisis in Anping County was dealt with. With his plan sorted, Wang Yi opened online orders for tonics and training materials in bulk. Before any of that arrived, he told Xiao Jiu to clean the dirty new house, and the little bird proudly took the job. Then Wang Yi stopped Xiao Jiu and made it wear the Kongmi wingsuit first, saying it would have to train in that burden from now on. Xiao Jiu resisted hard until Wang Yi switched tactics and tempted it with the promise that the wingsuit would make it even prettier. That hit the weak point immediately, and Xiao Jiu turned shy enough to let the thin cicada wing-like gear settle onto its wings. In truth, the practical equipment barely changed its appearance at all, and wearing it felt more like being dragged back to the miserable days of food delivery. Still suspicious, Xiao Jiu rushed to a mirror and stared at itself from every angle, unable to find this supposed beauty. Wang Yi doubled down shamelessly, praising every feather, and even claiming the wing line was more perfect than a true dragon's. At first Xiao Jiu genuinely could not see what he was talking about, but the praise was so relentless that it started believing it. The moment Wang Yi suggested it might not even recognize its own beauty, Xiao Jiu snapped back in excitement and fully bought the lie. With Xiao Jiu happily fooled into wearing the gear, Wang Yi considered the first step of training a success. After a few days of rest, Wang Yi started spending heavily, beginning with a huge batch of Spirit Wonder pills to cover brutal simulation costs. He bought more than 200 of the pills because running long simulations for Xiao Jiu would drain spiritual power at a terrifying rate. He knew the white python would be even worse one day, because that timid little thing could hide out in a simulation for ages. Next he bought 10 boxes of spiritual energy stones so Xiao Jiu would have enough raw cultivation resources for the month ahead. He also spent heavily on premium flame tassel rice, planning ahead so Xiao Jiu could build the right attribute base for the scalding bright flame later. The white python had to make do with snake spirit fruit for now, because even after the windfall Wang Yi still could not afford everything. 3 million vanished almost immediately, so Wang Yi deliberately held on to the last 1.5 million for whatever disaster came next. To refill his wallet a little, he put the extra materials from his spatial sphere up for sale online and estimated another million would come back. Only after money, food, pills, and stones were in place did Wang Yi finally start Xiao Jiu's next simulation cycle. He chose to train intimidation first instead of the wing skills, because that was the fastest weak point blocking evolution right now. Inside the script world, the green sparrow spent years practicing intimidation, but the progress crawled and it started looking for weaker creatures to scare. It finally found a group of white worms and, with complete confidence, decided those had to be the only things weaker than itself in the whole mountain range. Years of constant intimidation mutated the worms into strange butterflies, and the green sparrow somehow felt proud of itself for that outcome. Later it found the bones of a mysterious giant bird, turned them into a crude wingsuit, and started parading around like some terrifying superior species. That act worked on a young black bear cub, which got bullied into becoming the green sparrow's daily intimidation target. For a while the plan actually worked, and intimidation kept improving as the cub got terrorized day after day. Then the cub finally snapped, brought its parents over, and the green sparrow got slapped to death by a black bear over 100 meters tall. The simulation ended at 66 years and offered Wang Yi 3 choices, including a white achievement called Phoenix Masquerade. He was stunned that the reward was only a white characteristic, because that was supposed to be the lowest and most useless grade. But when he read the description and saw that Phoenix Masquerade was actually upgradable, Wang Yi's eyes lit up on the spot. Back home, Wang Yi learns that some pet characteristics can actually be upgraded, even though most are fixed from birth. The online explanation says upgradable characteristics can rise through training, but every recorded case only climbs as far as magenta. That still does not satisfy him, because with his simulation cheat, Wan Yi refuses to believe magenta should be the limit. He also starts connecting the dots and suspects this upgradable trait could work especially well with Xiao Jio's intimidation skill. After the simulation, Wan Yi takes Xiao Jio and the white python out to get used to the area and squeeze in some real training. At the training ground, Xiao Jio keeps practicing while adapting to the Komi wingsuit before its coming evolution. By evening, Wan Yi brings the white python to the pet center for another inspection, hoping to see some progress. The result is disappointing again, with almost no change except a small rise in spiritual energy. The examiner advises Wan Yi to contract the white python soon, saying his current spiritual strength should already support 2 pets. But Wan Yi has already tried many times, and every attempt to contract the white python gets blocked by resistance from its soul. What makes it absurd is that the white python acts completely attached to him in every other way. When Wan Yi complains that it eats his food, lives in his home, and still resists the contract, the little thing just opens its mouth for more food. Later at home, Wan Yi washes up the tired Xiao Jio after training and starts putting things away. Then he suddenly notices something missing from his spatial sphere and freezes. The missing item is the bead he picked up in the sealed demon sword tomb, and he immediately suspects the white python ate it too. When he searches it up, the truth hits hard. That bead was a scarlet eye divine crystal, a rare soul treasure worth more than 3 million. Realizing the white python has already swallowed nearly 10 million worth of top-grade treasures, Wan Yi can only stare at it in disbelief. The worst part is that it ignores normal materials and seems to have a perfect taste for only the most expensive ones. Wan Yi finally gives up arguing and bitterly accepts that he may have brought home a terrifying little money burner. Just then, Lin Rose sends him information about the 100 Birds meeting and tells him to study it before the event in 3 weeks. As he reads, Wan Yi learns that Yihuang Forest is a rare relic north of Yaoguang City, opened only to qualified beast masters with sky-type pets. The file explains that a myth-class Crimson Flame Phoenix died there protecting the city, and its remains turned the forest into a place that guides sky pets to stronger realms. If a pet performs well inside the forest, it can ignite the phoenix's soul fire and maybe even win a bloodline inheritance that opens a new evolution path. Even so, Wan Yi hesitates, because Xiao Jio can probably evolve without this trip, and the timing is dangerously close to the dark fog disaster in Anping County. That fixed timing bothers him even more, because in every reality simulation the dark fog explosion always happens at the same moment. Then a new idea clicks. If there really is a connection, he should test it, and Yihuang Forest could even become Xiao Jio's evolution site. He starts gambling on Xiao Jio's Phoenix Masquerade, wondering if a stronger fake Phoenix aura might fool the Crimson Flame Phoenix's soul fire long enough to create an opening. With that plan settled, Wan Yi spends the next stretch running daily simulations focused on Xiao Jio's skills. During the first week, he pours most of that effort into Feather Cut, hoping the beginner skill will be the easiest one to push to the limit. On the 10th simulation, Xiao Jio finally breaks through inside the scripted world. At first, the Green Sparrow simply trains as usual, then decides to look for a real sparring target in the mountain range to speed things up. It finds the little black bear again, scares it into submission with intimidation, and turns the poor cub into a living practice dummy for Feather Cut. The arrangement changes when giant snakes corner the black bear and Xiao Jio swoops in to save it with wing blades slashes. After that rescue, the black bear stops dreaming of revenge and honestly starts treating Xiao Jio as its boss. Years of harsh training follow, and both of them toughen up, with Xiao Jio's Feather Cut and intimidation growing steadily stronger. Then the routine shatters when Xiao Jio arrives one day and finds the black bear dead under a 2-headed bird monster's attack. Enraged by its little brother's death, Xiao Jio throws itself into a desperate fight even though the 2-headed bird monster is stronger. The battle drags on for days, and in that grief-fueled struggle, Feather Cut finally changes under Xiao Jio's wings. At the breakthrough moment, Xiao Jio's pressure spikes, the 2-headed monster falters, and Feather Cut cuts it down at last. Xiao Jio wins, but the fight leaves it badly hurt, and after burying the black bear it dies a few months later from those injuries. When the simulation ends, Wan Yi sees the big payoff, Phoenix Masquerade upgraded, and Feather Cut reached peak mastery. The new result is outrageous, because peak mastery Feather Cut awakened a dual profoundness effect called Blood Rage Combo. Wan Yi quickly understands how nasty it is. Xiao Jio can chain wing slashes into multiplying damage, as long as it can endure the brutal stamina drain. He is even more stunned because awakening one profoundness effect is already rare, and Xiao Jio somehow got 2 perfectly matched offensive effects at once. Looking back over the simulation, Wan Yi realizes that this breakthrough was born from a near-impossible battle and Xiao Jio's violent emotional surge, not ordinary training. He also feels bad for the black bear, especially since the simulation world never resets dead monsters or consumed resources for a second chance. Even so, he keeps the most valuable rewards without hesitation: Feather Cut Mastery, Phoenix Masquerade's growth, and another reality simulation. When Xiao Jio wakes up, the memory of that life leaves it visibly downcast, and Wan Yi has to comfort it for days before it fully recovers. After that, Wan Yi shifts the next training push toward Feathercoat, trying to force another breakthrough before time runs out. 3 more weeks pass, and Feathercoat still refuses to reach peak mastery, though intimidation edges close to great success. But Xiaojio still lands another major gain in that stretch, because Phoenix Masquerade finally advances from purple to orange grade. By the end of this push, Xiaojio is carrying 3 orange characteristics and a peak mastery feather cut with dual profoundness, making Wan Ye's Yihuang Forest plan much more dangerous in the best possible way. On the flight to Yihuang Forest, Wan Yi looks down at Yaoguang City's calm wilderness and can't help comparing it to harsh borderland Anping, where the dark fog always hangs over life. That contrast hits harder because relic-rich inland cities can grow strong in peace, while smaller border cities are the first to suffer whenever the dark fog returns. Linro uses the trip to explain that Yihuang Forest is a tightly controlled resource relic, and outsiders like Anping County only get a tiny number of entry slots. She adds that relics are different from Dark Fog's secret realms because they form around the death of powerful ancient beings and keep strict rules of their own. For Yihuang Forest, those rules are brutal and specific. Non-sky pets can barely enter, and pets above level 3 are strongly suppressed or blocked outright. When Wan Yi assumes that is just a protection mechanism, Lin Ro corrects him. The Phoenix wants unevolved or still flexible young pets that can actually inherit and reshape their path. She explains that once a pet reaches level 3, its evolution route is basically fixed, so the relic is really searching for younger pets with room to change. Then she warns him that the relic also judges the Beastmaster, because a pet chosen to inherit the Phoenix's power cannot have a weak master standing behind it. Lin Ro also tempers expectations by saying Xiaojio probably will not be directly recognized by the Crimson Flame Phoenix's soul fire, but clearing trials can still earn a true Phoenix's gift. As Lin Ro describes what a true Phoenix's gift can do, Wan Yi and Xiaojio both perk up at the thought of skill growth, body tempering, and better overall potential. If a pet gets that blessing, the Phoenix's shadow appears, and if one truly inherits the soul fire and evolves, the Phoenix's true body manifests so grandly that sky pets everywhere turn toward it like a pilgrimage. By the time the blazing sky falcon descends, Wan Yi has one clear takeaway. This relic is not about surviving danger, but proving a pet's full potential. At the entrance, the relic rises as a giant circular stone wall engraved with ancient bird patterns, with armed guards checking every candidate before entry. Lin Ro escorts Wan Yi through the security process, and after his identity and pet details are recorded, he is sent on alone to the inner square. Inside, Wan Yi sees only about 100 participants and immediately realizes how scarce these relic spots really are. A handsome middle-aged speaker steps forward to address the crowd as Lu Deng, the head of Dayu Dojo in Yaoguang City, while Wan Yi listens with the others. Lu Deng warns the candidates not to trust leaked stage tips, because the relic's 5 trials and even the fierce beasts inside change every time it opens. After Lu Deng wraps up by wishing them success, Wan Yi joins the orderly line of beast masters filing into the relic tunnel. The instant Wan Yi enters, a strange green sparrow-shaped mark appears on Xiaojio's back as if the relic has branded its first count. Before he can study it, Wan Yi feels himself dropping through a hazy void like he has fallen from the sky into a valley. A gentle force catches him before he crashes, and when his head clears, he finds himself alone in an isolated trial space with no road behind him. Ahead lies the first clear obstacle, a broad river, with a dense crimson forest and a blue wonder faintly visible beyond the opposite bank. At first Wan Yi thinks a sky pet can just fly over, but the relic's rules show themselves the moment Xiaojio tries to take off and awkwardly drops instead. Wan Yi quickly figures out the first rule of Yihuang Forest. This opening stage is a no-fly zone, so a sky-type pet has to cross the river the hard way. Instead of panicking, Wan Yi decides they will simply swim, and Xiaojio answers with brave confidence because this weird test finally matches the training it secretly has. Xiaojio dives into the river like a torpedo and surges forward so smoothly that it is obvious this little bird can actually swim very well. Then Wan Yi calls out from behind, and Xiaojio has to stop and turn back because its beastmaster definitely cannot keep up in that current alone. So Wan Yi jumps in, grabs Xiaojio's claws, and lets the green sparrow row him across the river like an impatient little rescue boat. They make it to the other side in minutes, proving that for this first bizarre test, Xiaojio's swimming mattered more than its flight. The moment they step forward, the space shifts again and a heavy electric pressure starts crawling through the air. A thunder colossus roars into view, and Wan Yi instantly recognizes how nasty this matchup is for a sky-type pet. Thunder restrains flight, and its stone body makes it hard to break. Even so, Wan Yi does not hesitate and orders Xiaojio to kill it with Feather Coat for safety and Feather Cut for the finish. Xiaojio answers by wrapping itself in peak mastery Feather Coat, turning its small body into a dark gold armored bird built to survive the counterattack. With Hurricane Godwings boosting it, Xiaojio's Feather Cut flashes out in twin silver slashes and rips the Thunder Colossus open in one terrifying pass. Wan Yi can only admire how absurdly strong that peak Feather Cut has become, because it just one-shot an equal-level enemy without even triggering a deeper effect. But the relic stays vicious to the end, because the dead Thunder Colossus explodes into a storm of lightning that floods the whole area around it. Feather Coat holds, and Wang Yi dryly realizes his caution just saved Xiao Jiao from getting badly hurt by a self-destructing enemy. The fight leaves no reward behind, but Wang Yi still counts it as an easy clear and keeps moving without using reality simulation. As they advance, 2 more bird-shaped marks have appeared on Xiao Jiao's back, making their early progress through the relic visibly count. Then the mood changes again when Wang Yi notices the temperature dropping, which makes no sense inside a relic tied to a crimson flame phoenix. A moment later, the answer appears in the worst possible form. Not one enemy this time, but a whole group of ice-type frost mammoths blocking the way. At the 3rd stage, Wang Yi faces a whole herd of frost mammoths and immediately realizes this is worse than the lone Thunder Colossus. He judges that the mammoths are weaker individually than the Thunder Colossus, but their stacked group skill makes them far more dangerous in a real fight. Since Xiao Jiao is too small to trade blows head-on, Wang Yi decides they have to pin the herd first and wipe it out in one burst. To set the trap, Wang Yi pulls out the white python and orders it to lay shadowless lines across the snow in a crisscross circle. While the white python spends all its spiritual energy building the trap, Xiao Jiao quietly stacks its own combat buffs and breathing rhythm for the kill. After putting the exhausted white python away, Wang Yi checks every detail of Xiao Jiao's condition before sending it out. Then Wang Yi gives his over-the-top send-off, and Xiao Jiao launches like a flash to prove it really is the future overlord of the skies. The resting herd snaps awake at once, eyes turning red as the mammoths answer with savage war roars and charge together. Xiao Jiao hates the idea of retreating, but it still follows Wang Yi's plan and turns to bait the herd straight into the hidden trap. The moment the herd hits the shadowless lines, mammoths crash down one after another, as the unseen space threads slice and bind them. Wang Yi calls the timing, and Xiao Jiao dives from above with feather cut blazing across both wings. The profoundness effect triggers, and Xiao Jiao spins into a blood rage combo that drills through the entire herd in a storm of light. When the attack ends, the frost mammoths are already finished, and Wang Yi can only admire how deadly Xiao Jiao's full combo has become. Wang Yi notes that the combo burns both mana and health, but with Sky Breath and Xiao Jiao's other skills working together, this is its strongest combat form yet. As the mammoth bodies break apart, actual loot appears this time, and Wang Yi quickly heads over with a grin. He collects 10 frost mammoth tusks, calculates they are worth about 1 million after purification, and decides the relic is being unexpectedly generous. With the spoils packed away, Wang Yi pushes on toward the 4th stage, expecting only one more trial before the Crimson Flame Phoenix's soul fire. Before entering the next danger, Wang Yi has Xiao Jiao recover with feathery habitat and steadily refill its spiritual energy with Sky Breath. Several hours later, Xiao Jiao is back to full health and mana, but Wang Yi can still tell the back-to-back battles have worn on its mind. As they continue, the relic turns dark and oppressive, and Wang Yi instantly recognizes the 4th stage aura as a strange god's territory. That realization actually boosts his confidence, because Wang Yi would rather fight a low-level strange god than another unfair beast trial. Outside the relic, Lin Ro and the local investigation corps leaders gather behind the gate to watch the special stone wall that tracks each stage clear. An investigation corps leader starts worrying when no one seems to clear the easy early stages, and Lin Ro listens in the tense silence by the wall. Then the first bird pattern finally lights up, and the mood at the wall eases for a moment. Lin Ro immediately punctures the optimism, reminding the others that nobody reaches the end no matter how often this hope comes up. Almost as soon as they say it, the first eliminated Beastmaster stumbles out of the relic, soaked and battered. Then the eliminations start pouring out in a line, with Beastmasters and pets alike dragged out half-defeated and dripping wet. When they learn the first stage was a river that Sky-type pets had to cross without flying, Lin Ro and the others are stunned by how unfair that setup is. Even so, the contestants scrape through with bizarre methods, only to get smashed by a Thunder Colossus waiting in the 2nd stage. The leaders are still calling the 2nd stage outrageously hard when the 2nd bird pattern suddenly lights up anyway. One investigation corps leader proudly guesses the mystery clearer must be his own elite Tianhe, and Lin Ro listens with open skepticism. Lin Ro immediately points out that Tianhe is actually standing among the eliminated, forcing the proud guests into an awkward collapse. Once they hear the 3rd stage is 15 frost mammoths moving as a group, even the veterans go visibly tense at how brutal this relic has become. One veteran grimly recalls that even a smaller frost mammoth group once appeared only at the 5th stage years ago, and nobody cleared it then either. Just as one leader starts declaring that everyone will be stopped at the 3rd stage, the 3rd bird pattern lights up and shocks the whole group again. Now rattled, the people at the wall can only stare and wonder who this impossible contestant is. Trying to recover the mood, one official confidently claims the hidden genius must be his own prized new disciple, and Lin Ro already looks unconvinced. Lin Ro ruins that claim too by pointing out the supposed prodigy among the defeated, and at that exact moment the 4th bird pattern lights up. In the relic's dark 4th stage, Wang Yi kicks aside a fallen song demon and realizes Xiao Jiao is tearing through these strange gods even faster than the frost mammoths. What really catches Wang Yi's eye is the scarlet raccoon dog ghost, a red-furred humanoid strange god with intelligence, endless stamina, and fire control. Wang Yi remembers the diary warning that this thing barely reacts to normal attacks or restraints unless light power is involved. Even so, Xiao Jiu's strange god nemesis trait and feather cut are enough to trigger a profound strike and kill it in one clean burst. After the fight, Wan Yi is pleased with the power but annoyed that Feathercut's profound effect still feels like luck instead of control. He decides Xiao Jiu has probably pushed Feathercut as far as this form can go, because true enlightenment would take more comprehension than the little bird has right now. While collecting the strange cores, Wan Yi grows uneasy because strange gods should not exist inside this relic at all. The thought chills him. If someone without Xiao Jiu's strange god counter trait reached this stage, they would probably just die here. He decides the relic's difficulty is seriously wrong, but instead of retreating, he rests for a few hours and pushes on to see the final stage. As the space changes, scarlet trees rise around them, and Wan Yi recognizes the rare flame-tongue trees linked to Phoenix bloodlines. Seeing those trees, Wan Yi guesses the Crimson Flame Phoenix's soul fire is close, but the brutal earlier stages make him stop and consider a simulation first. Outside the relic, Lu Wanqing reports that the fourth stage held real strange gods, and even she had to forfeit after meeting two of them. Lu Dang is stunned, because strange gods have never belonged in Yihuang Forest in the first place. He Xiong explains one possibility. Someone may have snuck in with a stronger pet disguised under level 2, forcing the relic to raise the trial difficulty. But even that theory does not explain the core problem, because an ancient beast relic still should not be spawning strange gods at all. Lu Dang orders a check on who is still inside, determined to find out whether someone disguised their way into the relic. The report comes back with only 3 names left inside: Tang Quan, Zhou Xing, and Wan Yi. Lin Ro vouches for Wan Yi and Zhou Xing, which makes the suspicious name stand out even more: Tang Quan. Lu Dang immediately suspects Tang Quan may be a prodigy from Qixing City who smuggled in a level 3 pet for some hidden purpose. Even then, nobody can explain why strange gods are appearing, and that unanswered question leaves the whole group grimly silent. Back in the relic, Wan Yi decides not to trust the last stage blind and starts a reality simulation before stepping in. The simulation shows the 5th stage as a blazing sea of fire with a huge scarlet tongue tree waiting at the end. In that future, Xiao Jiu nearly burns itself out protecting Wan Yi across the fire, and both of them reach the tree already half dead. Then a masked man in black appears near the giant tree with his pet, reveals a level 3 combatant, and effortlessly kills the badly injured Wan Yi and Xiao Jiu. The simulation ends so abruptly that Wan Yi just stares in shock, realizing he would have died for nothing if he walked in blind. He starts picking the vision apart, wondering who the masked killer is and why someone with a level 3 pet would be hiding inside the relic. The more he thinks, the more Wan Yi suspects the intruder may be the real reason the relic's difficulty went crazy. Then his thoughts jump to Anping County, and he wonders if this hidden person could also be tied to the dark fog disaster coming later. He also faces an awkward truth. Crossing the sea of flames nearly killed Xiao Jiu because it had to carry his weak human body through it. With only 2 simulations left, Wan Yi decides one must be saved for Xiao Jiu's future evolution, so he spends his remaining extra run on a safer test. This time, in the simulation, he withdraws from the relic instead of entering the 5th stage and earns praise for reaching the 4th. Later, he learns the hidden winner was Tang Quan, a Qixing City prodigy who really did sneak in and take the soul fire. That makes Wan Yi suspect the masked killer, and Tang Quan may be the same person. In the same simulated future, Wan Yi warns Lin Ro about Anping County's coming dark fog outbreak, and uses his memory talent as cover so she will believe him. The next day, a mysterious woman from a relevant department appears and confirms that his warning is true, even if they still cannot find the source. Wan Yi is shaken that this department had already traced part of the danger through Lin Lei's case, even before he spoke up. But the simulation turns grim anyway, because the dark fog still erupts and wipes out Anping County's investigation corps, including Lin Ro. Because of his unusual talent, Wan Yi gets recruited by that department, but without his cheat, he and Xiao Jiu improve too slowly to matter. Years pass in that simulated future, and Xiao Jiu only reaches its first evolution after finally pushing Feather Coat to peak mastery at level 4. Even then, the growth comes too late. The province becomes a dark fog battlefield, and Wan Yi spends years carrying the weight of promises he could not keep. The long simulation finally ends with both of them dying years later to high-level strange gods in another secret realm, but this time Wan Yi at least earns a real reward choice. Back in the present, Wan Yi sorts through the reward and rejects Xiao Jiu's skills, realizing a human body cannot use feather techniques anywhere near as well as the bird itself. Instead, he picks Xiao Jiu's D+ constitution growth, deciding raw toughness is what he needs to survive the Sea of Flames himself. The reward hits instantly, and Wan Yi collapses as violent power tears through his body and purges black filth out of him for hours. When he finally gets back up, hungry and filthy, Wan Yi can feel that his whole body has changed into something frighteningly strong. After washing off the scabbed filth and changing clothes, he stares at his renewed body in amazement, and finally feels like he is no longer the weak link. Xiao Jiu had guarded him for a while but eventually fell asleep drooling nearby, which makes Wan Yi grumble at the little brat's timing. Then he forgets his new strength and lightly pats Xiao Jiu awake, only to smack the little bird flying by accident. Xiao Jiu jerks awake like an enemy has attacked, only to find Wan Yi standing there somehow stronger than before. Wan Ye's confidence comes roaring back, and he points ahead with a grin, ready to charge the 5th stage and meet Tang Quan head-on. Wan Yi follows his simulation straight toward the giant flame-tongue tree, convinced the 5th stage's sea of flames should be waiting there. Wan Yi jokes that these flame-tongue trees are treasures worth digging up, while Xiao Jiu happily circles them like it wants to move in. As the heat rises, Wan Yi reflects on how absurdly powerful the dead Crimson Flame Phoenix must have been if its relic can still preserve a place like this after so many years. Then the real 5th stage obstacle comes into view, not just a patch of fire, but a vast ring of flames encircling the 1,000-meter giant tree. Even standing outside it, Wan Ye's skin already stings, and he realizes his old self would have been half-cooked just trying to cross. Xiao Jiu stares at him with a worried chirp, clearly asking the real problem now. How is it supposed to protect its beast master through this? Wan Yi calmly tells Xiao Jiu the trick from the simulation. Use skyful of feathers on him first, then layer feather coat over those feathers to turn its defense into his armor. Xiao Jiu is so stunned by the bizarre idea that its beak hangs open, but Wan Yi insists the logic works and starts turning the moment into a lesson about flexible skill use. He pushes the lesson further, telling Xiao Jiu that feather coat should not be treated as one fixed dark gold form, because changing the armor's nature might also change its effects. For now, Wan Yi decides to test his own limits first, swallowing prepared medicine and saving Xiao Jiu's protective trick for the moment he truly cannot endure anymore. He changes into fire-resistant clothes and steps into the sea of flames, while Xiao Jiu rides his shoulder like a tiny battle standard. Inside the flames, Wan Yi endures by circulating his own power step by step, while Xiao Jiu has it much easier under its dark gold feather coat. Wan Yi tells Xiao Jiu to treat the brutal fire as training and gamble on a breakthrough, because only an epiphany can push feather coat from great success to peak mastery now. While enduring the burn, Wan Yi keeps one eye on the road ahead and one eye on the bigger danger waiting at the end, Tang Quan and his level 3 pet. He reminds himself why that threat matters so much. A level 3 pet is on a completely different tier, with combat techniques and spiritual energy that can overwhelm Xiao Jiu head-on. His clothes start melting under the constant heat, but Wan Yi grits through it anyway because every bit of stamina he saves now could decide whether he lives later. Then the calm fire suddenly starts rushing toward Xiao Jiu, and Wan Yi realizes with a jolt that the little bird may actually be breaking through for real. Wan Yi quickly sets Xiao Jiu down and shouts for it to use wind, helping the gathering fire twist into a controlled spiral around its body. Inside that blazing cyclone, Xiao Jiu's hurricane-baptized wings ignite, and every feather starts shining with a new scarlet gold brilliance. The breakthrough lands exactly where Wan Yi hoped. Feather coat reaches peak mastery and gains bipolar profoundness, letting Xiao Jiu's armor shift what attributes it boosts. Wan Yi is half speechless and half delighted when he realizes Xiao Jiu really took his weird lesson seriously, and evolved the skill along that exact line of thinking. With one casual wing slash, Xiao Jiu splits the sea of flames apart, and opens a broad road straight to the giant tree. Wan Yi praises the new phoenix-like aura on Xiao Jiu, and the pair rushes through the open path to clear the 5th stage in one push. Past the flames, the giant flame-tongue tree suddenly feels cool instead of burning, and a bright phoenix phantom dancing in its branches tells Wan Yi the soul fire is right here. But Wan Yi is still too late to arrive alone, because a black-clothed figure is already waiting under the tree. When the man turns, Wan Yi sees the veiled black bamboo hat clearly, and beside him lies a rare cloud bluebird in the middle of a burning cultivation state. That level 3 pet and that hidden face fit Wan Ye's simulation so well that he instantly suspects this veiled man as Tang Quan, the one who killed him there. The black-clothed man is openly surprised that Wan Yi reached this place with nothing but a green sparrow, and Wan Yi quietly has Xiao Jiu keep Skydance running in case the fight starts instantly. Instead of attacking, the man flatly says Wan Yi cannot have the soul fire because splitting it weakens the effect, and he wants every bit of it for his own pet. He even offers Wan Yi compensation instead, a divine hurricane crystal worth millions, claiming it would help a sky-type pet more than the phoenix soul fire anyway. That sudden generosity feels wrong to Wan Yi, and he quickly spots the reason. The cloud bluebird is still cultivating, so the man wants to avoid a clash before it wakes. The black-clothed man admits nothing is wrong, boasts that he himself is a level 3 fighter, and warns Wan Yi not to mistake his pet's temporary stillness for weakness. Then the whole standoff shatters when a dark blur suddenly dives from behind the giant tree straight at the helpless cloud bluebird. The veiled man roars and throws himself in front of his pet, wrapping himself in a fighter's force, but the collision still blasts him away in a spray of blood and fresh wounds. When the attacker lands, Wan Yi finally sees it clearly, a level 3 shadow-flying crane, a rare dark and sky assassin pet built to kill in one strike. The wounded veiled man crashes down near Wan Yi and can barely process the humiliation after bragging that a level 3 fighter could match a level 3 pet. A second man finally walks out from behind the tree in a black robe and devil mask, calmly ordering the shadow-flying crane to kill the cloud bluebird first. That single order flips Wan Ye's whole understanding, because he suddenly realizes the killer from his simulation may have been the masked newcomer all along, not the man at his feet. Wan Yi kicks the fallen man and demands the truth, and the answer comes out fast. Yes, he really is Tang Quan. Tang Quan immediately begs for help, saying his cloud bluebird is almost done comprehending an intermediate skill and can still turn the fight if Wan Yi buys it time. Wan Yi flatly refuses, because helping Tang Quan against a level 3 assassin pet sounds exactly like volunteering to die first. Tang Quan starts bidding in panic, first throwing out 3 million and then 5, but Wan Yi keeps walking and keeps rejecting him. Wan Yi even talks Xiaojio down while refusing, loudly listing how hopeless their side should be against a stronger Emperor-class level 3 enemy. Only when Tang Quan shouts 10 million plus the Divine Hurricane Crystal does Wan Yi finally stop and turn back. In an instant, Wan Yi puts on a righteous face, claims this is about loyalty instead of money, and agrees to help his fellow countrymen after all. Wan Yi immediately orders Xiaojio to move, while Tang Quan is left speechless by how shamelessly fast that noble spirit appeared once the price got high enough. At the giant flame-tongue tree, Tang Quan finally breathes out when Xiaojio steps in, because he has already burned through most of his strength clearing the relic alone. Even while struggling to stand, Tang Quan tells Wan Yi to just hold the enemy off for a moment, still trying to judge how dangerous that black-robed attacker really is. Tang Quan quickly sizes up the shadow-flying crane as a level 3 assassination pet with terrifying killing power, and he cannot figure out who this masked man really is or why he tried to kill him. When the shadow-flying crane lunges again, Tang Quan is stunned to see little Xiaojio dart in front of the cloud bluebird and take the hit head-on. The crane's soaring crane slash explodes into a storm of dark slashes, but Wan Yi only watches and dismisses the flashy attack. As the air clears, Xiaojio comes out untouched in scarlet gold feather armor, and Tang Quan realizes this is a terrifying feather coat, not an ordinary defense skill. Tang Quan blurts out in disbelief that Xiaojio's feather coat looks like peak mastery, because a normal green sparrow should not be able to produce armor like this. Xiaojio answers with an even nastier surprise, gathering visible energy and bursting into a blood-red aura as Feather Cut's Blood Rage combo activates. The tiny sparrow becomes a blur and chases the crane through the air with one slash after another, never giving the assassin pet room to breathe. By the fourth hit, the shadow-flying crane finally fails to dodge and gets blasted away so hard the shockwave scars the nearby flame-tongue tree. Even the masked attacker goes rigid at that sight, because this green sparrow is hitting like a monster instead of a beginner bird. The black-robed man gives up instantly and orders a retreat, and the battered crane turns into a shadow and vanishes. Wan Yi does not chase, because he knows Xiaojio's burst looked overwhelming but actually burned through most of its remaining mana. He is satisfied with Feathercoat's performance anyway, because Xiaojio just blocked a level 3 race skill and turned the fight around. Tang Quan, meanwhile, is left mentally wrecked, replaying all of Wan Ye's earlier humble bragging and wondering how this could possibly still count as a green sparrow. Once the danger passes, Wan Yi walks over and casually reminds Tang Quan to pay up, even shamelessly asking extra compensation for Xiaojio's so-called mental trauma. When Tang Quan asks where Xiaojio is hurt, Wan Yi insists the bird was emotionally frightened, and Xiaojio instantly plays along with a fake weak act. Wan Yi then shocks Tang Quan again by saying he is not leaving, because he wants to try for the Crimson Flame Phoenix's inheritance itself. Tang Quan can only stare, because he knows Xiaojio is absurdly strong, but he still cannot believe a mere green sparrow could meet a Phoenix inheritance's bloodline requirement. Soon Tang Quan's cloud bluebird wakes up looking delighted, which tells him its trip here was not a total loss. Tang Quan finally decides to leave, promises to transfer the money, and hands over the Divine Hurricane Crystal as agreed. When Tang Quan asks his name, Wan Yi shamelessly introduces himself with the fake hero title Timely Rain, Wan Jiang. Before anyone can move on, the giant flame-tongue tree suddenly trembles and an ancient voice booms out, asking who dared wake it. Tang Quan quickly realizes the stray/woke the ancient tongue tree spirit, and he happily tells Wan Yi that this old guardian will probably expose Xiaojio at a glance. Not wanting any part of that, Tang Quan rushes out with his bird, leaving Wan Yi alone in front of the awakened tree spirit. Wan Yi immediately bows and explains that a villain's stray attack accidentally scratched Senior, trying to smooth things over before the tree gets angry. The tree spirit lets that pass but bluntly says the soul fire is already exhausted for this relic opening, so Wan Yi should come back in a few years. When Wan Yi asks why it is so rare, the tree explains that soul fire is leftover phoenix spiritual energy powerful enough to strengthen bodies, raise abilities, and even repair damaged souls. That one line hits Wan Yi hard, because he suddenly connects the soul fire theft to the dark fog disaster in Anping County and suspects the hidden high-level strange god is badly wounded. He follows the logic further and realizes the masked man was probably collecting soul fire to heal that hidden strange god, which would explain why the county's disaster timing always matched the relic opening. Wan Yi steadies himself with a plan. After leaving the relic, he will investigate the black-robed man and confirm the whole chain once Xiaojio evolves. The tree spirit, however, is done talking and tells the young human to leave if he has no other business. Wan Yi stops it at once and admits he still wants to try for the Crimson Flame Phoenix's inheritance, carrying Xiaojio forward as his candidate. The ancient tree spirit is baffled and flatly says that no matter how capable Xiaojio is, a green sparrow is still just a green sparrow. So Wan Yi launches into a bold lie, claiming Xiaojio is actually a divine phoenix bloodline spirit bird whose true form just has not awakened yet. Xiaojio is embarrassed by the nonsense, but it still puffs itself up and chirps along with Wang Ye's shameless story. The tree spirit is not fooled for even a second and angrily points out that bloodline can hide, but a true phoenix aura cannot. It admits the human raised this bird absurdly well, but as far as the ancient tree consents, Xiaojio still has no phoenix aura at all. Wang Yi refuses to back down and suddenly tells Xiaojio to show Senior its phoenix aura by using intimidation. Wang Yi did want the Crimson Flame Phoenix inheritance after all, not out of greed, but because even a little phoenix bloodline could raise Xiaojio's future ceiling and help it survive longer in simulations. Right then, Xiaojio suddenly unleashed intimidation with Phoenix Masquerade, and its tiny body gave off a startling half-phoenix aura. The ancient tongue tree spirit was genuinely shaken, because the aura coming off a plain green sparrow felt unmistakably close to the king of birds. Then an ancient cry rang out from the top of the tree, as if something sleeping in the relic had just been awakened. When Wang Yi looked up, he finally saw the crimson flame phoenix circling overhead in a huge, beautiful divine form that left both him and Xiaojio stunned. Just from seeing the true phoenix once, Xiaojio's intimidation broke through to great success on the spot. The tree spirit still had doubts, saying the phoenix had awakened but refused to descend, as if even it was unsure what Xiaojio really was. To test Xiaojio for real, the tree spirit offered a condition: learn an advanced skill called Free Size within 3 days, and it would try to call the phoenix down to grant inheritance. A branch tapped Xiaojio's head and passed on the technique, while another branch shifted size to show what Free Size could do. Wang Yi picked up on the warning behind the praise, because the tree spirit clearly suspected Xiaojio's phoenix aura might still be a bluff. Once they moved aside, Wang Yi calmly told Xiaojio to focus on training Free Size and leave the rest to him. In the simulation, Xiaojio struggled for years with no clue how to grasp the skill and wandered the mountains in frustration. During that wandering, Xiaojio even kept visiting the little black bear's grave, a small habit that quietly carried over from the past. Years later, that visit changed everything when Xiaojio ran into the little black bear's giant parents and braced for death. Instead of killing it, the giant bears brought Xiaojio along and taught transformation by example, shifting from mountain size to ant size as they traveled. Watching those bears finally gave Xiaojio the key, and in just over a year inside the simulation, it comprehended Free Size. That run ended brutally when Xiaojio got too close to a giant ape battle and was shredded by the shockwave, but Wang Yi still got exactly what he wanted. Back in reality less than half an hour later, Wang Yi happily chose the skill reward and realized Xiaojio had found a rare stroke of luck. Since they still had time before facing the tree spirit again, Wang Yi decided to use the waiting period to prepare Xiaojio's evolution materials. Over the next few hours, Wang Yi crushed the Luoguang herb, light pearl powder, Jinyan fruits, and Qinglei peachwood, then fed or applied them to Xiaojio step by step. The last and most dangerous step was the scalding bright flame, which Wang Yi had slowly matured by feeding it with the sacred flame nether lotus. Wang Yi knew the evolution could still fail, because Xiaojio had to absorb that flame while protecting itself with feather coat or risk being burned alive. To tilt the odds, Wang Yi brought Xiaojio back to the tree spirit and declared that it had already learned Free Size. The tree spirit was instantly suspicious, because not even the Crimson Flame Phoenix had learned that move this fast. When the tree spirit demanded proof, Wang Yi simply told Xiaojio to show it. Xiaojio activated Free Size and visibly grew from a tiny sparrow into a larger, stronger version of itself, proving the skill was real. While the tree spirit reeled, Wang Ye's own mind drifted to a much sillier conclusion: if Xiaojio could learn Free Size, maybe one day he could too. After a long silence, the tree spirit finally accepted reality and agreed to guide the phoenix soul down to grant Xiaojio its inheritance. Xiaojio suddenly pointed upward, and Wang Yi saw the phoenix's illusory body begin turning solid as the real descent started. The phoenix cried out with terrifying majesty, and the whole Yuhuang forest seemed to tremble under that ancient pressure. As it circled lower, the giant phoenix shrank into a dense ball of crimson soul fire with a drop of phoenix-shaped blood essence beating inside. The instant the inheritance arrived, Wang Yi fed Xiaojio the scalding bright flame seed and sent it forward. The scalding bright flame erupted inside Xiaojio at once, forcing it to wrap itself in feather coat as it cried out in pain. Still burning, Xiaojio rushed into the phoenix soul fire, and the white and red flames collided like two violent currents. That clash exploded into a blazing evolution, and Xiaojio disappeared inside a huge cocoon woven from both sacred flames. The tree spirit recognized this as the Crimson Flame Phoenix's rebirth from flames, and realized Xiaojio's potential had truly been acknowledged. Wang Yi waited through the long burning silence without daring to look away, because this was the evolution he had chased through hundreds of simulations. At last, a huge holy bird-shaped shadow flashed through the cocoon, the shell burst apart, and the newly evolved Xiaojio flew out. Inside the relic, Xiaojio finally broke out of the light cocoon in a completely new form, no longer a green sparrow but a radiant bird wrapped in faint holy flame. Wang Yi could tell Xiaojio had changed everywhere except one thing: the same slightly silly green eyes were still there. The ancient tongue tree spirit stared at the bird in disbelief, saying it looked like a phoenix and a sparrow at once, but not fully either. When Wang Yi admitted this was a human-designed evolution route, the tree spirit praised it as something extraordinary. The tree spirit explained that Xiao Jiao had inherited phoenix bloodline power, but also gained a rare light attribute and a fused holy flame that should strongly suppress strange gods. It even admitted it had never seen a phoenix with light power before and said only a genius could have pieced together a route like this. Wang Yi felt guilty hearing that, because he knew this miracle route had really been built through endless simulation deaths and brute force trial and error. Xiao Jiao flew over proudly for inspection, and Wang Yi's first reaction was to complain that even after evolving, its chirp still sounded exactly the same. But the moment Wang Yi tried to pet it, the heat almost cooked his hand, and he jerked back in shock. Xiao Jiao got annoyed and tried to flap the flames out, only to make them burn even bigger. The tree spirit said Xiao Jiao was simply too newly evolved to control its power yet, and suggested shrinking first. Xiao Jiao used free size, shrank down to a smaller body, and the terrifying surface flames finally faded away. Once the heat dropped, Xiao Jiao rushed over and rubbed against Wang Yi again like nothing had happened. Then Wang Yi opened Xiao Jiao's status and immediately froze when he saw its new race, Brilliant Light Sparrow, a first-class emperor pet. The full panel was absurd, with new advanced and emperor-level abilities appearing the moment the evolution finished. What shocked Wang Yi even more was Xiao Jiao's six-dimensional growth, because this evolution had pushed its stats into the top batch of emperor-class pets. He quickly realized this was more than a power-up, because reaching emperor class meant Xiao Jiao's cultivation ceiling had jumped to an entirely different level. Then he reached the genetic characteristics and saw that several old traits had upgraded while completely new phoenix traits had appeared. Strange God Nemesis and Phoenix Will were now orange-grade, turning Xiao Jiao into something terrifyingly hard for strange gods to face. But the biggest shock was Phoenix Bloodline and the magenta trait Nirvana, which meant Xiao Jiao could revive once from death as an egg and come back stronger. Wang Yi was thrilled, because even a tiny trace of Phoenix Bloodline had already rewritten Xiao Jiao's future. He also noticed a new trait called Flame-like Light Blade, which would lace Xiao Jiao's wing attacks with inextinguishable light flame damage. When he saw Xiao Jiao's spiritual energy had jumped from 1,500 to 9,500, Wang Yi could only stare at the interface and call it ridiculous. Seeing Wang Yi's reaction, the tree spirit quietly concluded the evolution had succeeded beyond expectation. Before sending them off, the tree spirit dropped a few soul red leaves and said they could slowly strengthen Xiao Jiao's soul so it could better control its new power. The tree spirit gave one last grave hope, asking this little bird that inherited the phoenix's core power to protect humanity in the dark age ahead. Wang Yi stored the leaves in his spatial sphere, thanked the tree spirit again, and finally headed out with Xiao Jiao. Outside the relic entrance, the mood was much tenser, because Zhou Xing was already out and only Tang Quan and Wang Yi were still missing. He Xiong openly cursed Qixing City's Tang family for sneaking a junior into Yaoguang City's relic competition and nearly getting local beast masters killed. Lu Deng explained that the Tang side had prepared for this, quietly transferring Tang Quan's identity so on paper he still qualified to enter. Worse, Lu Deng said they now had to hope Tang Quan survived, because if something happened to a favored Tang genius inside their relic, Yaoguang City would be the one in trouble. Just then, an investigation corps search team forced its way back out of the relic after entering under heavy risk to look for the missing candidates. Tang Quan was with them, and the rescue leader reported that he had already come out on his own after clearing the 5th stage and taking the soul fire. That result stunned everyone, because none of Yaoguang City's own beastmasters had managed to clear the 4th stage under the relic's increased difficulty. He Xiong immediately got in Tang Quan's face and demanded whether he realized his interference had nearly doomed Yaoguang City's new beastmasters. Tang Quan went rigid when he heard that most of the people inside were actually rookies with level 1 or 2 pets. He almost lost it on the spot, because if Wang Jiang had really been a rookie beastmaster too, then everything he thought he knew inside the relic had just broken apart. Lin Ro calmly added that Wang Yi was also still inside, and he was another true newcomer who had only become a beastmaster a few months ago. At first He Xiong thought Wang Yi should be somewhere around the 4th stage, while Lin Ro argued his green sparrow might even be able to fight strange gods and reach the 5th. The moment Tang Quan heard that Wang Yi's pet was a fearless green sparrow, he realized the terrifying Wang Jiang he met inside was the same person. That nearly made Tang Quan black out, because he had taken Wang Yi for some monster talent from a big background, not a rookie from Yaoguang City. Then Tang Quan dropped the real bomb and told them Wang Yi had already cleared the 5th stage in perfect condition and met the ancient tongue tree spirit. Lu Deng lit up at once and called Wang Yi the genius Yaoguang City had been waiting for. Tang Quan kept one bitter thought to himself. He had already taken the soul fire first, so Wang Yi should have missed that chance. But before anyone could settle down, a piercing cry burst from the relic and a gigantic crimson flame phoenix appeared above Yihuang Forest. The whole entrance exploded into uproar, because that vision could only mean one thing: someone inside had really obtained the phoenix inheritance. Since Tang Quan was already standing outside, everyone slowly turned to the only possible answer left: Wang Yi. Tang Quan could barely accept it, muttering that the phoenix had to be crazy if it really chose a green sparrow as its inheritor. Not long after, Wang Yi finally walked out of the relic and found the entire entrance staring at him. Lin Ro stepped up at once and asked the question everyone wanted answered. Had his green sparrow really received the Crimson Flame Phoenix's bloodline inheritance? Wan Yi thought for a second, answered honestly that it had, and then casually added the line that left everyone speechless. Only a little. Back at the base, Wan Yi flatly admits that Xiao Jiu evolved, and nobody around him can quite believe how casually he says it. When Lin Ro pushes for details, Wan Yi uses the Phoenix bloodline inheritance as his explanation and lets them assume that is what changed Xiao Jiu. Lin Ro guesses Xiao Jiu should have jumped to extraordinary third class, and Wan Yi quietly says it went a little higher. The whole group freezes when Wan Yi finally says Xiao Jiu reached Emperor first class, because that is nowhere near just a little higher. Lu Deng can hardly accept that a plain green sparrow jumped from otherworldly class to Emperor class, but Wan Yi calmly points out that a sparrow could never inherit much Phoenix bloodline to begin with. That answer actually lands, and the group grudgingly accepts that even a tiny piece of Phoenix inheritance could still be life-changing for Xiao Jiu. Lin Ro gets openly excited and tells Wan Yi he has brought honor to Amping County, because being chosen by the Crimson Flame Phoenix says a lot about Xiao Jiu's potential. When Lin Ro pats his shoulder, she suddenly realizes Wan Yi himself feels shockingly solid, like his body was strengthened inside the relic too. Lu Deng quickly switches to mentor mode and warns Wan Yi that an Emperor-class pet is precious but dangerous to raise badly, so he offers help from Feiyu Dojo. He explains that a dojo is different from a university, because Feiyu specializes in training Sky-type pets to fight at their best instead of teaching everything broadly. Wan Yi nods along, but the thing he really wants to know is whether Tang Quan reported the black-robed man from the relic. Seeing they know nothing about it, Wan Yi briefly tells them that a black-robed attacker with a level 3 shadow-flying crane targeted him, and Tang Quan near the ancient tongue tree spirit. His real concern is simple. If they identify everyone who cleared the 5th stage, they should be able to narrow down who that black-robed man was. The moment the group hears about a hidden level 3 pet and a masked attacker, their expressions sharpen and the conversation turns into a real investigation. Lin Ro reveals that only Wan Yi and Tang Quan actually cleared the 5th stage, which means the attacker should not have been there under normal circumstances. When Wan Yi asks who emerged before Tang Quan, Lu Deng names just one person, Zhou Xing, a student who supposedly only cleared the 4th stage. Lu Deng admits Zhou Xing's known pet does not match the shadow-flying crane, but if someone hit a level 3 pet the way Tang Quan did, he still cannot rule Zhou Xing out. Lin Ro hesitates because Zhou Xing is a top student backed by Mingguang Enterprise, and she cannot easily believe he would do something like this. That name hits Wan Yi hard, because he knows the black-robed man may connect to a high-level strange god, and Mingguang Enterprise should not fit that picture at all. His thoughts jump to Jiang Tianxiu and the diary tied to Xiao Tao, and for the first time he wonders if Mingguang Enterprise is hiding something much darker. Lu Deng stops speculating and orders a full investigation into every beastmaster who attended the meeting, with special attention on Zhou Xing's background. Wan Yi can only wait for the results now, though he is already prepared to run his own simulation if the official investigation comes up empty. Once the urgent discussion settles, Lu Deng suddenly asks Wan Yi for a pet battle because everyone wants to see Xiao Jiu's new form with their own eyes. Wan Yi dryly says he is not very interested, because formal pet battles are not as direct as real fights against fierce beasts or strange gods. His answer leaves everyone baffled, and He Xiong blurts out that almost no beastmaster these days is uninterested in pet battles. To tempt him, Lu Deng offers a real prize from Feiyu Dojo, the cloud-swallowing technique, a sky-type combat technique that can improve a pet's physique and agility. He makes it clear this technique is usually reserved for core disciples, which tells Wan Yi just how seriously Lu Deng is taking Xiao Jiu's potential. Lin Ro immediately backs up the offer and reminds Wan Yi that Lu Deng once refused to show that same technique even to her. Lu Deng bluntly says exceptions are for geniuses, and Lin Ro has no comeback to that. That reward works instantly, and Wan Yi agrees with a straight face that never mind the technique, his main purpose is just to gain combat experience. He Xiong laughs on the spot, because everyone can see Wan Yi suddenly became interested the moment benefits appeared. Wan Yi does have a serious reason too, because Xiao Jiu will likely reach level 3 soon and he wants to see what a true combat technique is like in advance. Lu Deng decides to make the spar more serious and calls over his disciple Lu Wanqing to fight Wan Yi. Lu Wanqing immediately protests that Wan Yi cleared the 5th stage and she only reached the 4th, so sending her to fight him sounds ridiculous. Lu Deng snaps back that she should use her level 3 pet, since the Huang Forest restrictions no longer apply outside the relic. That reveal shocks the whole group, because nobody expected Lu Deng's youngest disciple to be hiding a level 3 pet. Lin Ro calls it unfair on the spot, but Lu Deng ignores the complaints and asks Wan Yi himself whether he accepts the matchup. Wan Yi accepts without hesitation, which leaves everyone else with even less to say. Lu Wanqing heads to the base storage area and comes back carrying a square pet treasure box for her unrevealed fighter. With the match set, the group clears the area and moves to the military base's dedicated dueling platform. Before they begin, Lin Ro explains the battle rules, especially the hard limit that neither side can kill the other or use skills before the start. Wan Yi quietly notes that holding back is actually one of the tricky parts, because real battle instincts are much rougher than formal dueling rules. On the opposite side, Lu Wanqing opens the treasure box and releases a crackling lightning eagle into the arena. The bird looks every bit like a sky king, with a 4-meter body, a lightning-crowned head, and the imposing aura of a 1-star level 3 pet. Wan Yi reads the pressure immediately and recognizes it as a powerful standard level 3 opponent, maybe even one that already trained in combat techniques. Instead of backing down, Wan Yi decides this is exactly the kind of worthy first opponent he wants for Xiao Jiao after evolving. Then Wan Yi lifts his hand and calls Xiao Jiao out, and the familiar chirp of his pet rings across the platform just as the evolved bird appears. When Xiao Jiao appeared in its new evolved form, the whole group just stared, because the sparrow had become strikingly elegant in a way none of them expected. Lu Dang was the most shaken, because he could feel the aura of a crimson flame phoenix on Xiao Jiao even though its body clearly was not a phoenix. The more Lu Dang examined it, the stranger it felt, because Xiao Jiao still looked like a green sparrow but carried fused light and flame energy far beyond a normal evolution. He Xiong blurted out that the bird looked ridiculously good, then tried to act wise by claiming beautiful pets were usually weak. Lin Rose shut that down at once, saying she did not feel beauty from Xiao Jiao at all, only the pressure of a stronger bird that could even make her blazing sky falcon uneasy. He Xiong could only cough awkwardly when Lin Rose's answer made it obvious she cared about strength far more than appearances. Lu Wanqing and the other women were openly dazzled, because Xiao Jiao looked beautiful enough to steal attention before the fight even began. That only gave Wan Yi a new worry, because if Xiao Jiao looked this gorgeous, he felt he would need a much more masculine pet later to save his own image. Lu Wanqing was so charmed by Xiao Jiao's appearance that her battle intent dipped on the spot. Her lightning eagle noticed that affection immediately, got jealous on the spot, and shot into the sky to start the match. At this level, the pets did not need constant orders, so everyone watched for how the two trained birds would read each other on their own. The lightning eagle struck first with a near-proficient lightning strike, scattering accurate arcs of purple electricity across the field toward Xiao Jiao. Instead of dodging, Xiao Jiao cried out and charged straight into the lightning, leaving everyone around the ring completely dumbfounded. The bolts hit Xiao Jiao cleanly, but it only paused for a heartbeat and kept flying forward as if brute courage mattered more than pain. Even the lightning eagle froze for a moment, because it had clearly never seen another sky pet just eat the attack and keep coming. Watching from the side, Wan Yi knew exactly what this was. After evolving Steel Will into Phoenix Will, Xiao Jiao had become even more fearless and even less interested in dodging. Xiao Jiao reached the stunned eagle and slammed into it with no technique at all, just a brutal body check powered by its evolved stats. The hit knocked the lightning eagle right out of the air, proving Xiao Jiao's raw strength alone was already enough to break the fight open. Xiao Jiao did not follow up with Feather Cut, because the last impact had already hit so hard that a deadlier skill might have finished the eagle outright. Instead, Xiao Jiao switched to Wind, and the glowing lines on its wings flared as it unleashed a pair of giant tornadoes. Lu Dang was stunned all over again, because that wind skill looked far too strong for a level 2 pet and pointed to absurdly high spiritual energy and rare inherited traits. The real shock for him was the timing, because Wan Yi had trained a basic wind skill to the edge of peak great success in only a few months. The tornadoes swallowed the lightning eagle, and inside them Xiao Jiao's wind blades kept slicing through the trapped bird like a spinning kill zone. Less than 10 seconds later, the tornado died down and the lightning eagle dropped to the ground twitching, with the fight already over. The whole spar ended so fast that everyone fell quiet, because Xiao Jiao had won with the same blunt answer from start to finish. No tricks, just charge. Xiao Jiao landed with stray lightning still snapping across its feathers, but it looked completely pleased with itself after the win. Wan Yi could see the flaw even in victory, because Xiao Jiao could have come out unhurt if it ever learned to stop treating every fight like a beast hunt. Still, Wan Yi praised Xiao Jiao, while quietly noting that the lightning eagle had lost mainly because it was careless enough to be caught off guard once. Lu Wanqing hurried over to comfort her lightning eagle, while everyone else was still digesting how cleanly the match had been decided. Lu Dang finally broke the silence by praising Xiao Jiao's style as decisive and direct, and he said it looked exactly like the kind of ruthless opening an investigation corps fighter would use. He was even more amazed by Xiao Jiao's future potential, because an Emperor First-Class evolution with this much force and this much training progress was a treasure in plain sight. When Lu Dang called Wind Xiao Jiao's absolute kill move, Wan Yi only nodded, because he knew Xiao Jiao was still holding back far deadlier options. Lin Ro was still stuck on another problem entirely, because Xiao Jiao's skill growth had become absurdly fast even by everything she had already seen before. He Xiong, on the other hand, loved the result even more after the fight, because Xiao Jiao's savage style fit his taste perfectly and made Wan Ye's 5-stage clear feel much easier to believe. Lu Dang then handed Wan Yi the promised combat technique, explaining that the scroll was only a guide and Xiao Jiao would need a one-use genetic capsule to truly absorb the method. He also warned that once Xiao Jiao started practicing the technique, Wan Yi would have to follow its rules carefully to avoid dangerous conflicts. Wan Yi accepted the scroll and felt its weight, while the remaining reliquary rewards turned out to be much less impressive, standard cultivation resources for each stage. Then the mood shifted again when the team sent to investigate Zhou Xing finally came back, bringing the next development right to the door. He Xiong confirms the captured suspect had a hidden shadow-flying crane and smuggled it into Yihuang Forest the same way Tang Quan did, which means this was never a simple theft attempt. He Xiong adds that Zhou Xing only wanted to snatch the soul fire after Tang Quan took it first, but Wan Yi drove him off and the city has already handed the man to security custody. When He Xiong says Mingguang Enterprise may also be investigated, Lin Ro immediately pushes back because that implication is far bigger than one captured attacker. He Xiong only points upward, and Lin Ro goes silent because that gesture makes it clear the pressure is coming from a higher power above the city. That answer bothers Wan Yi even more, because the whole case suddenly feels too neat and Zhou Xing still does not fit the role of the black-robed mastermind in his head. Instead of staying there, Wan Yi claims he needs to rest and slips away to a Beastmaster restroom so he can quietly test the truth for himself. Behind that closed door, Wan Yi ignores the combat technique for now and burns his last reality simulation on the question that is still nagging him. The simulation starts with an almost normal return home, except Wan Yi discovers that something inside his spatial sphere has been eaten again and the small detail already feels ominous. On the very next day, disaster still arrives on schedule as dark fog erupts in Anping County, and strange gods pour out in a swarm. Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao fight their way to the center, only to find no obvious ruler there, just a glowing spatial arch that makes the attacking strange gods go mad at the sight of them. When the swarm nearly overwhelms them, Tang Xiong rushes in to shield Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao, but because he has no approved character ID here, the panel should keep him as an unnamed adult rescuer dying to buy their escape. Outside the city, the real terror appears at last as a powerful shadow-like high-level strange god descends and forces Xiao Jiao into a brutal life-and-death fight. Xiao Jiao manages only an injured draw, and the creature recovers by devouring other strange gods, turning the escape into a hopeless chase. Just before both of them are killed, Wan Ye's other pet suddenly erupts with hidden power, repels the high-level strange god, and drags them away before collapsing back into a weakened form. They stagger into Yaoguang City under spreading dark fog, and because the mysterious department woman has no valid approved ID here, the panel should keep her as an unnamed official warning that the curse is already eating them alive. A year later, Wan Yi is wasting away and Xiao Jiao survives only by clinging to the light flames in its body, while the mysterious department woman remains an unnamed visitor urging Xiao Jiao to break the contract and save itself. Wan Yi tries to let Xiao Jiao go so it can live, but Xiao Jiao stubbornly refuses, and the unnamed department woman ends up taking only the other pet away off-screen for separate nurturing. 2 years later, the fog has swallowed more of the province. Wan Yi lies unconscious, and an eerie horned woman in white keeps appearing in the corner, but with no valid approved ID she should stay an unnamed watcher in the panel. 20 years pass, Wan Yi finally dies, and Xiao Jiao stays with him to the very end before burying him with aching loyalty. As Xiao Jiao buries him, a snow-white dragon circles above the grave for a long time, as if even that creature cannot bear to leave. After that, Xiao Jiao gives up on living, stays stuck at 1-star level 7, and finally throws itself into the dark fog in a last mad slaughter until it is swallowed too. When the simulation ends, Wan Yi is left shaken because this is the longest future he and Xiao Jiao have ever survived, and it is still a tragedy. He barely even looks at the reward choice, because the real shock is that the dark fog still exploded on the exact same day no matter what he changed. Wan Yi replays every earlier simulation in his head like a maze he thought he had solved, only to realize the path he trusted may have been another dead end. Then his phone suddenly flashes with a 10 million yuan transfer, and the message yanks his thoughts back to Tang Quan's old promise. The payment reminds Wan Yi that Tang Quan actually kept his word, and that small fact suddenly hooks into the simulation in a way Wan Yi had missed before. He goes back over the order of events in the earlier simulations and sees the problem clearly. Depending on whether Wan Yi stayed or left, either Wan Yi or Tang Quan should have reached the soul fire first. From that, Wan Yi draws a harsh possibility. In the simulation where Tang Quan supposedly got the soul fire, the black-robed man may have killed him, disguised himself as Tang Quan, and walked out under everyone else's nose. That theory explains why the dark fog still erupted on time before, but it crashes into the newest simulation, where the black-robed man failed to get the soul fire, and the disaster still happened anyway. He refuses to believe the simulator is wrong, because every earlier result matched reality too perfectly, so the mistake has to be in his own assumptions. Looking at Tang Quan's transfer and Ming Zhu's earlier message together, Wan Yi finally sees the common thread. The dark fog date never moved, and Tang Quan still ended up as the public winner. His new conclusion is much colder. The black-robed man was probably just a cover, and the real plan was to steer suspicion toward Mingguang Enterprise. That also brings back another danger from earlier simulations, because once Wan Yi left Lin Lei alive, a mysterious organization noticed the coming dark fog but had too little time to stop it. Wan Yi remembers an even worse pattern too. Every time he tried to investigate deeper in those futures, he died almost immediately, which means the real enemy was watching and reacting fast. By the end of his reasoning, Wan Yi understands that even the mysterious organization likely alerted the hidden high-level strange god, because a city event as important as the 100 Birds meeting would never go unwatched. After hearing He Xiong say Mingguang Enterprise is already being investigated, Wan Yi suddenly sees the trap clearly. The black-robed man fooled the investigators so the real high-level strange god could stay hidden. The realization rattles him, because without running those future simulations one after another, he knows he never would have noticed any of this in time. His thoughts jump to Tang Quan, who took all the soul fire, and Wan Yi starts suspecting that man is tied to the hidden strange god somehow. But even while suspecting him, Wan Yi knows Tang Quan sending the promised money makes the truth harder to pin down, and a cunning enemy would never expose itself so carelessly. Still desperate to confirm anything, Wan Yi rushes out to find Lin Ro and asks where Tang Quan went. Lin Ro tells him Tang Quan already left, and she assumes he likely went back to Qixing City after everything ended. When Wan Yi asks if Tang Quan might have gone to Anping County, Lin Ro shoots the idea down immediately, saying a family like the Tangs would have no reason to bother with a small county. That answer makes Wan Ye's heart sink, because he finally touched the truth but still has no way to reach the enemy behind Tang Quan. He curses himself for not simulating earlier, knowing that if he had acted sooner, he might not have let Tang Quan slip away. He thinks about warning the mysterious organization, but without evidence he knows his words could easily be ignored or even make him look suspicious because of his links to Mingguang Enterprise. Worse, the only way to really convince them would be to reveal something too shocking, and that would put his simulator secret in danger. He immediately rejects that path, because in a world where even high-level strange gods can infiltrate humans, exposing a treasure like that would paint a target on his back. Then he remembers the white python, the glutton he bought for 10 million, and realizes it was the one thing in the future that blasted back the pursuing high-level strange god when he and Xiao Jiao were helpless. That flips his whole plan around, and Wan Yi starts thinking there may be some sleeping powerhouse hidden inside the white python that only needs enough treasures to recover. Instead of chasing Tang Quan blindly, Wan Yi decides to spend everything he has and force-feed the little snake enough rare treasures to become his trump card. He burns through Tang Quan's 10 million, his own savings, and his reward money to buy another pile of rare materials, including treasures like the Scarlet Eye Divine Crystal. Even though the prices have risen, Wan Yi feels no pain at all now, because after seeing the future he knows feeding this snake is worth every coin. He also realizes why he failed to sign a contract with the white python before. Whatever great being sleeps inside it must have rejected him, yet it still chose to save him and Xiao Jiao in the future. With the purchases settled for delivery tomorrow, Wan Yi turns to the simulation reward and wrestles with a painful choice between Phoenix-related traits and safer growth. He gives up on taking Phoenix Bloodline and Nirvana for now, because they seem to work as a pair and he has no confidence they would suit his human body. He also passes on Free Size, deciding it is too low level to be worth taking now when Xiao Jiao can keep practicing it later. In the end, Wan Yi chooses the 6th dimension reward to raise his soul growth, betting that stronger spiritual power will let future simulations run longer and more safely. The moment the reward takes effect, a huge wave of spiritual power floods his head and his soul feels like it has gone through a real transformation. With his newly strengthened B+ soul, Wan Yi can even sense Lin Ro's faint spiritual presence outside, and the whole world suddenly feels sharper. After that breakthrough, he heads back to Anping County and waits for the mountain of expensive materials to arrive the next day. Once everything is in place, Wan Yi releases the white python and bluntly asks if it secretly ate the leaves stored in his spatial sphere again. The little snake instantly gives itself away by curling up and hiding its head, looking guilty before Wan Yi even gets angry. Instead of scolding it, Wan Yi smiles and pulls out 7 different secret treasures like a lavish feast. He invites the stunned white python to keep eating and not hold back, completely flipping the little glutton's expectations. After a cautious little sound to confirm he means it, the white python dives in and devours all the treasures on instinct. As soon as it finishes eating, the little snake falls asleep, and Wan Yi can only hope this huge gamble really pays off. He puts the sleeping python back into the spatial sphere and decides to head to the investigation core, still planning to report the meeting results to He Xiong. On the way to the investigation core, Wan Yi is still thinking about how much he owes He Xiong for saving Xiao Jiao's life. Then, before he even reaches the building, Wan Yi spots a familiar figure in black with a bamboo hat, and his eyes snap wide in shock. It is Tang Quan, suddenly right in front of him when Wan Yi thought that lead was already gone. Outside the investigation core, Wan Yi walks up smiling when he spots Tang Quan waiting there in person. Tang Quan blurts out the wrong name, fixes it fast, and awkwardly says they are square now because he already sent the money. When Tang Quan says he has a feeling Wan Yi will be amazing in the future, Wan Yi smugly tells him to drop the words "I have a feeling." Tang Quan laughs it off and says if Wan Yi ever goes to Qixing City, he can come find him for some pointers. That skeptical look sets Tang Quan off, and he insists he only looked weak in Yihuang Forest because he was not allowed to fight there. Wan Yi answers with a deliberately bland of course, and Tang Quan is left annoyed all over again. Wan Yi casually probes him next, joking that a rich young master would not come to tiny Anping County unless a lover was involved. Tang Quan shuts that down at once, insisting he stays clean and that in Qixing City, fierce competition makes pets far more worth caring about than women. He finally gives the real reason. While passing through, he heard a strong rookie beastmaster from Amping County had appeared and came to see Wang Yi for himself. Tang Quan says there was nothing unusual to find here, which only makes Wang Yi more wary because the whole visit feels too flawless. With that, Tang Quan waves goodbye and heads off, leaving Wang Yi standing there in uneasy silence. Inside the core, Wang Yi asks what Tang Quan came for, and the staff excitedly tell him the famous visitor spent the whole time asking about Wang Yi. When the office talk starts drifting toward whether he and Tang Quan are some kind of thing, Wang Yi hurriedly cuts it off and denies it on the spot. The report confirms Tang Quan's visit was exactly what it looked like, and that flawless cover makes Wang Yi even more convinced something deeper is hidden. He then heads into the investigation room, where He Xiong warmly greets him and says Commander Lin already sent word about what happened in Yihuang Forest. He Xiong praises Wang Yi as a rising celebrity after the 100 Birds meeting and points out that even a genius like Tang Quan came to inquire about him. But the praise turns serious when He Xiong admits Amping County is already too small for Wang Yi, and Commander Lin likely has bigger plans for him when she returns. For now, He Xiong warns him not to relax and to help Xiaojiu adapt, because a bloodline mutation evolution often comes with hidden problems. Wang Yi briefly reports what happened in Yihuang Forest and Xiaojiu's condition, then leaves the core with the warning still on his mind. Back in his apartment, Wang Yi sits alone and replays Tang Quan's sudden appearance. But every angle still looks perfectly ordinary on the surface. That perfection only confirms his real fear. Whoever is behind the dark fog has hidden everything so well that even what he learned from repeated simulations leaves him with no proof. He calculates that the dark fog should erupt by tomorrow at the latest, so his plan is simple now: kill the high-level strange god fast enough to keep casualties down. Before that fight arrives, he decides to squeeze in one more simulation to push Xiaojiu's strength even higher. Wang Yi releases Xiaojiu and lays out the training target for the night. The evolved birds for weaker skills still need work. As he reviews Divine Light Flame Strike, Wang Yi realizes how brutal it is, a dual attribute advanced attack that turns Xiaojiu's whole body into a near light speed killing blow. Then he checks Shining Upon the World and realizes it is an advanced field skill, the kind of core support ability that can anchor a whole team. King's Prestige shocks him too, because unlike Intimidation or Feather Coat, this Emperor's special skill boosts all of Xiaojiu's attributes at once. After comparing the new skills, Wang Yi decides Divine Light Flame Strike matters most, because with Scalding Bright Flame and Strange God Nemesis behind it, it might finally hit the high-level Strange God hard enough. Trusting Xiaojiu's stronger B+ soul growth, Wang Yi takes medicine and starts the simulation, hoping she can push the move to proficient in one run. The moment it starts, the drain hits much harder than before, a reminder that Xiaojiu's evolution has made every simulation more expensive. Inside the simulated life, Xiaojiu spends years training Divine Light Flame Strike under the strongest sunlight, slowly forcing the dual attribute move to take shape. By 7 years in, the training finally clicks, and Xiaojiu begins to grasp the move for real. Xiaojiu grows so striking in the simulation that a majestic divine eagle is moved to admiration and willingly becomes her follower. Decades later, Xiaojiu's Divine Light Flame Strike shines like a rising sun, and more birds gather around her as underlings. When Divine Light Flame Strike reaches a bottleneck, Xiaojiu shifts part of its focus to King's Prestige while teaching its growing flock to cultivate. By 100 years old in the simulation, Xiaojiu leaves the cliff with her followers and enters the mysterious mountain range. There, an old parrot reveals the mountain range's grim secret. Every 120 years a bloody mouth appears below, and the 3 emperor beasts keep sacrificing weak beasts to it. When the cursed year arrives, Xiaojiu breaks open a corner of the blockade and forces her underlings to escape first. Xiaojiu stays behind alone to face the siege of the 3 emperor beasts, and the simulation ends with her death after saving the flock. Back in reality, Wang Yi is stunned that evolved Xiaojiu turned one training run into a 120-year life as a mountain bird king with 100 followers. He gladly takes the rewards he wanted most: Divine Light Flame Strike at great success, a refreshed 6-dimensional growth update, and one more reality simulation chance. The refreshed stats confirm another gain too, with Xiaojiu's agility climbing to A- after all that long training. When he reviews the finished Divine Light Flame Strike, Wang Yi realizes it is a terrifying trump card so strong that using it hurts Xiaojiu and leaves the move on cooldown for a while. But the cost of that long simulation leaves Wang Yi sprawled weakly on the floor, and when he looks outside, night has already fallen. He forces himself back up, starts swallowing pills one after another, and fights to recover before the real crisis arrives. 2 hours later, after dozing off on Xiaojiu's soft feathers, Wang Yi finally feels much better. That brief calm shatters when a terrifying strange fog suddenly erupts in the distance, and spears straight into the clouds. Wang Yi's eyes snap open as he recognizes the sign at once, and Xiaojiu cries out beside him. With no point wasting time on a reality simulation now, Wang Yi orders Xiaojiu to move and decides to end this head-on tonight. After sorting through the simulation in his head, Wang Yi puts on his investigator uniform, takes Xiaojiu, and heads straight for the fog outbreak. Amping County feels wrong the moment he steps outside, because the streets are dim, quiet, and missing the usual guard presence. Before he gets far, Wan Yi spots Su Hu leading more than a dozen investigators out from the investigation corps in full emergency mode. Su Hu is surprised to see him out, and Wan Yi answers that the sky felt wrong enough to drag him here. Su Hu confirms it is dark fog, and reveals the corps got a warning half a month ago that Amping County might face an outbreak even if they did not know when. That warning makes Wan Yi realize the mysterious organization really did pass the news along, but they clearly knew too little to stop what was coming. When Wan Yi asks if the corps really mobilized everyone, Su Hu answers sharply that dark fog inside the city is exactly what the investigation corps exists to handle. Wan Yi quietly recalls the glowing arch from his simulation and realizes that unless the high-level strange god dies, the teleportation door probably cannot be closed. Su Hu warns that dark fog battles are different and tells Wan Yi to go back, because a rookie has no reason to step into this mess. Wan Yi refuses to sit this out and reminds Su Hu that he is an official investigator who has already fought strange gods in the Huang Forest relic. Su Hu finally lets him join, while Wan Yi keeps one grim thought to himself. In the simulation, this whole investigation corps was wiped out. At the center of the outbreak, the sky is almost pure black, and strange eyes and crawling shadows flicker inside the fog. A senior investigator uses a mystical sight ability to identify the creatures as low-level strange gods, but he also sees something worse hidden deeper inside. The team hesitates between diving into the center or containing the fog first, and the safer choice is clearly to stop the spread and evacuate civilians. Wan Yi cuts through the debate by volunteering to investigate the center alone, while the others contain the dark fog outside. When the others doubt him, Wan Yi just says he is very strong and stays unnervingly calm about going in alone. He summons Xiao Jiu openly, and reveals that his green sparrow has evolved into a light-type brilliant light sparrow. Then Wan Yi leads Xiao Jiu straight into the dark fog and orders it to use shine upon the world. The real dark fog presses on Wan Yi's mind at once, but his strengthened soul still keeps him steady enough to move forward. Xiao Jiu, protected by its light attribute and phoenix will, answers with a cry and ignites a white-gold flame that pushes the dark fog back. As the light clears a 50-meter zone, the hidden low-level strange gods are exposed in horrifying numbers and start shrieking. Wan Yi does not flinch and immediately orders Skyful of feathers. Dozens of Xiao Jiu's feathers blaze with scalding bright flame, turning into controlled light blades that butcher the strange gods row after row. The investigators outside are left staring, because the monsters they usually fear are being harvested as if they were helpless targets. Su Hu forces everyone back to their job, even while admitting he can barely process how strong Wan Yi's pet has become. Deeper inside, Wan Yi loses sight of the city entirely and can only move through the tiny island of visibility Xiao Jiu's light creates. Even under that pressure, Wan Yi stays cool and calculates that Xiao Jiu can probably keep this up for a full day unless medium-level enemies start appearing in force. After pushing on through the darkness, Wan Yi finally reaches the glowing arch that is pouring out strange gods and fresh dark fog. He identifies it as the teleportation door from his simulation and has Xiao Jiu test it with a feather blade. The strike only makes the arch ripple, so Wan Yi decides to wait and let whoever created it reveal themselves. After a stretch of tense waiting, footsteps finally emerge from the darkness and someone approaches the arch. The figure turns out to be Tang Xiong, who storms and scolding Wan Yi for recklessly entering the dark fog alone. Tang Xiong says he came because he is the corps instructor and a veteran of the old dark fog war, so this investigation is his job too. Then Tang Xiong orders Wan Yi to leave at once, warning that the dark fog will infect him sooner or later and that the glowing arch is beyond them. Wan Yi tests him with a simple answer and says they should leave together. Before the tension can settle, the arch surges and a much bigger tide of strange gods floods out, this time with medium-level monsters mixed in. Tang Xiong urgently insists he will cover the rear and forces Wan Yi to retreat before they are trapped in the fog for good. Wan Yi appears to give in and takes Xiao Jiu away, but his narrowed eyes show he has not truly accepted what he just heard. Even Xiao Jiu is confused by the retreat, because from its point of view the fight is still winnable. Wan Yi quietly stops instead of leaving, choosing to wait in the fog because this time he refuses to repeat the simulation and walk away blind. After waiting a little longer, Wan Yi turns back toward the arch to see what Tang Xiong really does when no one is watching. When he gets close again, the area around the arch is packed with even more strange gods, and one crouched figure sits at the center of the swarm. Then the truth starts to show itself in the worst possible way, because Wan Yi hears chewing and devouring sounds coming from that figure. A sinister shadow spreads out from the crouching body, standing out unnaturally even inside the dark fog where shadows should barely exist. The figure turns its head and reveals a human-like but monstrous face, freezing the whole scene in a dead silence that feels instantly wrong. With Tang Xiong's familiar voice turning hoarse and vicious, it asks why Wan Yi came back and repeats that he should never have returned. As the creature's aura explodes, Xiao Jiu goes momentarily blank with confusion, because even it did not expect Tang Xiong to become this thing. Wan Yi finally says it out loud, coming back was dangerous. But he had to know the truth, because Tang Xiong is actually the high-level strange god called the Mirror Demon Phantom. In the dark fog, Wan Yi finally links the truth together, and realizes the high-level strange god he never suspected was tied to Tang Xiong all along. He remembers how Tang Xiong was a county hero, his parents' old acquaintance, and even Xiao Jiu's savior, which is exactly why Wan Yi never doubted him before. What finally shook him was one pattern from the simulations. Every time Wan Yi died, it only happened after Tang Xiong died first. So instead of fleeing this time, Wan Yi deliberately came back to face the thing hiding behind Tang Xiong's sacrifices. The shadow speaks first, annoyed that Wan Yi ruined its perfect ending and returned to die after being saved. Wan Yi cuts straight to the point and says the creature was never going to let him live anyway. The shadow is genuinely startled that Wan Yi knows enough to suspect Tang Xiong, because no one should have figured that out and survived. In Wan Ye's mind, the answer is simple. Saving him once could be kindness, but doing it every time felt more like a ritual with a hidden purpose. Done talking, Wan Yi snaps Xiao Jiao awake and orders the fight to begin before the mirror demon can twist his mind. Xiao Jiao bursts upward in a brilliant transformation, stacking King's Prestige, Skydance, Free Size, Feather Coat, and Shine upon the world all at once. Even the shadow recognizes the power in front of it, and notes that Xiao Jiao has inherited the bright scalding flame. Wan Yi refuses to drag this out, because he knows the mirror demon phantom wins by shaking a person's mind and copying their power. Like a meteor of white gold fire, Xiao Jiao dives through the fog and burns away the low-level strange gods around them. The creature suddenly sounds thrilled, because it was never just hunting Wan Yi to kill him, it wanted him as its next mirror image target. That horrifying motive clicks into place for Wan Yi just as Xiao Jiao unleashes a full divine light flame strike. Boosted by every skill and trait Wan Yi has piled onto it, Xiao Jiao's strike smashes through the fog walls and blasts straight through the shadow's body. The shadow is swallowed by holy flames, but the dark fog immediately surges harder and the nearby strange gods rush Wan Yi instead. Xiao Jiao whips around at once to protect Wan Yi, even though the attack left it badly wounded. What looked like a kill turns into a trap when the shadow explodes and leaves behind a black soul flame that starts drawing in more strange gods to rebuild itself. Wan Yi sees the real problem now. Inside the dark fog, this high-level strange god can keep feeding on its own territory and recovering. Knowing Xiao Jiao cannot hold out forever, Wan Yi decides it is finally time to rely on the sleeping white python. The black flame mocks him, saying Wan Yi could never have raised a second pet strong enough to matter in so little time. Xiao Jiao, battered and fading, still charges back to Wan Yi and slaughters everything around him to keep him alive a little longer. Wan Yi asks for one more divine light flame strike, fully aware it might break Xiao Jiao in its current state. Xiao Jiao agrees without hesitation and fires the attack again, blasting the reforming shadow back down to a fragile black flame. This time the price is too high, and Xiao Jiao's light starts going out as it flies back to him. Right in front of Wan Yi, Xiao Jiao finally triggers Nirvana and turns into an egg in his arms. With Shine upon the world gone, the last safe light vanishes and the dark fog closes around Wan Yi completely. Wan Yi quickly stores Xiao Jiao's egg away, because as long as he survives long enough to kill this thing, Xiao Jiao can still come back stronger. Now alone against the swarm, Wan Yi lifts the tiny white python and stays silent, while the shadow keeps mocking him. Then Wan Yi suddenly remembers something, calms down, and quietly asks the white python if it wants to repeat the same mistake. That one sentence wakes something terrifying inside the white python, and its eyes open with cold, ancient loneliness instead of obedient innocence. The little snake rises from Wan Ye's arms and begins a shocking transformation under a surge of mysterious spiritual power. Smooth white scales become silver dragon scales, and the white python swells into a beautiful giant dragon more than 100 meters long. Space ripples around the dragon's body, and the nearest strange gods shatter before they can even reach Wan Yi. Wan Yi recognizes the shape as something like a hornless shadow dragon, but this form feels unreal, more like a spiritual mirage than a normal body. The dragon roars and seals Wan Ye's position off from the dark fog so completely that the swarming strange gods cannot touch him at all. Then the giant dragon starts shrinking again, as if it cannot hold that overwhelming form for long. To Wan Ye's absolute shock, the shrinking dragon starts condensing into a half-human dragon woman silhouette instead of returning to a snake. What appears is a graceful half-human dragon woman with a silver-white upper body, a white-silver draconic lower body, and a holy aura that makes Wan Yi realize the white python was a true powerhouse in its prime. Without even turning around, the dragon woman raises one pale hand and unleashes space-shattering divine seal toward the black flame. The entire space collapses under her attack, crushing the black flame and even cracking the strange god's portal behind it. The mirror demon phantom panics, because it now understands this power never belonged to Wan Ye's own pet training at all. Wan Yi stays quiet and watches, because the white python is crushing the enemy just like it did in the simulations. Just before it is extinguished, the shadow suddenly changes tactics and taunts Wan Yi with the question still bothering him most: why Tang Xiong kept saving him. The dying creature claims Tang Xiong was not saving Wan Yi out of simple loyalty at all, but to fulfill Tang Xiong's own wish and atone for his sins. Then the dying creature starts the real confession, claiming Tang Xiong was the only survivor of that old demonic disaster because its mirror image possessed him without fully replacing him. The dying black flame keeps talking, claiming the so-called human hero sacrificed Wan Ye's parents as bait during the demonic disaster and only survived by abandoning everyone else. It pushes even harder, saying that man's guilt became a mental demon, so after taking over his body, It deliberately let him die for Wan Yi and calls itself Wan Ye's benefactor. Wan Yi gives it nothing back, holding a flat face so steady that the last mental attack has no opening to grab onto. Realizing words will not work, the black flame suddenly compresses into a streak and lunges straight for Wan Ye's soul. Above him, the white python speaks in human language for the first time and coldly warns Wan Yi not to listen to anything in his head. The final possession fails on an invisible barrier, and the horrified strange god realizes Wan Ye's mind has no flaw for it to enter. Its last threat fades into nothing, and all that remains is a pitch-black strange core dropping onto the ground with a hard clear sound. Wan Yi finally exhales, understanding that the high-level strange god tried to shake him with the original body's family tragedy, but as a transmigrator he simply never gave it that leverage. He thinks grimly that even Jiang Tianxiu suffered against something like this, and without repeated simulations, he would never have uncovered the truth in time. Then Real's sunlight breaks in, and Wan Yi looks up as the silver-white python descends through the dawn. The white python says bluntly that she is about to die from spending too much soul power, and she also asks if Wan Yi had already noticed something hiding inside the snake. Caught off guard, Wan Yi explains that he only guessed there was some stronger existence inside because the white python kept eating his treasures without showing normal changes. When Wan Yi asks how to address her, the presence inside the snake finally gives a name, Longing. Longing also sees through him enough to suspect he can glimpse the future, hinting that Wan Yi seemed prepared for everything that happened tonight. Wan Yi immediately dodges that dangerous topic and asks the real question instead: is Longing the same existence as the white python or not? Longing realizes he had partly bluffed her before, and a crushing aura briefly presses down on him while she forces him to explain himself. So Wan Yi admits he only guessed she had once fought a strange god, been injured, and was hiding inside the white python, then tried that line earlier just to wake her up. Longing gives him a cryptic answer: she is both the white python and not the white python, and since he is worthy of it, he should sign the contract and nurture it well. Wan Yi instantly hears the hidden meaning behind that line and wryly realizes she is basically telling him to nurture me well. Before Wan Yi can ask anything else, Longing's presence vanishes and the body drops back into the ordinary white python. The white python wakes up like nothing happened, rubs its eyes with its tail, and immediately coils around Wan Yi in familiar affectionate confusion. That contrast convinces Wan Yi even more that the white python and the dragon-like Longing are connected but clearly not the same personality. With the danger gone and the dark fog thinning, Wan Yi decides not to chase the mystery now and heads out first. He steps out of the last of the darkness into a strip of warm sunlight, and for the first time all night, the world feels calm. By dawn outside in Anping County, Su-Hu finally feels the night easing and notices the dark fog in the distance has thinned more than it should have. Then Su-Hu is told Lin-Ro has arrived, and he hurries over as a huge blazing sky falcon descends with her. Lin-Ro arrives with a frosty face and two unfamiliar investigators in dark windbreakers and sunglasses whose heavy presence instantly sets them apart. When Su-Hu reports that Wan Yi went into the dark fog alone to investigate, Lin-Ro snaps immediately at the recklessness of it. Su-Hu hurriedly defends the choice, saying Wan Yi insisted on it, and his green sparrow had already shown the absurd ability to instantly kill low-level strange gods. That impossible detail finally makes one of the strangers speak, and the huge bearded man judges that Wan Ye's evolved pet may have a trait that specifically suppresses strange gods. Su-Hu adds that Wan Yi still has not come out, but the dark fog stopped spreading a while ago and is now clearly receding, with no casualties outside. He also explains that earlier teams sensed terrifying pressure and compressed space inside, so they were forced to retreat instead of pushing deeper. To the two specialists, that changes everything, because dark fog is not supposed to vanish on its own after eruption unless the door behind it has been destroyed. Lin-Ro introduces them properly as Chen-He and Xiao Wenge, dark fog scholars sent by the organization, and even Su-Hu is shaken by how rare that class is. Xiao Wenge coldly concludes that their earlier investigation was misdirected, and the real infiltrator is likely hidden inside Anping County's own investigation corps. She goes further and says the only clean explanation for the fog collapsing is that whoever opened the dark fog door was killed inside. That shocks Chen-He, who asks if anyone on the investigator's side behaved oddly during the night. Su-Hu thinks it over and remembers one extra detail. After Wan Yi entered, Instructor Tang also went in, saying he wanted to bring the boy back. Chen-He immediately latches onto that name, and Xiao Wenge closes her eyes to trace his records through a strange investigative ability. Above her, a crown-like winged mechanical pet appears as countless image fragments flash through her analysis. When the visions stop, Xiao Wenge says Tang Xiong's records look clean. He was Wan Ye's parents' comrade, survived the old disaster by luck, and caring enough to go after Wan Yi fits the story on paper. But one last clue stops Chen-He cold. If the dark fog had already erupted, then Tang Quan was the only person who obtained the soul fire, which may tie him directly to Tang Xiong and the hidden truth. After thinking it through, Xiao Wenge says Tang Xiong's records look clean now, but she remembers an old rumor that the Tang family once cast out an untalented illegitimate son named Tang Chong. The clue hits at once, and Xiao Wenge and Chen-He realize Tang Xiong and Tang Quan may be the same person. Lin-Ro demands an explanation, but Chin-hee only says they need to save Wan Yi first because he may already be dead. Lin-ro leaps onto her blazing sky falcon to rush out, while Xiao Wenga and Chin-hee keep silent because the truth about Tang Xiong is too monstrous to say aloud. Just as they move, the dark fog suddenly stirs and a lone figure begins walking out of it. In the sunlight, the pale but unharmed survivor is revealed to be Wan Yi, leaving everyone stunned. Lin-ro rushes over to check him, and Wan Yi calmly tells her he is fine. When Lin-ro asks about Tang Xiong, Wan Yi pauses and says Tang Xiong sacrificed himself to save him. The investigators are shaken by that answer, and Chin-hee nearly speaks up before Xiao Wenga silently stops him. Pressed for the full story, Wan Yi starts from the teleportation door and Tang Xiong urging him to leave first. He says he turned back out of worry and found Tang Xiong already dead, swallowed by strange gods beneath a terrifying giant shadow. Then Wan Yi dramatically claims a mysterious powerhouse arrived in divine light, riding a silver dragon with a phoenix-like bird circling him. He keeps going, saying that with a flick of one finger the expert shattered the huge shadow, erased the strange gods, broke the halo door, and tore open the void itself. When Su Hu eagerly asks the savior's name, Wan Yi says the mighty stranger left only one word, Thanos. The group is left hanging between awe and disbelief, and even Lin-ro can only frown that such an expert should not exist anywhere nearby. Seeing Chin-hee and Xiao Wenga's strange silence, Lin-ro finally snaps and accuses Wan Yi of messing with her. Wan Yi smoothly changes stories again and with a straight face, claims his deep memory talent awakened memories from a past life where he was an ancient emperor. He pushes the tale even further, saying he foresaw Amping County's dark fog disaster, investigated in secret for months, raised his pet, trained himself, and finally killed the high-level strange god behind it. After letting that absurd version land, Wan Yi casually asks if they prefer this one instead. Lin-ro scolds Wan Yi for turning a deadly incident into fantasy nonsense, even if his rambling does take some of the suffocating weight out of the moment. But while the others write it off as jokes, Chin-hee and Xiao Wenga quietly realize the part about a future dark fog eruption is probably true. Tired and unwilling to explain more, Wan Yi says they can believe whichever story they want because the crisis is already over. He starts walking off on shaky legs, and his sudden stumble is the first plain reminder of how drained he really is. Back at his apartment, Wan Yi finally gets a full night's sleep. In his dream, all the ridiculous bragging he told outside becomes real, and the absurdity jolts him awake. The apartment feels strangely quiet without Xiao Jiao chirping beside him like usual. After washing up, he sits at his desk and grimly counts the price of the whole ordeal, figuring he lost more than 20 million. What he has to show for it is Xiao Jiao's reborn egg, which suddenly bounces when he talks to it. The egg status shows weak vitality and ongoing incubation, proving Xiao Jiao is not gone but still needs time to recover. He tests it anyway, but the simulation fails because Xiao Jiao is too weak in this state. With Xiao Jiao out for now, Wan Yi decides the next few days belong to the white python. When the white python comes out, it immediately perks up, clearly sick of being shut inside the storage sphere with little food left. Before contracting it, Wan Yi reflects on how Dongli country had to invent its own pet contracts because it lacked the protection of a divine beast totem. He remembers that Dongli's contract method is also harder, because human and pet need real intimacy and matched intent for it to work. Wan Yi begins the incantation, and a glowing spatial contract array opens beneath him and the white python. As Wan Yi closes his eyes to focus, an ethereal female soul phantom quietly rises from the white python and circles him unseen. The pale soul phantom touches Wan Ye's brow with one finger, then dissolves into light and merges back into the white python. A strange spiritual force surges through Wan Yi, and when he opens his eyes, he knows the contract has succeeded. Hours later, Wan Yi checks the result with tired, mixed feelings because after all that trouble the white python is still just a 7-star level 1 white python. The white python only rubs against his finger, so Wan Yi drops the mystery of longing for now and moves on to training it through simulation. Using his remaining supplements, Wan Yi starts the white python's first simulation. In the script, the cautious white python fortifies its cave and avoids danger until food runs out completely. Too scared to hunt outside, it starts eating mushrooms, herbs, rare materials, rocks, ores, and even metal just to survive. That miserable life ends in malnutrition, but the simulation leaves behind a new upgradable trait called gluttonous snake. Wan Yi realizes the trait is better than it sounds, because it lets the white python digest and absorb things it normally never could. He also notices the white python costs far less spiritual energy to simulate than Xiao Jiao, which means he can train it much more often. By noon, he chooses the gluttonous snake trait, feeds the white python, and gives it one blunt instruction for the next run: just eat. This time the white python turns its cave into a deadly pantry, eating every bat, spider, insect, mushroom, weed, and beast it can catch. When normal food dries up, the upgraded snake starts digesting ores too, and its body grows tougher while its shadowless line becomes poisonous. Driven deeper by hunger, it advances carefully through the cave and keeps building fresh fortifications before every new stretch. At last it uses all that patience to kill a powerful red-eyed bloodbat step by step and devour it. After that hunt, the white python awakens a new skill called dynamic vision. Its appetite keeps evolving until one glowing silver fruit in the deep cave finally kills it on the spot. The second simulation ends with a much stronger gluttonous snake trait, a new dynamic vision skill, and enough gains to make Wan Yi stop and think hard. Watching the white python's simulation results, Wan Yi is impressed by how fast its traits are growing and starts comparing its cold, careful style to Xiaojio's slower brute force progress. When Wan Yi teasingly calls Xiaojio a little idiot and pats the egg angrily bumps back at him. He picks rewards from the simulation and locks in dynamic vision and an upgraded gluttonous snake trait for the white python. Wan Yi happily ends the session, but the newborn white python just stares in confusion after somehow learning a skill and gaining a trait without understanding any of it. A moment later, the white python gets addicted to the feeling, wraps around Wan Ye's arm, and silently begs for another round. Wan Yi refuses and lectures the overexcited newborn snake about restraint, which sounds bad enough out of context that the two visitors outside his door freeze on the spot. Xiao Wen quickly knocks and identifies them as dark fog investigators, and Wan Yi lets them in without any surprise. Once inside, Wan Yi cuts straight to the point and makes it clear he already knows they came because of the dark fog disaster. He reminds them he already gave two different explanations and bluntly suggests either version should be enough for their organization, since the dark fog crisis never fully broke out in public. Xiao Wen points out that Wan Ye's weak past spiritual power and untrained deep memory make his stories hard to verify, but his excuse about borrowed past life memories is at least plausible. Qin He says words are not enough and asks Wan Yi to prove he really had a hand in killing the high-level strange god. Wan Yi flatly says he is not interested in proving anything until Qin He mentions there is a reward, and his attitude flips instantly. At Xiao Wen's prompt, Wan Yi brings out the strange core dropped by the mirror demon phantom. The investigators are stunned, and Qin He scans the core and confirms it is a genuine high-level mirror demon phantom core with shocking purity. That proof changes everything, because whether Wan Yi landed the final blow or not, holding that core means he was deeply involved in the impossible feat. Xiao Wen suddenly asks if Wan Yi ever saw a mysterious door of consciousness inside his deep memory talent. When Wan Yi clearly has no idea what she means, Xiao Wen explains that true past life memories can be tested through that rare door of consciousness, and almost nobody has ever awakened it. She gives him a way out anyway, saying deep memory can also hold memories stored by someone else, so his strange knowledge still works as a believable explanation. Xiao Wen formally acknowledges Wan Ye's merit in stopping the dark fog crisis and says the organization will reward him with money, pet resources, and talent training resources. Wan Yi accepts immediately and without even pretending to be modest. The cash reward turns out to be 20 million, and Wan Yi immediately asks for rare space-type pet resources. Qin He produces a special box filled with space spirit crystals, enough to make even Wan Yi realize the organization is being extremely generous. Qin He warns that the crystals normally need processing before a pet can absorb them, but once they are handed over, what Wan Yi does with them is his own problem. Then Qin He takes out a memory lotus lamp, a meditation treasure meant to strengthen deep memory and turn Wan Ye's supposedly ordinary talent into something far more useful. He explains that with enough training, deep memory can cleanly preserve everything Wan Yi experiences, even the chaos inside dark fog, as long as he raises it to a high enough level. Before leaving, Xiao Wen asks Wan Yi not to spread news of the Anping County dark fog, because someone has to keep carrying the burden so ordinary people can still believe and hope. Wan Yi agrees, and after confirming he shows no sign of dark fog infection, the two investigators finally leave. Outside, Qin He asks why they are not recruiting Wan Yi when he may have killed a high-level strange god and clearly hides another remarkable talent. Xiao Wen says the Dawn Bureau is too dangerous for someone so young, and since Wan Yi has hidden potential, it is safer for him to keep growing slowly inside the investigation core instead. The next day, Linro visits Wan Yi and brings mixed news. The dark fog is gone, but Tang Xiong's body was never found. Not wanting to stay in that grief, Linro quickly shifts to a new development. Yaoguang City has discovered a rare life-type relic. She explains the relic is overflowing with life force and may even contain an ancient tree of life, which means every city and county will fight to get inside. Because the relic only allows pets below level 4, the investigation core plans to decide entry priority through official battles between senior investigators. Linro wants Wan Yi to fight for that priority, counting on Xiaojio's strength to face level 3 opponents and win their core a real chance. Wan Yi has to admit the problem. Xiaojio was badly hurt in the dark fog and may need months to recover, which is basically the same as raising a new pet from scratch. When Linro remembers he has another pet, Wan Yi lifts up the tiny white python, and the answer is so unconvincing that even the snake makes a silly face. Linro worries their core will be pushed to the bottom if stronger investigation core from other cities join the scramble for relic access. Once he hears there are still less than 2 months left, Wan Ye's confidence snaps back because money and resources make that deadline feel suddenly very manageable. After Linro leaves, Wan Yi stares at the chance in front of him and realizes the life relic might even help Xiaojio hatch faster. He grabs the white python, tells the little snake everything now depends on it, and jumps right back into simulation training. The next morning, Wan Yi wakes up in a great mood, because 20 million gold and a box of rare crystals make the whole world feel easier to breathe in. After checking prices, he realizes each space spirit crystal is wildly expensive and hard to buy, which makes the reward feel even more outrageous. He estimates the crystals should be enough to carry the white python all the way to level 3, even if processing them is still a headache for now. The white python instantly smells the crystal, slithers over with bright greedy eyes, and makes it obvious it wants the treasure right now. Wan Yi refuses, explaining the newborn snake is still too young to digest raw space crystals, and puts them back in the box. The white python refuses to leave anyway and curls up on top of the crystal box like a tiny guard dragon, content just to stay close to the food it wants. With less than 2 months before the relic competition, Wan Yi sets a practical goal for the white python: forget full evolution for now and focus on stacking skills fast. He decides the real target is 2 or 3 more skills, one pushed as high as possible, and a couple of strong orange traits if the snake can manage it. He launches a new simulation with one clear order: keep training dynamic vision and explore the deeper cave more carefully than before. Inside the simulated life, the white python becomes almost absurdly cautious, turning its cave into a real base instead of just a nest. As dynamic vision improves, the snake starts seeing hidden life signs and uses that edge to keep expanding its underground home. It even finds tattered weapons and a nest of weird 4-legged cave beasts, tastes one, and immediately decides to start farming them as food instead of risking future hunts. Later it finds a shaft of sunlight high above the cave, stares directly into it, and pushes dynamic vision even further through the pain in its eyes. Once its food stores feel secure, the snake finally dares to push deeper into the cave system again. At the old bat zone, it finds the silver fruits again, notices the strange energy flowing through them, and wisely saves them for later instead of eating them at once. Deeper in the cave, its sharper sight uncovers several strange round cores hidden in rock cracks, and that discovery changes its whole survival plan. Instead of wasting them, the snake hauls those cores back to the sunlit opening and turns the place into a strange little farm. The planted cores sprout, mature into purple fruits, and after eating them, the white python feels its own energy rise steadily. By 59 years into the simulation, dynamic vision has become terrifyingly sharp, letting the snake see almost nothing within 1,000 meters that can still stay hidden. Then the usual 60-year disaster arrives as a rainbow sword light tears into the cave, and the snake barely survives by dodging at the last second and burning through every trap it built. Heavily wounded and sure death is close, the white python finally eats the silver fruits and goes into deep sleep as a last gamble. That gamble awakens Spatial Flash, but the brand new escape skill immediately throws the snake into the path of a giant black shadow that crushes it to death anyway. Back in reality, Wan Yi is stunned by how fast the white python is improving and half jokes that it is making Xiao Jio look weak. He studies Spatial Flash and realizes with a mix of admiration and disbelief that the snake somehow turned a rare chance for an offensive skill into yet another emergency escape move. He keeps Spatial Flash, upgrades Gluttonous Snake all the way to orange, and takes the extra reality simulations over more raw growth. With Gluttonous Snake now upgraded, Wan Yi realizes the white python may finally be able to swallow raw space spirit crystals without exploding. He runs one more simulation and pushes dynamic vision to an even higher level, but Spatial Flash proves wildly unstable and gets the snake killed again when it teleports into another unknown horror. That makes Wan Yi laugh in exasperation, because the snake's perfect escape skill somehow keeps sending it straight to death. Even so, he decides the time has come and feeds the white python one of the raw space spirit crystals himself. The white python gulps the crystal down in one bite, and silver light immediately starts pouring through its body as its spiritual energy surges. As the crystal is absorbed, the snake's chubby newborn body starts slimming into a cleaner, more agile shape right in front of Wan Yi. Then Wan Yi senses the real payoff. The white python has awakened its hidden racial skill, supercomputing space. When Wan Yi studies the white python's newly formed supercomputing space, he is genuinely shaken by how absurdly strong it is. He quickly realizes this race skill can forcibly boost other skills, and even at the beginner stage it already looks frightening. Then Wan Yi links it with dynamic vision and sees the white python's whole fighting style snap into place, read attacks, dodge cleanly, and hit with amplified precision. Satisfied with the core setup, Wan Yi decides the white python can rely on this package for now and just keep polishing Shadowless Line if needed. Over the next 2 weeks, Wan Yi keeps simulating and training until the white python's combat kit jumps forward again. By the end of that push, dynamic vision and Spatial Flash reach great success, Shadowless Line nearly peaks, and supercomputing space claws its way into the proficient realm. The upgraded dynamic vision makes Wan Yi jealous on the spot, because to the white python, enemy movements now look 5 times slower. What really hooks him is that dynamic vision can also see energy changes and help break down hard techniques for learning. Wan Yi can't help comparing it to his own situation and starts wishing he could borrow this skill for himself. Spatial Flash also matures at great success, letting the white python teleport with control instead of gambling on unstable jumps. After testing it, Wan Yi confirms the white python can blink as far as 500 meters, and the follow-up spatial vibration boosts skill power but comes with a cooldown. But the biggest shock is still supercomputing space at proficient rank, because now its amplification jumps to 6 times and even raises the white python's spiritual energy. To Wan Yi, that unstable advanced skill already feels far beyond its label, almost like an emperor-grade ability. Once he checks the full build, Wan Yi decides the white python barely even needs a defensive skill anymore with this mix of dodging, blinking, and brutal offense. The status screen confirms another major milestone too. The white python's spiritual energy breaks past 1000 and pushes it into 1-star level 2. Even so, Wan Yi can see the white python's 6-dimensional growth has already hit its current ceiling, which means real improvement now needs evolution or rare treasures. He starts considering the white python's future evolution route, but Xiao Jiu's egg suddenly bounces over and demands attention first. Wan Yi pats the egg and quickly understands that Xiao Jiu wants a simulation too, but as an egg, it cannot use the normal one. That nudge reminds Wan Yi he still has several reality simulation chances saved up, so he decides to run one with the white python first. Because what he really wants is dynamic vision for himself, Wan Yi puts Xiao Jiu away and picks up the drowsy white python instead. The first real-life simulation starts, and the white python's future immediately turns grim when Wan Yi goes mad during lotus lamp cultivation. Even after Wan Yi loses his mind, the white python quietly stays beside him instead of abandoning him. Months later, the white python learns the only real cure is a rare spirit pearl that might appear inside a large relic. Too young or not, the white python eventually goes alone to Enro to ask for a chance to enter secret realms and save Wan Yi. After years of preparation and a breakthrough to level 3, it finally enters the hidden mysterious realm by itself. The white python survives the realm, secures a spirit pearl, and catches a strange sword-shaped mirage in the distance before leaving. It manages to wake Wan Yi with the spirit pearl, but the sword wound it suffered in that realm never heals, and the white python dies soon after. When the simulation ends, Wan Yi and the white python just stare at each other, and the white python pointedly turns its head away. After a moment of thought, Wan Yi takes the reward he wanted from the start and chooses dynamic vision. The skill rushes into him through the contract, and Wan Yi instantly feels his perception sharpen in a completely new way. To test it, Wan Yi goes to the window and uses dynamic vision on the real world for the first time. At once, ordinary motion seems to freeze, and the whole outside world opens up into slow, razor-clear detail. He can even see hidden energy flowing through nearby beasts, which makes the skill feel even more outrageous. The test leaves him thrilled but winded, because the skill burns through physical energy fast when he uses it himself. Even so, Wan Yi immediately realizes that dynamic vision paired with his deep memory talent could make his learning speed terrifying. Once the excitement settles, he turns back to the darker part of the simulation and pulls out Xiao Wen's memory lotus lamp. The simulation said this lamp drove him insane during cultivation, so Wan Yi starts wondering whether the treasure itself is dangerous, or if something inside his memories is the real trigger. He decides not to risk using the lotus lamp for now, because if he really loses control, too many important things will collapse with him. Still uneasy, Wan Yi runs 2 more reality simulations over the next few days to confirm it wasn't a fluke. The bad future stays the same, but Wan Yi still comes out stronger by taking the white python's never rest until death trait and C+ agility growth. Now carrying pet traits, pet growth, and pet skills in his own body, Wan Yi can only laugh that he is starting to feel like a pet himself. With the lotus lamp shelved, Wan Yi shifts all his attention to finding an evolution path for the white python instead. He reviews the white python's normal route into a spatial shadow python and later a hornless shadow dragon, but he already wants something better than the standard line. Because gluttonous snake can absorb unusual materials, Wan Yi realizes the white python has far more room to branch out than an ordinary pet. That also makes Wan Yi rethink the white python's strange bloodline choice, and he wonders if Long Ying's leftover will influenced only the dragon half while the python kept its own will. For now, he gives the white python a clear direction: focus on dark, light, and spatial materials, with dark as the most realistic answer against strange gods. The white python nods, and Wan Yi sends it into another long script simulation aimed entirely at hunting materials deeper in the cave. Instead of rushing, the white python spends years doing exactly what Wan Yi should have expected from it: building storage rooms first. After that, it spends even more years combing the cave for every kind of useful fruit, herb, fungus, bone, ore, and metal it can stash away. Only when the 10 storage rooms are still not enough does the white python finally decide it is time to go deeper and fight for rarer resources. As it advances, the white python keeps killing cave monsters and collecting what they leave behind, but it never forgets the terrifying giant shadow that once crushed it. Decades later, after growing much stronger, it dares to use spatial flash again and goes looking for that old terror on purpose. This time it sees the truth. The shadow is an enormous black rock crowned in dark feathers, sleeping with terrifying emperor-like pressure even at rest. The white python wisely refuses to attack and instead waits, steals a bunch of black feathers, and escapes cleanly. After that, the white python turns the cave into a treasure farm, using spatial flash to steal or gather valuable materials from all kinds of dangerous corners. When the storage rooms are finally full, It starts eating through the mountain of materials and forces an evolution attempt. The gamble works, and the white python sheds into a black shadow python with a successful dark space evolution. But the unique aura of that evolution immediately draws the rock, and the newly evolved snake is eaten before it can enjoy the result. Even with that ending, Wan Yi eagerly opens the evolution report, because the white python actually found a real route on its first try. The result is a shadow python, a dark space-type supreme first-class form with better growth, new shadow skills, and a purple shadow body trait. The required materials are rare but viable, which means Wan Yi could force this evolution now if he really wanted to. But after remembering Xiaojio's first evolution simulation was Emperor grade, Wan Yi refuses to settle for the white python's first acceptable answer. So he loosens the restrictions and lets the white python chase a better route more freely in the next round of long simulations. A few days later, Lin Ro comes to check on him, and with only 4 weeks left, she is clearly worried about how weak the white python still looks on paper. She reminds Wan Yi that most opponents will bring level 3 pets, and some of them have already trained real combat techniques on top of that. That pressure lands, and Wan Yi finally answers with the blunt truth. The white python is only 1-star level 2, and it has just 4 skills. Lin Ro bluntly tells Wan Yi the white python starts weak, and even its normal space-type evolution path is not impressive until much later. She offers to find a trainer for the hard-to-raise space pet, but Wan Yi refuses and asks for information on the competition instead. After Lin Ro leaves, Wan Yi keeps pushing simulations with the white python, determined to find a real evolution route. 2 weeks later, the grind finally pays off when Wan Yi gets a satisfying result. The white python's route can become the sole shadow-devouring python. The route looks incredible on paper, with Emperor-class potential and 3 nasty attributes stacked together: soul, dark, and space. But the route is brutally demanding, needing peak mastery in rare skills and expensive materials that Wan Yi can only partly identify. He figures the ordinary materials alone cost around 10 million, and the rarest 2 still cannot be found at all. Even so, Wan Yi asks the white python what it thinks, and the little snake nods hard, clearly thrilled with this high-value future. The route only showed up because the simulation had already collected the materials, and Wan Yi sees that the white python still failed the evolution because its skills were below the requirement. So Wan Yi sets the next goal fast. In the 2 weeks before the competition, the white python must learn dimensional cleave, spiritual barrier, and intimidation through simulation instead of ruinously expensive skill scrolls. 3 days later, a new simulation starts badly because the white python wants to train dimensional cleave but has no clue where to begin. It spends decades rebuilding the cave, exploring, and thinking until it finally discovers a broken sword floating in midair and senses terrifying pressure from it. The white python returns to study the sword again, but the sword stirs and unleashes silent slashes that badly wound it even as it escapes. After recovering and risking one more confrontation, it dies fighting the sword light but finally understands dimensional cleave at the last moment. Wan Yi is relieved the skill was learned at all, and he suspects that terrifying broken sword is the cave's hidden boss. 3 more days of practice push dimensional cleave up to great success, giving the white python a real offensive move beyond pure utility. Next, Wan Yi turns to spiritual barrier, and the white python enters another simulation with a rigid long-term cultivation plan. Decade after decade in the simulation, the white python's body grows huge and its tail-based dimensional cleave becomes a deadly long-range attack. By 60 years old in the simulation, the giant white python can smash apart sword light and even drive back the human attacker outside the cave. After years of preparation, the huge simulated white python finally kills the rock by combining control, support, and repeated dimensional cleaves. The rock's blood changes the simulated white python's tail, and when it returns to the broken sword, a sword chime hits its spirit instead of its body. Under the sword chime's spiritual pressure, the simulated white python finally comprehends spiritual barrier and endures the attack. The run ends suddenly when a thunderous roar from deeper in the cave wakes something far worse and kills the simulated white python on the spot. Wan Yi is stunned when the rewards explode into view: 4 orange traits, multiple high-level skills, and 6 reality simulation chances all at once. He can only pick 6 rewards, and the choice is painful because almost everything on the list looks valuable. He first locks in spiritual barrier, because this soul defense could also protect his own mind during dangerous memory cultivation. Then he studies the 4 orange characteristics and realizes each one solves a different long-term problem, from staying calm to breaking bottlenecks to making the tail far deadlier. In the end, Wan Yi gives up the tempting skill proficiencies and chooses all 4 characteristics, spiritual barrier, and the 6 reality simulations instead. The choice immediately changes the white python, whose tail flickers between shadow dark and nearly transparent before settling back into white. Wan Yi gets curious and starts rubbing the upgraded tail, while the white python squirms and protests in obvious embarrassment. When the white python finally snaps back, one soft tail slap sends Wan Yi flying into the wall and proves the new power is very real. Wan Yi climbs back up impressed, decides to squeeze in one more push before the competition, and ends the day's training there. He ends the day by taking the white python for a walk while carrying Xiaojio's egg, enjoying a rare stretch of peaceful routine between training sessions. The next morning, Linro arrives to remind him that tomorrow they head to the relic competition, so this is his last simulation for now. Wan Yi starts that final simulation, and the white python once again chooses the broken sword as the key to breaking through its bottlenecks. This time the white python prepares carefully, uses spiritual barrier to face the sword safely, and keeps returning even when the sword light injures it. Its persistence pays off when Shadowless Line reaches peak mastery again and suddenly evolves a new profoundness called Shadowless Sword. It keeps studying for years longer and develops a second profoundness, 10,000 Shadowless Swords, turning one skill into a whole killing system. After many more decades of study, Spiritual Barrier reaches great success, and the white python squeezes out a third profoundness from Shadowless Line, Ultimate Efficiency. Then the broken sword suddenly changes and strikes the white python with fierce red lightning, wounds that kill it a few months later. Seeing the result, Wan Yi can only stare at the new purple characteristic and admit again that this white python's traits are absurdly strong. After years of simulation training, Wan Yi finally locks in the white python's race skill, Shadowless Line, and the result is absurdly strong. The skill comes with 3 rare profoundness at once, including the invisible killing move Shadowless Sword and the all-in finisher 10,000 Shadowless Swords. Wan Yi quickly realizes this is not ordinary growth at all, because 3 profoundness on one race skill is a one-of-a-kind jackpot. He credits Revise and Learn and the Broken Sword teacher, because the white python has been studying under that sword for decades inside the simulation. The white python feels a flood of strange new knowledge in its head, so Wan Yi takes it out to test how often the profoundness actually trigger. The test goes even better than expected, with Shadowless Sword appearing several times, 10,000 Shadowless Swords appearing twice, and Ultimate Efficiency triggering often. Wan Yi decides the white python is already battle-ready, especially with Dimensional Cleave as a backup, and he goes to sleep dreaming of it crushing the field. The next day, Linro escorts Wan Yi to the Life Relic and explains the stakes. 6 investigation corps are competing, and he must beat 5 representatives to win investigation priority. Linro also warns that this relic is likely over 200 years old, unpredictable inside, and governed by rules very different from Yihuang Forest. When they arrive in the mountain forest, Wan Yi is surprised to learn the relic entrance is hidden inside a 1,000-meter peak, even though the inside may look nothing like the outside. At the nearby relic base, Linro gives one more warning. This contest uses real combat rules, so Beastmasters can support their pets with talents, which puts Wan Yi at a clear disadvantage. She singles out Qing Xian from the Huiwu Investigation Corps as especially dangerous, a university dropout prodigy whose weaker pet has already reached level 3. Linro reminds him the Huiwu Corps is elite enough that even his parents were only ordinary investigators there, which makes Qing Xian's rise at such a young age even more striking. She then points to another problem. Most of the other representatives also have level 3 pets, including Tian He from the Yaoguang Corps, whose Dragonhawk has just evolved and started training combat techniques. Linro bluntly says Dragonhawks naturally counter Python-type pets, then adds with a little regret that Xiao Jiu's Phoenix bloodline would have suppressed it easily if Wan Yi used the Sparrow instead. Wan Yi stays relaxed anyway, already imagining his future Python-Sparrow Swallow Dragon combo and treating even a dragon as something his team could take down. Once everyone gathers, Lu Deng steps up as referee and announces the simplified format. Most wins gets priority, but anyone who sweeps 5 straight can enter the relic a full day early. The rule sounds good until no one wants to volunteer first, because the first person up will become the shared target and fight challenge after challenge at a disadvantage. As Lu Deng is about to solve it with lots, Wan Yi suddenly volunteers to go first just to save time and get into the relic faster. Lu Deng accepts immediately, calls Wan Yi onto the platform, and asks who wants to challenge him first. On the platform, Lu Deng expects Xiao Jiu, but Wan Yi casually releases the white python instead and instantly freezes the smile on everyone's faces. Even Lu Deng has to recheck what he is seeing, because the young hornless white python looks only around level 2 and nowhere near evolved enough to inspire confidence. The other representatives are just as stunned, and one woman reacts fastest by rushing up to claim what looks like a free win. She introduces herself as Luo Ran of the Yuhing Investigation Corps, smiling like the tiny python is adorable even while clearly planning to end this fast. Because this contest follows Secret Realm combat rules, both Beastmasters can act and victory only comes when the opposing Beastmaster and pet are both beaten or forced to yield. Luo Ran summons a majestic blazing wind dog, a top-tier all-rounder with strong speed, strength, and firepower, then flatly warns Wan Yi she will not go easy on him. Wan Yi treats this as the white python's first real battle, but the matchup is no joke because Luo Ran's pet is a 9-star level 2 blazing wind dog. The instant Lu Deng starts the match, Luo Ran boosts her pet with choppy wind and launches a ruthless flaming wind assault without any hesitation. Instead of panicking, Wan Yi backs off and trusts the white python to handle it alone, betting that all those simulations will hold up in real combat. At the critical instant, the white python's eyes sharpen with dynamic vision, turning the blazing wind dog's lightning-fast charge into something it can actually read. Then the little python jumps straight into the line of attack and whips its tail into the dog's exposed abdomen with terrifying precision. The result is brutal. The blazing wind dog gets blasted away howling, while the white python lands steadily as if it had expected the whole exchange. The whole crowd freezes, because a tiny level 2 hornless white python should never have reacted to that speed, let alone one to clash with one normal tail strike. One sharp-eyed observer immediately identifies the trick as dynamic vision, but even he is unsettled that the white python used it at such a high level and struck the weak point so cleanly. Luo Ran is left staring at her own pet in confusion, because the blazing wind dog's weakest defense got hit dead on and dropped by what looked like a simple physical attack. After a brief stunned pause, Lu Deng declares Wan Yi the winner of the first match and calls for the next challenger. Wan Yi stays quiet, but he knows exactly what happened. The white python's great success dynamic vision turned a plain tail hit into a devastating weak point strike. The next challenger finally steps out, Tian He of the Yaoguang Investigation Corps, who greets Wan Yi with a friendly smile and calls him the genius their commander keeps holding up as a model. Wan Yi answers with a dry little jab, asking if they actually learned anything from using him as the template, and the whole crowd goes awkwardly silent. Tian He finally steps up and admits he still cannot figure out how Wan Yi trained his pets. Then he calls out his real answer to the white python, a steel-clawed dragonhawk. The steel-clawed dragonhawk burst into the sky looking every bit like a metal predator, and its bloodline advantage over python-type pets immediately makes this matchup feel bad for Wan Yi. Even with the pressure in the air, Wan Yi stays relaxed when Lu Deng checks on him, because he knows this fight of restraint is not as simple as it looks. The moment the match starts, the dragonhawk climbs higher and fires off intimidation first, trying to crush the white python's fighting spirit before anything else happens. The crowd recognizes the soul-type skill right away, because practiced intimidation plus bloodline suppression should have been enough to shake a weaker pet badly. But when everyone looks back at the arena, the white python is still staring up with the same steady eyes, and the expected suppression simply does not land. Lu Deng narrows his eyes at that unnatural calm, wondering if the little beast has gained some battle-hardened trait, because an ordinary hornless white python should not look this composed. Wan Yi knows this reaction is just the white python's nature, because unlike Xiaojiu, it does not flare up at pressure. It quietly decides that anything flying overhead is a problem to remove. Then the white python moves first and flicks its tail at empty air, leaving the whole audience baffled for one heartbeat. A tail slash suddenly appears in the sky itself and smashes into the dragonhawk, revealing that the white python's attack can cut across space. Before the dragonhawk can recover, more spatial tail cleaves hammer it from different angles and beat the flying advantage right out of the fight. The dragonhawk crashes down, and the arena goes numb as everyone realizes flying did not save it at all. Wan Yi stays much calmer than the crowd, because he knows the white python just used a highly trained dimensional cleave on top of its strengthened tail, and it still has other space tricks left. A cold-faced investigator in the crowd immediately sees how absurd this is, because a 3-star level 2 hornless white python should not be throwing out advanced space attacks with that much power and mastery. Lu Deng also catches that something is strange about the white python's tail, but strange or not, he still has to announce Wan Yi's win. Tian He can only retrieve his dragonhawk and walk off in a daze, while Wan Yi almost feels bad that the white python did not leave the other side any dignity at all. Seeing the room go hesitant, Lu Deng deliberately points out that the white python has already spent a lot of spiritual energy, and urges the next senior investigators to hurry up if they want a chance. That push works, and Song Qing from the Kaiyang Investigation Corps steps forward with a polite smile and a very unpleasant defensive pick. His giant wood spirit tortoise appears with a whole tree on its back, and the crowd instantly groans because everyone knows this cowardly-looking thing is a nightmare to wear down. Wan Yi recognizes the problem immediately, because this tortoise is famous for terrible offense but absurd defense, recovery, and stamina that can drag opponents to death. As soon as the match starts, the giant tree on the tortoise's back scatters glowing seeds that spread across the arena and erupt into a forest of thorns. The field skill disgusts everyone for a reason, because on a closed platform those thorns can bleed stamina and spiritual energy out of almost any grounded pet. Wan Yi knows the white python cannot truly fly over this mess, but he also knows it is about to show why that does not matter. The white python spits out a thread-like attack and sweeps it forward, and the invisible shadowless line starts harvesting the thorn field in one eerie pass. To the audience, the thorns seem to vanish on their own, and that impossible display makes the little python's mastery look even more ridiculous. Even Song Qing is briefly stunned, because a basic skill should not be tearing through his whole setup like this. With the path open, the white python rushes straight in, choosing a cheap, low-energy close fight instead of wasting more dimensional cleaves this early. That sensible plan is exactly when Song Qing shows his real hand, diving in himself with a sudden fighter ambush instead of staying behind his pet. His descending steel kick comes down like a meteor, and the younger investigators get a hard lesson in how dangerous fighter class beast masters really are. Wan Yi does not even have time to interfere, but the white python has already seen this coming and sharpens its eyes the instant the kick enters range. Inside the white python's supercomputing space, Song Qing's attack suddenly looks slow, and the little beast calmly slips around him with perfect timing. Then the white python answers with one clean tail strike and sends Song Qing flying backward like a shell. Song Qing slams straight into his own giant wood spirit tortoise, and the match ends in one ugly collision before most people can even process what they saw. The crowd can only stare at Lu Dang for an explanation, but even he can do little more than declare Wan Yi the winner and blame the weirdness on the space attribute. Wan Yi quietly understands why nobody can explain it, because supercomputing space is the white python's own racial trick and almost impossible to recognize if you do not know what you are looking at. When Lu Dang asks for the next challenger, one remaining senior investigator immediately gives up, because at this point the white python feels flat out unreasonable. But the cold-faced investigator does step forward at last, introducing himself as Qing Xian of Huiwu Investigation Corps and making it clear he still wants to test this monster of a pet. Qing Xian summons a mountain giant, a towering rock war fortress that makes the white python look almost too small to matter. Then the real quality of the beast shows itself, because green plants are already growing over the mountain giant's body, marking it as one of the rare orange characteristic elites. The crowd quickly explains why that matters, because a mountain giant with creeping and climbing vines can keep recovering while its already brutal defense and strength grind opponents down. The white python tilts its head at the giant shadow covering it, and even Lu Dang can tell this next battle should be rough after 3 straight fights. Even so, when Lu Dang checks one last time, Wan Yi chooses to trust the white python again and lets it keep fighting on its own. With the match resumed, Qing Xian's mountain giant lumbered forward and pressed the whole arena with sheer weight. The giant slammed the ground with ground shake, sending the arena buckling and a storm of rocks crashing toward the white python. The white python stayed airborne and used dynamic vision to slip through the stone rain, but the giant kept layering attacks from both the ground and the air. Then the white python suddenly gave a soft cry, and the mountain giant's next stomp froze mid-motion for no obvious reason. As the python strained with another tail swing, the giant's entire body started lurching like something invisible had it tied up. Lu Dang caught on first, and a beat later Wan Ye's expression changed too as he realized the white python had planned the whole setup ahead of time. The hidden shadowless lines finally revealed themselves, scraping through the gaps in the giant's body and even withering the vegetation growing on its rocks. Once the giant crashed down, and its rocky body started cracking, the white python flashed in and finished it with a final dimensional cleave from all sides. Only after the giant split apart did Qing Xian understand the trap. The white python had left its shadowless lines on the platform after the last match and saved them for the stronger challenger. The crowd was stunned, and the whole trick got credited to Wan Yi as if he had quietly outplayed everyone from the start. Lu Dang declared Wan Yi the winner and praised him as a frighteningly crafty young beast master. Wan Yi insisted he had not given a single command, but Lu Dang flatly assumed he had just been using silent telepathic orders. The white python dusted off its tail, floated back onto Wan Yi, rubbed against him, and then sagged into an exhausted nap while Wan Yi stayed helplessly misunderstood. After ordering him to rest for 2 hours before entering the Relic of Life, Lu Dang sent Wan Yi off the platform. Qing Xian stopped him on the way out, admitted the loss was deserved, and said he hoped they would meet again inside the relic. Left alone with his thoughts, Wan Yi had to admit his pets kept winning on their own, which made him wonder if he was the useless one here. In the restroom, he chose to recover and run another reality simulation first because an unknown relic was exactly where one careless mistake could turn fatal. Wan Yi warned the white python not to drag the simulation out for decades this time, and the naturally overcautious snake agreed a little reluctantly. In the simulation, they entered a huge underground-like world and spotted a silver ancient tree towering at the far end of the horizon. The white python cautiously steered them around dangerous beasts instead of picking fights, and Wan Yi was annoyed enough to lecture it for being too timid. When the space shifted into a fork, Wan Yi wanted the right path, but the white python pushed for the left and got its way. At the end of the left path, the white python found 2 identical Wan Yes and still could not tell the real one apart even after activating spiritual barrier. Both fake Wan Yes urged it toward a shining pearl that was supposed to expose the imposter, and after a long hesitation the white python finally took the bait. The trap snapped shut at once. A giant black mantis burst out, cut down both fake Wan Yes in 2 strikes, and badly wounded the white python too. Instead of panicking, the white python calmed down at the brink of death, used spatial flash, and escaped back out of the relic. Outside the relic, it found the real Wan Yi waiting in a daze, which proved both Wan Yes on the left path had been fake from the start. The simulation ended with bigger implications too. Nobody cleared the relic. The Qixing Investigation Corps later forced their way in. A huge battle broke out, and a strange sword light flashed from another secret realm before vanishing. A few simulated years later the white python had reached level 4, but in the end both it and Wan Yi still died in another huge secret realm after pushing their luck too far. Back in reality, Wan Yi weighed the reward options and decided a steady mind mattered more than raw stats or hard-to-use spatial skills right now. He took the calm and collected characteristic, and the change hit quietly as his whole state of mind settled into a deeper calm. Wan Yi joked that once Xiaojiu hatched, the white python should learn free size too because he preferred the little snake small enough to live with normally. He still could not shake the feeling that this relic of life was somehow connected to him, especially after the simulation's hints about the forced invasion and that vanished sword light. At the entrance, He Xiong warned him that the Relic of Life was rich in resources but too dangerous for stronger beast masters to enter, so the younger generation had to explore it and report whatever they found. Wan Yi stepped through the glowing door and arrived not in a cramped ruin, but on a cliff above a vast living world with a cave behind him and a silver tree piercing the distant sky. The place felt so vast and real that Wan Yi could barely believe this was a relic at all. The white python seemed to like the place too, and even Xiao Jiu's egg grew restless enough that Wan Yi finally took it out and let the snake coil around it. As they advanced, Wan Yi kept finding rare life aspect plants, fruits, and ores everywhere, and the whole relic started to feel less like a ruin and more like an open treasure vault. Wan Yi got excited enough to imagine getting rich, but the white python kept poking him to stay careful because this much easy profit felt wrong. That warning paid off when they finally reached the first fork, the exact kind of split where the simulation had turned dangerous. Even knowing the left path had gone badly in the simulation, Wan Yi still chose it because at least that danger was known this time. The white python's skeptical look challenged him on the spot, so Wan Yi puffed himself up and bragged that one day he would collect his pet's best abilities and become invincible himself. By the end of his own speech, Wan Yi had almost talked himself into it, and at the fork he stood there genuinely believing this might be his path forward. Wan Yi chooses the left path, and the space around him shifts the moment he steps onto it. An ugly shadow lunges out in front of him and twists into a cackling shape that feels eerily close to the mirror demon phantom from Amping County. The illusion slams him with visions of failure. Xiao Jiu cooked alive, the white python boiled, and Anping County swallowed by dark fog and trapped souls. His body trembles for a beat, then calm and composed kicks in and his eyes clear as the nightmare loses its grip. The white python cries out from around his neck, and Wan Yi calmly reassures it that he is fine before moving on. As he walks on, Wan Yi quietly marvels at how absurdly useful calm and composed is and starts thinking about how much stronger his pet's traits could make him. At the end of the road, they find an emerald pearl embedded in the heart of a huge tree. Wan Yi remembers the simulation warning that taking the pearl should release a giant mantis, and he wonders if the thing inside is being lured out on purpose. Even with that suspicion, he decides to test it directly and grabs the pearl. A hoarse voice calls him a greedy human, and a monstrous black mantis crashes out with a killing slash. Up close, the beast looks even weirder than expected, 4 wings on its back and 3 separate blades, 1 in each hand and 1 in its mouth. Instead of panicking, Wan Yi blurts out that the mantis looks cool, which only makes the creature snap that empty flattery will not save him. The white python flares up to fight, but Wan Yi stops it with a look because he wants to talk to the mantis first. Wan Yi asks for one last answer before dying, and the mantis coldly agrees to hear his question. When Wan Yi simply asks why it wants to kill him, the mantis actually freezes and starts repeating the question to itself in confusion. Wan Yi nudges it further, and the mantis remembers only one rule from its big brother: anyone who touches the pearl must die. Wan Yi calmly asks what would happen if the mantis touched the pearl itself, and the answer is even worse: it would kill itself to atone. So Wan Yi suddenly tosses the pearl onto the mantis and deadpans for it to go ahead. The mantis panics and flings the pearl away, but Wan Yi keeps pressing the same ruthless logic: it still touched it. To Wan Yi's shock, the mantis takes the rule literally and raises its own side to commit suicide. Before it can strike, the giant tree comes alive and a lightning-fast branch binds the mantis in place. An old voice from the tree scolds Xiao Dao for still being foolish after all these years and orders him to come back because this was not his fault. The tree declares that Wan Yi has cleared this stage and bluntly sizes him up as greedy, unaffected by the truth demon path, and smooth-talking enough to deal with Xiao Dao. When Wan Yi asks who it is, the tree introduces itself as the guardian of this entrance, and reveals that everything so far was only the beginner stage. The answer feels wrong, but with no way to verify it on the spot, Wan Yi chooses to test it, and walks behind the tree anyway. The moment he passes through, the false life relic tears away and the world reveals itself as a Hell's Cape. With whispering crows overhead and smiling beasts below, the elder demon tree welcomes him to the forgotten infernal relic, a paradise for fierce beasts. Wan Yi realizes he has been tricked from the start, and the tree mockingly tells him it is already too late to turn back. Even so, Wan Yi answers with deadpan nerve and says the place just feels familiar, like he came home. The tree tells him to throw away the resources he gathered earlier because everything from the fake path has already changed. When Wan Yi checks his spatial sphere, the fortune he collected is gone, replaced by useless stones and rotten flowers. The elder demon tree openly mocks him for believing the infernal relic would hand out free treasure, and says they prepared a special reward for the first human to enter in years. Wan Yi tells it to stop talking and show the reward, so the same emerald pearl drops in front of him again. The tree calls it the Bloodwood Divine Seed, a talent treasure that can strengthen human talent, and even awaken powerful gifts. That sounds too good to trust, and Wan Yi immediately starts weighing the danger because everything about this relic already feels far above what he can handle alone. He also cannot shake a deeper problem. This place is full of so-called fierce beasts, yet they are intelligent enough to speak like people. When he asks what the seed actually does, the tree claims it is a peerless treasure for humans, and says he must consume it now if he wants to reach the next stage. Wan Yi asks for time to rest, but the tree makes the trap plain. he cannot leave the infernal relic unless he reaches its center. Wan Yi steps aside with the white python, and one tense glance is enough for them to agree they need a simulation before touching the seed. He secretly starts the simulation, planning to test what happens if he really eats the Bloodwood Divine Seed. In the simulation, Wan Yi eats the seed, his talent rises, and an unsettling aura immediately starts leaking from him. In the simulation, a human-headed serpent appears ahead and stuns Wan Yi so badly that the white python has to snap him out of it. The creature claims it is a hornless dragon trapped here for over a century, and in the simulation Wan Yi is swayed enough to agree to take it away and sign a contract. The instant the contract is made in the simulation, the white python's bond starts fading, and Wan Yi leaves the relic with Chiyu instead of it. The simulation ends badly. The abandoned white python waits in vain until investigators purge the place and kill it as just another fierce beast. Back in reality, Wan Yi comes out of the simulation speechless, and the white python immediately starts smacking him for what it just saw. Wan Yi swears it cannot be that simple and argues that either the Bloodwood Divine Seed or that hornless dragon must be tampering with him somehow. The Elder Demon Tree cuts in again and presses him to consume the seed and move on, but that only makes Wan Yi more suspicious. So Wan Yi lies that his own talent is trash anyway and says he would rather keep the seed to sell for money. The tree doubles down and claims the seed can raise even a trash earthly talent up to ace sequence level, which sounds even more fake to Wan Yi. Instead of eating it, Wan Yi asks whether the seed can be given to a pet, and that question catches even the tree off guard. The Elder Demon Tree says no one has tried the seed on a pet, laughs at how strange Wan Yi is for choosing a beast over human talent, and then shifts the path forward. Wan Yi refuses to eat the seed, stores it away instead, takes some supplements, and keeps moving deeper into the infernal relic. Not long after, Wan Yi reaches a desolate ruin of broken walls and black vines, while a sharp-toothed crow circles above and then flies off. A strange hiss comes from the broken wall ahead, and Wan Yi stops as a green serpent body starts sliding into view. What emerges is a human-headed serpent with an unnaturally perfect face, so beautiful it does not even feel human anymore. In the dim ruin, Wan Yi stares at the beautiful beast in front of him and instantly feels a dangerous, hard-to-explain pull on his mind. Chiyu introduces herself with tears in her voice and says she was once an Emperor-class cloud hornless dragon before a curse trapped her in the infernal relic. She shows the eerie lock-like curse mark on her neck and claims a human pet contract is the only way to break it and escape. Chiyu promises she will do anything for Wan Yi if he signs with her, while the white python hisses in alarm like it can tell something is very wrong. Wan Yi nearly agrees on instinct, then forcibly reins himself in when he realizes his mouth and thoughts are being pushed by her charm. Remembering his simulation, Wan Yi realizes choosing Chiyu would have led him to abandon the white python and leave it to die in the relic. So Wan Yi pretends to accept, but he tests her first by making her promise to obey him, and then ordering her not to sign any contract at all. When Chiyu tries to recover, Wan Yi asks to touch her, and she shyly lowers herself onto his shoulder to keep the act going. The moment Wan Yi touches her, his simulator catches her pet data but refuses to start because Chiyu's heart is rejecting him. Wan Yi calls out the lie to her face, and Chiyu, shaken, insists he try again. On the second touch, Wan Yi triggers a full reality simulation of Chiyu's future after contracting with him. The simulation shows Chiyu would recover through the contract, erase Wan Ye's bonds with his other pets through the curse, and secretly despise him as another beast master who treats pets like tools. The same simulated future ends with Chiyu using Wan Yi for years to hunt down the beast master who abandoned her, then leaving a pet cub somewhere safe before dying in a revenge battle. When the simulation ends, Wan Yi realizes his power works on other pets too, not just his own, if he can lower their guard enough. Chiyu suddenly snaps back, backs away in fear, and demands to know how Wan Yi broke free from her charms so fast. Wan Yi calmly refuses her offer and bluntly says he knows she wants out so she can take revenge on the beast master who abandoned her. As her mask drops, Chiyu's face visibly rots into a scarred, twisted form that matches the bitterness she was hiding. Chiyu turns her back and says Wan Yi has passed her test, which only makes the infernal relic feel even stranger to him. Instead of leaving, Wan Yi shamelessly asks for a reward and specifically demands to see Chiyu's full information. Chiyu lets him see it, and Wan Yi is stunned by her absurd panel of peak skills, A- stats, and terrifying red-grade traits. Now that he knows her panel, Wan Yi realizes he does not need Chiyu to hand over a reward at all, because he can steal one through the simulation choice himself. He weighs the options carefully and rejects Chiyu's red traits because they suit her body and bloodline far better than a human like him. He also gives up on ultimate sublimation and self-growth for himself, deciding the safest gain is Chiyu's orange trait innate divine soul to strengthen future simulations. The instant he takes the reward, the backlash nearly drops him dead, and he crashes to the floor from brutal spiritual exhaustion. Wan Yi gulps down a pill from his spatial sphere and feels his mind clear as innate divine soul speeds up his recovery. That scare teaches him a hard limit. Simulating stronger outside pets is possible, but pushing it recklessly could kill him. Once he can stand, Wan Yi politely asks Senior Chiyu to teach the white python a skill instead. He picks ultimate sublimation for the white python, while the little snake acts stubborn and turns its head away like it wants nothing from Chiyu. Chiyu casually points at the white python's head to pass on the skill, but the effort clearly costs her as her face grows even paler and more scarred. Before leaving, Chiyu says Won Yi is the first human in 100 years to walk the demon path and resist her charm, then tells him to seek Yama's approval if he wants to leave this sinful place. After Chiyu disappears, Won Yi looks up at the bleak sky and the giant silver tree in the distance, more suspicious than ever that this relic is hiding a much darker history. Too drained to move on, Won Yi decides to rest in the ruins and leaves the white python on watch, especially to keep Xiaojio from rolling off somewhere. He sleeps for more than 10 hours and wakes up restored, interrupted from a ridiculous dream by the white python licking his ear. Seeing the silver tree still ahead, Won Yi chooses not to advance blindly and decides to test the next stretch with another reality simulation first. The simulation leads them into a grotesque field where a beast calling itself Gluttony says they can only pass by eating everything there or become the field's nutrients. Even forced to eat the field's grotesque food, Won Yi and the white python still collapse in the simulation, later drag themselves out crippled, and die in despair months afterward. That ugly result convinces Won Yi the next obstacle is too abnormal for a direct attempt, even with the white python's gluttonous snake trait. So instead of pushing forward now, Won Yi decides to run a scripted simulation on the white python first and strengthen its eating-related trait for whatever nightmare comes next. Won Yi runs another life simulation for the white python, and this time it grows into a glutton that survives by eating almost anything it can find. As the simulated years pass, the python learns to guard itself, mutate its body, and finally awakens the skill ultimate sublimation. The simulation turns deadly when countless sword lights fall from the sky, and the white python actually swallows them instead of running. The sword lights shred the python from the inside, but that final struggle pushes its glutton ability into a red-grade trait before it dies. When the simulation ends, Won Yi is pleased to see 3 huge gains: ultimate sublimation, the space-based skills supercomputing space, and the red trait gluttonous snake. Won Yi realizes the python's new red trait is absurdly strong, because after eating enough, it has formed a tiny world inside its body that can store and slowly absorb energy-filled items. Confident that this should solve the next obstacle, Won Yi keeps those new rewards, takes recovery pills, and moves deeper into the relic with the python. Not long after, Won Yi reaches a bizarre field where vines carry lifelike fruits shaped like beasts, pets, and even humans. The creepy part is that those fruits also radiate incredibly pure spiritual energy, enough to make Won Yi, the white python, and even Xiaojio's egg react on instinct. Then an ancient voice calls this place the Infernal Karmic Vine Patch and warns that anyone who wants to keep going must first taste its karma. The speaker reveals himself as Tao Tai, a headless farm guardian with a ghost mask on his stomach, and his appearance is every bit as cursed as the field. As Tao Tai speaks, more mutated beasts gather from every direction, their cursed bodies and greedy stares making it obvious this is a trap, not a gift. Tao Tai lays out the rule with a smile: eat a fruit and move a step, finish all 3,600 fruits, and they can reach the Inferno blood pool and meet Yama. When Won Yi asks what happens if they fail, Tao Tai casually says their blood and flesh will become fertilizer for the patch. Won Yi stares at the tempting fruit and remembers that in simulation, he and the python lost their strength and potential here, so he starts suspecting the real danger is hidden in this so-called karma. Even so, with monsters hemming them in from all sides, Won Yi decides to play along and asks the white python if it is ready. The white python is unusually excited and immediately gulps down the first fruit, a twisted bird-shaped one that reminds Won Yi of a darkened green sparrow. The effect is immediate. The python's spiritual energy starts skyrocketing, so it races to the next fruit and keeps eating. Won Yi quickly senses something is off, because the rapid growth is making the python more and more intoxicated with power. Tao Tai just watches the feeding frenzy and chuckles, clearly enjoying the sight. By the time Won Yi calls for it to stop, the python has already slipped into a trance-like madness and keeps eating without listening. Won Yi figures out the real lure: the fruits are excellent resources, and with gluttonous snake the python can digest them almost instantly, so the thrill of sudden power is dragging it deeper. After the python's spiritual energy breaks past 3,000 from only a small fraction of the field, Won Yi realizes the fruits carry some extra influence beyond raw power. He moves in and quietly gives the white python a new instruction, trying to use its glutton ability without letting it sink deeper into the fruit's influence. The trick works. The python pauses, understands, and keeps swallowing the fruits whole without chewing, which lets the madness in its eyes slowly fade. In less than an hour, the white python clears the entire patch by swallowing thousands of karmic fruits into the small world inside its body. Won Yi leaves one fruit for himself and finally tests the trial directly by eating a human-shaped karmic fruit. The fruit tastes good, but the moment he swallows it, spiritual energy floods his body and someone else's dying memory slams into his mind. In that memory, a desperate beast master says goodbye to his infected bird pet and kills it because the law would eventually force the same end anyway. Won Yi snaps back gasping, and even after just one fruit, he can feel the same dangerous craving to keep eating for more power. Once his innate divine soul steadies him, Won Yi finally understands the trap. Every fruit carries the remnant thoughts of the dead humans and pets whose flesh and blood fed this patch. The more someone eats, the stronger they grow, but the more dead wills they have to carry, until their soul is eroded and the karma finally swallows them. After a long silence, Taotai admits that Wan Yi and the white python really did clear the karmic trial and may continue forward. With a wave of Taotia's hand, a floating road appears toward the center, while the surrounding beasts snarl at Wan Yi like starving ghosts denied a meal. Wan Yi stays quiet about it, but he knows the python still has not digested those fruits at all, because gluttonous snake is storing them inside for later. He leads the python onto the floating road and leaves Taotai behind, heading deeper into the relic under heavy spiritual pressure from all sides. As they get closer to the center, Wan Yi sees a giant silver tree rising from a silver pool ringed with blood-red flames. The closer he gets, the stranger it feels, because the tree itself seems holy while the pool below it feels hot, evil, and full of sin. Unsure whether this giant tree is really the Yamachi you mentioned, Wan Yi almost starts another simulation right there. Before he can do that, the silver tree suddenly speaks and welcomes the first human to reach it in many years. The tree names itself the Dark Tree of Heaven and says it has guarded this place for more than a century. Then it calmly lists everything Wan Yi has already proven. He kept his mind on the demon path, refused the bloodwood divine seed, resisted Chiyu's charm, and endured the karmic fruit trial without losing himself. After praising Wan Ye's talent, will, and conscience, the Dark Tree of Heaven finally asks the real question. Now that he has reached the center, what does he want to know or obtain? At the silver tree's offer of a reward with no final fight, Wan Yi instantly smells a trap instead of good luck. He stalls with a shameless excuse, claiming his pet ate too much and needs a rest, and the tree actually agrees. The moment they step aside, Wan Yi and the white python exchange a knowing look and quietly start another reality simulation. In the simulation, the tree explains that this infernal relic was once a human city built around a divine pool packed with spiritual veins. Then human factions fought over that treasure land, shattered space itself, and let the dark fog flood in. The city collapsed into horror as beastmasters and pets were infected, some humans even abandoning their own contracted companions to save themselves. The tree says it, and its companions came to save the city, repaired the broken space, and the Dark Tree of Heaven forced itself into the divine pool to preserve the infected pets. That story hits Wan Yi hard because it sounds exactly like the old clues Xiao Tao left behind. He turns to the giant silver tree in shock and realizes this infernal relic may be the same city from Xiao Tao's past. Wan Yi pushes the idea further and suspects the silver tree might be Xiao Yin from the old diary he has been chasing ever since Anping County. The simulation continues and reveals that the tainted divine pool started producing dangerous treasures, including the bloodwood divine seed. The tree explains that one human used that seed to boost his talent, dumped the curse of strangeness onto his pet by breaking their contract, and escaped back to human society alone. Wan Yi immediately understands this is the root of Chiyu's misery, and feels relieved he never greedily ate the seed himself. The tree says it buried the ruined city underground and sealed it off, but the divine pool has been drying up and the remaining beasts are slowly losing their minds for good. When Wan Yi presses for a solution, the tree admits the pool only needs its remaining strangeness purified so its life force can support everyone's consciousness again. That answer makes Wan Ye's eyes light up, because even as an egg, Xiaojiu might be exactly the purifier this place needs. But the simulation ends in a brutal ambush when a pitch-black demonic light erupts from the pool and cuts Wan Yi and the white python down before they can explain anything. Wan Yi jolts back from the failed simulation, rattled by the mystery attack but now sure he knows what to do. So when the tree asks if he has more questions, Wan Yi cuts it off and declares that he already knows everything and has a way to solve this mess. Before the tree can react, Wan Yi whips out Xiaojiu's egg and throws it straight into the infernal blood pool. Wan Yi calls for flames, and the egg answers with a faint platinum fire that starts pulling the whole pool into motion. The giant silver tree is stunned when it recognizes the scalding bright flame and realizes Wan Yi somehow carries Xiao Tao's power. Wan Yi does not stop to explain and instead demands the truth about whatever terrifying thing is hiding at the bottom of the pond. The tree hesitates, and that hesitation is enough for Wan Yi to guess the hidden monster might be the Yama everyone warned him about. Instead of answering cleanly, the tree suddenly tries to send Wan Yi away, admitting it no longer has the strength to suppress that thing if it appears. A second later the pond erupts anyway, as black power surges upward through the blood-red flames and shoots straight for Xiaojiu's egg. Wan Yi had been waiting for that exact moment, and he instantly orders the white python to attack. The white python opens with dynamic vision and ultimate sublimation, pushing its body into a razor-sharp combat state before the clash. Then spatial flash and supercomputing space stack together, warping the battlefield until everything around it seems to slow to a crawl. In that frozen-looking space, it turns Shadowless Line into a blazing shadowless sword and unleashes the first profound form. It follows with the second profound form, splitting that killing intent into 10,000 invisible swords that carve through every corner of the black light. The strike is so outrageous that even Wan Yi and the giant silver tree are left staring at the boiling pool in disbelief. After spending everything on that burst, the white python goes limp and drops onto the still-burning egg before slipping into the pond. Wan Yi dives in at once, scoops up the drained white python, and looks up to see whether the threat is finally gone. Instead, a cold voice answers him from the fading black light and announces that Wang Ye's body would suit it very well. The thing finally shows itself as a silver-black sword-shaped netherwood, and Wang Yi realizes this is the real Yama. Yama praises the white python for breaking its shell, but calmly says the silver tree can no longer stop it from leaving this place. The giant silver tree defends Wang Yi by saying Xiaojio carries its companion Xiao Tao's aura, so he cannot be treated like an enemy. Yama does not care and bluntly says it wants Wang Yi as a vessel and the white python as another body so it can finally escape this prison. When Wang Yi asks what Yama really is, the spirit laughs and admits that it is the greatest evil in the infernal relic. Wang Yi pieces it together and guesses Yama was born when the tree absorbed strangeness and split off all the evil desires it refused to keep inside itself. Yama confirms the guess and mocks the silver tree for choosing restraint and self-sacrifice instead of turning monstrous and leading the fierce beasts out into the world. Inside the tainted divine pond, Yama coldly reveals that he is the dark tree of heaven's dark side and the real ruler of the infernal relic, so he cannot allow anyone to purify this place. The silver tree argues that this relic still has a sliver of life left, but Yama snaps back that they share the same origin and openly declares he will eat Wang Yi before any god rank can stop him. Wang Yi can see Yama's logic about humans causing this disaster, but the moment Yama treats him like prey, he pushes back instead of cowering. Yama laughs and admits that Wang Ye's talent is exactly why he wants his body, because once the relic seal weakens further, Yama plans to drag the fierce beasts outside and unleash revenge on humanity. Wang Yi grimly accepts that humans planted the cause of this disaster, then drops the moral debate and asks the silver tree to buy him some time. When Wang Yi says he may have a plan, the giant silver tree immediately raises countless silver branches around him to hold Yama off. Outside Wang Ye's silver branch barrier, Yama snarls that the tree still chooses humans, and the silver tree answers that it follows its own principles and refuses to let more pets die. Behind the barrier, Wang Yi hurriedly feeds supplements to the white python first, then admits their only hope now is Xiaojio. He studies Xiaojio's glowing egg and realizes the scalding bright flame is purifying the strangeness too slowly to save them in time. Then Wang Yi remembers that the divine pond still holds some spiritual energy, and after several days of recovery, Xiaojio's egg might finally be able to run a simulation. The simulation panel appears, confirming that even an unhatched pet can simulate as long as it still has enough life force. He quickly rejects pointless options like random survival and suddenly remembers the one thing an egg can still do well: comprehend a combat technique. Wang Yi pulls out the cloud-swallowing technique scroll and decides to make Xiaojio use the simulation to complete the incomplete art from inside the shell. He deliberately taunts Xiaojio with a mere middle-rank technique, and the egg bounces in offended refusal exactly the way he hoped. Taking that as agreement, Wang Yi orders Xiaojio to spend however many decades it takes in simulation and fully comprehend the technique's missing path. In the simulation, Xiaojio stays an egg for years and quickly masters the cloud-swallowing technique up to its 3rd degree by absorbing spiritual energy from the world. But because the technique is incomplete, Xiaojio hits a hard bottleneck and can only keep grinding in the shell for decades before forcing out a 4th degree, then a 6th. After 60 years, Xiaojio finally breaks out of the shell in the simulation as a brilliant light sparrow with overwhelming presence. Even after hatching, Xiaojio cannot push the technique any further, so it wanders the mountain range until it remembers the cliff and quietly waits there for another chance. At 100 years old, Xiaojio finally meets the mysterious bird beast again, and this time the divine creature recognizes the sparrow from before and stops in open shock. Instead of leaving, the mysterious bird takes a deep liking to Xiaojio, starts teaching it personally, and helps the sparrow finally understand its own path. 10 years under that guidance lets Xiaojio refine and rebuild the old art into a brand new emperor combat technique, the divine sparrow's sun-devouring technique. Once Xiaojio begins cultivating the new technique, all of its old abilities surge into a new realm, and it even comprehends a terrifying emperor offensive skill called Golden Crow Falls West. By 120 years, Xiaojio has pushed the technique to the 6th degree, evolved its scalding bright flame toward a true sun flame, and becomes strong enough to crush the 3 emperor beasts of the mountains. That triumph ends brutally when a bloody mouth bursts from the ground, and Xiaojio kills it only by paying with fatal injuries. Xiaojio survives for half a year after the fight, then dies from those heavy wounds, ending a wildly successful simulation. Back in reality, Wang Yi stares at the reward list in disbelief because he only wanted to simulate one combat technique, and Xiaojio somehow came back with a whole explosive future. After the shock passes, Wang Yi realizes this result was not random luck at all but the payoff of Xiaojio finally reaching the mysterious bird that had been tied to its fate from the very first simulation. He first examines the new red trait Divine Bird's education and immediately understands that the Divine Bird did more than teach skills. It awakened Xiaojio's intelligence and bloodline. The second red trait, Phoenix Masquerade, hits even harder because Xiaojio's fake Phoenix aura is no longer just an act and now carries real pressure, charisma, and stronger aura skill effects. Wang Yi barely hesitates over the skill rewards and locks onto Golden Crow Falls West, because an Emperor attack skill is too valuable to ignore. Then he reads the details and goes stiff when he finds out it is basically a light flame self-destruct move that annihilates a huge area and kills its own user on the spot. He can only sigh that the absurd move fits Xiaojio's reckless temperament a little too well and silently hopes it never has to be used for real. But the true treasure is the divine bird sun-devouring technique, whose description makes Wan Ye's eyes widen as he realizes it boosts upper limit, spiritual energy, cultivation speed, growth, and battle recovery all at once. He quickly understands just how monstrous that is, because combat techniques that raise a pet's ceiling are already rare, and this Emperor one seems to have almost no flaw at all. For the last picks, Wan Yi weighs immediate skill proficiency against long-term six-dimensional growth and decides to bet on Xiaojio's body changing completely after hatching. When he confirms the rewards, Xiaojio's growth shoots up to a terrifying near 6A level, with almost every attribute already capped at a plus before the next evolution. Wan Yi realizes that once Xiaojio pushes the new combat technique far enough, those A+ limits can even climb into S-grade territory and make it comparable to an Overlord-class pet. The moment the reward settles in, a majestic life force bursts out of the egg, and Wan Yi immediately orders Xiaojio to start using the new combat technique. Xiaojio obeys at once, blazing like a tiny sun as it starts crazily sucking flames and spiritual energy out of the divine pond. When Wan Yi senses the process still needs more fuel, he turns to the white python and asks it to give back some of the fruits it swallowed earlier. The white python cooperates without complaint, spitting out fruit after fruit so Wan Yi can crush them into the pond and feed Xiaojio a flood of purified spiritual energy. As Xiaojio's flames rapidly purify the surrounding strangeness, Wan Yi watches the corrupted divine pond itself begin to stir with a faint returning life force. Hours crawl by as the white python keeps feeding fruits into the process, and after roughly 500 fruits, Wan Yi finally sees cracks spreading across the shell. Wan Yi senses that Xiaojio has already broken into 1-star level 3 with a huge 40,000 point spiritual energy jump, yet even after 5 hours the battle outside is still not over. His own spiritual power is so drained that even supplements cannot restore it properly, but there is no chance to rest, so he can only keep waiting beside Xiaojio. Then the egg suddenly starts absorbing energy even faster, and Wan Yi realizes Xiaojio has pushed the combat technique through another breakthrough and shattered its spiritual energy limit again. Remembering the normal cap for a 1-star level 3 pet, Wan Yi is stunned that Xiaojio is already blowing past those limits with a combat technique rare enough to support a 1,000,000-point future. Beside the inferno blood pool, Wan Yi keeps helping the white python crush and burn the strange fruits, pushing Xiaojio's egg closer and closer to hatching. Then a huge blast tears open the silver vines, and Wan Yi sees the sky-reaching silver tree has been smashed apart after its brutal fight with Yama. Yama is wounded too but still standing, and it declares that even if it could not kill the giant tree, the tree can no longer stop it. The giant silver tree can only tremble weakly, and its movement makes the whole relic feel like it might collapse. Seeing Wan Yi still alive, Yama turns on him and sneers that his hiding is over. Wan Yi answers with the same words, and Yama suddenly realizes too late that something is wrong with its fading strength. Wan Yi finally calls Xiaojio out, and the egg explodes open in a burst of blinding light flame. From the broken shell, Xiaojio is reborn stronger than before, its new body blazing with overwhelming spiritual energy and all 6 dimensions pushed to A+. Xiaojio immediately enlarges itself and stacks skill after skill, turning into a blazing sun over the pond. The blood flames of the divine pond are sucked into Xiaojio instead of hurting it, feeding the bird's power even further. Then Xiaojio dives like a meteor and slams Yama with the divine light flame strike so fast the netherwood cannot even react. Wan Yi realizes this reborn Xiaojio is already far beyond the version that once fell to the mirror demon phantom. Xiaojio keeps firing divine light flame strikes in a ruthless barrage until even the space over the pond is carved full of burning trails. In less than 10 minutes, the one-sided fight ends with Yama dimmed, broken, and jammed headfirst into the ground beside the giant silver tree. Yama trembles in disbelief, unable to accept that a hatchling it ignored just came out in perfect condition and crushed it. Wan Yi can almost sympathize, because from Yama's view this was the worst possible reversal after paying everything to reach the brink of victory. With the danger finally broken, Wan Yi tells Yama it is finished and gets his first close look at Xiaojio's reborn form. Wan Yi notes that reality let Xiaojio finish Nirvana far faster than the simulation ever did, thanks to resources, the improvised technique, and this special environment. Once the fight is over, Wan Yi turns to the giant silver tree and asks what should be done with the defeated Yama. The giant tree gives the harsh first option, kill Yama now, because if it survives, it will eventually recover and come back. Wan Yi hesitates because killing Yama might drag the giant tree down too, so he wonders if human help could somehow free the relic instead. The giant tree shuts that hope down, explaining that the divine pond and dark corruption have already twisted this place so badly that outside humans would treat its beasts as monsters to be caged or erased. That warning makes Wan Yi think of Xiao Tao and realize the truth outside this relic may already be badly distorted. The giant tree offers a second option too, leave Yama alive under a seal, but eventually the weakening barrier will break, Yama will devour the tree, and the beasts here will march out against humanity. Wan Yi asks the key question anyway, is there any way to kill Yama without losing the giant tree too? The giant tree says it is only possible if some pet can absorb Yama's body, Because this thing is not ordinary wood but an infected extreme darkness netherwood born from its own source. That name hits Won Yi like lightning, because extreme darkness netherwood is exactly the missing evolution material he has been unable to find for the white python. Won Yi immediately claims he actually can use it, because one of his pets should be able to absorb the netherwood if the giant tree can keep it sealed for now. The giant tree accepts that Xiao Jiu's inherited suppressive power from Xiao Tao should keep Yama under control, so carrying it away is not impossible after all. Even so, the giant tree still wants to keep sealing the relic and slowly restore it with the divine pond over the next 100 years. Won Yi rejects that plan at once, because a century is far too long when outside investigators may already be ready to break in and turn the relic into a massacre. So Won Yi says he has another way, but to try it the giant tree must stop resisting and let him interact with it completely openly. The giant tree agrees, and Won Yi decides to rest first because his body and mind cannot take another high-intensity simulation immediately. He tells Xiao Jiu to guard Yama, uses the white python as a pillow, and drops into a hard-earned sleep inside the damaged relic. When Won Yi wakes, it is Xiao Jiu, now shrunk down again, rubbing his warm feathers against his face. His spiritual power has recovered a little, Yama is still sealed and silent, and the divine pool is already slowly giving off life again. Won Yi is quietly amazed that this divine pond survived centuries of corruption and heavy use without drying up. After the giant tree confirms it is ready, Won Yi walks over, places a hand on the trunk, and starts the simulation plan for real. In the first simulation, Won Yi takes the weakened giant tree out with him and publicly claims it as a newly contracted pet, which shocks the investigation corps. He secretly reports everything to Lin Ro, but while she investigates the old Qinghai demonic disaster, she dies inside another secret realm. Soon after, the Qixing Investigation Corps enters the Relic of Life anyway. Surrounding cities fall into chaos from the spatial disturbance, and Won Yi is captured before he can escape. The first simulation ends almost immediately in prison and death, proving that simply taking the giant tree out solves nothing and may even get people killed faster. Won Yi is especially unsettled that even Lin Ro's status was not enough to touch the buried truth behind that old disaster. He briefly considers going to the two mysterious scholars instead, but another simulation still collapses before he can even reach them because the Qixing Investigation Corps moves too fast. That makes the pattern clear to him. Once the Qixing Investigation Corps enters the relic, his experiences inside will become a reason to seize him on the spot. Won Yi starts to believe Yama's ugly guess was right. This local investigation may have been bait, while the higher-level Qixing Corps already suspected the relic and planned to move in later. He runs one more simulation with the opposite approach and stays hidden inside the infernal relic instead of going out at all. In that future, the giant tree slowly recovers with the divine pond while Won Yi and it spend half a month talking and building trust. In the simulation, whenever Yama's consciousness briefly returns, Xiao Jiu immediately beats it back down before the threat can grow. As the relic stabilizes, Xiao Jiu starts roaming through it and subduing one fierce beast after another until it becomes the new Flame Lord keeping the whole place in order. 5 years later the relic has partly recovered, but that quiet progress still ends in disaster when humans finally rip open the seal and start slaughtering everything inside. That future ends with a powerful human named Ji Woman killing the giant tree and Won Yi being captured again, proving that hiding and waiting only delays the same outcome. Back in reality, Won Yi admits that slow development inside the relic is useless too, so he will still need to go outside and dig up the full truth. The giant tree says it now understands Won Yi's strange ability a little better, and it admits its old hope was to send someone out to find its scattered companions, just as Xiao Tao once wanted. Won Yi does not argue with that yet and instead asks the giant tree for something more practical, its full status panel. Though it calls itself a crippled shadow of its former self, the Dark Tree of Heaven still reveals a terrifying panel in weakness. Legend First Class, Plant Space Dark Type, Level 3 Combat Power, S- across all 6 dimensions, and a stacked set of top T. Inside the relic, Won Yi studies the giant silver tree's rewards and quickly decides the rare red trait matters more than skills he might gain later. The trait he chooses is Natural Divine Energy, a frighteningly useful affinity that calms fierce beasts, speeds cultivation, and lets his body hold more natural elements. The moment Won Yi accepts it, a strange natural power floods his body so intensely that even the giant silver tree is shocked and asks why he now has its ability. With the new power settled, Won Yi proposes a practical deal. He will take the netherwood away, keep the humans outside from breaking in, investigate the truth, and later let Xiao Tao reunite with its missing body parts. The giant silver tree thinks it over and agrees because once the netherwood is gone it can finally recover in peace. Before leaving, Won Yi wants one more reality simulation with the white python to test whether his cover story will actually keep trouble away. Xiao Jiu immediately complains because she wants Won Yi to run the simulation with her instead, but he pats her head and promises her turn will come next time. In the simulation, Won Yi and the white python leave the relic, say they were trapped in the first stage, and for a while nobody challenges their story. Even after the relic closes and the Qixing Investigation Corps starts questioning everyone who entered, Won Yi keeps his story perfectly steady and avoids trouble for the moment. Half a month later, Lin Ro sends him toward the Beastmaster assessment in the hidden mysterious realm, so Wan Yi goes despite being an investigator already. Months later in that realm, Wan Yi reaches the end and secures a spirit pearl, only for a strange sword light and a clash with mysterious investigators to interrupt the white python's evolution. The simulated future ends brutally when Wan Yi is caught in the chaos, loses consciousness during evolution, and dies before earning any reward from the run. Back in the relic, Wan Yi frowns over that warning and starts wondering if the mysterious investigators in the hidden mysterious realm are tied to the Qixing Investigation Corps. Outside the sealed entrance, 3 long days have passed, and Lin Ro's team is tense because everyone else came out quickly but Wan Yi still has not returned. When someone suddenly shouts that Wan Yi has come out, the whole base erupts because he is the only first batch investigator who stayed inside this long. Wan Yi walks out looking mostly unharmed, though the others can tell something about his aura feels subtly different. Lin Ro rushes over, checks that he still has all his limbs, and demands to know what happened after he vanished for 3 days. Sticking to his prepared story, Wan Yi says the relic was eerie. He got trapped in the first stage for ages, and he only thought he had gathered a lot of resources inside. One of the senior investigators presses him to show the resources, clearly expecting the same nasty trick the others already suffered. When Wan Yi pulls them out, every precious plant has become worthless stones, and he puts on a very convincing breakdown. That reaction convinces the senior investigators he hit the same fake reward trap they did, so their suspicion eases immediately. Lu Dang comforts him by saying the relic itself must be the test, and lasting 3 days there is already impressive compared to the others who were thrown out in hours. Wan Yi keeps up the act and sighs like a young man who just lost a huge haul, which makes the story even easier for everyone to accept. On the trip back to Amping County, Lin Ro tells him not to brood because new relics are far stranger than old explored ones like Yihuang Forest, and failing early is normal. She then steers the talk toward his future, reminding him that beast masters need roles, teams, and a clear path instead of just fighting alone forever. Lin Ro suggests he aim for a support-oriented class and offers to train his own body too, since his pets are strong enough that he mainly needs to stop dragging them down. Wan Yi agrees at once, already thinking about stacking more traits and power until he is almost like a human-shaped pet himself. Back in his apartment, the exhaustion hits, but his mind keeps circling one uneasy point. Even when he did nothing in an earlier simulation, the Qixing side still rushed in and war broke out. Thinking it through, Wan Yi concludes that taking away the Netherwood should help the infernal relic seal itself again. But the bigger danger is still the old Qinghai demonic disaster beast masters who escaped long ago. Since those survivors may now be powerful figures, Wan Yi puts aside grand worries and sets a hard short-term plan for both pets instead. His schedule is brutal. Xiao Jiu's skills need to reach great success. The white python must prepare for evolution with the extreme darkness Netherwood, and some key skills still need peak mastery before the hidden mysterious realm. The only ugly part is the cost, because every high-level simulation now burns so much spiritual power that recovering it takes either a fortune in supplements, or several days of rest. Then Wan Yi gets a practical idea. Now that Xiao Jiu has evolved, maybe she can teach free size to the white python, and the white python can pass special skills back to her too. After a day of simulation, Xiao Jiu has already pushed free size to great success and can shrink back down into an even cuter small bird form whenever she wants. But when Wan Yi asks her to teach that skill, Xiao Jiu flatly refuses and points at the ever-growing white python like the answer should be obvious. The white python instantly understands Xiao Jiu's petty logic and refuses to learn the skill too, turning the whole lesson into a silent feud Wan Yi cannot decode at all. So Wan Yi starts scheming and first tells Xiao Jiu that this skill will be the base of a future combo move, and whoever trains it better will get to ride on the other's head. The promise works immediately, because the thought of riding on the white python's head is far too good for Xiao Jiu to reject. Wan Yi then uses the exact same trick on the white python, warning that Xiao Jiu already has a head start and could end up riding on it forever. That lands just as hard, and the white python agrees at once because it absolutely cannot lose to that silly bird. When Wan Yi finally puts them face to face again, the stare between Xiao Jiu and the white python crackles like a tiny battlefield. Thanks to that rivalry, Xiao Jiu teaches free size, Wan Yi runs the simulation, and the white python successfully learns it. Wan Yi repeats the trick in reverse and gets the white python to pass ultimate sublimation to Xiao Jiu as well. By the next day, Xiao Jiu has learned it too, and at last both pets have copied the shared special skills Wan Yi wanted. A full week of hard simulation later, every skill both pets have reaches great success, and Wan Yi starts eyeing peak mastery and combat technique progress next. Then Wan Yi wonders if he can finally simulate both pets at once, so he puts one hand on each and gives it a try. The scripted simulation refuses to work for both together, but when he switches to reality simulation, it suddenly does. In that shared simulation, the white python grows discouraged because it still cannot catch up to the evolved Xiao Jiu. A few days later, Lin Ro drags Wan Yi away for harsh special training in a canyon and forbids the pets from interfering. Without Wan Yi around, the mutual dislike between the two pets finally blows up and the stronger Xiao Jiu starts bullying the white python every day. After several rough days, the fight turns weirdly emotional when they start arguing over which one misses Wan Yi more. They even decide to settle that by counting simulation time, And when Xiao Jiao wins by a landslide, the white python calls her stupid instead of devoted and gets thrashed again. That finally pushes the white python too far, and a half-human half-dragon phantom suddenly manifests through it, and beats Xiao Jiao hard enough to make her rethink everything. After that brutal lesson, the two start reconciling, and half a month later they are no longer thinking about fighting at all. By then, they spend their days side by side at the window, quietly waiting for Wan Yi to come home. A month later, Lin Ro returns with devastating news that Wan Yi was badly hurt during special training and is now paralyzed in both mind and body. The two pets are crushed but demand an explanation, and Lin Ro reluctantly reveals that university trainees disturbed rare cubs in the canyon and provoked an overlord-level wild pet that caught Wan Yi in the disaster. When Lin Ro says those students were supposedly punished and expelled, either pet accepts that as enough for what happened to Wan Yi. So the two secretly go to Qixing City, discover the students are actually fine, and learn they are foreign trainees rather than locals who truly faced consequences. Xiao Jiao wants to attack on the spot, but the white python stays colder, holds her back, and comes up with a cleaner revenge plan. They lure the students into a secret realm with fake news about rare pet cubs, and once the trap closes, the two pets cripple them without a word. After that revenge, they return to the apartment and simply stay by Wan Ye's side. The simulation runs far ahead, showing the two pets carrying their failing beast master through the world, then surviving together after his death, and eventually returning as guardian beasts of Amping County. When the 53-year simulation ends, the result that hits Wan Yi hardest is not just the levels gained but how completely Xiao Jiao and the white python's relationship changed. Before Wan Yi can even react, Xiao Jiao and the white python suddenly hug each other and burst into tears, turning from bitter rivals into emotional sisters in a single absurd instant. Back in his room, Wan Yi stares at the reward notices and realizes something slightly humiliating. Compared to his pets, he really is the extra one. After comparing his options, he decides to take free size from Xiao Jiao and spiritual barrier from the white python, since attribute-based skills would be useless on him. The moment he chooses, a flood of mastery memories crashes into his mind, both skills already delivered at great success level. He spends hours quietly digesting the new techniques until he can finally open his eyes with real control over them. To test free size, Wan Yi throws a punch and watches his fist swell several times larger, blasting the whole room with a violent gust. The power boost leaves him thrilled, and he starts planning the next long grind, pushing all of Xiao Jiao and the white python's lower rank skills up to peak mastery. He gets carried away imagining himself as a human-shaped pet who can split the sky with one punch. When Wan Yi eagerly asks for more simulations, both pets turn away together and snub him, now acting like united sisters for once. Accepting that today's grinding is over, Wan Yi switches goals and decides to research the Qixing Investigation Corps online instead of asking Lin Ro. He finds that the Corps' basic structure is public, including its commanders, ranks, senior investigators, and even short profiles on important members. The profile that matters most is Ji Wuming's, a master investigator, deputy commander, fighter-class veteran with only 3 pets and a century of famous achievements behind him. Even with all that public praise, Wan Yi still learns almost nothing useful about the man's real secrets, so he quietly files the information away. That night, peace lasts about 2 seconds before Xiao Jiao and the white python both demand to sleep beside him and start bickering again. Wan Yi shuts down the plastic sisterhood by putting each pet back in its own nest, then finally sleeps alone on the bed. The next day, Wan Yi launches a new simulation aimed at one goal, pushing Xiao Jiao's combat technique to the 3rd degree so its growth ceiling can break into S rank. Inside the scripted life, Xiao Jiao starts as a brilliant light sparrow practicing alone, but its training drifts because its restless nature keeps winning. Years pass, and without the mysterious bird's guidance, Xiao Jiao never truly locks in, even as the mountain beasts worship it like a surviving king. By old age, Xiao Jiao still misses the green worm it once knew and jokes in its heart that it would like to eat it if they ever met again. At 88, Xiao Jiao hits a combat bottleneck but still manages to grasp the deeper meaning of Skyful of Feathers. Lonely and curious, Xiao Jiao finally leaves the mountain range and flies into a bigger world it was never ready to face. The lesson is brutal. The instant Xiao Jiao tries to claim a celestial sex territory, a divine beam from the sky cuts it in half. When the simulation rewards appear, Wan Yi ignores the years and takes exactly what he came for, the 3rd degree divine bird sun devouring technique. The breakthrough works, and Xiao Jiao's growth limits jump again until 4 of its 6 dimensions reach S rank. Wan Yi immediately turns the breakthrough into a survival plan, ordering Xiao Jiao to stay in its mountain range, raise followers there, and only use Golden Crow Falls West as a last resort. The white python slides over at once, mocks Xiao Jiao, and wraps its tail around Wan Yi's arm to demand its own turn next. Wan Yi tells them to hold off and rest first, then asks the white python to help keep Xiao Jiao alive longer in their next reality simulation. While eating supplements, he checks his finances and feels his scalp go numb as he realizes pet evolution, training resources, and daily tonics have burned through almost everything. He runs another reality simulation, and this time spiritual barrier protects his mind, but without his cheat he is still crippled by special training and later dies after more than 10 empty years. The ugly result stings his pride, but he still harvests 2 upgrades from it: Xiao Jio's S- soul growth, and the white python's gluttonous snake trait. The white python's trait weakens badly on a human body, but Xiao Jio's S soul growth is so overwhelming that Wan Yi faints on the spot. He wakes a day later feeling transformed, his soul perception so sharp now that the world's spiritual energy almost looks like color. The leap to S soul growth feels so huge that Wan Yi starts thinking he could make something of himself even as a researcher now. With that new confidence, he brings out the memory lotus lamp and decides to test whether he can finally cultivate his deep memory talents safely. He checks through simulation first, and the result is unexpectedly promising. Once the lamp is lit, it pulls him into a vast white inner world where deep memory rapidly strengthens before time ejects him. That safe test also shows a better future path. With more caution, Wan Yi survives special training, shines in the hidden mysterious realm assessment, and even finds a spirit pearl in the depths. When terrifying sword light erupts in the hidden mysterious realm, Wan Yi wisely stays hidden and watches investigators fuse a strange skill into a giant dragon just to suppress it. He passes the assessment, joins the Qixing Investigation Corps, and then quickly discovers the Corps is full of factions, foreign hands, and trouble serious enough to make him retreat back to Amping County. The long simulation keeps going. The white python eventually evolves. Wan Yi makes a name for himself back home, but Xiao Tao's body is lost forever after the hidden mysterious realm gets sealed. More than 10 years later, Wan Yi rises all the way to county commander, only for the whole group to die fighting a western dark fog disaster anyway. Even with that grim ending, Wan Yi takes the simulation as proof that his new soul growth has finally made him useful instead of dead weight. He uses the next rewards to patch his own weak points, taking Xiao Jio's S strength growth and the white python's spiritual resistance. The new growth surges through his body at once, leaving his frame tighter, tougher, and far closer to Xiao Jio's raw potential than before. Over the next few days, he keeps burning reality simulations until only one use remains, steadily filling in agility, spiritual resistance, and constitution too. By the end of that spree, Wan Yi's 6 dimensions almost match Xiao Jio's across the board, except that his spiritual energy growth is still lagging far behind. He knows the gap is still real though, because Xiao Jio's cultivated body can still crush him outright despite those beautiful numbers. He also uses the remaining runs to grab more support skills for himself, especially Ultimate Sublimation and King's Prestige, even if pet skills weaken when forced onto a human. As time passes, the white python pushes to 9-star level 2, and Xiao Jio's third-degree technique lets its growth explode so hard that its spiritual energy reaches the limit at every star. Watching his pet surge ahead, Wan Yi makes a new practical decision. Someday he needs a normal-type pet too, because only that will give him attack skills his human body can actually use. After a month of recovery and growth, Lin Ro finally arrives with the next real-world step. Wan Yi's special training is starting. Lin Ro lays down the rule immediately. This training is for beast masters only, so Wan Yi cannot bring his pets or even keep them hidden in his pet space. Wan Yi looks to Xiao Jio and the white python for an emotional farewell, but because they have lived through this in simulation so many times, both just wave him off casually. Trying to save face, Wan Yi insists they are definitely reluctant deep down, even if they are not showing it at all. Then Lin Ro takes Wan Yi onto the blazing sky falcon, and the two of them lift off towards special training while Xiao Jio and the white python watch from the window below. On the way to special training, Lin Ro explains that investigators train without pets because in a real fight, a weak beast master becomes the easiest target. She lays out the training ground at Tianxian Gorge, climb the mountain, cross the Zilua River, and walk through Lifeng Valley, with rescue available only if things turn fatal. Lin Ro adds that the gorge's natural spiritual energy makes the old-school training harsher than school simulations, but also much more effective. When the falcon slows, Wan Yi finally sees Tianxian Gorge ahead, a dramatic split between massive flattened mountains with dense white fog beyond. At the guarded entrance, Wan Yi senses the stronger spiritual energy right away as Lin Ro brings him down beside tents and armed patrols. After registration, Lin Ro warns that pet guides only lead the way and record data, and if danger comes, they will probably run before he does. That is enough for Wan Yi, so he refuses a guide on the spot and trusts himself instead. He checks one more thing with Lin Ro, asking if a place this safe could still hide any real treasure, and her look makes the answer obvious. Wan Yi notices the crowd is a mix of eager students and stern investigators, then shoulders his pack and heads alone into the gorge for 3 days of training. At the edge of the training grounds, Wan Yi spots a flock of sharp-billed ink crows and decides to test just how absurd his red characteristic really is. He throws the stone and tags one crow cleanly, instantly provoking the whole flock into a furious dive. Wan Yi stays put, expecting a hit, but the lead crow suddenly breaks in front of him and turns weirdly affectionate. Instead of attacking, the crow nuzzles him and even picks up the same stone to hand it back, while the rest chirp around him like he is their favorite person. That ridiculous turnaround finally convinces Wan Yi that natural divine power is terrifyingly strong against wild pets. Even so, he cannot figure out why he still got battered so badly in simulation if this red characteristic can erase aggression so completely. Behind him, A girl in a baseball cap watches the whole scene and wrongly decides the trick must be staying calm after hitting the birds. She copies him exactly, throws her own stone at the crows, and braces herself like this should work. What she gets instead is the real response. The entire flock activates swooping attack and chases her screaming through the air. Meanwhile, Wonyi keeps moving, and with wild pets treating him like family, the first stretch of training feels almost suspiciously easy. When he reaches Lifeng Valley, Wonyi decides easy is useless and stuffs more than 50 kilos of rocks into his backpack to force real growth. Standing at the entrance, he sees how brutal the valley really is when a dark shape suddenly gets blown overhead and someone screams in the distance. He activates dynamic vision for a quick check, confirms it really was a person, and walks in anyway. The headwind hits like a wall, but the extra weight stabilizes him, and he starts climbing the rising valley one hard step at a time. Instead of feeling crushed, Wonyi realizes the pain is oddly invigorating and that this rough training is feeding his body's growth exactly the way he wanted. As he goes deeper, the wind grows sharper until the first real wind blade slices open his arm and tells him he has reached the dangerous middle zone. He starts weaving around the blades, and his great agility makes the storm feel less like a trap and more like a brutal practice field. Then Wonyi raises the stakes again by letting some blades hit, trusting his A+ constitution and rapid recovery to harden his body faster. Feeling his body and spiritual power both rising, he quietly sets a new goal for this trip. By the end of training, he wants to beat a level 2 supreme class pet with his bear self. By the time the exit finally opens up, Wonyi is battered but stronger, springing between the valley walls as the wind can barely touch him anymore. He steps out of Lifeng Valley around noon, changes into clean clothes, and immediately feels tempted to run the whole thing again. The urge fades when he looks ahead and sees the peaceful inner grassland of Tianxian Gorge, where the next stage waits at the Ziliu River. Before moving on, Wonyi sits down to meditate and study the changes in his body after the valley's punishment. Half an hour later, that calm breaks as voices ahead complain that a herd of Herculean bears is blocking the river crossing. At the front, Wonyi finds the problem. Huge Herculean bears have formed a living wall in front of the Ziliu River and refuse to let anyone pass. Their leader is an old white-bearded Herculean bear with a walking stick, and one look at his 4-meter frame tells everyone this standoff is not a bluff. A beastmaster with beast language steps up to negotiate, only to get swatted away after a few roars back and forth. From the dirt, he reports the bear's message. Their bear king is swimming in the river, so everyone else can come back tomorrow. A student from Qixing University tries spiritual communication next, and although the bears react more politely, she can tell they are hiding something behind that excuse. Then a hot-tempered white-haired beastmaster loses patience, unleashes Frost Earth, and tries to force the passage open by freezing the ground under them. The old bear shuts him down with one stomp that shatters the incoming frost, and the man retreats with his pride wrecked. Watching all this, Wonyi judges the strength gap plainly and realizes brute force is getting nowhere. So he steps out and tells everyone to move aside because he wants to try his own method. When the others ask what talent could possibly help here, Wonyi dryly answers deep memory, which only makes them more confused. Wonyi pushes the joke further and says he has the right to try because of his face, leaving the whole crowd speechless. The student who used spiritual communication warns Wonyi that the bears are already irritated and that looks mean nothing to male wild pets, but he still walks forward. The onlookers brace for him to get slapped away too as Wonyi stops right in front of the white-bearded leader and asks one simple question, "Can I go over?" Instead of attacking, the old bear softens on the spot, smiles kindly, and waves him through. Then every Herculean bear steps aside at once, and Wonyi walks through the opening while the crowd behind him freezes in pure disbelief. After Wonyi strolls past the Herculean bears, the people behind him are left staring because the beasts treated him like an honored guest instead of an intruder. A few unconvinced trainees rush over to copy him, only to get slapped away one after another by the same bear that welcomed Wonyi. Even Shin Shui can only watch Wonyi's back and admit that the real wild teaches things school never could. Once he reaches the crossing, Wonyi spots the real ruler here, a black and blue Herculean bear king standing on the rushing river like the current means nothing. What really catches Wonyi's eye is the row of rafts beside the bear king, each packed with land pet cubs from all over Tianxian Gorge. The mystery clears up fast when the bear king leaps high above the river, lands smoothly, and orders all the cubs into the freezing current for swim training. Wonyi realizes this king is training not just its own kind but every cub equally, which says a lot about its status in the gorge. The cubs soon lose their nerve, and the bear king patiently fishes them out, lets them rest, and starts the lesson again. Then the bear king notices Wonyi, waves him over, and bluntly asks for help with the training. After a few gestures, Wonyi figures out the plan. The bear king wants him to swim with the cubs and use his weird charm to motivate them. Since he has to train in the river anyway, Wonyi changes into swim trunks, stores his backpack in the spatial sphere, and jumps into the icy water. The moment Wonyi reaches the raft and claps for attention, the cubs mob him like they have just found their favorite person in the world. When Wonyi starts swimming, the cubs leap in after him at full speed, and even the bear king has to stop and rethink what it is looking at. As he pushes forward, Wonyi feels the river's spiritual energy pouring into his body, but the bone-deep cold is still brutal. Halfway through, Wan Yi suddenly stops and asks the Bear King for a rock because plain swimming is not enough for him anymore. The Bear King first brings a rock that is too small, then another that is still too small, until Wan Yi forces it to haul over the giant boulder it uses for its own training. Wan Yi ties the massive rock to himself with a rope and starts swimming upstream under crushing resistance, leaving the Bear King wondering if this guy is secretly the pet here. The cubs copy his rhythm, climbing onto the giant rock to rest and jumping back down again until they slowly stop fearing the river. By sunset, Wan Yi reaches the end of the river with a whole crowd of gathered pets behind him and feels just how much that brutal swim strengthened his body. The Bear King comes ashore, stares at Wan Yi and the now improved cubs, and looks genuinely shaken about its own teaching skills. Then the Bear King opens its paw and offers Wan Yi a dark stone that turns out to be a dark meteorite, a combat secret treasure worth millions. Wan Yi immediately gets suspicious because no wild king gives away a treasure like that for free, and the answer arrives with an awkward snoring sound. The source of the snoring is a snow-white sword rabbit cub sprawled asleep on the giant rock while everyone else has been training. Wan Yi recognizes it as a rare-looking sword rabbit cub, cute enough to stand out even if its race is not especially famous. When Wan Yi asks how long it has been sleeping, the Bear King points at the rabbit and finally makes its real request. Please take this troublesome cub away and train it. The Bear King explains that it once found the rabbit abandoned in a bamboo basket and raised it like the many other cubs it looks after. At first the sword rabbit trained hard, but later it turned lazy, shut itself away, and stalled so badly that at 1 year old it is still only level 1 and knows no skills. The poor king is so desperate that it has spent a year screening passing beastmasters, hoping a decent one would contract the rabbit, but nobody wants a lazy low-potential pet. Still, the Bear King insists the rabbit is gifted because it once copied a saber-toothed tiger's skill after seeing it only once, then later forgot it from never practicing. Wan Yi finally gets the terms straight. If he can make the sword rabbit follow him, the Bear King will hand over the dark meteorite too. Since the rabbit is cute, sword-using, and clearly broken in a way he might handle, Wan Yi decides it is worth trying. He jumps onto the giant rock and pokes the rabbit, but the little thing just rolls over and refuses to wake up properly. When Wan Yi checks it with his talent, he hits a strange wall because the rabbit's heart is sealed and cannot be simulated. The Bear King tries the usual trick and calls out that it is mealtime, which finally makes the rabbit open its eyes for a second before it sees only Wan Yi and goes right back to sleep. Even Wan Yi's usual charm fails here, so he switches tactics and decides to wake the rabbit by going straight for its buried emotions. Using deep memory, Wan Yi starts spinning a made-up life story about a little sword rabbit who once lived happily with its parents and treasured the wooden sword its father made for it. He darkens the story by claiming mysterious beasts attacked, the parents sent their child away in a bamboo basket, and the rabbit lost everything in one night. Wan Yi keeps going, saying the rescued rabbit wanted revenge but had a body and talent that seemed to betray it, so its frustrations slowly curdled into laziness and silence. At that point the sword rabbit finally explodes awake and yells at Wan Yi to stop because the story is hitting way too close to home. Wan Yi ruthlessly adds a fake tragedy where the warm big black bear also dies protecting the rabbit, leaving the real Bear King sweating at this shameless nonsense. The more Wan Yi talks about regret, cowardice, and revenge, the more the sword rabbit starts treating this made-up story like its own life. Soon even the other cubs are tearing up as Wan Yi pushes the tail toward a comeback, with the rabbit surviving, digging out, and meeting a powerful human who can finally help it grow. Wan Yi even inserts himself into the legend as the handsome beast master who helps the rabbit learn a proud sword technique and reclaim its future. Then Wan Yi drops the perfect hook by saying the grown rabbit finally meets one of the beasts that ruined its family and stops right there. The Bear King and every cub lean in for the ending, but Wan Yi casually declares the story over and turns to leave. That dirty trick works instantly, and the anxious sword rabbit scrambles over, grabs Wan Yi's pants with its tiny paws, and begs for the rest. Watching the rabbit finally chase after a person on its own, the Bear King stares at Wan Yi's back and silently realizes this is what real professional skill looks like. Wan Yi keeps petting the sword rabbit, and the fluffy little thing shamelessly asks for more story time. When Wan Yi says the story can wait until tomorrow, the rabbit flops down to sleep but still clutches his pants so he cannot slip away. The rabbit's constant sleepiness bothers Wan Yi, and even the Bear King can only admit the problem will be his to handle now. The Bear King hands Wan Yi a dense dark stone, and the moment he grabs it, the weight slams him flat into the ground. The Bear King explains that this treasure is meant for pet training, so Wan Yi has to support it with spiritual energy just to carry it. Instead of asking for more treasure, Wan Yi makes a stranger request and asks to touch the Bear King while it opens its spirit to him. The old king finally agrees, but only for an instant, and offers one massive paw with obvious reluctance. The paw feels like solid rock, and Wan Yi immediately starts his last simulation through that contact. Inside the simulation, Wan Yi warns the Bear King that beast masters will steal wild cubs, and together they trace the likely target to the newly maternal Thunderstorm King Lion on Tianxian Mountain. They find the Thunderstorm King Lion has just given birth, and one cub is a rare wind and thunder mutation worth kidnapping. Just as predicted, a beast master team attacks for the cub, And because the lioness is weakened after childbirth, Wan Yi and the Bear King have to take the fight themselves. The simulated battle ends badly when the golden-haired Beastmaster's totem flares, crushes Wan Yi and the Bear King, and lets him seize the rare cub by force. 2 days later the lion's mate returns, discovers the missing cub, and goes berserk slaughtering human trainees across the gorge. Tianxian Gorge is eventually cleaned up and the thunderstorm lion is taken away, leaving the Bear King to brood over a peace that no longer feels right. As the simulated years pass, the Bear King keeps protecting the gorge and keeps remembering Wan Yi and the lazy sword rabbit after they leave. In the 4th year, Wan Yi really does return in the simulation with the stronger, but still lazy sword rabbit, and the Bear King is quietly pleased. The simulated years take a strange turn when the lonely Bear King falls for a frost-green goose passing through the gorge. By the 12th year, Wan Yi is somehow giving the Bear King flirting advice, but the giant still backs off because they are different species. When the goose leaves in the 18th year, the lovesick Bear King turns that heartbreak into a new skill called Dejected Palm. In the simulation's final years, the aging Bear King hears Wan Yi died in war, leaves his race behind, and walks toward a fatal last battle on his own. Back in reality, Wan Yi comes out of the simulation stunned and can only think that the Bear King's whole future looked miserably lonely. Wan Yi awkwardly tells the shaken Bear King to chase happiness for himself and stop worrying about racial differences. To prepare for the real threat, Wan Yi asks to see the Bear King's actual stats, and this time the Bear King cooperates. The stats confirm the Bear King is a level 4 Emperor-class beast with strong brute force traits and advanced moves like Meteor Fist. Wan Yi judges that the Bear King's raw battle sense could still trouble Xiaojiu, but what he personally needs most right now is a real offensive skill. After weighing his options, Wan Yi picks Meteor Fist, the Bear King's advanced Shockwave Punch, as the offensive skill he needs most. The reward hits like a mental shooting star, and Wan Yi nearly blacks out while the new combat memories flood in. Once he wakes, Wan Yi says they should go to Tianxian Mountain in person, even though he already knows the warning is real. After saying they will leave when he wakes, Wan Yi collapses against the sword rabbit and falls asleep almost at once, leaving the Bear King to brood over the odd pair. The next day, Wan Yi rides on the Bear King's shoulder with the still sleeping rabbit in his arms as they head for Tianxian Mountain. On the way, Wan Yi links tomorrow's coming chaos to the sword rabbit's suspicious background and starts wondering if his guess was right all along. At the foot of the mountain, the rabbit finally wakes up, and Wan Yi bribes it with fruit and a fresh chapter of his little sword rabbit story. He tells the rabbit that the hero in the story starts climbing Tianxian Mountain, then points at the real mountain and says it has to cultivate if it wants the rest. The sword rabbit takes one look at the climb and chooses to lie flat, so Wan Yi decides he will need a future simulation to build it up properly. He also realizes he still cannot contract the rabbit yet, so for now he has to keep raising their intimacy the slow way. When the Bear King offers a ride, Wan Yi refuses because he wants the climb itself to become training. Then Wan Yi shocks the Bear King by driving his hand straight into the cliff and scaling the sheer wall like a monster. The higher they go, the more the Bear King wonders if this ridiculous human is secretly some kind of pet in disguise. After 2/3 of the climb, Wan Yi finally starts sweating hard, and the half-awake sword rabbit quietly wipes the sweat from the back of his head. The rabbit blushes faintly at the scent on Wan Yi and drifts right back to sleep while he keeps climbing anyway. By noon, Wan Yi and the Bear King reach the summit of Tianxian Mountain, the highest point in the whole gorge. Wan Yi stays near the summit to watch for intruders while the Bear King heads into the Purple Thunder Forest to speak with the lioness. A little later, the Bear King comes back with the Thunderstorm King Lion, and Wan Yi can immediately tell the lioness is powerful but weakened from childbirth. Neither the Bear King nor the lioness really believes his prediction, so Wan Yi can only wait and let reality prove it. Then several lion cubs tumble out from the forest, and Wan Yi instantly picks out the rare mutated one among the ordinary thunder cubs. Wan Yi recognizes the mutant cub as a rare Tempest King Lion, envies it for a second, and then reminds himself he already chose the sword rabbit. He suggests the lioness should hide with her cubs in advance, but the suspicious mother refuses to abandon the place she has lived for years. With no better option, Wan Yi settles on the summit and quietly adjusts his breathing while the Bear King patrols around the mountain. By sunset, the calm finally breaks when noise erupts below, and the Bear King roars a warning from the far side of the peak. Wan Yi rushes over and finds a team of beast masters confronting the Bear King while the lioness roars from her den behind them. A familiar student, Shin Shui, steps in front of the group and openly condemns them for trying to force a contract on wild cubs. The leader, a tall golden-haired man named Mo Kai, coolly says Dongli's rules do not matter to him because he is from Dang country and uses a totem contract instead. When Shin Shui keeps resisting, Mo Kai casually shoves her so hard she nearly goes over the cliff. Some of the other students back Mo Kai instead, praising Dang's divine beast totem and acting like forced contracts are just a stronger system. Shin Shui refuses to back down and shouts that the cubs are unwilling, so this is still a direct violation of Dongli law. Mo Kai ignores her, sizes up the Bear King, and offers the surrounding students 6 months of cultivation resources if they help pin it down. 7 students move to surround the Bear King, clearing the way for Mo Kai to walk straight toward the lion cubs himself. The weakened lioness plants herself in front of her cubs and glares at Mo Kai, ready to fight even in her condition. At that moment, Wan Yi finally steps out of hiding and cuts through the standoff with one sharp line. Who's been barking here? Wan Yi steps out exactly where the simulation said he would, already decided to settle this before the attackers can hurt anyone else. Kai stops and questions him, but Wan Yi does not waste a word and bursts forward first. Wan Yi drives a heavy punch straight into Kai, and the hit sends him flying hard enough to prove just how much stronger Wan Yi has become. Kai drops the talk, unleashes his sky lightning talent, and the whole area starts filling with wind and thunder. Kai vanishes like a lightning bolt, but Wan Yi snaps on dynamic vision and suddenly catches the attack path in the slowed world around him. Kai's thunder chop barely schemes past Wan Yi, and Wan Yi answers with a clean counterpunch that slams him into the ground again. Watching from the side, Shin Shui is stunned that Wan Yi can suppress Kai without even using a visible talent of his own. Cornered and furious, Kai calls on his totem contract, and a pet phantom sinks into his brow as his aura surges to a new level. Wan Yi realizes he is facing a foreign beast master's god descent method, and Kai immediately answers with a skyfall of wild lightning. Even the Bear King and the Sword Rabbit freeze at that attack, because one clean hit from so much lightning could easily kill a human. Wan Yi finally goes all in, stacking King's Prestige, Freeze Size, and Meteor Fist until a terrifying golden pressure rolls off him. His Meteor Fist swells into a hill-like storm of punches that crushes the incoming lightning and engulfs Kai before he can react. Kai is blown right off the mountain, and Wan Yi is left with bloody hands from the backlash of using that monstrous power for the first time. Wan Yi only waves at the remaining Beastmasters, but after seeing that punch, they panic and flee without daring to test him. The Bear King walks over in disbelief, and the Sword Rabbit stares at Wan Yi with open worship now that it has seen how strong a human can be. Shin Shui approaches nervously and bluntly asks if Wan Yi is even human, or just some pet in disguise. When Wan Yi dryly asks if there is any pet as handsome as him, Shin Shui can only swallow the joke and move on. Shin Shui explains that Kai is a favored student from Qixing University, and is known for his arrogance, which makes what he did here even more infuriating. Asked if he is a fighter, Wan Yi finally drops the line that leaves her completely stuck. No, he is a supporting aide. Wan Yi reminds her that his talent is deep memory, and Shin Shui struggles to process how a support-type beast master fought like that. Once she realizes Wan Yi is tied to the investigator system, Shin Shui relaxes a little because even Kai will have a harder time reaching into that world. She admits investigators live dangerously but earn a reputation for being ruthless enough that most people would rather not provoke them. Wan Yi answers that investigators are still serving the country too, so they have every reason to stop anyone who breaks the rules, foreigner or not. Shin Shui leaves after urging him to join the powerful Qixing Investigation Corps, and Wan Yi lets the suggestion pass without committing. With Shin Shui gone, Wan Yi gets ready to leave too, and the Thunderstorm King lion cubs come running over to rub against him like clingy kittens. He likes the lion cubs, but he knows he cannot afford to raise a pet born with such terrifying potential, while he is already supporting Xiao Jiao and the white python. Then the lioness mother walks over and drops a thin horn in front of him as a blunt, priceless thank you gift. After checking it, Wan Yi realizes the thunderstorm horn is a real treasure that can help a pet cultivate thunder, and even alter its attribute path. The lioness gathers her unwilling cubs and heads back into the forest, leaving Wan Yi to accept the gift without making a scene of it. Wan Yi leaves the mountain with the Sword Rabbit in his arms, and the Bear King escorting him as far as the exit of Lifeng Valley. At the valley exit, the Bear King loudly tells him to bring the Sword Rabbit back someday, and the little rabbit waves before falling asleep on Wan Yi's shoulder. 3 days later at Tianxian Gorge's outer base, Lin Rose sees Wan Yi return and instantly senses that the special training changed him. She also reveals the chaos he missed at home. Xiao Jiao and the white python have spent the last 3 days fighting whenever they got bored. Wan Yi briefly explains what happened in the mountains, saying only that he defeated Kai with help from the Bear King and the Thunderstorm King Lion. Lin Rose's answer is even colder than his. If she had met that kind of trash herself, she would not have let him leave the mountain alive. Still, she is pleased that even a supporting aide under her command can now hold his own and tells him they will head back while she explains the next assessment and the hidden mysterious realm. When Lin Ro casually mentions how lucky it would have been to get a thunderstorm horn, Wan Yi realizes he may have seriously underestimated what the lioness gave him. Lin Ro explains that the horn only sheds for a brief period after birth, can let a pet cultivate thunder and shift attributes, and is so rare that there is basically no market for it. She adds the cruel part: once the lion loses that horn, both its class and strength drop until it fuses the horn back, and if someone tears it away by force, the damage is permanent. That is when Wan Yi finally understands Kai may not have come for the cub at all, but for the horn hidden behind the birth. After returning to Amping County, Wan Yi takes the Sword Rabbit to a pet center to see what he actually brought home. The skin shows a perfectly solid Transcendent class rabbit, but 2 characteristics cannot be identified at all: 1 gray negative trait and 1 black mutated trait. What really shocks him is the rabbit's skill, because Slumber is already at proficient level even though it is just a young level 1 pet. Wan Yi cannot tell if that absurd skill growth came from inheritance, those strange traits, or a level of talent that makes no sense yet. He puts the questions aside for now and takes the sword rabbit back to the apartment first. The moment he opens the door, he catches Xiaojio pinning the white python while the white python's tail is wrapped around Xiaojio's neck in a full apartment brawl. Both pets instantly stop and rush toward Wan Yi in excitement, until they notice the sword rabbit he brought back and freeze on the spot. At home, Wan Yi formally introduced the sleepy sword rabbit as the new partner for Xiaojio and the white python. The three pets stared each other down so hard that the room felt like a silent battlefield. The sword rabbit simply gave up on the awkward meeting, flopped beside Wan Yi, and went straight to sleep. Stuck cleaning up the mess himself, Wan Yi carried the sleeping rabbit onto the bed. Before jealousy could grow, Wan Yi started explaining the sword rabbit's training background to both old pets in careful detail. Then Wan Yi shamelessly turned the rabbit's past into a sob story, exaggerating that it was abandoned, disabled, sleepy, and too weak to survive alone. The act worked instantly, and Xiaojio started crying for the sleeping newcomer. When Wan Yi pointed to the rabbit's battered wooden sword as proof of its hard life, Xiaojio broke down even harder. Satisfied that sympathy had replaced hostility, Wan Yi told Xiaojio to protect the rabbit, teach it, and feed it well. Xiaojio nodded hard, and Wan Yi quietly relaxed now that the new arrangement looked workable. When the sword rabbit finally woke up, it found Xiaojio waiting with food instead of hostility. Xiaojio enthusiastically shoved the meal closer and patted the rabbit, making the welcome impossible to miss. The sword rabbit could only stare at Xiaojio and the food, completely unable to understand the sudden change. While the pets ate, Wan Yi sat nearby researching the sword rabbit's evolution paths online. The public information only offered 3 mainstream evolutions, with the Emperor-class Sword King Rabbit standing out as the hardest and strongest route. That made Wan Yi suspect the sword rabbit's father had probably been a Sword King Rabbit himself, which explained the handmade sword left behind. Instead of settling for a common route, Wan Yi decided the rabbit needed a custom final form with a sword at its core and ridiculously high potential. The simulator accepted his rough idea on the spot, leaving Wan Yi stunned that the final evolution had already been set before he even named it properly. He let the naming issue go for now and looked up with satisfaction at the little pets eating together peacefully. After the meal, Wan Yi called the sword rabbit over to start training, and the rabbit braced itself with a heavy little sigh. But Wan Yi stopped it from drawing the sword and said this time they were using a completely different training method. When Wan Yi put a hand on the rabbit, the poor thing flushed in confusion right before the simulator activated. The first simulation opened brutally, with a 1-year-old sword rabbit waking in a desolate cemetery and getting smashed into a ground crack by a sword-wielding skeleton almost immediately. After that disaster, the simulated rabbit spent years unconscious or sleeping underground and somehow only grew better at sleeping before being crushed to death in its 4th year. The result left Wan Yi dumbfounded because the rabbit had survived only 4 years, mostly asleep, yet its slumber skill had still jumped to great success. That absurd result made Wan Yi wonder if the sword rabbit was actually a hidden genius cursed with terrible luck. The sword rabbit, meanwhile, only woke up feeling amazing after what it thought had been a wonderfully comfortable long sleep. So Wan Yi tested the idea directly and asked if it wanted to sleep even longer by running the simulation again. The sword rabbit answered with immediate enthusiasm, and Wan Yi launched a second simulation since his spiritual power could easily handle such a short-lived run. The second run still started with danger, but this time the rabbit escaped and found itself in a sword tomb filled with broken blades stabbed into the earth. Just by observing one nearby broken sword, the rabbit sat down in front of it and comprehended an advanced sword skill in less than half a year. It kept training until it grasped the core move 1,000 pounds heavy and pushed the dark steel sword technique all the way to proficient. Then, true to form, the rabbit got lazy, dug a hole to sleep in, and was promptly eaten underground by a demon beast. Even with another absurdly short life, the second result shocked Wan Yi far more because the rabbit had learned and advanced an actual high-level sword art at a ridiculous pace. By the end, Wan Yi could only stare at the rabbit and suspect its outrageous talent had to be coming from its mysterious hidden traits. After helping with 2 simulations, the sword rabbit finally drooped over and fell asleep again, while Wan Yi was still fine. Wan Yi set the rabbit aside and turned back to the white python, because its evolution was close and only 2 skills still had not reached peak mastery. He even regretted that the sword rabbit could not enter the white python's cave script, because that mysterious broken sword inside would have suited it perfectly. Comparing his pets, Wan Yi felt Xiaojio won by reckless momentum, the white python survived by caution, and the sword rabbit depended almost entirely on insight. The problem with the sword rabbit was not just sleepiness. It had grown up wild, half-starved, and physically weaker than normal pets its age, so Wan Yi decided the rabbit needed patient care first, just like the white python had before. In the following days, Wan Yi poured most of his effort into simulating the white python and studying the coming professional Beastmaster assessment. Linro explained that Dongli's class assessment was brutally comprehensive, covering talent, pet strength, real combat, survival, and even secondary class selection. She added that the assessment was so hard that only a small share passed each year, even across the whole province. But those who passed gained huge advantages, from resource priority to much better pet development and talent support. Lin Ro tried to ease the pressure, telling Wang Yi that even if he failed, his overall strength still made up for weaker talent. Wang Yi honestly did not care much about the exam itself. What he wanted was entry into the hidden mysterious realm. That secret realm mattered because it held evolution materials for the white python and also a clue tied to Xiao Tao's body. Lin Ro told him the assessment would happen mid-month at Shanghai Plaza in Qixing City, where the province's young geniuses would all gather. When Wang Yi asked what he needed to prepare for, Lin Ro warned that meeting monsters of talent in person could crush a young beast master's confidence. After a pause, she summed up the biggest gap with one dry word: reincarnation. Wang Yi could only cough and admit that the exam was secondary to him anyway. Getting into the secret realm was the real point. Lin Ro approved that mindset, then offered another favor. After the assessment, she would introduce Wang Yi to a sword expert who might help raise the sword rabbit. Once Lin Ro left, Wang Yi got back to planning the white python's next round of simulations. He checked the hornless white python status and saw a strong but still slightly weaker lineup than Xiao Jiao had before evolving. Its skill list looked impressive, but Wang Yi immediately spotted the weakness underneath it all. The white python's spiritual energy pool was too small. Unlike Xiao Jiao, it had no breathing skill to save energy, so a full combo of space abilities could burn through most of its power in one burst. That meant pushing Dimensional Cleave to peak mastery right now might backfire, because the stronger combo would be even harder for the white python to afford. Because space skills were naturally powerful and expensive, Wang Yi chose a steadier goal: max the beginner and intermediate skills first, then think about the advanced ones. With 2 weeks left before the assessment, he decided to simulate hard now and save up some reality simulation chances as insurance. Then the next simulation loaded, and the white python chose a completely different path by turning its cave into a carefully managed beast stronghold. Within a few years, it had already gathered pythons, scorpions, blood bats, and golden rats, building separate caves for each group. A mutated golden rat became the brains of the operation, leading excavation and helping the white python map the cave and uncover resources. As the map expanded, the white python discovered more beast groups, defeated them, and folded them into its growing underground order. By 39, the white python had quietly become the cave's overlord, with influence reaching every corner and resources piling up through the rat's treasure hunting. One of the black bears even mutated into a striking golden-furred powerhouse, and the white python named it King Kong. As its forces grew, the white python ran into the ugly problem of resource strain and answered it with stricter, beast-by-beast allocation. Later, it began teaching skills to its subordinates, and using that constant observation to refine its own understanding through revise and learn. After decades of steady rule, the white python finally turned all that management and observation into a new combat technique called 7-Beast Technique. It perfected that technique and spread it through the cave, helping its huge beast army cultivate their bodies faster. By 115, the white python commanded thousands and began reflecting on the whole 100-year rise, trying to turn lived experience into more power. When it sensed disaster closing in, the white python calmly sent its veteran followers away under the excuse of expanding outward and taking over the mountain. With the cave nearly emptied, the white python made its final preparations and went deeper inside alone to face whatever was coming. A terrifying roar answered from the depths, and after lasting only half a day, the white python still exhausted itself and died. The simulation ended with 2 new orange characteristics, a low-rank 7-Beast Technique, and even a reality simulation chance among the rewards. Looking at the absurdly successful result, Wang Yi could only stare and realize the white python had completely wandered off into a full farming and management life path. Wang Yi held his forehead and stared at the simulation results in disbelief, because the white python had somehow turned its run into a slow farming empire with underlings of its own. He had to admit the white python was not especially gifted or lucky like his other pets, yet its caution, patience, and absurdly fitting traits let it survive the longest and gain the most. What really stunned him was that the white python had even created its own combat technique, something many far stronger pets could never do. Wang Yi compared it to Xiao Jiao's hard-won technique upgrade, which only made the white python's self-made low-rank combat technique feel even more absurd. He quietly concluded that revise and learn and well-prepared were almost unfair in simulation, especially on a pet built to crawl forward one careful step at a time. Then the new reward traits popped up, and Wang Yi's mood turned from impressed to offended when both were exactly the kind of spiritual energy fixes the white python desperately needed. Expenditure reducing let the white python cut skill costs in battle, turning its old weakness with spiritual energy into something much safer. Slow and steady stacked that advantage even further, making repeated skill use cheaper and rewarding the python's usual methodical fighting style. Wang Yi could only curse his luck, because the white python once again seemed to have rolled the exact abilities it wanted with impossible precision. He even suspected Long Ying's influence was still hanging over these simulations, because this kind of accurate reward pull felt way too deliberate. After weighing the choices, Wang Yi gave up the self-created combat technique for now and chose the more immediately useful simulation rewards instead. In his mind, that choice was simple. With those traits, spiritual barrier and dimensional cleave could be pushed to the limit, and the white python's long-range combo would finally take shape. The next stretch turned into a grinding routine, with Wan Yi spending day after day mostly simulating the white python and only occasionally checking in on his other pets. Xiao Jiu had an easier time of it, and in less than 5 days the bird pushed Wind all the way to peak mastery just through its naturally high comprehension. Even so, Wan Yi was not satisfied yet, because Wind still had no profoundness, and he knew Xiao Jiu could squeeze more out of it. 2 more days of simulation paid off, and Wind finally awakened its profoundness, turning the skill into a vortex that could boost Xiao Jiu while dragging enemies down. Wan Yi immediately judged the new Wind Vortex as a half-support skill, the kind of upgrade that would make Xiao Jiu much nastier against strong opponents. By the 3rd day before the assessment, the white python's dimensional cleave also hit peak mastery, and it awakened a second profoundness of its own. The new effect was blunt but deadly, letting its spatial cleaves punch through both spiritual resistance and physical defense from even farther away. Looking at that result, Wan Yi felt the white python was becoming a pure long-range killer that barely needed to defend itself at all. The only disappointment was that a full week of simulation still had not produced another combat technique, because the python's outside subordinates were apparently still busy fighting for territory. Even so, the white python's spiritual energy had climbed to 3,000 and was still rising little by little, proof that the slow build was working. That number also reminded Wan Yi just how brutal the gap was between Tier 2 and Tier 3 pets, especially once combat techniques entered the picture. Xiao Jiu was the perfect example, already a 3-star Tier 3 bird with over 320,000 spiritual energy thanks to its Emperor rank technique and ridiculous growth. Still, Wan Yi was not worried for long, because once the white python evolved, he believed it would catch up frighteningly fast. Then a new idea hit him, and Wan Yi suddenly asked Xiao Jiu and the white python whether they wanted to train a combined attack together. To explain the idea, Wan Yi pulled up a battle video and sat with both pets beside him, while the sword rabbit kept sleeping through all of it. The phone video showed a famous Ice and Fire pet combo from Qixing University, where an Ice King Eagle covered an Inferno Dragon in frost so its charge burst into deadly hot mist. Wan Yi explained that pet combo attacks were hard because they did not depend on the Beastmaster at all, only on whether the pets trusted each other enough to move as one. For a real joint attack, the pets had to trust each other with their backs and even circulate spiritual energy at the same rhythm until their powers resonated. He left the final design to them, telling the 2 little fellows to figure out for themselves what kind of combined attack suited them best. Since he still had one reality simulation left, Wan Yi decided that would be the perfect place for them to practice the combo for real. The moment Wan Yi stepped back, Xiao Jiu and the white python started communicating on their own, taking the new challenge surprisingly seriously. With the other 2 busy, Wan Yi turned to the sleeping sword rabbit and started writing more of the adventures of the little sword rabbit to raise their intimacy the easy way. Wan Yi knew exactly how to handle the rabbit by now, because the little otaku loved dramatic old-fashioned stories even more than training or moving around. He even remembered that a story was what had helped him lure the rabbit away from the Bear King in the first place, which made the whole trick feel even more reliable. After writing a few chapters, Wan Yi set the story aside and brought out the memory lotus lamp so he could finally work on his own talent instead of only raising his pets. His target was deep memory, because if he pushed it far enough, his mind could store information almost like a living computer. He also knew memory alone was not understanding, and even if he could recite whole evolution papers years later, truly comprehending them was still a separate battle. Even so, Wan Yi saw one huge practical use for the talent. In Dark Fog and Secret Realms, where technology failed, his own mind could become the safest recorder of crucial clues. That line of thought reminded him of the mysterious door of consciousness, but he still could not find any reliable information about it anywhere. Then he linked deep memory with his master dynamic vision and realized that live battles could be broken down, memorized, and studied in far more detail than normal people ever could. For the first time in a while, Wan Yi felt genuinely enlightened, because his own talent no longer looked like a side tool but a path he could keep cultivating and combining with pet skills. He realized he had nearly neglected that growth entirely, only thinking seriously about it now because he hated feeling too weak and too far behind his own pets. A few more days slipped past in that determined rhythm, with Wan Yi training himself while his pets kept preparing in the background. As the assessment drew near, Wan Yi stayed calm because the white python only lacked peak spiritual barrier for its evolution, even if training progress was still slow. What actually felt urgent was his money disappearing fast. So when assessment day arrived, he eagerly left with Lin Ro for Qixing City. After hours on the road, they finally reached Qixing City's skyport, where big city rules kept even flying pets under tight control. The first thing that hit Wan Yi was how different the city felt from Anping County, with mechanical pets woven into the sky like everyday traffic. When he spotted the magnetic suspension spiritual train gliding by, Wan Yi realized this world's technology was far beyond what he had imagined. Then he saw the sea mechanical Kuan, a colossal carrier-like pet so huge it made ordinary flying beasts look like toys. Lin Ro noticed he was dazzled, and Wan Yi could only admit the big city really was overwhelming. Lin Ro changed the plan on the spot and told him Ming Zhu would pick him up instead, since she was also in Qixing City for the assessment. Walking through the packed port, Wan Yi kept spotting different green sparrow evolutions and quietly felt just how far ahead the big city was. Outside the port, he finally spotted Ming Zhu waiting by a silver-black car, a familiar sight that briefly made the world feel normal again. Lin Ro handed Wan Yi over to Ming Zhu, said she had other business, and left without staying in Qixing City. Now alone with him, Ming Zhu greeted Wan Yi warmly and mentioned she had wanted to check on him months ago after the Huang Forest incident. Then Ming Zhu casually called to Xiao He and asked the car to open up and take a backup flight route through the traffic. The next second, Wan Ye's harmless little car turned into a humanoid machine right in front of him, and his sense of familiarity shattered instantly. Still reeling, Wan Yi followed Ming Zhu through the open hatch into the transformed machine. Inside, the cabin looked unexpectedly luxurious, and Ming Zhu introduced the machine as Black Warrior No. 1, a supreme third-class mechanical pet built for survival, leisure, and travel more than battle. Ming Zhu excitedly explained that the country was pushing new energy mechanical pets because they used little spiritual power and could recharge from natural energy like light, wind, and electricity. Wan Yi asked the only question that mattered to him, and Ming Zhu casually said the thing cost less than 5 million. That answer shut Wan Yi right up, because the problem was not the car being expensive, it was him being broke. Ming Zhu went on to explain why city people like these machines. Unlike normal pets, they could fly around Qixing City without all the usual permit trouble. She also made it clear these new energy models were mainly for water, land, and air convenience, because their real combat ability was weak for their rank. When she noticed his interest, Ming Zhu advised him that if he ever wanted a mechanical pet, he should aim for a true combat type with a much higher ceiling. Wan Yi quickly backed off that idea, and Ming Zhu reassured him that professional beast masters had plenty of ways to earn money once they passed the assessment. She told him his investigator background would give him priority when new secret realms opened, which meant rare chances to find valuable treasures first. Ming Zhu added that professional beast masters also had to choose 1 or 2 secondary classes, and she revealed her own was alchemy for refining pet equipment. From there, she shifted into full tutor mode and started laying out the big picture of Beast Master Society for the university-less Wan Yi. First, Ming Zhu split Beast Masters into 3 broad paths: rookies with weak or missing talent, amateurs focused on secondary professions, and professionals who centered everything on combat power and talent growth. She emphasized that professional beast masters held real status because they were the ones strong enough to handle disasters. Then she explained the higher ladder, where 6 professional ranks matched the world's 6 surviving countries, and above them stood master rank, deity rank, and the long-lost supreme rank. Ming Zhu pointed out that supreme rank had basically vanished in Dongli, because without a divine beast totem, raising a true supreme class pet was impossible. Most important for Wan Yi, she said the professional assessment was the 1 real gate, because after passing it, later rank promotion would happen automatically once his pet level and talent met the requirements. She warned him that other beast masters treated this exam like a once-in-a-lifetime turning point, and Qinghai Province's version was already considered generous by comparison. By the end, Ming Zhu bluntly said Dongli's professional assessment was almost disaster level compared to countries protected by divine beast totems, because without brutal selection the country would not have survived. On the way to the assessment, Wan Yi keeps thinking about why the country controls professional beast masters so tightly, because only the strongest can truly fight back against the dark fog. Black Warrior No. 1 lands at Qixing Plaza, and the sheer scale of the place hits Wan Yi at once. Ming Zhu explains that this old competition ground becomes the center of Qinghai's annual professional assessment, and the final duel here crowns the province's rookie king. After they get out, Black Warrior No. 1 folds back into car form and drives off on its own, while Wan Yi quietly takes in a world far bigger than the missions and relics he usually sees. When Ming Zhu asks how he feels, Wan Yi answers with total confidence that he should be this year's rookie king. They head into the orderly lines, where the first 2 tests will judge the beast master first, and the pet right after. A sudden stir in another line draws Wan Ye's eye to a black-clad investigator with eerie purple spiral eyes and a rare fox-shaped water elf floating beside him. Ming Zhu recognizes him as Zhao Ping from the Qixing Investigation Corps, a vice leader with dual sequence talent, Ji Wuming's backing, and assessment results strong enough to shake the crowd. As the line keeps moving, Wan Yi studies the testing process and sees that the real hurdle is not just talent, but whether each class meets its required body or soul standards. Ming Zhu splits off first, since her fighter class needs both her talent and her physical strength tested on top of everything else. On the platform, Ming Zhu places her hand on the hexagonal gem pupil, and the machine immediately reads her as a level 2 Soul Link fighter with C-grade strength and constitution. Her numbers stun the nearby candidates, and Wan Yi realizes just how monstrous a top spiritual talent like Soul Link really is. Wan Yi quickly checks what Soul Link does and sees why it is so feared. Later on it can let a beast master borrow a pet's growth, and even part of its abilities. Then Ming Zhu brings out her white moon fox, and even before the reading finishes, its holy little appearance turns heads. The next scan confirms it is a 2-star level 3 white moon fox with a shocking 6-digit spiritual energy value, and the line around them instantly fills the gap. Even after that display, Ming Zhu only shrugs and says she still falls short of people like Zhao Ping and the real top students at her university. Wang Yi reaches out to pet the white moon fox, and Ming Zhu hurriedly warns that Xiao Bai usually hates being touched by strangers. Instead of lashing out, Xiao Bai calmly pushes its head under Wang Yi's palm and starts rubbing against him on its own. Wang Yi gives the fox a satisfied ruffle, quietly comparing its soft fur to the very different feel of his own pets. When the examiner calls the next candidate, Wang Yi pulls back and bluntly tells the fox that it feels very good to touch. Left behind with an obedient fox that usually rejects everyone, Ming Zhu is so baffled that she starts teasing Xiao Bai about only liking handsome men. Still curious, Ming Zhu turns back to the platform to see what kind of numbers Wang Yi is hiding. Wang Yi walks onto the platform, and the hexagonal gem pupil wakes with a mechanical chime as it scans him. The examiner checks his file and warns him that, as an 8-class candidate, Wang Yi must at least pass the spiritual power standard or he will be stopped before the later tests even begin. Wang Yi nods, places his hand on the gem pupil, closes his eyes, and begins using deep memory to draw out the test properly. On the testing platform, the gem pupil suddenly flared so hard while scanning Wang Yi that even the examiner froze in surprise. When the scan finished, Wang Yi's results stunned everyone. A level 3 aid with peak level 3 spiritual power, and an absurd S- grade soul. The examiner could barely believe it, because that kind of soul growth should belong to a high-end soul pet, not a human. The waiting candidates erupted on the spot, and even Ming Zhu thought the machine had to be wrong. To explain the impossible result, Wang Yi casually claimed he once ate a spirit-type secret treasure while escaping a beast in a secret realm. The examiner accepted the story for now, then reminded Wang Yi that passing the professional threshold still required at least one level 3 pet. Wang Yi answered by summoning Xiao Jiu, and the examiner was caught off guard because he had never seen this bird before. Xiao Jiu's bright cry and gorgeous new form instantly stole the whole plaza's attention. Watching from below, Ming Zhu realized this had to be the phoenix bloodline evolution Lin Ro mentioned, but even she couldn't believe a green sparrow could change this much. When Wang Yi had Xiao Jiu touch the gem pupil, the device exploded with light again, and this time its surface actually cracked. The examiner immediately understood the cracks meant something worse than raw power. The machine couldn't properly identify this brand new evolution. Then the pet data appeared, and the result was outrageous even by monster standards. Emperor First Class, 3-star level 3, with over 320,000 spiritual energy. Even this veteran examiner went numb, because Xiao Jiu had somehow hit the extreme growth ceiling for every single star. When the examiner asked what this impossible pet evolved from, Wang Yi answered with a straight face that it used to be a green sparrow. Once Wang Yi mentioned Yihuang Forest and the phoenix bloodline, the examiner finally connected the rumors and praised him for having a huge future ahead. Wang Yi gave the new form a name, Brilliant Light Sparrow, and the examiner eagerly logged it as a rare light flame dual attribute evolution. The examiner even encouraged Wang Yi like a lucky prodigy. But the silent crowd was still trying to process what they had just witnessed. After Wang Yi stepped off the platform, Ming Zhu was so overwhelmed she could barely get words out. She admitted the phoenix bloodline evolution was shocking enough, but Xiao Jiu's spiritual energy was the part that truly broke her understanding. Ming Zhu laid out why this result was terrifying. Xiao Jiu had reached the theoretical limit at every star, something resources alone could never force. She told Wang Yi that if he had raised a pet like this at Qixing University, the professors would have dragged him off for research on the spot. Ming Zhu also reminded him that every pet is unique, which is exactly why copying another beastmaster's method can never recreate the same monster. Wang Yi agreed in his own way, saying every pet should be one of a kind, and Ming Zhu let the matter drop instead of prying into his secrets. With the shocking pet test behind them, they moved on as the next hurdle was announced, the Fierce Beast Combat Assessment, where survival in a secret realm would decide whether someone really counted as a professional. As they walk through the assessment grounds, Ming Zhu explains that every Beastmaster class is tested differently, but everyone still has to face a real fierce beast head-on. She points out that this part is easy for investigators, because unlike most students, they deal with real fierce beasts from the start instead of training mostly in safe duels. Ming Zhu says university students mostly rely on virtual combat, and even when it feels real, it still cannot match the terror of an actual life-or-death fight. The irony hits hard. Those safe virtual beast models were built from data paid for by countless investigators' lives. Wang Yi quietly reflects that investigators start with real danger, so their death rate is brutal from the very beginning. By the time they reach the eastern side of the plaza, the crowd has thinned, and the next test waits behind a huge transparent spatial wall. The moment they arrive, the vicious roar of real fierce beasts crashes over the area and instantly strips away any illusion of a harmless exam. All around them, shaken candidates panic, curse, and beg to leave after realizing a wounded fierce beast is still far deadlier than anything they fought in school simulations. Wang Yi sees the ugliest side of the test up close, with people fleeing, pounding on the cages for help, and even abandoning their own pets in terror. Ming Zhu is not surprised, and she bluntly tells Wang Yi that only a small number of beast masters have the nerve and will to stay steady when death feels real. She reminds him that this is still just a simple cage match, while real secret realms and dark fog kill people with no warning and no safe walls. Her words drag Wang Yi back to Bison's secret realm, where he knows he would have died almost instantly without his simulations. He also remembers later missions like the sealed demon sword tomb, and the pattern is always the same. Surviving as an investigator means living inside ridiculous danger. Looking at the broken candidates, Wang Yi quietly says this one test alone will eliminate a huge number of people. Ming Zhu agrees without hesitation and says the word professional only matters if someone can shoulder the responsibility that comes with it. Then Ming Zhu suddenly mentions the bait hidden inside this brutal test. Candidates can choose to challenge multiple fierce beasts for extra rewards. She explains that the beasts here are all 8-star or 9-star level 2 monsters, and anyone who pushes the number higher can earn money, or even a rare bonus for breaking the old record. That instantly catches Wang Ye's attention, and he bluntly says she should have led with that part because now he is interested. Ming Zhu immediately warns him not to get reckless, because fighting several fierce beasts at once is a completely different level of danger. Wang Yi knows she is right, because fierce beasts do not stop like pets in a duel. Even drained, they keep trying to kill with teeth and bodies alone. He also understands that real secret realm combat is even worse, so if someone cannot clear this cage test, they have no business entering the survival assessment later. Before they can talk further, a sudden stir in the crowd pulls their eyes toward one metal cage where a new fighter is putting on a show. Inside the cage, a beautiful university fighter named Bingli is calmly handling 3 earth demon bees with an icy blue spear and a support pet by her side. Bingli moves with controlled elegance, skating through ice shards as she whirls in midair and drives her spear at the 3 bees. Watching the match, Ming Zhu identifies her as Tianqian University's Bingli and explains that her top-tier mystic ice control talent gives her huge combat potential. The crowd stares at Bingli like they are watching a performance, half impressed by her power and half distracted by how striking she looks while fighting. Wang Yi completely misses the expected point and says the really eye-catching one is the flower fairy, because that tiny wood-type support pet is exactly his kind of cute. He keeps going, praising the flower fairy's cape, support buffs, stamina recovery, and obedient personality until Ming Zhu has no idea how to answer him. Xiao Jiu instantly gets jealous and plants itself on Wang Yi's shoulder with an offended little glare, clearly asking whether that fairy is supposed to be prettier than it is. A moment later, Bingli finishes the fight, but even after winning she is left drenched in sweat and marked by fresh wounds. Wang Yi clicks his tongue at the result, and casually wonders if she can only handle 3, which earns him another look from Ming Zhu. Ming Zhu firmly corrects him, saying 3 9-star level 2 earth demon bees is already an excellent result, and Bingli might not even have shown everything yet. That makes Wang Yi ask the real question now: what is the highest number of fierce beasts anyone in Qinghai province has ever challenged at once? Ming Zhu tells him the craziest attempt was 6 beasts at once 5 years ago, though that challenger got swarmed and beaten badly. The latest successful mark was 5, set last year by a beast master with ancient warlord talent and 2-star level 2 pets. Wang Yi quietly mulls over the number 6, and the way he goes still suggests he is seriously measuring himself against it. Seeing that look, Ming Zhu warns him that ambitious candidates usually hide part of their strength here because the real fight for Rookie King comes later. She explains that to chase Rookie King, he still needs top results in the Secret Realm survival test and every professional duel, so spending everything now would be foolish. Her advice is simple: hold something back, challenge only as far as it makes sense, and treat a record break as a bonus instead of the whole goal. Wang Yi accepts the point, nods, and absently pats Xiao Jiu's head while keeping his own plans to himself. As the assessments continue, Ming Zhu heads in first and decides to push herself by taking on a 9-star level 2 fierce beast. The moment the fight starts, Ming Zhu links with her White Moon Fox, drawing out a sharp boost in combat strength. Her fox proves why it is so dangerous, showing the kind of all-round phantom abilities that can charm, control, defend, and strike. After watching Ming Zhu win, Wang Yi quietly realizes her Soul Link talent is terrifying, because it lets a beast master borrow a pet's skill for herself and maybe even master it permanently one day. He measures talent types in his head and feels even more clearly why the top 4 ace sequences are so valuable. Even their weaker talents start strong, unlike elemental talents that can be absurdly uneven. Ming Zhu comes down panting and grumbles that she still lacks power, while her White Moon Fox immediately protests that the problem is definitely not the pet. Wang Yi understands that frustration, but instead of comforting her, he steps straight toward his own test. At the cage door, the examiner starts the routine briefing for a standard fight against one level 2 9-star Blood Eagle, and Wang Yi stops him before the test begins. Wang Yi calmly says he wants to challenge more, and when the examiner asks how many, he answers with a flat 10. The examiner's face changes on the spot, because once the number gets that high, even the safety rescue outside may not react fast enough to keep him alive. Wang Yi answers with investigator bluntness that it does not matter even if he dies, and that cold answer makes the examiner flip through his file and look at him differently. Now treating him like a real investigator, the examiner approves the 10 beast challenge and sends him inside. Inside, Wan Yi realizes the iron cage is really a special battle space when the first fierce beast drops in with a flash of spatial teleportation. That instant teleport makes him realize high-level experts are moving live fierce beasts in from far away while also standing ready to pull them out if a candidate is about to die. The more he thinks about it, the clearer the pressure becomes. Even a top university cannot casually spare enough master-rank beast masters to watch every cage and save everyone in time. Far away in the wilderness outside Qixing City, two white-haired senior beast masters chase wild fierce beasts through the air while chatting about this year's rough assessment results. Their talk turns to the students, the harsher modern beasts, and one elder's disciple who has already cleared the second assessment and fought 4 enemies in combat. Then a fresh message reaches them. Someone in the assessment just asked to fight 10 beasts at once. Old Bai gets interested immediately, opens a mirror-like spatial screen in the air, and decides a boy with that kind of nerve is worth watching. With casual power that makes the gap obvious, Old Bai grabs several wild fierce beasts out of the air as if they were chickens and throws them into the spatial mirror for Wan Ye's test. Old Li jokes that reckless challengers are usually investigators, and Old Bai answers that this is exactly why he has to watch more closely. Back at the arena, 10 fierce beasts start dropping into Wan Ye's cage like heavy rain, and the crashing impacts turn the whole test ground silent for a second. The people outside finally react, and the stunned crowd blurts out the same thought. This guy must be trying to die. Ming Zhu goes numb when she sees the full scene, because even knowing Wan Yi liked to play wild did not prepare her for something this absurd. All she can do now is pray Wan Yi comes out of the cage in one piece. Inside the cage, Wan Yi sees blood eagles mixed with demonic flame wolves and earth demon bees, then gives Xiao Jio one look that says finish this fast. Xiao Jio launches into the air, expands back to its full more than a meter body, and shines under the sun with white light flames already rolling off its feathers. It does not waste time on buffs at all and simply unleashes wind at peak mastery, turning the entire iron cage into a roaring hurricane. The 10 fierce beasts are dragged straight into the storm as the boost from Hurricane God wings and flame-like light blade turn that simple skill into something vicious. At the center of the storm, a strange new vortex takes shape, and Wan Yi recognizes it as the Profoundness Light Flame Wind Vortex. That profoundness strengthens Xiao Jio inside the storm while suppressing the beasts caught in it, pushing the whole attack to a level close to its buff skills without using any of them. In less than half a minute, the 10 fierce beasts are shredded apart and burned dry until nothing is left but bones. The fight ends so cleanly that Wan Ye's only regret is practical. Xiao Jio's characteristics cannot be sealed the way combat techniques can, so there was no way to hide this much strength. Xiao Jio chirps proudly, shrinks back down with free size, and returns to Wan Ye's side as if the massacre was routine. When Wan Yi walks out of the cage, the air outside has gone dead quiet because no one watching can process what they just saw. The silence finally breaks when the crowd erupts, and Ming Zhu points at Xiao Jio with shaking hands to confirm the impossible part first. That was peak mastery wind. Wan Yi just nods, and that plain answer hits harder because Ming Zhu knows even many 5th and 6th rank beast masters never raise a skill to that threshold. She pushes further and realizes the attack also carried profoundness, something so rare that even top university students with peak mastery skills usually still cannot reach it. Wan Yi downplays it as good luck, and Ming Zhu can only fall silent because that answer is somehow even more irritating. Even Bing Li, who already passed her own test, turns to watch him with a much more serious gaze now that his strength is out in the open. Ming Zhu finally shifts from shock to strategy, and warns him that revealing Xiao Jio's strongest move this early could make later opponents target him hard, especially in the race for Rookie King. Wan Yi pinches Xiao Jio's feather crown and answers that it is fine, because once raw power reaches this level, being targeted does not matter nearly as much. Ming Zhu accepts that logic, tells him the broken record reward will come later, and adds that a score this outrageous should be worth at least 5 million gold coins and maybe even an attributed secret treasure if Qixing City is generous. With the combat assessment behind them, she leads him onward to the next stage, the hidden mysterious realm and its survival test. Back in Qixing City's wilderness, 2 old experts studied the assessment footage and immediately zeroed in on Wan Ye's shocking results. The white-bearded elder was intrigued that a county investigator like Wan Yi had raised a newly evolved pet with 320,000 spiritual energy, and a peak beginner skill carrying its own profoundness. The other old man was less convinced, because even a powerful pet should not have wiped out so many strange infected fierce beasts in 30 seconds without some hidden boost. As he traced the attack back to a light flame pet, the old man suddenly sensed something unusual in that flame's aura and grew visibly serious. The story then shifted to the real destination, the hidden mysterious realm, a true large-scale secret realm hidden inside a mausoleum in central Xinghai province. Unlike smaller secret realms, this place held level 3 fierce beasts and even low-level strange gods, making it far deadlier than an ordinary assessment zone. Wan Yi was already en route there aboard a giant navy blue sea mechanical kun built for military transport and combat. Inside the mechanical kun, the space felt less like a plane and more like a mobile training base packed with equipment and dual platforms. Captain Longwu gathered the candidates and introduced himself as the 5th team captain of the Qixing Investigation Corps, instantly filling the room with pressure. Long Wu's first warning was simple. Because the realm was soaked in the power of strangeness, everyone had to remove most equipment from their pets before entering. He explained that every examinee would receive the same tonics, including special energy tonics to resist corruption for roughly 48 hours outside heavy combat. If that tonic ran out, the dark corruption would start eating into them fast, so Long Wu told everyone to leave immediately or find the rescue photoelectric shuttles hidden inside the realm. Long Wu next broke down the battlefield itself. The hidden mysterious realm was an ancient battlefield split into an outer region, a core region, and the deadly land of hidden mysterious at the center. The further inward they went, the worse it got. Level 2 beasts outside, level 3 beasts and low-level strange gods in the core, and even middle-level strange gods and mutated level 4 threats in the center. Recent dark fog fluctuations had also created a nasty new enemy, a half-beast half-god horror called the Demon Skeleton Sword Ghost. That creature was the real target of the assessment, and the room went quiet when Long Wu said they would need to kill them, not just avoid them. Long Wu explained the first class of sword ghosts, blue bone swords meant ordinary units, but even those fought closer to level 3 than level 2 because of the power of strangeness. Crimson bone swords marked elite sword ghosts at the peak of level 3, and killing even one of those would let someone pass immediately. But Long Wu quickly spoiled that fantasy by adding that elites usually moved with several other sword ghosts around them. When someone asked about the last type, Long Wu answered with a grim smile that made the whole briefing feel colder. Crimson gold bone swords meant sword ghost kings, monsters with middle-level strange god corruption and terrifying sword skill, and Long Wu told everyone to run on sight. To clear the assessment, they only needed to kill 3 ordinary sword ghosts, and after that they were free to hunt for resources in the realm. Any resources they brought out would still need holy purification before use, because nothing from that realm could be trusted at face value. He also banned everyone from entering the land of hidden mysterious, warning that once someone went in, even the rescue system would not be able to guarantee their life or death. There was a backup way to pass by killing 5 other fierce beasts instead, but Long Wu made it clear that demon skeleton sword ghosts were worth far better rewards. Before ending the warning, he reminded them that every beast in that realm was stronger than the steel cage monsters from the last test, so underestimating anything could get them killed. When someone asked whether support classes got easier conditions, Long Wu said the standards changed by class, but the overall difficulty stayed about the same. For example, aides mainly had to survive for a fixed time, which still pushed everyone toward using their own strengths instead of chasing the same fights. Long Wu strongly urged them to form teams, because trying to idle through a survival assessment or scavenge around stronger beasts alone was a bad idea. He gave them 4 hours before arrival to discuss teams and register items, then added one last lesson. Real professionals had to learn to cooperate with unfamiliar people, not just trusted friends. After the briefing, Wan Yi quietly realized those 4 hours were probably his best chance to run a reality simulation before the secret realm got too dangerous to do it safely. He chose a treasure hunting simulation and, as usual for reckless exploration, decided Xiao Jiao was the better partner than the overly cautious white python. With that choice made, Wan Yi pretended to nap as the reality simulation began loading in secret. Inside the simulation, Xiao Jiao and Wan Yi entered the hidden mysterious realm and immediately started sweeping the area for materials with a lot more confidence than caution. Their first find was grim, a corpse in an eastern cave, and after burning it clean with light flame, they uncovered a mysterious purple wooden stick. Later, in a dense scarlet forest, they found what looked like a rare high-grade spatial cloud mushroom and nearly had it in hand. Then the mushroom flickered out and vanished on the spot, leaving Xiao Jiao furious at losing such a valuable space-type resource. Once they pushed into the core region, Xiao Jiao's strength carried them through repeated fights, and they spent half a day collecting 5 secret treasures across metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Deep in the mountains, they finally spotted a blooming rainbow lotus guarded by a powerful level 3 rock dragon emperor, only to arrive in the middle of another beastmaster's clash with it. The rock dragon emperor reacted instantly by burying and sealing the underground cave, and that precious chance was gone before Wan Yi could make a move. After more dangerous searching, they reached a mountain peak and found another corpse standing in death with a long sword in hand and a strange light still glowing inside its skull. That glow turned out to be the spirit pearl Wan Yi wanted, and the moment they pulled it free, something in the far-off land of hidden mysterious seemed to stir. After a short discussion, Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao decided to head straight for the land of hidden mysterious instead of backing off. Even with Xiao Jiao's power, the land of hidden mysterious was brutal enough that every step inside still cost them real effort. Before long, they spotted a huge battle in the distance where several mysterious investigators and their pets had merged into a giant dragon to fight an overwhelming sword light. Xiao Jiao charged into that fight without hesitation, and Wan Yi followed into a battle they clearly had not read carefully enough. After only a brief exchange, they realized the enemy was far beyond them and had no choice but to flee. They escaped the central land, only to be seized by the Qixing Investigation Corps and dragged into interrogation over what they had seen. Fortunately, 2 mysterious scholars soon intervened and took Wan Yi and Xiao Jiao away from that trouble. Years later in the simulation, Wan Yi heard that the large secret realms had all been cleared and even the relic of life had reappeared, only to be quickly purified by the investigation corps. Later still, a depressed Wan Yi left Dongli country with Xiao Jiao, and the two wandered through foreign lands until a dark fog incident finally killed them both. When the simulation ended, Wan Yi ignored the skill and trait options and picked Xiao Jiao's spiritual energy growth from the 6 dimensions instead. That choice gave Wan Yi the same 6-dimensional growth as Xiao Jiao, even though he knew it was only truly useful if he later gained matching elemental attributes himself. He knew deep memory only strengthened his spiritual power, not elemental energy, but he still took the growth anyway because it completed the set and might pay off if he ever gained those attributes later. Then Wan Yi focused on the real takeaway from the simulation. Even with Xiao Jiao, they were still not strong enough to jump into that central battle head-on. He finally corrected their mistake in his head. Next time he had to observe first, and only move after both sides were worn down, because charging in blindly was exactly why Xiao Jiao had led them into a losing fight. After reviewing the simulation, Wan Yi decides the white python should evolve as soon as he finds the spirit pearl, because only then can it properly team up with Xiao Jiao for the crisis ahead. The sea machine Kun lands, and Wan Yi arrives at the same giant haloed gate from the simulation, now surrounded by open wild land far from the city. Around the gate, many beast masters quickly pair up with strangers for safety, but Wan Yi turns down the invitations and chooses to enter alone. As soon as Wan Yi crosses the arch, the realm entry hits him with a dizzy falling sensation before it throws him into a random outer area landing point. He lands safely with no enemy in sight, which is a lucky start in a realm where some people appear right beside dangerous beasts and fail immediately. Feeling the realm's pressure, Wan Yi studies the supplies in his backpack and confirms the official energy tonic only offers limited resistance against the realm's corrupt spiritual energy. Since they cannot bring the spatial sphere inside, Wan Yi releases the white python and tells it their main job is gathering resources and storing them in its gluttonous snake space. The white python opens its mouth at him as if offering to swallow him too in an emergency, and Wan Yi immediately shuts that idea down with a dark look. To prove he is not the weak link, Wan Yi insists he is strong enough to fight before danger reaches them. Wan Yi calls out Xiao Jiao and orders it to use Skyfall of Feathers in a new way by combining the feathers into a blade. Xiao Jiao returns to its original form and sends countless glowing feathers into the air, showing just how refined its control over the skill has become. At Wan Ye's urging, the floating feathers lock together into a 3-foot sword with a phoenix red line running through the middle. Wan Yi grabs the feather sword and casually swings, unleashing a flaming sword wave that carves a long crack across the ground. Even Xiao Jiao is stunned, because Wan Yi has just shown its old skill can be pushed into a much deadlier form. Wan Yi is still not satisfied, so he tells the white python to wrap the sword in shadowless lines and show them what a real shadowless sword looks like. The white python spits out layer after layer of nearly invisible shadowless line, and the threads coil around the feather sword until the whole weapon vanishes from sight. When Wan Yi swings the invisible sword, the air ripples and a brutal unseen slash gouges a ravine through the earth several times stronger than before. Pleased with himself, Wan Yi names the move Flying Feather Shadowless Sword and boasts that he can use the weapon while both pets are locked into maintaining their skills. Then Wan Yi gets an even bolder idea and summons the Sword Rabbit, hoping a true sword user can bring out the weapon's full power. The Sword Rabbit is baffled when Wan Yi tells it to take the sword, because the blade has become completely invisible in his hand. Once Wan Yi guides its paw onto the hilt, the Sword Rabbit finally feels the hidden blade, and its eyes snap wide open. Wan Yi urges it to use the Dark Steel Sword technique, aiming to stack the rabbit's sword art on top of Xiao Jiao and the white python's combined weapon. The Sword Rabbit settles into a calm, almost mystical state, and Wan Yi instantly activates dynamic vision and deep memory to study every detail. Through Wan Ye's enhanced sight, he watches the rabbit circulate spiritual energy in a precise cycle before pouring it into the Flying Feather Shadowless Sword. With one plain downward chop, the Sword Rabbit unleashes a terrifying strike that splits the earth apart and devastates everything within 1,000 meters. The blast is so violent that Xiao Jiao throws up steel-like wings to shield Wan Yi and the white python from flying rock and sword energy. When the shock finally fades, Wan Yi is left staring in disbelief at a level of power the Sword Rabbit should not normally be able to release. Wan Yi looks at the panting Sword Rabbit and admits the Flying Feather Shadowless Sword only shows its real power in a true sword user's hands. The Sword Rabbit drops back down panting, and Wan Yi praises it while noting that advanced sword arts are still a heavy burden on its current strength. After sending the exhausted rabbit away to rest, Wan Yi figures out the move drained not just the rabbit, but also Xiao Jiao and the white python, confirming it really is a 3-part combination skill. Convinced he saw the process clearly enough, Wan Yi closes his eyes, replays the rabbit's technique in his head, and prepares to copy it himself. His serious test swing lands with a pathetic thud, and the earth barely trembles. Xiao Jiao and the white python immediately mock him from the side, and Wan Yi can only stand there in awkward silence. He keeps trying, but when none of the follow-up swings can reproduce the rabbit's power, Wan Yi is forced to admit sword technique talent may simply not be his thing. In the end, Wan Yi gives up on swords entirely and decides fists suit a realm man better anyway. Wan Yi decides to use the shadowless sword as his cover, letting him fight in style without exposing how strong Xiao Jiao and the white python really are. He heads east because the simulation showed a cave there, and after the corpse inside is burned clean, Xiao Jiao should find a mysterious wooden branch worth taking. Before long, Wan Yi spots his first enemies here, 3 nightmare griffins crouched in a pit with huge clubs, as if they were digging for something. The griffins look out of place in Dongli, and that makes Wan Yi wonder how beasts tied to another alliance ended up corrupted inside this secret realm. After judging them as level 2 9-star threats like the assessment beasts, Wan Yi chooses them as the perfect target to finally test the flying feather shadowless sword himself. The 3 nightmare griffins notice him first and launch into the air, their black bodies and red eyes locking onto Wan Yi as they rush in. Facing fierce beasts alone for the first time, Wan Yi stays calm and casually swings the shadowless sword, sending invisible sword force straight at them. The strike batters all 3 griffins, but the one in the middle proves much tougher and comes through without real damage. That lead griffin immediately wraps itself in feather coat, covering its body in a heavy layer of pitch black armor to resist the next blow. Wan Yi clicks his tongue at the limit of his own swordsmanship, then calls for Xiao Jiao to coat the shadowless sword in scalding bright flame instead. Xiao Jiao obeys at once, spitting pure white gold flame over the invisible blade until the shadowless sword becomes a burning hidden weapon. Wan Yi steps in and hurls the flaming shadowless sword like a javelin, turning it into a blazing streak that punches straight through the armored griffin. The same holy flame spreads on impact and ignites the other 2 nightmare griffins, instantly turning the whole clash in Wan Yi's favor. Wan Yi is impressed by the power of the combo, but the throw also breaks the construct apart because the scalding bright flame burns away the shadowless lines and exposes the sword body. He points at the aftermath and uses it as a lesson, telling Xiao Jiao and the white python that smart skill combinations can create far stronger attacks. Watching the combo work, Wan Yi starts dreaming bigger. If he learns spiritual control, he could guide the shadowless sword with his mind and stop relying on sword techniques. That fantasy jumps again when he takes out the thunderstorm horn and starts wondering whether a treasure made to alter pets might also give a human a lightning attribute. He gets carried away picturing a lightning shadowless sword under his control, then sours just as fast when he remembers that even if it worked, a human without the right talent could not keep cultivating that power. After calming down, Wan Yi searches the battlefield and finds why the griffins were digging, shiny dark or buried in the pit. The valuable dark-type resource is perfect for the white python's future evolution, and the rich haul reminds Wan Yi why secret realms are so rewarding and so dangerous. He keeps moving east, cutting down more fierce beasts with the shadowless sword and slowly feeling out the sword rabbit's technique through repeated use. Soon he reaches the cave from the simulation and enters carefully, only to find it strangely empty instead of occupied by beasts. The deeper he goes, the more crushing spiritual pressure presses down on him, and Wan Yi finally realizes the cave is empty because even fierce beasts cannot endure this place. To keep moving, he activates Spiritual Barrier, and the faint mental shield immediately takes the edge off the pressure around his head and body. Xiao Jiao suddenly points ahead, where a weak light reveals the source of the cave's secret, a corpse lying still in the darkness. When Wan Yi gets closer, he sees a dead beast master covered in thick long red hair, and the sight instantly reminds him of the strange god corruption called ominous hair. He quickly figures out this senior beast master died after being infected, and the red hair should have kept spreading by feeding on spiritual energy if something stronger here had not held it in check. After giving the dead beast master a respectful bow, Wan Yi tells Xiao Jiao to burn the hair away with scalding bright flame. The moment the white gold flame touches the red hair, it erupts like oil on fire, proving again that Xiao Jiao's pure light flame is a natural counter to strangeness. When the corruption burns out, even the bones are gone, and only a bright green branch is left resting where the corpse had been. Now that the hair is gone, Wan Yi can finally feel the branch's huge spiritual energy, and realizes it was likely absorbing the corruption all along, which kept the red hair from spreading. That makes the branch feel even more precious to him, because anything that can stay intact under the power of strangeness has to be a treasure of at least emperor grade. Wan Yi happily praises Xiao Jiao's simulation guidance, then decides this thick spiritual branch will be carved into a new wooden sword for the weak sword rabbit. In Wan Yi's eyes, this unknown branch is exactly the kind of treasure that can finally give the sword rabbit a real leap in strength and vitality. After packing up inside the cave, Wan Yi steps back out in a great mood, already thinking the emperor-grade branch alone made this trip worth it. He plans ahead too, deciding to find Ming's Shu after leaving the secret realm and ask the alchemist equipment expert to forge him a wooden sword. But the assessment has only just started, so Wan Yi turns serious again and fixes his next goal on the simulated route through the mountains and lakes to a scarlet forest. He refuses to miss the spatial cloud mushroom, guessing that even this space-type resource should still be emperor-grade. Since they spotted plenty of mountains on the way in, Wan Yi decides the fastest answer is to search from the air and tells Xiao Jiao to use free size. Xiao Jiao finally uses free size in the real world, swelling from a 1-meter bird into a blazing giant over 10 meters long. The sight leaves Wan Yi staring in awe, because now Xiao Jiao really looks like a phoenix instead of a small sparrow. Xiao Jiao answers with a thunderous chirp that rattles the rocks, a reminder that this huge form burns through spiritual energy fast. Wang Yi is still satisfied, because Xiao Jiu's huge spiritual reserve means it can actually stay airborne in this oversized state for a long time. With the giant bird ready, Wang Yi grabs the white python and hops onto Xiao Jiu's back to start the aerial search. The white python immediately sprawls down on the enlarged feathers, pleased that Xiao Jiu's back feels softer at this size. Then Xiao Jiu launches, flames bursting from its wings as it shoots into the sky hard enough for Wang Yi to feel the raw takeoff pressure. Riding a real flying pet feels nothing like the sea mechanical Kuan, but Wang Yi loves it, especially now that the secret realm gives Xiao Jiu room to truly soar. High above the secret realm, Wang Yi uses dynamic vision like a living map and picks out the forest and lake ahead through the dark fog. Even the hard winds do not shake him much, because his body has toughened up and Lifeng Valley already trained him to handle brutal airflow. As Xiao Jiu shines like a small sun in the dim world, beast masters on the ground notice the giant glowing bird and start arguing whether the rider is impressive or just doomed. Wang Yi keeps flying unaware of that chatter, and before long the scarlet forest is almost right in front of him. Just then, an urgent cry cuts across the sky, and Wang Yi turns toward the sound, suspecting someone else is flying nearby. Out of the haze comes a wind rainbow bird, and Wang Yi is surprised to see such a rare wind and phantom dual attribute pet here. Its rider is a windblown young man clinging low to the bird's neck, and after spotting Xiao Jiu's giant form, he hurriedly flies over and slows down. The youth yells for Wang Yi to descend immediately, clearly panicked by whatever chased him out of the sky. When Wang Yi asks why, the youth blurts out that the sky is far too dangerous, and says he was nearly killed trying to collect wind whistle crystals overhead. He explains that a flock of bloodthirsty berserk eagles swarmed him at once, and now he has learned the hard way that anything flying up here gets hunted. That warning hits harder because Xiao Jiu is both huge and glowing, which makes Wang Yi's team look like easy meat to any aerial fierce beast. Then the youth's face changes again as he hears the flock catching up, and he decides he cannot stay in the air another second. A beat later, the pursuers finally appear as groups of pitch-black birds with blood-red beaks rushing out of the haze. Wang Yi is more puzzled than scared, because these are standard level 3 fierce beasts even though the outer region was supposed to hold only level 2 threats. The youth cannot believe Wang Yi is still thinking instead of fleeing, and he pushes him one last time to land before it is too late. Instead of retreating, Wang Yi coolly remembers that bloodthirsty berserk eagles can drop blood-stained eagle feathers worth a fortune, so he sees profit flying at him. The youth gives up arguing, calls on his wind rainbow bird to use wind whisper blessing on Xiao Jiu, and says this is all the help he can offer. The phantom blessing lands on Xiao Jiu's head, boosting its attributed skills just before the youth dives away on his own bird. Wang Yi barely reacts to the retreat and simply orders Xiao Jiu to form the flying feather shadowless sword. Xiao Jiu fires out dozens of enlarged feathers while the white python adds shadowless lines, knitting them into a huge nearly invisible sword in midair. Wang Yi leaps off Xiao Jiu's back, catches the giant invisible sword in both hands, and lets a violent hurricane coil around him. With the enlarged sword and Xiao Jiu's power behind him, Wang Yi unleashes giant sword form, earth-shaking, in a slash so huge it seems to tear the sky open. The incoming flock is shredded on contact, and the scattered sword energy crashes down into the mountains below with a chain of booming explosions. As the backlash throws Wang Yi through the air, Xiao Jiu swoops in and catches him neatly before he can fall. Wang Yi lands with a stumble, surveys the wreckage, and shamelessly praises his own strength, as if he did not just borrow most of the power from his pets. Xiao Jiu and the white python answer him with silent side-eyes, both clearly aware that Wang Yi was basically just the sword holder. Wang Yi immediately switches from showing off to business and urges Xiao Jiu forward, eager to sweep the battlefield for valuable blood-stained eagle feathers. Meanwhile, the fleeing youth glances back, expecting Wang Yi to be dead soon, but instead sees a sight so outrageous it shakes him to the core. From his angle, it looks like Wang Yi simply waved a hand and ripped apart the heavens, sending a terrifying airwave crashing down so hard even the youth's own bird nearly loses control. A fresh rumble tears through the mountains below, and Chen Huanfeng stares at the aftermath in complete shock. The young beastmaster can barely process that someone in a professional assessment just erased opponents with one casual move. The more he thinks about it, the worse it feels, because strength like that should belong to a guaranteed elite, not a normal candidate. As the dojo's top disciple, he takes it badly that he cannot even understand what he just witnessed. When he looks again, the mysterious examinee is already gone, having flown off into the distance. After reaching the Scarlet Forest and collecting nearby materials, Wang Yi drops down to focus on the real target, the spatial cloud mushroom. He remembers from the simulation that this Emperor-grade resource teleports away the moment someone tries to collect it. That makes him wary, because treasures at this level often need a very specific harvesting method or they are impossible to take. Wang Yi even jokes to himself that a treasure this spiritual might become a real pet if it kept evolving long enough. To avoid alarming it, he has Xiao Jiu and the white python shrink down and starts a careful search through the trees. Before long, he finally spots the spatial cloud mushroom growing at the foot of a tree, half real and half illusory. He quietly asks the white python to read the surrounding spiritual energy, hoping that clue will help him judge the mushroom. The dense spiritual energy confirms it, and Wang Yi decides he has to take this fortune even if he ends up selling it for millions later. But he also knows why this treasure is so notorious, because without serious spatial restraint, most Beastmasters can only watch it escape. He regrets for a moment that neither Xiaojio nor the White Python has a control skill that fits this job. He briefly considers learning a spatial sealing skill through simulation, then drops the idea and decides he still has another way. Before he can act, a student couple steps out and reveals that they have been camping this mushroom for hours. The student couple introduces themselves with polite smiles, but they clearly size Wang Yi up with confidence. Wang Yi gives his name and calmly identifies himself as an investigator, which instantly sets the tone between field veteran and top students. The male student explains their first failure. Even using a proficient phantom concealment skill, their pet was detected before it got close. Their second attempt was even worse, because the moment they used spatial flash, the space ripple warned the mushroom, and it disappeared again. The female student admits their instructor was right all along, because Emperor-grade materials in a large secret realm are usually beyond students no matter how tempting they look. Even so, the pair still does not want to leave, so they offer Wang Yi a 50-50 split if he somehow has a workable method. Wang Yi turns them down immediately, and says he plans to try alone. That answer throws the student couple, because Wang Yi says he has a method even though his two tiny pets do not look like they carry top-level control skills. When Wang Yi confirms his pets do not have peak mastery skills, the two students actually feel relieved for a second. The male student still cannot resist provoking him, bragging that if Wang Yi really succeeds, he will even take his pet's surname. Wang Yi deadpants at the answer when the student names his pet as a Wuqian worm. Then Wang Yi calmly says the mushroom is actually easy to pick, and the two students lean in despite themselves. His explanation sounds ridiculous. Just walk over slowly, squat down, and it will come to you on its own. The couple clearly thinks he is talking nonsense, but Wang Yi tells them to stay quiet and watch. He sets Xiaojio and the White Python down and starts walking straight toward the spatial cloud mushroom with steady, unhurried steps. Everyone watches without blinking, including Xiaojio, because even she remembers failing this exact harvest in the simulation. When Wang Yi closes to 50 meters, the mushroom suddenly stirs, and Wu Yang and Enran brace for the usual escape. Instead of teleporting away, the spatial cloud mushroom starts moving toward Wang Yi like it has found something familiar. The two students are left speechless as the impossible scene keeps happening right in front of them. Once it reaches him, Wang Yi squats down and picks it up without the slightest resistance. To the two students, it looks less like harvesting a treasure and more like the treasure volunteering to be taken. The student couple is so shaken that one rubs his eyes while the other grabs her head, both trying to decide if this was some kind of illusion. Wang Yi stores the mushroom away, gives it a light stroke, and walks back with the face of a man who just proved a very simple point. He solemnly claims this is just hard-earned secret realm experience, even if it sounds absurd to anyone hearing it. Inside, though, Wang Yi knows the real answer is his monstrous natural divine power, which can even sway a spiritual emperor-grade treasure. Wang Yi calls Xiaojio and the White Python and prepares to move on, leaving the stunned student couple behind in silence and regret. And in a dark corner of the forest, a hidden photoelectric shuttle quietly records the whole impossible scene. Inside the Sea Machine Kun's control room, Lu Dang and the other city masters watch the survival assessment through military photoelectric shuttles, the only way to keep partial contact with candidates inside the secret realm. As the footage cycles by, the overseers praise this year's candidates for their unusually high level, spotting strong pets and rare resources one after another. Then Elder Bai and Elder Li arrive, and the room immediately perks up because their disciples are competing against each other this year. When the elders ask for the latest results, the overseers report that only a fifth of the candidates have been eliminated so far, and the overall teamwork and combat performance look impressively strong. The talk naturally turns competitive, because every supervisor already has a few favorites in mind for this year's 7 stars of Beidou. Lu Dang quietly backs the talents from Yaoguang City, especially Lu Wanqing, Tianhe, Mingzhu, and Wan Yi, but he has barely caught any footage of most of them yet. An overseer finally admits he has found several scenes he cannot explain, and that instantly pulls both elders to the front. The first strange footage shows Mo riding a white tiger with his eyes closed, while fierce beasts flee or bow before him without a fight. The room quickly identifies Mo's pet as a level 3 Emperor Class 7 kills Tiger King, but even that should not be enough to suppress other beasts so completely. The elders conclude that Mo has a hidden twin talent, and that his 7 kills sword is being nurtured inside the Tiger King to fuse Beast Master and pet into one terrifying pressure. Another clip is even stranger, with a youth striking from the sky and more than 10 fierce beasts bursting apart under an invisible slash that shatters the mountain below. The supervisors argue over whether the attack is a spatial cleave, a wind blade, or some advanced talent technique, because none of it matches the weak image they had of Wan Yi. The two elders tentatively piece it together as a combo between the White Python's shadowless line and Xiaojio's skyful of feathers, and they realize both skills must already be at great success level. Once they pull up all of Wan Ye's footage, the room only gets more confused, especially when an Emperor-grade spatial cloud mushroom practically flies into his hand on its own. Then the monitors show Wan Yi reaching the Rock King Cave, where a powerful rock dragon emperor is said to guard the area, and the overseers notice other top candidates converging there too. Inside the secret realm, Wan Yi follows the simulation's guidance to the cave beneath a floating mountain while lava erupts overhead hard enough to attract every nearby beastmaster. He grumbles that this much commotion will make the treasure hard to snatch, then remembers the simulation and realizes the rock dragon emperor sealed the mountain as soon as it noticed him. That makes Wan Yi uneasy, because the beast seems far too intelligent and starts reminding him of the half-conscious monsters inside the infernal relic. Even so, he decides to go in and see it for himself. As he heads down through ash that looks like black snow, Xiao Jiu shrinks to perch on Wan Ye's shoulder, while the white python shrinks too and rides the other side with it. The lack of nearby fierce beasts and the many footprints on the ground tell him two things at once. This cave is clearly the dragon's territory, and several other beastmasters arrived before him. At the edge of the descent, Wan Yi looks down a massive spiral ramp dropping into another world of jagged stone and flowing lava. By the time he reaches the lower chamber, the cave mouth above has shrunk to a tiny bottleneck, and the heat has turned heavy enough to press on his whole body. At the bottom, Wan Yi finally spots the rock dragon emperor sprawled on an island in the middle of the lava lake, so massive it looks more like a fortress than a living beast. One look is enough for Wan Yi to judge that this infected emperor-class monster is probably beyond ordinary level 3 and far more dangerous on its home ground. Then Wan Yi notices the real prize behind the dragon, a rainbow lotus rising from the lava with 7 glowing petals, and under dynamic vision the red petal shines brightest. Wan Yi cannot name the treasure, but his instinct tells him it is beyond emperor grade, which makes the whole situation much riskier and much more tempting. His first idea is to have the white python use spatial flash so they can blink behind the dragon and snatch the lotus in one move. Then he talks himself out of it, because if that one chance fails, the awakened dragon could trap everyone in the cave and the lotus might not even be easy to pluck. The safer answer would be to kill the rock dragon emperor first, but Wan Yi does not want to waste too much of Xiao Jiu's spiritual energy before the harder fights deeper inside the land of hidden mysterious. That is why Wan Yi used the feather and lion combo earlier. It let Xiao Jiu hit hard while spending the least spiritual energy. Before he can settle on a plan, the rock dragon emperor suddenly wakes with a heavy roar and a surge of spiritual pressure. Wan Yi instantly realizes someone else lost patience and attacked first. Looking across the rocks, Wan Yi recognizes the attacker as Zhao Ping, Ji Wuming's disciple, and quietly stays hidden with Xiao Jiu to watch what happens next. In the lava cave, Zhao Ping spread both hands and drove a wave of gray turbid water straight into the magma to splash the rock dragon emperor. The gray turbid water immediately started corroding the emperor's rocky armor, and Wan Yi, hidden nearby, recognized Zhao Ping's rare and vicious turbid water talent. Wan Yi also noticed Zhao Ping's little water elf, a rare companion that could fight and cleanse the poison built up by cultivating turbid water. Then the water elf opened its mouth and fired a spiraling water dragon cannon to hit the weakened emperor head-on. The impact looked impressive enough to drown the cave in steam, but when the mist cleared, the rock dragon emperor had barely even woken up. Zhao Ping froze in disbelief as the emperor roared, released crushing spiritual pressure, and regrew its shattered stone armor in seconds. Knowing he could not win, Zhao Ping called into the fog for the other hidden challenger to take over, and Wan Yi realized he had already been found. Before Wan Yi moved, a streak of icy light dropped from above, and Bing Li made her entrance with a far flashier attack. Bing Li's mystic ice control froze the emperor, the lava, and half the cave in one brutal wave, and even Wan Yi had to admit the move looked incredible. That display finally showed Wan Yi what top elemental talents looked like, and his own ability suddenly felt painfully ordinary by comparison. But the emperor simply broke out, blasting iron-thick mystic ice apart in less than 10 seconds and proving both water and ice were almost useless against it. Bing Li gave up immediately and fled toward the exit, because this emperor-class beast was stronger than either of them had imagined. Watching both of them fail, Wan Yi became even more certain the rock dragon emperor was tied to some bigger secret, but first he decided he had to bring it down. He quietly checked with Xiao Jiu, and the little sparrow confirmed it had already stacked every buff Wan Yi wanted except free size. Wan Yi skipped free size because the power spike was tempting, but the energy cost was too wild for a fight this dangerous. Instead, he called for Skyful of Feathers and the white python's shadowless line, forging the flying feather shadowless sword in his own hand. With the invisible sword complete, Wan Yi settled on a brutally simple plan: one strike with the dark steel sword technique, and if it failed, he would run. He trusted his deep memory and dynamic vision, but he also knew this was still different from simulation, and he might not be able to swing the technique perfectly in real combat. As Bing Li was leaving, she suddenly spotted Wan Yi and was shocked that he had stepped out alone without sending his pets first. Zhao Ping stopped too, and when Bing Li mentioned the beast assessment, he realized this was the same Wan Yi who had been smashing records in Qixing City's tests. Then they finally noticed Xiao Jiu and the white python hiding behind a boulder, not fighting at all but loudly cheering their beastmaster on. That absurd sight left Zhao Ping speechless, and Bing Li dryly wondered if Wan Ye's idea of safely assisting his pets was simply defeating the emperor himself. Before Zhao Ping could reject that idea, Wan Ye's aura surged so hard that the boulder under his feet exploded when he jumped. He brought the shadowless sword down in one heavy, stripped-down slash, using the dark steel sword technique without any flashy flourish. The strike hit like a missile, shaking the whole cave as a hurricane blast rolled outward and the sword drove into the ground before the Emperor. Wan Yi landed on top of the rock dragon Emperor itself, and the monster was slammed flat to the ground as if a mountain had dropped on it. Seeing that destructive hit, Xiao Ping could barely believe an 8-class beast master could unleash anything this terrifying. Bing Li did not waste time on the mystery and dragged the moment back to survival, warning that the cave was about to collapse. So both of them abandoned the Rainbow Lotus for now and sprinted for the cave entrance before the volcano sealed it shut. They made it out just as the volcano erupted again, and rolling magma and boulders crashed down to block the entrance behind them. For a moment they could only stare at the buried entrance, both shocked by Wan Ye's attack and grim about what it probably meant for him. Zhao Ping frowned and said the cave should not have a rescue shuttle inside, so they needed to find a record point and call for outside help. Bing Li coolly pointed out that Wan Yu was also a rival for Rookie King, and his death would make Zhao Ping's path easier. Zhao Ping rejected that idea immediately, saying a true Rookie King should defeat every strong opponent head-on, not win because someone died in a cave.